The swordsman, with a single stroke, shatters myriad laws, and with one blade, attains immortality if one sword proves inadequate. Then let there be two, or even three. Should the sword still falter, let it be supplemented with a melody of the azure sea's tide, a melody of the Qinglian sword song. Prologue. Have you heard the news? The demon Lord Ning Wuxin has been trapped at Wuriyu Peak in the southern wilderness. Such significant news, of course I have heard. This demon has rampaged through the western desert for 200 years, and now he finally faces retribution. It is said he has slaughtered entire cities, using the blood and flesh of millions of cultivators to cultivate his wicked arts. Over a decade ago, he was besieged by the Righteous Alliance and has been hiding in fear ever since. In my opinion, what is there to hide from? If I possessed his cultivation, I would storm in and out 7 times. The news of Ning Wuxin being cornered at Wuriyu Peak spread like wildfire overnight, especially within the heart of the demon sect, the Western Desert, where Ning Wuxin had made his name. It stirred a frenzy. For the past 200 years, in the seemingly dormant Western Desert, his rise has been akin to a blazing banner for the demon sect, drawing both criticism and admiration, with opinions sharply divided, thus garnering considerable attention. Every street and alley in various cities buzzed with chatter, filled with rumors. The moment the news was confirmed, the keen gambling houses began to set up tables. They wagered whether this encirclement would lead to Ning Wuxin's absolute annihilation or if he would miraculously escape, igniting further fervor for this formidable demon lord, who had instilled dread among the scattered cultivators of the Western Desert. Some derided, scoffing at the notion that a mere child could warrant such elaborate efforts. Others reveled in the misfortune, believing that the dark clouds looming over them would dissipate, if not vanish entirely. There were also those who cursed in anger, feeling that the heads that had long been tucked away would finally return to their rightful place. Moreover, some lamented that a generation of demons was nearing its twilight. Yet, not a single soul mourned for the plight of the million cultivators whose fates remained uncertain. In the southeastern expanse of the Western Desert, tens of millions of miles away, the epicenter of these rumors at the border of the southern wilderness, Wuriyu Peak. This peak stretches for hundreds of miles, perpetually shrouded in ominous black mist. Even the midday sun cannot penetrate, hence it is named Wuriyu Peak. With the news of Ning Wuxin's entrapment spreading, the realm of cultivation was thrown into chaos. Despite the vast distances separating them and the multitude of dangers within the southern wilderness, cultivators flocked towards it, eager to witness the demise of the demon. Cultivator Ning Wuxin, in the span of a month, neither too long nor too short, the foothills beyond the black mist gathered a throng of cultivators. Some had been present during the encirclement of Ning Wuxin. Regrettably, their cultivation was insufficient. They could withstand the malevolent aura of Wuriyu Peak, but lacked the strength to engage in battle, thus being left outside by their mentors. The rest arrived later, primarily cultivators from the surrounding southern wilderness, who could reach the site within this short time frame. These individuals boasted a minimum cultivation of the early Yuan-ing stage, with most at mid-stage and a few at latest stage. Their auras were not particularly formidable, indicating they had only just stabilized their realms. Most had come to witness the spectacle, for with their abilities, even if they joined the encirclement, they would merely play a supporting role, unable to reap any benefits thus. They maintained a watchful stance, awaiting a potential opportunity. A month had passed, and one would think that even digging 3 feet into the ground would unearth the coffins of Ning Wuxin's ancestors, yet the encirclement had yet to reach its conclusion. Those present sought to investigate, yet from the onset of the encirclement, the entire Wuriyu Peak had been sealed by a spiritual treasure, enveloped in a layer of mystical light, prohibiting entry and exit. The might of this spiritual treasure, even if of the lowest grade, was beyond the comprehension of the cultivators present. Thus, the vast expanse of Wuriyu Peak remained eerily silent, devoid of any human presence or sound. Could it be that an accident has occurred? Some scattered cultivators relished in the misfortune, waiting for such an opportunity to profit from the chaos. In an instant, they were silenced. "Shut your mouth, you fool!" Someone glared and scolded, even drawing a sword, causing the scattered cultivators to flee in fright. These individuals were ancestors of those who had participated in the encirclement. Then, someone spoke. "Fellow sect members, do not lose your composure. In this encirclement of Wuriyu Peak, there are over 50 cultivators at the mid to late Yuan-ing stage, not to mention 11 at the transformation stage, and we cannot overlook the one controlling the spiritual treasure. That person pointed to the object radiating spiritual light in the sky. These words calmed the restless hearts of those present considerably. After all, Ning Wuxin was merely a transformation stage cultivator, even with his cunning. Facing such a formidable force, one would expect a being of the Ling Tai realm to avoid confrontation. He, a transformation stage cultivator, would find it impossible to escape unscathed. What is truly terrifying, another pointed to the sky. At this, many faces turned grave. It was rumored that Ning Wuxin possessed two treasures. One was the Jiusheng, a transformation of the 7 lives flower of the Huangquan demon sect, capable of granting cultivators 9 opportunities to break through their cultivation barriers. A rarity in the world of cultivation. The other was a key to one of the entrances to the mysterious Golden Mirage. These two treasures were precisely why their mentors had allied with a true disciple of the Huangquan demon sect to encircle Ning Wuxin. Yet now, a month had passed with no sign of movement from Wuryu Peak, and some began to feel a sense of unease. Wealth can stir the heart, and the act of killing for treasure is all too common in the realm of cultivation. Are we not doing just that? Who knows? Ultimately, after much deliberation, 3 cultivators resolved to step inside. Enveloped in spiritual light, they entered the black mist buzz. The previously silent world was suddenly filled with the ethereal sounds of a zither. They exchanged startled glances, gasping in shock, as the malevolent aura and scent of blood infiltrated their lungs. Its potency so overwhelming it felt as though they inhaled a swarm of leeches. However, this was not the end. As they decided to advance, the melodies that surged towards them unknowingly seeped into their hearts, a sound steeped in temptation and desire, causing them to momentarily lose their focus. When they regained their senses, they were drenched in cold sweat. They realized the sinister nature of the melody, yet no matter the means employed, they could not suppress it. It struck directly at their souls. The enchanting sound, seemingly serene like celestial music, carried visions of immortality, yet concealed within was treachery capable of stirring the heart. As they were momentarily entranced, buried deep within their souls, the hatred, greed, delusions, obsessions, and resentments regarding the path to immortality surged to the surface. And with each wave of the melody's intrusion, their hearts became tumultuous, ensnared in struggle indeed. An unexpected event had transpired at Wuryu Peak, yet it was far from the simplicity they had imagined. In the span of a month, unable to resist the zither sound, countless demon beasts had turned upon one another, culminating in the blood-soaked atmosphere surrounding Wuryu Peak. At this moment, on a road leading near the summit of Wuryu Peak, battles continued to rage. However, the combatants were not demon beasts or flora, but rather the cultivators who had joined the encirclement against Ning Wuxin. They too had fought for an entire month. The 50 to 60 Yuan Ing cultivators exerted themselves fully in resistance, aided by transformation stage mentors, yet one after another succumbed, their resolve shattered by the zither melody, igniting their inner demons, plunging them into a realm of mental illusions from which they could not extricate themselves, ultimately leading to self-detonation. What methods could transformation stage cultivators employ that Yuan Ing cultivators could withstand? Moreover, the nature of sound cultivation is inherently deceptive. In confrontations, it is rare for them to engage upward, yet against those beneath them, they possess the terrifying ability to contend with multitudes. Until the last Yuan Ing pinnacle cultivator, bearing a grimace, defiantly self-detonated, the slaughter finally drew to a close. Though the transformation stage cultivators' eyes burned with hatred, they were left with no recourse, forced to display their prowess, employing transformation stage insights and techniques to forcibly suppress the Yuan Ing cultivators in the instant of their self-detonation. As the Yuan Ing cultivators fell to various means of slaughter, a middle-aged man among the Huashan cultivators, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, let out a piercing scream. The life that had just been snuffed out by the crowd was that of his closest kin. Despite his attempts to protect them with his Taoist techniques, he never anticipated that they would succumb to such misfortune, completely ensnared by the demonic melody. Soon after, another cultivator bellowed in rage. Gu Zhihao, after we have collaborated so far, do you now intend to betray us? You harbor such treacherous intentions, planning to let us exhaust ourselves battling Ning Wuxin, only to take advantage of our weakness? Dream on. The Huashan cultivator's roar sent tremors through the black mist, reverberating for miles and enveloping the entire Wuryan Peak in its wake. He was cursing the rogue cultivator controlling the spiritual treasure. Had it not been for his sudden betrayal, sealing off Wurian Peak and cutting off their escape route, their juniors would not have perished one by one beneath the haunting notes, played by Ning Wuxin. Regrettably, regardless of their outcries, neither Ning Wuxin nor Gu Zhihao paid them any heed. In the blink of an eye, they had already ascended to the summit of Wurian Peak. Yet, Ning Wuxin's presence remained elusive, with only the terrifying melodies continuing to resonate, penetrating their very souls. Even the void and black mist stirred with waves of unrest. Were it not for the Huashan cultivator's solidified primordial spirit and unwavering Tao heart, he would have succumbed long ago. Over the course of a month, the siege of Wurian Peak underwent a dramatic transformation. What began as a siege turned into a counterattack. First, their allies betrayed them, severing their clear path to escape. Then, 50 to 60 Yuanian cultivators self-destructed one after another, leading to a depletion of their morale and strength. Now, they found themselves utterly powerless unless someone was willing to sacrifice their primordial spirit to force Ning Wuxin to reveal herself. They would inevitably meet the same fate as their juniors, facing complete annihilation beneath the relentless melodies. What shall we do now? The remaining 10 Huashan cultivators huddled together, maintaining a relatively safe distance from one another. Decades ago, Ning Wuxin had reached the late stages of Huashan, wielding the exquisite treasure Qi Zue Gutong in battle, her notorious reputation preceding her. Not to mention, even if all 5 of them, 3 in the early stages and 1 in the late stage, were to combine their strengths, they would still be no match for her unless someone was willing to sacrifice themselves. To break through, they required either a Huashan cultivator at the pinnacle of their power or at least 2 latest-stage Huashan cultivators to exert their full strength. The reason they dared to besiege Ning Wuxin was due to their preparations. One was Ho Chiohai, a latest-stage demonic cultivator from the Huangquan demon sect, who stood alongside Ning Wuxin as one of the 3 foremost disciples. The other was Gu Zhihao, a prominent rogue cultivator in alliance with the scattered cultivators, possessing a low-grade spiritual treasure. With the addition of Li Changfeng, a true disciple of the Taibai Dao sect, they formed a coalition for the assault. However, no one had anticipated that Gu Zhihao would betray them midway and hide away. Without his support, the coalition faltered like a pillar crumbling under pressure, swaying precariously. Unless a pinnacle Huashan cultivator descended, fighting through the chaos would result in at least half of those present being unable to escape. For the latest stage Huashan cultivator truly went mad, dragging down 5 or 6 early-stage cultivators with them. No one could stop it. Moreover, Gu Zhihao lurked in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. Yet, who among them would willingly become a pawn for another's demise? This makeshift demon extermination coalition had been formed with ulterior motives from start. Now that the situation had reversed, although they appeared to be of one heart, they were in truth filled with treachery. At this moment, their gazes turned towards Ho Chiohai, the latest stage cultivator, and Li Changfeng, who had secured a place in the true disciple battle. Each of them understood the nature of the others. Who among them was not aware of the intricacies at play? Li Changfeng remained inscrutable, while Ho Chiohai sneered coldly. But he refrained from tearing off the facade immediately, for he too needed these individuals to serve as shields. After a month, Ning Wuxin must be at her limit. I will leave her to you to deal with while I confront Gu Zhihao. Upon hearing this, a chill ran through everyone. Was Ning Wuxin truly at her limit? Did he not understand the formidable strength of a latest-stage Huashan cultivator? Furthermore, they had endured the self-destructing Yuanian cultivators for a month. How could they be in a better state? Yet, no one dared to refute. They all knew that Ho Chiohai, a demonic cultivator, was no ally to Ning Wuxin. If even Gu Zhihao could betray them, how could they trust him? They could only swallow their grievances, resisting the haunting melodies while remaining vigilant against one another. Despite their collective caution, the first Huashan cultivator to succumb to the demonic melody and unleash their inner demons emerged. This marked the onset of internal strife within their so-called demon extermination coalition. Unbeknownst to the others, Ho Chiohai, possessing a formidable divine consciousness, sensed the anomaly in Li Changfeng just as his thoughts brushed past that particular Huashan cultivator. Their inner demons erupted. Otherwise, a Huashan cultivator's Tao heart could not so swiftly succumb to the demonic melodies. Both Ho Chiohai and Li Changfeng retreated from the peak at the earliest opportunity. By the time the remaining cultivators realized what had transpired, it was too late. Not good, retreat from a peak. A voice cried out as the Huashan cultivator, now consumed by their inner demons, violently detonated their primordial spirit. The speed and force of a primordial spirit's self-detonation far surpassed that of a Yuanian cultivator. The remaining Huashan cultivators were too afraid to strike should they fail to suppress the explosion. They would bear the brunt of its force. The explosion of the primordial spirit unleashed terrifying waves that shook the entirety of Wurian Peak, which had been sealed by the spiritual treasure. The destructive power obliterated the peak, leveling it by thousands of feet, and the ominous black mist that cloaked Wurian Peak spiraled out of control. The previously persistent and soothing notes of the Qin were finally drowned in the storm of the primordial spirit's explosion. In the heavens above, the spiritual treasure swayed for a prolonged moment, before the world was enveloped in a brief silence. After the stillness came an earth-shattering explosion. Although the Huashan cultivators employed various divine abilities and treasures in a desperate attempt to resist, their figures shot out like streaks of light, still suffering significant repercussions. Many suffered injuries, their treasures reduced to mere remnants, and they were left spitting blood, their spirits flagging. Among the seven, only the two mid-stage cultivators escaped largely unscathed, having narrowly evaded the brunt of the explosion and its aftermath. Just as they caught their breath, a sudden chill washed over them, compelling everyone to glance down at a ravine on Wurian Peak. Amidst the swirling black mist stood a figure in black robes above a pool of blood. A solitary tree floated before him, and though his face was obscured by a cloak and mask, the moment he appeared, every heart trembled with recognition. The name Ning Wuxin surged forth within them. The force of the Huashan cultivator's self-detonation had finally compelled Ning Wuxin from her hidden lair. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, and they momentarily forgot the detonated primordial spirit. However, in the blink of an eye, their breath caught in disbelief as they gazed at a figure standing beneath an ancient tree in the ravine. Gu Zhihao. Their first thought was that he had allied himself with Ning Wuxin. But as the second thought dawned upon them, a chilling realization struck now. They understood why Gu Zhihao had chosen to sever ties. An alarming thought, born from the depths of their hearts, flickered to life. This siege is likely not a mere opportunity seized by them, but rather a lethal trap meticulously laid by Ning Wuxin and Gu Zhihong. I fear that the news of Jiao Shanghua and the Golden Mirage Key was deliberately leaked by him to lure the snake out of its hole and summon the ghost to their doorstep. And who among them is that ghost? The individuals present exchanged glances, ultimately fixing their gaze upon Ho Qiuhai, who shared the same sect as Ning Wuxin. However, they could hardly believe that the situation was as simple as it appeared. If their sole aim was to eliminate Ho Qiuhai, the combined strength of the two would suffice. Why then, the grandiose display? At that moment, Ho Qiuhai cast a deep glance at Li Changfeng, who had acted earlier. The latter responded with a smile and a gesture of alliance. Gu Zhihong, you scoundrel of the righteous path, conspiring secretly with demonic cultivators to set a trap. Are you aware of how many elite disciples of the righteous sects have perished on this Wuri Peak? If we all were to die, you would face the wrath of all sects in relentless pursuit. I advise you to abandon the darkness and join us in exterminating this fiend, thereby redeeming yourself. One could not restrain their fury and began to berate Gu Zhihong before attempting to appeal to his reason. Before he could finish, a hoarse voice abruptly interrupted him. Do you not recognize the reality? The figure in black robes, standing upon the blood pool, suddenly moved. He slightly raised his head, casually glancing at the 9 transformation stage cultivators hovering above, yet the pressure of a latest stage transformation cultivator did not wane. The few words he uttered sent tremors through their hearts, causing their pulses to quicken. His nonchalant gaze swept across them, leaving them feeling as if their throats were in his grip. This was no ordinary latest stage transformation cultivator. In the sky, Ho Qiuhai's eyes grew profound, knowing that it would be difficult to remain unscathed today. Nonetheless, he refused to give up that if he could withdraw unscathed, he would prefer to avoid confrontation. He could only temporarily bow his head and feign compliance while awaiting the opportune moment. Ning Shidi, we share the same lineage and understand, well, that if a fight were to ensue, should I exert my full strength, you may not emerge unscathed either. Besides, are there eternal enemies in this world? If you are willing to relent today, I will surely follow your command in the future, and I shall no longer contend with you for the position of sect leader of the Qixing lineage. Speak, who is your target? I can act on your behalf. He then swept his gaze across the assembly, suddenly coldly stating, "Even if you seek to kill them, I shall not flinch." The demonic cultivator is indeed untrustworthy. The transformation stage cultivators felt their souls sway with resentment. Ning Wuxin's lips curled into a subtle smirk beneath her mask. This is the nature of demonic cultivators. They see only profit, devoid of true allies or enemies. Only Ho Chiohai, who had crawled up from the battlefield alongside her, understood this well. A true villain, one would be better off trusting a dog than him. What could be more trustworthy than the dead? Ning Wuxin cast a glance at Gu Jihong, hidden in the shadows, and with a flick of her finger, she struck the solitary piano, unleashing a resonant melody that rippled outward, transforming into the most terrifying force of slaughter aimed at one among them. Kill him, and I can offer you, or perhaps all of you, an opportunity. Upon the utterance of these words, the assembly understood. Ning Wuxin had set this trap with the intent of acquiring the true disciple of Tai by Daozong Li Chongfeng. In an instant, the crowd's gazes converged. Ho Chiohai did not act immediately, his eyes obscured, lost in thought. For a month, Li Chongfeng had remained silent, but now he raised his head, dispelling the ominous tones of slaughter with a disdainful sneer. Ning Wuxin, do you not think you are exceedingly arrogant? Do you truly believe that you can conclude this matter with your nearly extinguished form? His words incited an uproar among the cultivators nearly extinguished. It was rumored that Ning Wuxin was merely 500 or 600 years old. How could this be possible? Yet, since Li Chongfeng had spoken, there was no doubt that he meant it, and the crowd's gazes shifted once more. Were it not for Gu Jihong behind him, they might have charged at him then and there. Over 100 years ago, I saved you once. 13 years ago, I spared your life. I once stated that granting you a chance to live was akin to letting a dog go by the roadside. If I wished to kill you, it would be as simple as killing a dog. Demon, cease your nonsense. Li Chongfeng's eyes bulged with rage, as this was his greatest humiliation. Li Chongfeng did not wish to dwell on the past. He scanned the crowd and spoke sternly. All of you must not forget whose hands your juniors fell to. Do you not understand what kind of person the demon Ning Wuxin is? A vengeful spirit. Should you take a piece of him, he would annihilate your entire clan. Do you think that killing me today will resolve matters? He then produced a vial of pills from thin air, flicking it with his finger, releasing a fragrant aura. I possess 9 Shou Mo Dan. Once consumed, it will burn 100 years of lifespan to exchange for at least 1 level of cultivation. With this, the 9 of us can surely slay Ning Wuxin and carve a path to survival. At this point, even Ho Chiohai, who had previously claimed to serve Ning Wuxin, immediately chimed in. There is no time for hesitation. This is our last opportunity to slay Ning Wuxin and escape Wuri Peak. Under the onslaught of the melodic sound, the cultivators were overwhelmed and bewildered, ultimately persuaded to accept the Shou Mo Dan. When it came time for Li Chongfeng to ingest it, they hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted their teeth and swallowed it. 100 years of lifespan is substantial, yet it pales in comparison to their lives. Only Ho Chiohai acted in secret, abstaining from consumption. Ning Wuxin's lips curled into an unmistakable mockery. She did not impede these individuals. 300 years of master-student relationship, 200 years of covert investigation. She understood Li Chongfeng all too well, hypocritical and cunning. The Shou Mo Dan is a precious elixir of the late transformation stage. Would he truly part with it? By comparison, the Gu Mo Dan, which bears a resemblance to the Shou Mo Dan, seems more like his handiwork. However, the Gu Mo Dan is a closely guarded secret of the Li family from the east, used to control lifeless soldiers in desperation. This was how Ning Wuxin had captured Li Chongfeng twice. Having seen it within the alchemical texts he carried, otherwise, she would have no knowledge of such a mysterious elixir. As for the thoughts of these people, Ning Wuxin could somewhat guess they may not lack their final trump card. Their reason for consuming the elixir bestowed by Li Chongfeng is likely to prepare for the eventuality of slaying her and claiming spoils. This embodies the darker aspects of human nature, greed amidst the melodies. This greed was gradually magnified, until the elixir slid into their bellies. Ning Wuxin remained unmoved. She stood upon the blood pool, her black robe and mask concealing a pair of eyes filled with twilight, calm as an ancient well. This so-called extremely evil demon, at this moment, seemed to have relinquished her obsessions, setting aside the heart demons accumulated from the depths of blood-soaked vendettas. Ning Wuxin had always harbored a profound doubt. Born ordinary, her talents were not extraordinary. Why did those behind Li Chongfeng take notice of her? First, they nurtured her. only to gradually push her into the abyss? She had never considered this before, but as she faced death, a faint understanding began to dawn. Now, it was not indifference if possible. She would wish to kill him and unearth those behind him. Yet after 200 years of effort, she had only scratched the surface of Li Changfeng's mastermind. How could she hope to contend with this frail form? Indeed, the once great demon, Ning Wuxin, had reached her twilight days. 13 years ago, she had foreseen the arrival of her demise. Allowing Li Changfeng to live was merely a means to exploit him in the final moments of her existence. Regrettably, she reaped no rewards from this endeavor. Thus, as death approached, she resolved to extinguish his life. Raising her palm, she gazed at the peculiar black stone, no larger than a fingernail, which had absorbed 2,000 years of her lifespan and had taken on an eerie semblance of a black cicada. A fleeting smile crossed her lips as she shook her head in resignation, reflecting on the past 500 years as though they were merely a jest. Her entire life had been spent ensnared in the intricate web woven by others. All her relentless efforts culminated in serving as a mere garment for someone else. Why had she endured this? Ning Wuxin. Oh no, Ning Yu, this time, I shall truly eradicate you, the audacious disciple who dared to slay your master. In the celestial expanse, Li Changfeng's eyes flared crimson, his breath heavy. In mere moments, his cultivation surged violently, akin to a volcanic eruption. The sacrifice of a century of lifespan propelled him to the pinnacle of his power, breaking through to the late stage of transformation. Others, however, were not as fortunate. The moment the Gu Mo Dan melded into their bodies, a terrifying malevolence surged forth, crashing into their consciousness with devastating force. Their eyes, and even their primordial spirits, became enveloped in a miasma of bloodlust. At this instant, whether in the early or mid-phase of transformation, their formidable awareness was obliterated within moments. With a chorus of anguished wails, a layer of blood-red flames enveloped the 7 individuals. As their lifespans dwindled 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, their power surged to its zenith in the briefest of times. Each millennium saw an elevation in their prowess. Ultimately, 5 unparalleled fiends of the late transformation stage were born. At this moment, only Ho Chiohai remained lucid, witnessing the madness unfolding around him. Terror filled his gaze, yet he could only flee incessantly. A hoarse and aged female voice echoed in his ears. Since we are all but dying souls, let us together savor the most enigmatic melody of the 7 since Genji. Li Changfeng, too, began to retreat. Yet the 7 cultivators who had ingested the Gu Mo Dan surged towards Ning Wuxin, propelled by frenzied desperation, their intentions as fierce as they were reckless. Jean. The sound of the jade-like music resonated. In an instant, ripples cascaded upon the 7 transformation cultivators. The ethereal, otherworldly strains of the zither halted them in their tracks, even stifling their self-destruction. Li Changfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet in the next moment, that familiar, aged, husky voice reached his ears once more. Why rush in this very moment? He could almost hear Ning Wuxin's mocking laughter. In the next instant, a chilling dread engulfed him. He sensed the breath of death. However, when he regained his senses, he found himself entrapped by Gu Jihong, who had already lost his self-awareness. His eyes widened in horror, and a thunderous roar resounded in his ears. At that moment, the 7 late transformation cultivators finally self-destructed, alongside Gu Jihong, who was under Ning Wuxin's control. Even more terrifying was the spiritual treasure suspended in the heavens, which emitted a mournful cry, its spiritual light reaching its pinnacle before ultimately being detonated. The world fell into several seconds of utter silence. Boom! Then a thunderous roar echoed across miles. A cataclysmic shockwave laid waste to the No-Sun Peak. The storm surged forth, and dark, malevolent mists coalesced into lethal forces. Only a single bastion of purity remained within the No-Sun Peak, the Bloodpool Gorge. The zither's melodies resonated, and the dispersing ripples formed orderly threads, resisting the forces of annihilation. Yet these orderly threads were not invincible. Ning Wuxin beheld the 7 Sins Guitong in her grasp gradually disintegrating, its strings snapping one by one until the final note was played. In that moment, her mask and dark robe disintegrated, revealing her withered white hair and a face that had become nothing but a sunken visage. Until the very moment of her demise, she gazed disdainfully at the heavens. Did you not use me as a furnace to nurture this black stone? It was laughable it would soon be obliterated alongside me in this world. Yet, Ning Wuxin still felt an overwhelming sense of regret, her life squandered in this deadlock. She irrationally fantasized that if given a chance to start anew, she would pursue the boundless path with reckless abandon. Just before her consciousness faded, she finally glimpsed a fleeting figure in the celestial realm. Prologue: The changes of the past. Ah, you, my dear, drink this bowl of medicine, your ailment will soon be cured. A rumble of thunder rolled across the clouds, as a flash of lightning tore through the darkened sky of the small town. The spring rain, having gathered throughout the night, finally poured down in torrents. Ning Wuxin was roused from her slumber by the clap of thunder. Cradling the medicinal pot in her right hand, she slowly extended her left hand, hidden beneath the covers. In the flickering glow of the charcoal fire, her palm appeared astonishingly pale, with an enigmatic black cicada embedded in her flesh, radiating a strange, dark luminescence. Her mind momentarily spiraled into chaos. Outside, the rain drummed softly, while inside, the fire burned brightly, radiating warmth that made her sweat profusely, yet Ning Wuxin remained oblivious. Her gaze lingered on the black cicada before sweeping across the room with a complex expression. In the twilight, the yellowed old curtains, the cabinets, the writing desk, and the lingering scent of medicinal concoctions after many years, everything felt achingly familiar. It was a familiarity that had faded, leaving only a profound sense of estrangement. 500 years have passed, yet the true spirit remains unextinguished, returning to childhood. This was Ning Wuxin's current reality. As memories overlapped with the present, her eyes suddenly froze as if encased in ice. An array of visions flitted through her mind, and her breath quickened. Clenching her hands tightly, her youthful grip ignited a stunning brilliance amid the flames. Realizing her emotional lapse, a self-deprecating smile graced the girl's lips. She believed that after 5 centuries of accumulation, she could no longer be swayed by any feelings. Yet, upon recognizing her current predicament, waves of turmoil surged within her. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, and when she reopened them, her gaze was imbued with a profound murderous intent, soon replaced by an air of indifference. The black cicada was, in essence, a piece of black stone. Its origins were straightforward: murder and treasure-seeking. It was something Ning Wuxin had stripped from a direct descendant of a supreme elder of the Yashan sword sect. The person was, of course, an excursion had devolved into an internal conflict among peers, and only Ning Wuxin emerged as the sole survivor. It was not luck that preserved her, rather, those comrades had all perished at her hands. She was not a bloodthirsty individual, however. If one did not act with cunning, death was inevitable. Consequently, she became the target of the Yashan sword sect's pursuit, ultimately suffering a shattered dantian and a broken golden core, narrowly escaping amidst the tempest of the vast sea. From then on, she was compelled to retreat into the demonic sect, adopting a new name and identity, even altering her appearance and voice. Through a secret technique and the fusion of a mystical treasure, she transformed her skeletal structure and altered her visage. Thus, in this world, Ning ceased to exist, only Ning Wuxin remained. The mastermind behind all of this was none other than her master, Li Changfeng, or rather, the person behind him. In her past life, Ning Wuxin had fortuitously reclaimed a life through the black stone, repairing her dantian. However, this came with grave drawbacks, necessitating the continuous siphoning of her lifespan, binding her life to it. She gritted her teeth and persevered, relentlessly seeking breakthroughs. It was not until over a decade ago that Ning Wuxin unearthed some long-buried secrets from Li Changfeng, piecing together the truth of these 5 centuries. Grandmothers, sects, opportunities, paths, all but illusions crafted by others. Everything was merely a game orchestrated by the person behind Li Changfeng, with the goal of nurturing this mysterious black stone through her. At that time, she was already bound to Heisher by fate, and with her imminent demise approaching, even if she were aware, there was little she could do. The only course was to ensnare herself, drawing out the orchestrators for a dramatic finale that would result in mutual destruction. She succeeded, in a blaze of glory and ruin. Everything was reduced to ashes. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself absurdly reborn, transported back 500 years to the land of Nanyin, the region of Yingzhou, in the remote town of Changsheng, within the Chun kingdom. The situation was surreal and unfathomable. the young girl whispered, gradually drowned by the soft patter of rain. As for the shock of rebirth, it was undeniable. In the fleeting moments of awakening, the accumulated experience of 5 centuries of cultivation, where Ning Wu Xian's resolve was unyielding and she could face death with equanimity, did not stir the tempest within her heart. Regarding the enmity towards Li Changfeng and the mastermind behind the scenes, what was there to hate? The path of longevity was fraught with twists and turns, and power reigned supreme. It was simply her inadequacy that left her at the mercy of others. In her past life, it was a desperate gamble. Ning Wu Xian had no choice, with the end drawing near and no retreat available. Had circumstances been different, given sufficient time, she might have turned the tide. In this life, her priority was to swiftly settle grievances before pursuing the elusive path of enlightenment. As for the path of demonic cultivation, Ning Wu Xian had traversed it for 2 centuries, adhering to the principle of 8 words. Only question the true heart, not the cause, and effect. With a smile playing on her lips, Ning Wu Xian declared, "If you believe that your profound cultivation allows you to toy with me at will, then I shall return the favor drawing you all out and striking you down with a single sword. I, too, am but a traveler." This is the secret unearthed by Ning Wuxin from her master, Li Changfeng. It is not due to her mercy, but because Li Changfeng's consciousness is peculiar, harboring restrictions that, if touched, would result in backlash. Otherwise, Ning Wuxin would have long since turned him into a puppet, condemned to a life of endless suffering. Whether the Haishi in her possession harbors deceit is of no concern to her, as one approaches death. The Mo-chan has already fused with her being. The schemer resides within the Daozone. Only the Taibai Daozone can rightfully bear the name of Daozone. In her past life, Ning Wuxin fell into the demonic path, losing the chance to tread upon the righteous, thereby forfeiting her opportunity to investigate the schemer behind the scenes. In her final moments, she laid her plans meticulously, yet could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the shadowy figure behind it all. She lamented, "A single misstep in the game, and I could not lure him to the Wurifeng. How tragic, how mournful." A hint of regret lingered in her gaze, transforming into a profound realization. "In my previous life, I was no match for you. This life is different. I hold the reins of fate in my hands, and I believe a reversal will not be difficult. 500 years is an eternity sufficient for the rise and fall of numerous dynasties, yet it is also but a fleeting moment, a mere ripple in the vast river of time." The 500 years of struggle for Ning Wuxin represent a golden age within the millennia of the cultivation world. Talented individuals abound, and various inheritances and hidden relics emerge in strange forms. Before her death, the realm of Tianxian was already flourishing. Not only Tianxian, but even in the southern region of Nanyan, many mysterious inheritances surfaced. For the first 3 centuries, Ning Wuxin may have been solely focused on cultivating her spirit. Yet after 200 years of tribulation, for the sake of survival and liberation from the Haishi, she had no choice but to exert herself to the utmost. While fervently practicing, she sought to unearth the origins of the Haishi from the secret vaults of the Huangquan demon sect and the various tales from different realms. Hoping to find an opportunity for change, she learned of many anecdotes. In her final moments, the strange tales from various realms meant little to Ning Wuxin. Opportunities seemed like ephemeral clouds. However, in the present, they hold profound significance. In her memories, many inheritances remain unopened and earth-shattering events are brewing. The prodigies of various sects may still be lying in wait, some yet to emerge into the world. This is one of her greatest advantages in rebirth. Anecdotes, both true and false, many of which she has merely heard of without direct contact with the parties involved, serve as sufficient references. Presently, she is weak, and most inheritances and secret realms are beyond her reach, yet she can plan ahead. Moreover, the opportunities within her memories vary greatly. There are numerous prospects she can seek. Such opportunities, if seized in advance, may not unravel the Mo-chan, but at least provide a chance to escape the schemer's grasp. In her 2 struggles at the gates of the underworld, though Ning Wuxin fears not death, she yearns for life more than anyone else. To live freely and unrestrained. A human life is fleeting, yet the heavens and earth are vast, and the path to immortality is long enough for her to pursue throughout her lifetime. Perhaps it is due to the change of body. Without the demonic techniques, the aura of malice dissipates, and the resentment in Ning Wuxin's heart seems to fade considerably. A refreshing sensation washes over her, and insights surge forth. 500 years apart from Tianxian, amidst the dust of mortality on the path of longevity. Looking back at the past, I reflect upon my original intent. The ancient well remains still, while the sword light seeks to sever the threads of fate. With the malignance dissipated, the heart remains steadfast. I seek to nourish myself on the essence of the world. Life is like a journey against the current. I, too, am but a traveler. Compared to the Tao, compared to immortality, what do the lives and deaths of Li Changfeng and his ilk amount to? Merely trivial matters that must be addressed on the path ahead. In an instant, the yearning for immortality within Ning Wuxin burgeons like creeping vines, consuming like wildfires. Other matters cannot shake her resolve. The pungent odor of medicine envelopes her senses. Ning Wuxin pinches the Mo Chan in her palm, momentarily suppressing her fervent desires deep within her heart. With a tumult of thoughts, the once great demon Lord Ning Wuxin feels her head grow heavy again. She arrives at a conclusion. 500 years ago, in Changshan town, I was truly frail and delicate. Had she not been frail, how could a mere snowball have kept her confined indoors for 3 months? She silently mocks herself. She nearly forgets that she is still burning with fever. Her body far weaker than in her previous life, her spirit even more fragile. The cold wind blowing through the slightly ajar wooden door makes her tremble involuntarily. She has no choice but to close her eyes and suppress her racing thoughts. Everything before her feels like a dream, yet Ning Wuxin knows that it is not. Taking a deep breath, she musters all her strength to absorb the potent, lingering scent of medicine that the chill cannot disperse. Gradually dispelling the haze of confusion and grasping the reality inch by inch. Before long, the room fills with soft, even breaths. At the hour of you, footsteps echo outside. The sound of knocking reverberates. "You, have you risen?" An elderly woman with graying hair appears at the door, calling for the occupant within as she pushes open the creaking wooden door. In the corner of the cobweb-dusted room, the cracked and sealed old relics awaken. Ning Laopo, also known as Ning Qiyin, is Ning Wuxin's nominal grandmother, though she is merely a distant relative, having lost her husband in middle age, followed by her daughter. With her only grandson lost on the battlefield, turning her hair white overnight. When Ning Wuxin's parents perished in battle, she kindly took her in. Now, she returns to this tiny town with her disciple, Lu Qingshan, to live out her days. She is the only doctor in Changxing town. Everyone knows that Ning the Elder appears stern with her granddaughter, but in truth, she cherishes her like a precious treasure. Had it not been for Ning Wuxin's relentless investigations in her past life, it would have been hard to believe that her grandmother, whom she relied on for spiritual support, was the first pawn of the schemer behind scenes. Her frail body was not born of weakness, but rather a consequence of her grandmother's machinations. In that moment, she realized that Ning Qiyin was no ordinary woman, but a renowned figure who had already reached the Ling Tai realm. "Do you feel any better?" The elderly woman, despite her graying hair, is meticulously coiffed and maintains a serious demeanor. Even Ning Wuxin finds it difficult to deny the love emanating from her murky gaze. Not only the Ning Wuxin of 500 years ago, who knew nothing of the world, but even now, she almost believes it. "Grandmother, do not worry. Ayu is much better now." The girl speaks in a slightly hoarse voice, revealing a feeble smile. Her accent is peculiar, not the official dialect of Tianxian or Nanyan, but rather the local dialect of the town. As her memories resurface, Ning Wuxin quickly regains her command of it. Fortunately, her current physical condition provides her with an excuse. Otherwise, dealing with Ning Qiyin would not be easy. After adding a few pieces of coal to the fire, Ning Qiyin notices her improved spirits. Her loving gaze tinged with reproach. "I told you to rest well indoors, yet you insist on ignoring my advice. Now look where it has led you. Not only can you not go out, but even to the courtyard is a challenge." Once Ning Qiyin departs, the surreal feeling of Ning Wuxin's rebirth dissipates. Simultaneously, a strong sense of crisis and overwhelming drowsiness envelopes her. Twirling the Mo Chan in her hand, Ning Wuxin resolves to temporarily set aside her research on it. In the present moment, her situation appears rather bleak. Dealing with Ning Qiyin and her disciples is of utmost priority. Fortunately, this small town harbors hidden depths, which Ning Wuxin can exploit to her advantage. Otherwise, given her current physical condition, Confronting Ning Laobozu and her disciples would be akin to chasing phantoms. After a brief respite, Ning Wuxin's spirit was somewhat restored, and her thoughts began to flow once more. Yet, the pervasive scent of medicinal herbs and incense within the room exacerbated her inner turmoil. Aware of her weak constitution and sensitivity to the cold, she still gravitated towards the window. Outside, the torrential rain had momentarily ceased, leaving a misty drizzle in its wake. The bluestone houses exhaled wisps of smoke, while the distant sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking mingled within the storm, creating a peculiar sense of comfort. With a creak, Ning Wuxin grasped the wooden latch and exerted all her strength to open the window ajar. A rush of cold wind swept in, instantly dispersing some of the heavy medicinal odor, and her agitation and fatigue were momentarily alleviated by this invigorating breeze. Gazing out at the town, her thoughts surged. To escape her current predicament and free herself from Ning Laobozu and her disciples, it is imperative to strengthen her physical form. If she continues to appear as frail as she does now, she may find it impossible to step beyond the threshold of her courtyard. She intended to engage in physical training, yet she understood that today was not the right time for such endeavors. By merely opening the window, she hoped to let the cold wind sweep away her anxieties. Otherwise, facing Ning Qiyan with such a mindset would surely expose her vulnerabilities. The cold wind howled through the cracks. Once her mind was thoroughly calmed, she turned her head to glance at the dimming twilight. Just as she was about to close the window, suddenly, her delicate white hand froze in place. In the rain and mist, the faint sound of a bell chimed. Ning Wuxin instinctively glanced toward the intersection of the bluestone alley and the winding lane. Beneath the dusky sky, the town emitted a soft golden glow, as a diminutive figure clad in an oversized raincoat emerged from the winding lane, carrying a wooden bucket into the bluestone alley. The tinkling of the bell faded into the sound of the rain. With a creak, a door in the bluestone alley opened slightly. A child, around 7 or 8 years old, cautiously peeked out from within. The child surveyed the muddy prints washed away by the rain on the bluestone path, confirmed the direction of the bell, and disregarding the wind and rain, hurriedly dashed toward the depths of the bluestone alley, clutching a large oil umbrella that was almost as tall as he was. A quarter of an hour later, the bell rang again, but this time its tone was heavier and more muted. The sound was a series of dull clangs, alternating between high and low pitches, as though muffled within a palm. A large figure and a small one emerged from the bluestone alley. The smaller one struggled to lift the half-tall, broken wooden bucket with their elbow, taking labored steps. The larger one was drenched in the rain, yet carefully sheltered the smaller one with the oil umbrella. As they passed the intersection, the older child cast a wary glance toward Ning Wuxin's window. With the heavy bell sound fading into the winding lane, Ning Wuxin secured the window shut. The medicinal scent within the room had significantly diminished. Ning Wuxin reclined back onto the old wooden bed, her gaze clouded with introspection. Is the small one indeed Fu Mingjing from my childhood? And the older one, is he Yuan Yinluo's younger brother, Yuan Cheng? Ning Wuxin later learned that both Fu Mingjing and Yuan Yinluo were prodigies hailing from this small town. Yuan Cheng, however, had perished in the town, becoming a casualty in the next conflict that would engulf it. As for this small town, it was far from ordinary. It was a prison of sorts, concealing a grand formation that prohibited the use of spiritual methods. This meant that even someone as powerful as Ning Qiyan would be no different from an ordinary person in this place. This was the true reason Ning Wuxin dared to confront a being of such formidable strength. Time flew by like a galloping steed, untraceable and fleeting. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. As in her previous life, to cure her ailment, Ning Qiyan, after conferring with her disciple Lu Qingshan, commanded him to leave the town in search of a renowned physician. This decision stirred a small ripple within the town. With Lu Qingshan embarking on a journey and Ning Qian's advanced age rendering her unable to provide care, the only apothecary in the town announced a temporary closure. Following Lu Qingshan's departure, he was replaced by a 13 or 14-year-old female apprentice, a Ling, who accompanied Ning Wuxin. As Lu Qingshan remarked, although a Ling's appearance was unremarkable, her aptitude was decent and she was compliant, thus she was taken under his wing. The companionship was a facade, while true intentions lay in surveillance. Before departing, Lu Qingshan deliberately introduced a Ling to Ning Wuxin, stating that during Uncle Qingshan's absence, she could employ a Ling as a means of practice. He even jested, suggesting that a Ling could share a room with her, adding another bed to the dwelling. As a Ling was now a young lady and would benefit from having someone to whisper secrets to, his gaze was filled with encouragement. In her previous life, Ning Wuxin, naive and innocent, took these words to heart, though she had no secrets to share, rendering it inconsequential. Ning Wuxin found an excuse to politely decline. How could she dare to place an enemy's eyes at her back? Indeed, in her past life, anyone bold enough to strike at her from behind met a grim fate. As for a Ling's origins, in her previous life, Ning Wuxin discovered that a Ling was indeed Lu Qingshan's daughter. However, a Ling likely remained unaware of this fact, though the revelation was not far off. This girl was anything but docile. Ning Wuxin's eyes flickered, recalling how a Ling had often tried to trip her up in her past life. While a Ling was described as ugly, this was far from accurate. Aside from a sizable dark red birthmark on her face, a Ling possessed quite delicate features, with brows like ink and eyes like phoenixes. Yet, most people tended to notice only her birthmark. Ning Wuxin cast a glance at a Ling, her expression indifferent, before closing the door and gazing through the window at Lu Qingshan as he departed. Memories flooded her mind with uncanny precision. Lu Qingshan's absence extended to a month, and true to expectations, he returned with a renowned physician from Ning Qian's sect. After an examination, the physician, citing the town's backwardness, deemed it impossible to provide a complete cure and suggested taking her back to the sect. Ning Qian, prioritizing the urgency of the illness, proposed that she be taken back first, while he remained to attend to the town's affairs, planning to reunite with her once matters were settled. Although Ning Qian initially intended for Lu Qingshan to accompany her, it was Ning Wuxin who insisted on leaving Lu Qingshan behind, not wanting her grandmother to exert herself. What had she said back then? Her grandmother was already advanced in age and could not do without Uncle Qingshan. She had a Ling, and that was sufficient. Her grandmother need not worry, as she could take care of herself. Little did she know, once she left the town, there would be no turning back. Her grandmother encountered bandits along the way, and Lu Qingshan was gravely injured and ultimately succumbed to his wounds. Within half a year, her grandmother followed suit. Ning Wuxin was overwhelmed with grief, fainting repeatedly, and it took months for her to emerge from her sorrow. In the years that followed, the experiences she underwent felt surreal, as though she had become the protagonist of a story. The loss of loved ones, her entry into the Baichao sect, the perilous herbal gathering, her inadvertent entrance into the abode of immortals, and her embarkation on the path of cultivation. By fortunate coincidence, she entered the realm of cultivation and joined a secondary sect. Despite facing ridicule for her age, she astonished everyone during her aptitude assessment. For cultivators, the foundation is paramount. Ninding signifies the peak, while tending signifies the ultimate. Ning Wuxin, however, surpassed Sevending. She soared to become the envy of all as a prodigious talent. Unfortunately, her second sect did not endure for long, as calamity struck after a decade, causing it to splinter and dissolve. Becoming a rogue cultivator, she traversed the southern regions for many years and, during the late stages of foundation establishment, was encouraged by friends to venture into the sacred land of cultivation, Tianxian. By fortunate coincidence, she joined the Yashan Sword sect, where, through her experiences, she formed a deep bond with Yuan Yinluo. Had it not been for Yuan Yinluo's warning, Ning Wuxin might have remained oblivious to the shadows looming over her until her dying breath. This encapsulates her 200 years of experiences. During this half-month, Ning Wuxin did not waste a single moment. She once entered Baichao Min to study medicine and later practiced alchemy, so within a mere fortnight, her frail condition improved by 90%. Although her methods were somewhat harsh on herself, primarily using silver needles to expel blood and detoxify, supplemented by the needles to open her meridians, it was a risk worth taking. Now, her body felt increasingly light, though she worried about being seen through by Ning Qian. Thus, with each recovery, she had to forcefully disrupt her internal condition with needles, disguising her ailments to conceal her true state. From the first needle to now, dozens were inserted simultaneously. Therefore, each half hour of Ning Qian's pulse diagnosis became a torment. Though Ning Wuxin's remained unyielding, her body faltered, her complexion often pale. Yet she managed to pass unnoticed. As Lu Qingshan traveled afar, The dosage of the medicinal concoction Ning Qian prepared for her also increased, both to maintain the pretense and to ensure she had no means to leave the courtyard. Ning Wuxin feigned ignorance, consuming every dose of medicine sent by A Ling. She secretly contemplated, with only a month remaining. There was no need to arouse excessive suspicion at this juncture. Now that her body was nearly recovered, it was imperative to effectively utilize the medicinal effects to gain more initiative in the upcoming confrontations. Ning Wuxin planned to strengthen her body. She did not follow the traditional path of secular martial arts, as such methods were too ostentatious and ill-suited for her current predicament. After 2 days of contemplation, she gradually discerned a more fitting approach to physical training. With 28 days remaining until Lu Qingshan's return, the time was neither too long nor too short. However, to resolve matters concerning Ning Qian, Lu Qingshan, and A Ling, merely strengthening her body was a foolish fantasy. After half a month of concealing her brilliance, she awaited Lu Qingshan's departure. When Ning Qian's watchful eyes were momentarily distracted, it would provide her with a chance to strike back. Even though it might arouse Ning Qian's suspicion, she could not afford to be overly cautious. She had to take risks. The day before her decision to train, Ning Wuxin expressed her desire to go out, pleading, "Grandmother, it's too stuffy inside. Au wishes to stroll in the alley, not going too far, just nearby." Although Ning Laopo was strict with her, she seldom denied Ning Yu's requests. Lu Qingshan had just left, and her desire to go out would undoubtedly raise Ning Qian's vigilance. Yet she reasoned, "After 6 years, I have only a month left. How can anything go wrong now? I have ventured out only once in 6 years. What could I possibly encounter?" Thus, she simply replied, "The sky is darkening, and the temperature is dropping. A change of scenery would do you good. Return early and do not linger." Under Ning Qian's disapproving gaze, Ning Wuxin stepped out of the courtyard. In the transitional month of April, between early and late spring, the rains occasionally fell, and a hint of chill still lingered in the air. Ning Wuxin, as was her custom, wore several layers of clothing, presenting an appearance of fragility. As soon as she exited the courtyard, A Ling followed closely behind. She had anticipated this situation and turned to A Ling with a smile. "Did you bring money?" "With Uncle Qingshan away, it's been quite some time since I had the pastries from shopkeeper Hao." The 13 or 14-year-old girl, despite having Lu Qingshan's guidance, still bore the innocence of youth evident in her expression. A Ling cast a doubtful glance at Ning Wuxin, but was momentarily distracted by her fair and delicate features, especially that smile that made A Ling's ears turn slightly red. Regaining her composure, A Ling reluctantly returned to the courtyard. By the time she emerged with a purse of coins, Ning Wuxin had already walked a considerable distance. A Ling glared at Ning Wuxin, who was now far ahead in the stone alley, her clean and delicate eyes reflecting a deep disdain and hatred, yet her feet did not falter as she hurried to catch up. Ning Wuxin had not ventured far. She paused at the fork where the stone alley led to Juku Alley. A Ling looked on in confusion, watching Ning Wuxin's pale face as she gasped for breath. "I'm so tired. Let me rest for a moment." Behing Ning Wuxin. A Ling's eyes sparkled with mockery. Truly a medicine jar. Ning Wuxin sat on a nearby stone stool, closed her eyes, and breathed gently, until a jingling sound reached her ears. She slowly opened her eyes, curiosity sparkling in them as she focused on the muddy entrance of Juku Alley. Moments later, a child as thin as a bean sprout emerged from Juku Alley. The child wore a patched coarse cloth outfit, with shoes that had holes worn almost flat, caked in yellow mud, carrying a wooden bucket taller than herself. Strangely enough, she had her eyes closed. "What is this?" Ning Wuxin gazed at A Ling with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. A Ling, emboldened by the sight of the blind child, scoffed. "From the Fu family in Juku Alley. Named Fu Li. Her parents died young, and she lives with her uncle and aunt, struggling to survive." Under Ning Wuxin's astonished gaze, A Ling recounted the girl's plight. Rumor had it that after her parents' death, the meager family fortune was completely seized. She was abused by her lazy aunt and her gambling-addicted uncle. At 7 years old, she was a natural blind child, underfed and poorly clothed, yet forced to serve her cruel relatives. A Ling ridiculed. "Her life is worse than that of a dog. Anyone can trample on her." Recently, if it weren't for the young master of the Yuan family, she might have already been chased into the alley and beaten to death. It was indeed a bizarre tale. A Ling exclaimed, I heard that the usually kind-hearted young master of the Yuan family had a falling out with several classmates from the Baotong Alley school. The boy, not knowing what possessed him, rushed into the alley, enduring pain to protect this blind child. It was only thanks to a boy named Mu from Baotong Alley that the situation was quelled. Juku Alley was not devoid of wells. Ailing explained, but this year has seen heavy rains, and a dilapidated mud house by the well has collapsed after being soaked for too long, burying the well beneath it. No one is willing to spend money or effort to repair it. Ning Wuxin, intrigued, asked why no one in Juku Alley repaired it. Ailing scoffed. Juku Alley is filled with impoverished households, as poor as church mice, mostly lazy people. Renovation? That's a pipe dream. It's likely they will wait for the government to intervene or for a wealthy person to invest for the sake of reputation, before anything gets fixed. Thus, the residents of Juku Alley either detoured to Baotong Alley or entered Donglai Street, ultimately ending up in the Stone Alley. The little girl from the Fu family, being blind by birth, could only successfully fetch a bucket of water by walking straight from Juku Alley to the Stone Alley. Though the route was longer, it was straightforward, and at her pace, she could reach within 20 to 30 minutes. Yet her two lazy elders would demand she make the round trip 3 or 4 times a day, perhaps just enough for their family's sustenance. Truly pitiful. Ning Wuxin's words carried a sense of compassion. Behind her, Ailing silently mocked. You speak of pity yet remain unmoved? But then again, you are both equally matched. The frail little girl, resembling a bean sprout, trudged toward the depths of the Stone Alley with her half-height wooden bucket. Moments later, from a nearby house, the creaking of a door signaled the emergence of a robust child. Looking around 7 or 8 years old, he clutched a half-height umbrella. Spotting the person seated on the stone stool, the child suddenly froze. Is that the Ning family's little medicine jar? Has she come to collect debts? The title Little Medicine Jar was a well-known nickname in town, rivaling that of the blind girl from the Fu family in Juku Alley. Ning Wuxin was already aware of this name, and, having lived for centuries, remained indifferent to it. Unmoved by the remark, she continued as Ailing shot her a glance. Yuan Cheng cautiously approached, eyeing her with a hint of wariness. In the presence of the young medicinal jar from the Ning family, do you intentionally obstruct my path? Without uttering a word, both Ning Wuxin and Ailing wore expressions of bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend. Yuan Cheng suddenly recalled that 3 months prior, when he visited the Ning family to apologize, he was ushered out by the esteemed elder of the Ning family. The two had never even met. Instantly, Yuan Cheng's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Frustrated, he stammered a few words before finally stating, Ning family's little medicinal jar. Do you remember the incident over 3 months ago at Anyang Bridge, when someone threw a snowball and frightened you into illness? Upon seeing Ning Wuxin nod, Yuan Cheng took a deep breath and confessed, it was I who threw the snowball, but it was never my intention. I merely wished to greet someone whose face I did not recognize. He then boldly declared his desire to make amends, proclaiming that he would protect Ning Wuxin henceforth. Ning Wuxin, seemingly on the verge of laughter, scrutinized the young lad and remarked, with such a frail frame, how do you intend to protect me? Do you believe I should trust you? After this, she exchanged a knowing smile with Ailing, who also found the situation amusing. Are you implying that I am incapable? The young lad felt his masculine authority challenged. Yet, faced with the fragile little medicinal jar from the Ning family, he found himself at a loss. Unable to assert his strength, Yuan Cheng's gaze shifted toward Ailing, muttering, this ugly girl appears quite robust and resilient, yet she is still a girl. As the son of a scholar, a true gentleman, how could I strike a woman? Ailing's eyes flashed with resentment upon hearing this. Yuan Cheng was still troubled over how to prove his worth. Meanwhile, Ning Wuxin stood up leisurely, dusted herself off, and waved goodbye, leaving behind the words, very well. I shall consider it, her tone tinged with skepticism. The young lad's face flushed with indignation, his features contorted in frustration. What did she mean by I shall consider it? It was clearly a dismissive remark. He opened his mouth to stop Ning Wuxin, but a dull ringing of a bell interrupted his thoughts. The origins of the small town remained elusive to Ning Wuxin. Even the native Yuan Yinlu had only shared superficial details, indicating a lack of clarity. The town, situated amidst the mundane, felt like a secluded paradise, although it appeared ordinary. Those within its confines experienced a profound pressure that even those at the divine transformation stage found daunting, making it evident that the town was anything but commonplace. This was merely the surface. Beneath it, Both individuals were afflicted by a type of poison that even the divine transformation stage could not combat. Yet a sip of delicate wine managed to dispel its effects. Moreover, the town was filled with mysteries. Its enigmatic nature, something Ning Wuxin had only heard of or seen in her lifetime. Upon her return to the small town in this life, she had hoped its secrets would unveil a fragment of the origins of Mo Chan's iceberg. Though her wishes remained unfulfilled, she inadvertently encountered some of the town's strange and cryptic stories. A tavern hidden in a narrow alley, a bookstore that opened only at midnight, and a blacksmith's workshop. Even the indigenous residents who held the truth could possess treasures that would astonish the outside world. The only condition was that one must be able to afford the price and understand the consequences of such treasures. Returning to the town as one of its inhabitants, Ning Wuxin naturally seized the opportunity to investigate further. The town was divided by the Anyang River. It was often said that the northeast of the river was affluent, while the southeast was wealthy, with the entrance belonging to the eastern side. Affluence referred to Changsheng Alley in the northeastern part of the river, which housed the county office, academies, and the most prosperous families, 3 of which were prominent here. This was in stark contrast to the residents of the Yuan family in Qingshi Alley. Each household in Chongqing Alley could trace their lineage back to officials, and many descendants continued to pursue education and government positions. Wealth, on the other hand, referred to the area where riches congregated, namely Baotong Alley to the south of Donglai Street. Most shops on Donglai Street were privately owned by affluent families from Baotong Alley, controlling 70% of the town's wealth. The most prosperous family in the town today, the Mao family, had its ancestral home established in Baotong Alley. This Mao family was the same one that had come to Yuancheng and Fuli's aid. The center of the river's eastern side was Donglai Street, while Qingshi Alley lay to the west of the Anyang River, home to the average families of the town. The term average indicated that they were neither wealthy nor destitute. Juku Alley was divided by the Anyang River into the eastern and western sections. The northern part of the western section was separated from Qingshi Alley by a wide street, while the northern part of the eastern section was mostly cut off by wealthy households at the southern end of Baotong Alley, leaving only a narrow, 3-foot-wide alley connecting the two. Those traversing this cramped alley were primarily residents of Juku Alley. Regardless of whether one was from the eastern or western Juku, the circumstances remained similar. Poverty prevailed. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. And from these 4 alleys and 1 street, one could glean a glimpse of the town situation. Following the path of the most pristine stone and walking for a quarter of an hour through the 2 Juku alleys, crossing Anyang Bridge would lead to Donglai Street. At the 4th watch of the day, the streets began to empty. In line with this narrative, Ning Wuxin purchased her once-favored sweet treat, though it now seemed rather bland. She was no longer the Ningyu who adored sweet delicacies. Ling, growing increasingly impatient, suggested returning home, but Ning Wuxin chose to disregard her, delighting in her stroll. Before the market closed, she dragged Ling around Donglai Street for several rounds. At the 6th watch, after Ling's 3rd prompt, Ning Wuxin finally nodded and made her way home. Upon reaching her doorstep, the sky had darkened, and the sounds of barking dogs, crowing roosters, and the faint chirping of insects and birds in early spring filled Qingshi Alley. As the courtyard door swung open, Ning Wuxin was met with the extremely serious expression of Ning Qiyin, reminiscent of that evening 3 months prior. Ning Qiyin refrained from scolding her, but cast a penetrating glance at Ling. Like a mouse before a cat, Ling lowered her head, hesitant to speak. Yet she still managed to chide. "You have been like a wild horse on the loose since stepping outside, lingering for so long in the cold wind. Are you feeling unwell?" Ning Qiyin immediately took her pulse, confirming there was nothing amiss before nodding and stating sternly, "The weather is still cool. Once it warms up, you may venture out more often. If your condition worsens, do you not realize that all the efforts of Uncle Qingshan and grandmother over the years would be in vain?" Ning Wuxin felt a wave of shame wash over her as she responded meekly, "Grandmother need not worry. I will be more cautious in the future, so as not to trouble you. That is for the best." Following this were the usual meals, medicinal baths, herbal soups, and calming incense. After closing the door and turning around, Ning Wuxin's gentle gaze suddenly grew serene. She loosened her clothing and proceeded to extract the silver needles embedded all over her body one by one. Her frail form, akin to a drooping willow, gradually straightened. Her expression turned indifferent and shadowy. In her ears, she could still hear Ling's voice, detailing every person and incident she encountered that day to Ning Qian. Unable to suppress a smile, she thought, "Are you truly so afraid of my contact with those from Changsheng Alley and Baodong Alley?" Over the past half-month, Ning Wuxin had only experienced 2 hours of wakefulness each day. Anticipating her body conditioning tomorrow, she retrieved a small knife from her makeup box, carefully removing some unburned herbal fragrance from the incense burner and placing it on a piece of prepared white paper, wrapping it up and storing it away. She then took the silver needles once more to unblock the herbal concoction she had just consumed. The following day at noon, Ning Wuxin slowly opened her eyes. A beam of midday sunlight filtered through the slightly dim room, and she quietly rose, reaching out to grasp it. Naturally, she failed to catch it, yet a mysterious smile graced her face. How wonderful it is to see the midday sun. Ning Wuxin's so-called body refinement does not involve grand gestures. Rather, it is a process of channeling the medicinal effects through acupuncture, thoroughly integrating the accumulated medicinal power into her limbs and bones, thereby nourishing her flesh and blood, with the aim of achieving the desired body refinement. This approach is undoubtedly among the most agonizing, yet the results are far swifter than conventional methods. Most importantly, it does not attract Ning Qian's attention. The process of acupuncture and the merging of medicinal power is excruciating. However, it pales in comparison to the pain of shattered golden Dan or the tribulations encountered over 2 centuries in the path of demonic cultivation. Ning Wuxin first ensured she was not being eavesdropped upon before formally commencing her body refinement with the silver needles. An hour later, as the silver needles were removed one by one, the stagnant medicinal force within her meridians and acupoints began to surge. Once all the needles were extracted, waves of scorching energy flowed through her limbs and bones, as if following a specific pattern, traversing the meridians and acupoints, gradually nourishing her bones and flesh. After another half hour, as this heat subsided, she exhaled a breath of turbid air. After gently wiping away the sweat and the slight traces of blood seeping from her pores, she fell into a deep slumber once more. At the hour of you, a knock resounded at the door. That day, she ceased her stubbornness and, employing gentle words and a roundabout approach, pleaded with Ning Qian. Ning Qian gazed deeply at her and agreed to allow her half an hour each day to venture outside for fresh air. As anticipated, communication flowed smoothly, leaving Ling astonished. Could it be that Ning Laopo was willing to let her out for the cold wind? Ning Wuxin's sickly visage bore an expression of triumphant indulgence as she smiled at Ling, saying, "Come, bring some silver. We are heading to Donglai Street." Ling blinked, sensing that Ning Yu was acting a bit strangely. It diverged from the impression left by Lu Qingshan in her memories, yet she could not articulate how it was different. Conflicted within, she found herself being led along, much to her discontent. By chance, just as they stepped outside, the two encountered Fu Li from Juku Alley once more. She appeared in the same disheveled state, the only difference being a pair of tattered gloves on her bony, yellowing hands, faint scars visible beneath. Ning Wuxin continued to sit on the stone stool, basking in the last rays of the setting spring sun, appearing utterly indifferent. Moments later, Yuan Jiren's son, a simple-minded lad, emerged again. "Little medicinal jar?" Yuan Cheng paused, his face serious as he inquired, "Have you given it proper thought?" Ning Wuxin smiled without responding. The child was not disappointed. He had already guessed that when Ning Wuxin said she would consider it, she was merely toying with him. To use the words of that rascal, Mu Changsheng, when women speak, don't take it to heart. They seem sincere, but in reality, they are just brewing a grand deception. Thus began the unraveling of the situation. Yuan Cheng glared at her before dashing deeper into the Qingstone Alley. In the blink of an eye, the heavy ringing of a bell echoed once more, reverberating through a corner of the alley. Ning Wuxin closed her eyes to rest. Ling, bored, glanced around, and in her peripheral vision, she saw the young master of Yuan Jiren's family stealthily escorting the child from Fu's family back. She felt a strange emotion arise. Watching the two children, one large and one small, disappear into the narrow alleyway. Ning Wuxin rose, just as Ling thought she was heading to Donglai Street. She turned instead, following closely behind Yuan Cheng into the muddy, narrow alley. Yuan Cheng sensed the figure behind him, his small face displaying surprise. Unsure of what scheme this little medicinal jar was concocting. To avoid detection by the little blind child, he cautiously placed a short, pudgy finger to his lips and shushed Ning Wuxin, signaling her to remain silent. His eyes brightened with understanding as he nodded approvingly. Ling, however, was filled with doubt and confusion. Gazing at the constricted alley, a flicker of hesitation and panic crossed her eyes. Wanting an explanation from Lu Qingshan, she gritted her teeth and followed into the muddy alley. Ling had seen Fu Li fetching water before, yet it still moved her. She could hardly believe that the frail little blind child could carry a bucket of water heavier than herself from deep within Qingstone Alley to the southernmost part of Juku Alley. Day after day, a memory suddenly surged forth in her mind. On a certain morning before the young master of Yuan Jiren's family had appeared, Ling, driven by a strange impulse, had tripped Fu Li in the muddy alley. Upon seeing her sprawled in the mud, the bucket of water spilled entirely. Ling felt an inexplicable satisfaction. So, this is what it feels like to bully someone. She had even taunted, "Little blind girl, you might as well die. Otherwise, when will this kind of life ever end?" She had expected the frail child to wail inconsolably, which would have delighted her even more. To her surprise, the muddy Fu Li had gritted her teeth and climbed up from the muck. Ignoring Ling, she had hoisted the bucket, feeling along the wall, limping back toward Qingstone Alley. Ling's expression darkened, and just as she intended to trip Fu Li once more, her actions halted. In the dim alley, a beam of morning light pierced through, illuminating Fu Li's disheveled figure. Beneath the tattered sleeves, concealed were numerous twisted scars and bruises, reflecting the darkest facets of Ling's own heart. Startled, she could hardly believe her past actions, yet simultaneously, she felt a surge of resentment. If it weren't for her existence, would I have ever harbored such despicable thoughts? From that moment on, Ling ceased to trouble Fu Li. It was not a matter of moral awakening. Rather, she realized that quarreling with her would only tarnish her own soul. Or perhaps, she saw her own inner darkness reflected in Fu Li. Ling lingered at the back of the group, watching Fu Li's frail silhouette, her fists clenched tightly. A heavy feeling welled up within her. It turns out that the little blind girl, living in a state worse than that of a dog, possesses a strength far greater than anyone else's. Realizing this, Ling's face turned pale. She murmured to herself, "If a little blind girl from the Fu family lives worse than a dog, then what am I?" She touched the scar on her face, her expression drifting as painful childhood memories pierced her mind. Ling Ajiu, born of a mother who did not raise her, ugly, abandoned by her biological mother, who was a promiscuous woman, conceived in secret, born as a bastard, with no known father or lineage, starving and stealing dog food, devoid of shame. Ling's vision darkened, and she suddenly felt as though the sky were collapsing. No, she is not me, and I am not her. Ling's heart ached as she desperately tried to escape from such a wretched past. She was no longer that ugly girl from back then. Upon arriving at the Fu residence, Ling steadied herself. The fierce expression on her face and her predatory gaze gradually concealed themselves. Believing she had hidden her emotions well, she remained unaware that she had already fallen into the eyes of those who were perceptive. A quarter of an hour later, the group finally reached the southernmost end of Juku Alley, the old Fu residence. It was 2 or 3 times larger than the Ning family's courtyard, yet it was dilapidated, with crumbled walls and tiles, resembling a ramshackle shed that could collapse at any moment. A withered, yellowing old tree stood in the center of the courtyard. In the narrow alley, Yuan Cheng halted, refusing to proceed further, and Ning Wuxin also came to a standstill. She gazed at the little figure struggling to lift half a bucket of water, swaying like a candle flickering in the wind, her eyes filled with an inexplicable emotion. Once Fu Li entered the Fu residence, Ning Wuxin turned and walked back toward Qingstone Alley. Yuan Cheng, just then realizing, hurriedly caught up to her side. Pouting as he asked, "Little medicinal jar, why did you follow us?" Ning Wuxin did not look at him but smiled, saying, "Because I wish to. Are you aware that just moments ago, we nearly caught the attention of the little blind child? So, are you secretly safeguarding her?" Ning Wuxin abruptly halted, lowering her gaze to the small figure, inquiring, "Why protect her? And why in secret?" Yuan Cheng frowned, contemplating, and ultimately confessed without deceit. "Because my father and the little blind child's father were once very close classmates. I cannot bear to witness the daughter of my father's dear friend being bullied." Now I understand. As they spoke, the group entered Qingshi Alley. Ning Wuxin continued her path towards Donglai Street, while Yuan Cheng, adhering to his mother's instructions, turned to head home. Upon reaching his doorstep, Yuan Cheng hesitated for a moment and then called out loudly to the already distant Ning Wuxin, "Little medicine jar, will you come again tomorrow to escort the little blind child?" His face radiated with hope. From afar, the figure wrapped in the hues of dusk raised a hand and replied, "I shall consider it." Yuan Cheng's round face fell. Feeling this answer was more disheartening than receiving a beating from his mother with a willow branch. Just then, the figure almost enveloped by the twilight chuckled. "The entire town knows that my health is not very good." Ling turned around, observing the spirited little boy's delight after hearing Ning Wuxin's words. He laughed joyfully, akin to a hefty individual weighing 200 pounds. Ling suddenly found herself perplexed by Ning Wuxin, unable to comprehend why this medicine jar was behaving so today. Ning Wuxin's handsome visage and peach blossom-like eyes appeared strangely enigmatic in her view, as if there were matters beyond her understanding shifting in unpredictable ways. How could this be? Ling was startled by this sudden and unbelievable thought. She quickly glanced back at Ning Wuxin, only to find no trace of such transformation. In Ning Wuxin's eyes, there remained only a yearning for sweets. TCH. Ling silently mocked her own suspicion. It is merely a medicine jar that has been confined for 5 to 6 years, rarely stepping outside the Ning residence. What wisdom could it possibly possess? What transformation could it undergo? Yet, why did my master and the old lady Ning insist that I closely follow Ning Yu and report on every matter? Having experienced much at such a young age, Ling, though only 13 or 14, already possessed considerable cunning and wisdom. She sensed an unusual aura. Alas, no matter how much she speculated, it was impossible to fathom the schemes of these old foxes. When the appointed hour with Ning Qian arrived, Ning Wuxin leisurely stepped through the courtyard gate. After exchanging formal greetings with Ning Qian, she returned to her room filled with the scent of medicine, clutching her sweet treats. After half a month of treatment, the accumulated toxins were completely purged. Upon entering the body refinement stage, Ning Wuxin no longer needed to expel blood clots. The medicinal soup she consumed daily became a nurturing aid for her bones and flesh. As the hour of high arrived, she lit the incense. And after Ning Wuxin finished her tranquilizing medicinal soup, Ling felt reassured and departed, silently locking the door. Ning Wuxin once again reduced the quantity of medicinal fragrance she inhaled. Surrounded by the herbal aroma, she drowsily reclined on her bed, memories flitting through her mind. If one were to consider who, aside from Yuan Yinluo, left a profound impression on her in the town, there remained one other individual, Fu Mingjing. If Ning Wuxin could be deemed a prodigy, securing a place among the top 3 true disciples of the Huangquan demon sect, then Fu Mingjing was undeniably a peerless genius. Fu Li, known as Mingjing, possessed an extraordinary constitution, being a rare, a once-in-a-millennium talent. She had served as the representative of the Zhu Mountain sect, the foremost sect of the great Li immortal dynasty, traversing the lands. When Ning Wuxin fell into the demonic path, Fu Mingjing received the true transmission of the painting. Regarding the true transmission of the painting, let us set that aside for now. What does it mean to traverse the world? In simple terms, it is the spokesperson of the sect. Her status was equivalent to, if not surpassing, that of the disciples and sons of the various sections. In the entire great Li immortal dynasty, there were only 2 such individuals, and Fu Mingjing was the only one in tens of thousands of years to hold this position as a female cultivator. The Confucian school has historically favored males over females, so one can imagine the effort she invested to reach this pinnacle. Alas, Fu Mingjing's honor could not endure. Upon reaching the peak, her lineage and hidden misdeeds were exposed. Fu Mingjing was accused by her younger brother and biological mother of having personally slaughtered her uncle's entire family at the tender age of 7, in the heartland of demonic cultivation. The Western Desert Sea, this was not considered a significant event. Demonic cultivators do not cultivate cause and effect, nor do they train in the 7 emotions. They only inquire about their own hearts and seek self-interest. If there is hatred or deviation from one's true heart, it can all be severed. However, within the great Li immortal dynasty, in the sacred grounds of the Confucian school, Zhu Mountain sect, which is founded on the principles of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and filial piety, Fu Mingjing's crime was unforgivable. Once this news broke, It sent shockwaves through the community, and numerous Confucian disciples were in uproar. The heights Fu Mingjing had ascended to were matched only by the depths of her fall. Those Confucian prodigies whom she had once overshadowed now vehemently denounced her treachery, declaring her unworthy to be a leader in this generation. And there were even disciples who stormed Zhu Mountain sect, seeking to eliminate her post-haste. Yet not long after, news spread that Fu Mingjing had defected from Zhu Mountain sect, descending into the demonic path, and had become a holy maiden of the primordial demon sect. An uproar in Tianxian. Before her demise, Ning Wuxin had merely reached the late stage of the transformation. Rumor has it that Fu Mingjing has already achieved the pinnacle of the spirit platform realm, stepping into the cave heaven realm. A 500-year-old cave heaven master could only be described as a prodigy. In comparison, the subsequent cultivators who sought to condemn Ning Wuxin only stirred a small ripple in Tianxian. In a previous life, while passing through Juku Alley near the Fu family, Yuan Yinluo remarked that many prodigies had emerged from this town, and Fu Mingjing was one of the Fu family's descendants. Only then did Ning Wuxin realize that Fu Mingjing also hailed from this town. Her visit to Juku Alley today was to ascertain whether Fu Li from the Fu family and Fu Mingjing from the same family were indeed from the same ancestral home. Was this child from the Fu family like Fu Mingjing? I consider myself fortunate. Ning Wuxin had learned some secrets of the town from Yuan Yinluo, and during her childhood at the Ning residence, she had also heard whispers of certain matters. Upon returning to the town and staying there for a while, she unexpectedly uncovered some old tales. If all goes smoothly, Fu Li shall be the key to unlocking my first move. I can only hope you do not disappoint me. Ning Wuxin turned to gaze at the moonlight filtering through the window, smiling dreamily, yet her gradually weary eyes were shrouded in a layer of ominous intrigue. Did Fu Mingjing slay her uncle's family this year? It is now April, with merely 3 months remaining until the town's gate opens wide. I wonder how long she plans to hesitate. After all, once the weather warms, the stench of decaying corpses cannot be concealed. She then mused, some individuals are born under the favor of heaven. No matter the trials they face, they merely pave their own paths, while others struggle their entire lives, serving only as inconsequential stepping stones on another's journey. And then there are those who linger between both extremes, with heaven granting them a fleeting chance to struggle. If they can seize it firmly, they may aspire to become the former. Yet, if they lack the resolve to grasp this opportunity, they will merely become a pile of yellow earth, a handful of ashes on the path of others. Fu Mingjing belongs to the first category, Li Changfeng to the second, and Ning Wuxin and Yuan Yinluo in their past lives to the third. Except for Fu Mingjing, all of them have failed, nearly becoming stepping stones for the schemers. The persistent scent of calming incense permeated the air, and the tranquilizing effect of the medicinal concoction took hold, lulling her into a deep slumber. Outside, Ailing pressed her ear against the door for half a day, yet she discerned not a whisper from within, which left her somewhat vexed. After a considerable time, realizing that she could glean nothing, Ailing let out a cold huff, then gazed into the pitch-black night for a while before making her way toward the loft. At the hour of Chun, Ning Wuxin stirred from her slumber. The calming incense had not entirely dissipated and continued to affect her body, leaving her in a state of drowsiness as she awaited the gradual waning of the drug's effects. By midday, she mustered the energy to sit up. After a night of deep sleep, she now felt ravenous. Retrieving the sweet pastry she had bought the previous day, she forced herself to savor each bite, enduring the cloying sweetness until her hunger was finally quelled. Having satisfied her basic needs, Ning Wuxin reached for the wooden box containing her silver needles and commenced a new day of acupuncture and physical conditioning. At noon, the sound of delicate footsteps approached. It was Ailing. The young girl's pace was distinct from that of an elderly woman, and she could easily tell the difference. After several days of following, Ailing seemed to harbor suspicions, lingering for about a quarter of an hour before departing. Once Ailing left, Ning Wuxin continued her training until just before the hour of you, when she finally paused. As the hour of you approached, a knock resounded at the door. On this day, Ning Wuxin did not rush to leave. First, she visited the outhouse, then proceeded to the main room for a cup of hot tea, exchanging pleasantries with Ning Laopa before gauging the time and stepping out of the Ning residence with a gentle gait. Ailing exchanged a quick glance with Ning Laopa and promptly followed. Ning Wuxin raised her gaze to the sky. Dense clouds began to gather, signaling an impending downpour. She smiled faintly, thinking, today is likely to be a fine day. The sound of bells had long since traversed the Qingstone alley. The Yuan family had left their wooden door half ajar, indicating that the young master had already ventured deep into the alley. Ning Wuxin settled herself upon a stone stool, closing her eyes in silence. Ailing leaned against the wall of the alley, stealing glances at Ning Wuxin, her expression inscrutable. Beneath Ailing's rough exterior lay a keen intellect. Over the past few days, she had discerned that her master, Lu Qingshan, and Ning Laopa had allowed her to reside in the Ning household not merely to care for Ning Wuxin, but rather to keep a watchful eye on her. Moreover, Ailing soon suspected that the situation was far more complex than mere surveillance. Particularly troubling was her realization that the medicinal concoctions she prepared for Ning Yu were predominantly composed of traditional Chinese medicines aimed at nourishing the essence and strengthening the body, which were not intended to treat the so-called frailty. On the contrary, excessive consumption of these remedies could indeed exacerbate weakness, regardless of how many times she altered the formula. Certain ingredients remained unchanged, always calming and sedative herbs. Not only that, the incense burned in Ning Yu's room was also a type of calming incense. Ailing was taken aback. She recalled the tales she had perused while idling at the pharmacy, catching a whiff of conspiracy. Ailing began to suspect one particular matter. The rumored golden figurine, cherished by Ning Laopa as if it were fragile, might not be as it seemed. Initially, Ailing felt a twinge of fear, but was propelled by curiosity, leading her to press onward, exhilarated by the thrill of discovery. Her innate perceptiveness and heavy heart soon led to a hypothesis. Ning Laopa and her family had arrived in the small town 6 or 7 years prior, and no one truly knew whether they were indeed a grandmother and granddaughter. Ning Wuxin likely harbored an extraordinary secret. Thus, she remained steadfastly close, intent on uncovering Ning Wuxin's vulnerabilities and unearthing the secret, uncertain of how such thoughts had taken root in her mind. Her intuition insisted that this course of action was undoubtedly correct. Ning Laopa and Lu Qingshan needed this secret, and she too desired it. Excitement bubbling within her. If I can unearth this secret, perhaps it could change my life. She recalled her master Lu Qingshan's admonition before his departure. Do not speak of what should not be said. Do not engage in what should not be done. Heed your ancestors' wisdom. Speak less and act more. At that time, she had not fully grasped its meaning, but now she began to discern its true significance. She had not forgotten the profound gaze her master had cast upon her before leaving. Initially, she had believed it to be a warning from Lu Qingshan, yet upon reflection, she realized that the warning held a deeper meaning, entirely different from her initial interpretation. Did my master possess some secret he wished to convey to me? Was it a matter I was to keep concealed, everything I had observed? Realizing this, Ailing found herself incredulous. Yet the truth lay before her. The young girl was exhilarated by her conjecture. Thus, her furtive glances at Ning Wuxin were tinged with a mischievous delight, brimming with significance. A short while later, the heavy sound of bells echoed, accompanied by the laborious approach of footsteps. Upon encountering Ning Wuxin, Yuan Cheng's chubby face blossomed into a radiant smile. Being cautious of the blind child from the Fu family, Yuan Cheng merely gestured discreetly toward her without uttering a word. Then, as if struck by a thought, he lifted the oil umbrella in his hand and waved it at her. Ning Wuxin nodded, maintaining her composure, while Ailing remained oblivious to this exchange. It was not until they reached the middle of the narrow alley that she pointed toward the oil umbrella and then indicated the stormy sky. Reluctant, Ailing gritted her teeth and turned back toward the Ning residence. When she returned, the rain indeed began to pour, the deluge obscuring the heavens. By the time she reached the Fu family, Yuan Cheng was sheltered beneath a dilapidated eave, seeking refuge from the rain. His oil umbrella had vanished, and Ning Wuxin was nowhere to be found. Ailing's heart leapt into her throat, stifling her anger as she inquired of Yuan Cheng about Ning Wuxin's whereabouts. Yuan Cheng candidly replied. The little medicine jar expressed a desire to wander about, saying she would return shortly. Ailing was not convinced. She surveyed her surroundings, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately gritted her teeth, deciding to search for Ning Wuxin. The Nine Curves Alley, as its name suggests, was a labyrinth of twists and turns, occupying an area 4 or 5 times larger than Qingstone Alley and home to over 200 households. Of course, Most of them were impoverished, much like the Fu family. The narrow alley from Chinstone Alley to the Fu family in Nine Curves Alley was typically devoid of foot traffic. Ailing, hailing from Nine Curves Alley, was acutely aware of this, thinking she would not encounter any familiar faces from the past. Unable to counter Ning Wuxin's decision, she gritted her teeth and followed. Now that Ning Wuxin was missing, Ailing could not help but harbor resentment. That little medicine jar must have done this on purpose. Yet, there was nothing she could do. She had consumed Ning family's food and used their money. No matter how unwilling she was, she had to steel herself and enter another broad alley to search for the little medicine jar. The mere thought of Ning Laupa sent chills down Ailing's spine, especially now that it was raining. Ailing's grip on the umbrella handle turned increasingly pale as her feet sank into the muddy path soaked by rainwater. Her fiercely proud sense of self-worth seemingly sinking deeper into an abyss. A quarter of an hour later, she had yet to locate Ning Wuxin, but the rain had ceased. Ailing dared not retract the oil umbrella, gritting her teeth as she was compelled to step into the familiar alleyway. In a daze, she thought she heard someone calling her name. Recognizing the voice, her pupils dilated, and her expression stiffened slightly. Fortunately, the newcomer was uncertain of her identity. She was dressed too finely, appearing like a young lady from a wealthy family. Upon encountering the muddy-footed locals of Juku Alley, their voices involuntarily softened, and they perceived themselves as inferior, fearful of making a mistake and offending the gentry, thus hesitant to approach. Realizing this, Ailing relaxed her grip on the umbrella's handle, inhaled deeply, and chose not to respond, continuing her solitary walk. Beneath the oil-paper umbrella, Ailing caught glimpses of a figure turning back repeatedly before ultimately departing. Not long after the rain had ceased, Juku Alley sprang back to life, with adults hurrying towards Donglai Street and the children gathering to play in the water, climbing trees, and singing whimsical nursery rhymes. In an instant, Ailing felt transported back to her childhood, the crude nursery rhymes echoing in her ears once more. Ailing, born of a mother who bore but did not raise, ugly in appearance, her mother fled, a woman of ill repute. Conceived in secret, Ailing was born a wretched child, with an unclear father and unknown ancestry, left to scavenge for scraps, devoid of shame. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, as if she were once again mired in the quagmire of Juku Alley, unable to rise. Ailing, a youthful voice, tinged with surprise, interrupted her reverie. Startled, Ailing turned to see a tall youth rushing towards her. Upon recognizing him, her eyes widened in shock, as if she had encountered a ghost, nearly toppling her umbrella. Her mind blanked in an instant, her body stiffened. When she regained her senses, fear and astonishment flooded her heart. From her peripheral vision, the youth appeared to be charging toward her like a malevolent spirit. In a moment of panic, Ailing instinctively sought to evade him. Although she avoided the tall youth, her steps faltered in her fright, and with a splash, she fell into a puddle, muddy rainwater splattering her entirely. Oblivious to her predicament, she let out a cry and fled in a panic. The tall youth, taken aback by her fright, stood momentarily stunned. When he came to his senses, Ailing had already run far away. Watching her retreat, a flicker of compassion crossed the youth's eyes, battling with his inner conflict, but ultimately fading away. In a voice just audible enough for Ailing to hear, he said, "I heard from Air Guzzi that they saw you in the West Alley. I didn't expect it to be true. I want to tell you that my brother's body has been found. He wasn't abducted. 2 years ago, I heard you were an apprentice at the Ning family's medicine shop on Donglai Street. I visited but couldn't bring myself to see you. I also want to confess that I have feelings for you. I have never cared about the birthmark on your face." His words gradually penetrated Ailing's ears. In the distance, her stumbling figure hesitated, yet she ultimately ran into another alley, disappearing from sight. Despite professing his feelings for Ailing, the youth remained rooted in place, unable to take another step. In a blind spot, a delicate boy with a paper umbrella briefly appeared at the intersection of the two alleys, smiling as he addressed the tall youth. "Well done. In a past life, Ning Wuxin had shared every meal and moment with Ailing until she joined the Baichao sect. Ailing knew everything about her, just as Ning Wuxin was aware of Ailing's untold secrets. In her previous life, she had been naive, not devoid of cunning. The tall youth, surnamed Huang, had a twin brother who perished at Ailing's hands. Ning Wuxin smiled, "So, do not indulge in ramblings in your sleep. If you do, you must correct it. Upon returning to the Ning residence, Ning Wuxin was met with the ire of Ning Qiyan. In her memory, Ning Qiyan, although often stern, had never truly displayed anger. Yet now, she seemed somewhat flustered. Questioning where Ning Wuxin had been, pointing to the mud on her shoes, Ning Wuxin answered truthfully. Ning Qiyan scrutinized her closely, a fleeting shadow of displeasure crossing her face. In an instant, it transformed into overt affection as she sighed. The weather has been poor lately. Do not wander aimlessly. If your illness recurs, grandmother is too old to manage. Ning Wuxin embraced Ning Qiyan, employing soft words, and thus their familial tussle came to a close. She feigned adoration while remaining as calm as a still lake, fully aware that as long as she did not venture into Changsheng or Baotong, Ning Qiyan would turn a blind eye to her precious granddaughter. Changsheng and Baotong lay to the northeast and southeast of the town, respectively. A half-hour journey was hardly enough for her to fetch a jar of medicine back and forth. This was Ning Qian's limit of indulgence. After managing Ning Laopa, Ning Wuxin's gaze shifted to Ailing. She had changed out of her muddy clothes and was now in the kitchen boiling water, her expression dazed, clearly burdened with thoughts. Ning Wuxin refrained from questioning her and returned to her chamber. When Ailing, still in a daze, finally prepared the medicinal bath for Ning Wuxin and managed to hold on until dinner, she ultimately fainted. Ning Wuxin felt Ailing's forehead, hot as a freshly boiled egg, and gasped, concerned, "Grandmother, something is amiss. Ailing has a fever." Yet, a smile began to surface within her heart. After all this commotion, this little girl deserves a few days of rest. Before sleep, the person delivering soup and medicine was replaced by Ning Qiyan. Ning Wuxin remained unperturbed, maintaining her usual demeanor. However, the events of the day had altered Ning Qian's gaze toward her, which was no longer as innocent. Ning Wuxin felt a chill within. Stirring the grass has startled the serpent. The next day, Ailing's fever had not abated, and Ning Qiyan was grinding herbs in the main hall. The two exchanged glances, unable to discern each other's true thoughts. "Will you be going out today?" she inquired. Ning Wuxin nodded. "Ailing is unwell, and I wish to buy her favorite snacks, while also bringing back some for grandmother." Ning Qiyan did not deter her, saying, "The earlier you go, the earlier you return." Upon exiting the small courtyard, the sound of tinkling bells rang out just as Ning Wuxin observed a child who, unsure whether it was the sound of footsteps or her gaze, turned their head in her direction. Ning Wuxin did not pause, proceeding directly to Donglai Street. She first visited the pastry shop to purchase the desserts for the next day, ensuring she arrived before closing. Afterward, she meandered into the Donglai Street Market, quickly disappearing from sight. When she re-emerged, she carried a bundle in her arms, her pace leisurely as she walked across Anyang Bridge. She did not return immediately to the Ning residence, but instead strolled along the broad alley towards the southernmost end of West Juku. Ning Wuxin's presence caught the attention of many in Juku Alley, yet no one approached her. In fact, they seemed to deliberately avoid her. Like attracts and people tend to cluster together, as if it were an ingrained rule in Chongqing town. Chongsheng Alley boasted the highest status, followed by Baodong Alley, then Qingshi Alley, and lastly, Juku Alley. Ning Wuxin's arrival felt akin to a cat that had strayed into a muddy alley, while they were mere field mice, naturally disparate. Stepping into the narrowest alley of Juku, her ears perked up as she spotted Yuan Cheng returning from Qingshi Alley. Ning Wuxin's gaze followed along the Fu residence to the old tree that was slowly withering. Strolling closer, she knocked on the decayed wooden door, the sound heavy yet hollow. 8. Its heart could be punished. Ning Wuxin finally encountered the young Fu Mingjing from her childhood at the Fu residence. As for the conversation between the two of them, aside from the three individuals involved, it is likely that no one else is privy to it. Why mention three people? This inevitably brings us to the enigmatic little town. The town's laws are confining, akin to a prison, and a prison, of course, requires its wardens, whom outsiders refer to as the town's masters. Would these masters pay heed to the Fu residents? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. The town's wardens are replaced every millennium, and this generation's overseer bears the surname Fu. Yet, why does Fu Mingjing lead such a dismal existence? This is tied to a convoluted scheme involving the Fu family. How can Ning Wuxin possibly know? That would require a lengthy explanation. Ailing suffered from fever for nearly 2 days. At its peak, her face was as hot as a ripe red egg. However, After 2 days, she revived with vigor, not only escaping any lingering effects, but appearing even more radiant. The red-purple birthmark on her face exhibited a noticeable transformation. Upon closer inspection, its outline was no longer hazy, subtly revealing the image of a phoenix rising from the flames. This occurrence had not transpired in her previous life. It was a new development following Ning Wuxin's rebirth, which did not surprise her, for Ailing was of the Hua lineage, known for possessing a unique bloodline. Ning Qian regarded Ailing with an unchangingly indifferent gaze, though his observations had certainly increased in frequency. After this unexpected high fever, Ailing seemed to mature overnight, navigating social interactions with greater adeptness and remaining closely attached to Ning Wuxin whenever they ventured beyond the Ning residence. Occasionally, she would absent-mindedly touch the scar on her face, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, perhaps hatred, guilt, or unspoken affection. In the aftermath, Ailing did not inquire about Ning Wuxin's whereabouts on that fateful day, nor did she mention any incident she encountered, seemingly forgetting the tall youth and his brother entirely. Had it not been for Ning Wuxin catching fleeting glimpses of Ailing's concealed murderous intent, it might have appeared as though nothing had ever occurred. In the following 10 days, Ning Wuxin became noticeably more composed, sometimes trailing behind Yuan Sheng and Fu Li into Juku Alley, or simply sitting at the entrance of Juku Alley and Qingshi Alley, observing the two children as they went about their activities. Ning Qian's vigilance diminished somewhat. Life returned to a state of tranquility. Ning Wuxin's rebellious antics, which had fully subsided after Ailing's fever, drew Ailing's attention for half a month as she tried to eavesdrop on the sounds from her room. Her visits increased from once a day to 4 or 5 times, yet she was unable to uncover any peculiarities. In the days that followed, old Lady Ning gradually moved from the courtyard to within the house, often remaining there for extended periods. Ning Wuxin traversed East Street, Qingshi Alley, and Juku Alley in a linear fashion, showing no signs of rebellion. It was as if she had heeded old Lady Ning's advice to recover diligently and avoid causing trouble. Overnight, the entire Ning residence fell into a calm akin to stagnant water. Ailing, possessing limited education, could only recognize the names of medicines and was somewhat familiar with their properties. When reading novels, she could only guess and interpret, unable to articulate her inner turmoil. As time passed, Ailing grew increasingly anxious, and one morning, she realized that the opportunity to grasp Ning Wuxin's weaknesses had likely slipped away on the very day of her fever. This realization was difficult for her to accept. However, she did not surrender. She recalled a saying, "If one can endure patiently, even the craftiest fox will reveal its tail." Ailing gradually learned to exercise restraint, actively observing and contemplating the potential irregularities behind every event, large or small. Her efforts bore fruit. Ailing discovered that, on the surface, the relationship between old Lady Ning and her granddaughter appeared no different from that of other families. However, the deeper she delved, the more she sensed something amiss. Initially, she believed it was merely old Lady Ning and Master Lu Qingshan conspiring against Ning Wuxin, only to realize that while Ning Wuxin seemed inactive, her prior outings and one disappearance must conceal unspoken secrets. To describe the relationship between this grandmother and granddaughter with the term few would believe, each harbored ulterior motives. A certain intuition within her grew stronger each day, while a bizarre notion began to astonish her. If she could uncover the secrets of this duo, she would soar to new heights. Their identities would undergo a dramatic reversal. On the 21st day of Lu Qingshan's journey, the long quiet little town finally stirred. An epidemic broke out. In her previous life, this epidemic had not existed. In this life, however, the introduction of an unforeseen variable, that variable being Ning Wuxin. Ning Wuxin understood well that as long as Ning Qian was nearby, she would remain hindered. Thus, she orchestrated an epidemic that would not result in fatalities but would cause significant illness. On the night of the outbreak, servants from the prominent households of Baodong Alley came to the Ning residence, seeking Ning Qian's medical expertise. Ning Qian did not even open the door, stating, "I am of advanced age and lack the vigor and medical skills to attend to patients. I advise you to isolate those infected within their homes to prevent widespread transmission. My disciple Lu Qingshan has gone to seek a renowned physician and will return shortly with a solution." However, the epidemic surged fiercely. Within a day, the number of infected grew from 3 or 5 to dozens. This outbreak did not only affect Juku Alley, but also several wealthy households in Baodong Alley and Chongqing Alley. Panic spread throughout the town, and even the usually inactive county office dispatched personnel. Old Lady Ning, unable to delay any longer, was summoned by the county office in the dead of night. Ning Wuxin played her part well, tugging at Ning Qiyan, feigning anxiety. Grandmother, the epidemic is perilous. You must be cautious. Grandmother, of course, reassured her, but added, you should focus on your recovery and refrain from mischief. I will return home as soon as possible. Ning Qian's gaze, filled with suspicion and depth, comforted Ning Wuxin before summoning Ailing into the room. Once the door closed, Ning Qian's words left Ailing utterly stunned. With a piercing gaze, Ning Qian regarded Ailing as one might a mere insect, stating, you are not an orphan. You are my disciple. Qing Shan, my student, is your biological father. I am aware of the hardships you have endured over the years and the resentment you harbor. You have sought answers from Qing Shan regarding your origins, which he has not disclosed, not out of malice, but to protect you, him, and your brother. Now, I must depart. Whether you believe it or not, our fates lie in your hands. It was only at the hour of Su that she left with a medicine box. Accompanied by the county officials, Ailing emerged from Old Lady Ning's room, her mind in disarray, only to find Ning Wuxin regarding her with a faint, enigmatic smile, inquiring, what did grandmother tell you? Ailing's thoughts still echoed with Old Lady Ning's shocking revelations. So, Lu Qing Shan is my biological father, and I am not called Hua Ling, but Lu Ling. Stunned, she clenched her fists, suppressing the tumult within her, and coldly replied, the old doctor advised locking the door to prevent the spread of the epidemic. After securing the courtyard gate, Ailing followed her instructions and prepared herbal remedies for epidemic prevention. She consumed one bowl herself and insisted that Ning Wuxin drink one as well, subsequently boiling a large pot of preventive herbal concoction that nearly soaked the entire courtyard. Before bed, Ailing delivered the herbal medicine. Ning Wuxin caught a whiff and realized something was amiss. She lowered her gaze resolutely. Not only has the quantity increased, but the ingredients have also changed. Consuming this will surely cause her old ailment to recur, rendering her bedridden for 4 or 5 days. If she drinks this daily, her life may very well be at stake. Felt a twinge of anxiety. Only when Ning Wuxin drank the soup without a hint of hesitation did she gradually relax. Fearing that Ning Wuxin might secretly expel the medicine, chose not to leave, instead staying in the chamber to accompany her in grinding ink and practicing calligraphy. After a quarter of an hour, reluctantly stepped out, glancing back 3 times with unease. Once the door was locked, the smile on Ning Wuxin's face finally faded. Why not expose? Ning Wuxin was skilled in patience, akin to a venomous serpent, adept at lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to her adversaries. Was merely a small fry, unworthy of her full attention. Her current focus was on eliminating Ning Qiyan and her disciple. Until these two were dealt with, she would allow this insignificant creature a few days of triumph. After a brief contemplation, Ning Wuxin mused. All preparations were complete, only a favorable wind was needed to ensnare the prey. She set aside her writing tools, retrieved a chamber pot, and extracted silver needles from her bag, swiftly inserting 10 needles into the appropriate acupoints. Moments later, a violent churn erupted in her chest, and the yet-to-be-digested soup and gastric juices surged forth. Once she had expelled everything, she removed the silver needles, presumably confident in the soup's efficacy, even neglected to replace the incense burner. The corners of Ning Wuxin's lips curled into a peculiar arc. Would Lu Qingshan make such a foolish mistake? She pondered that the ever-cautious Lu Qingshan would not. Regrettably, his disciple has never truly encountered the darkness and remains too inexperienced, excessive in cruelty, yet lacking in caution. The following day, news arrived from the county office. Patients infected with the plague were quarantined, and, as the only doctor in the small town, Ning Laopa was entrusted with a significant responsibility to treat the quarantined patients and trace the source of the epidemic. Upon hearing this news, appeared remarkably composed. She had conveyed nothing to Ning Laopa that deviated from the truth. Before the county constables departed, in addition to a large supply of provisions and cured meats to combat the plague, they handed her a letter to be delivered to Ning Laopa's disciple. Closing the door, opened the envelope, revealing merely 9 characters. Close the door and lock it. Wait for Qing Shan to return. Receiving this news, also sighed in relief, for she did not wish for Ning Laopa's return. She gazed towards the east wing, her eyes dark and murmuring to herself, "Did you intentionally lead me to GQ Xiying? Are you aware of my origins? Regardless of your knowledge, thou must never, under any circumstances, use my most painful past to wound me. With Ning Laopa absent, everything is under my control. Did you think that by revealing my lineage and granting me a future, I would be swayed? Lu Qingshan is my biological father? Absurd. You made me live in desolate solitude for 14 years like a stray dog, only to reveal the truth when you needed me? Do you think I would listen? Even your granddaughter is a pawn in your game. Dealing with you, Ning Laopa, is akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. Let's make this a decisive end." A fierce fire raged in her mind. Kill her, seize the Ning family's wealth, and escape this cursed place. Her voice was low, believing Ning Wuxin still slumbered, unaware that her words were captured in their entirety by the already awakened Ning Wuxin, who was honing her body. A knock resounded in the evening. Entered the chamber with a bowl of medicinal soup, cheerfully announcing it as a preventive remedy against the plague that must be consumed. However, Ning Wuxin was no longer the former Ningyu, confined to the east wing, oblivious to worldly matters, solely immersed in classic poetry and literature, neglecting medical knowledge. As the soup hovered before her, a mere whiff revealed its peculiar nature. Although she could not immediately discern all the ingredients, she recognized a significant portion of the concoction. She sighed at its naivety, too eager for results. Yet the purpose behind actions was clear. Ning Wuxin could not help but admire its disposition. Her moral compass faltered, yet her demonic essence flourished, marking her as a promising candidate for the dark arts. This soup, if consumed, would incapacitate even a robust man for 3 months. With it in her belly, coupled with last night's dose, her body would inevitably succumb to a severe and incurable ailment. For an ordinary person, it would signify the announcement of their imminent demise. Ning Wuxin lay disheveled on the old wooden bed, refusing the bowl of soup, instead gesturing towards a high stool beside the bed. Was perplexed, only to hear Ning Wuxin casually remark, "Just leave it. I will drink it later." Startled, realized this was likely the first time during her care for Ning Wuxin that she had outrightly refused to consume medicine. Glancing at the soup in her hand and then back at Ning Wuxin, whose playful gaze was fixed upon her, she felt a pang of guilt. After much deliberation, chose silence, her thoughts racing. If Ningyu drank it, once Lu Qingshan returned from Yingzhou, the matter would be settled and it would no longer concern her. If she refrained from drinking and discarded it, then the affair would be even less her concern. Remembered Lu Qingshan mentioning that this medicinal jar had never encountered any medical texts, and Ning Laopa had never permitted her to handle herbal materials. Hence she did not consider it a slip on her part. Perhaps it was merely a misperception. Casting a deep glance at Ning Wuxin, she thought, at the very least, she had consumed that dose last night. In the coming days, there would be opportunities. If one attempt failed, she could make several more. If the dosage was too high, she could simply increase it incrementally. Ultimately, it was imperative to resolve this before her master returned. The next day, at the hour of the rooster, Yuan Cheng brought news from the outside world. Someone had died in GQ Xiying, following Ning Laopa's orders that night. Locked the Ning family's courtyard with a heavy iron lock from within. Ning Wuxin did not press her to open the door. Instead, she communicated with Yuan Cheng through the wooden door, was eager not to miss a single detail, drawing closer, unwittingly playing into Ning Wuxin's hands. Yuan Cheng said, "I really want to take a look, but if my mother found out, I would surely be in trouble, so I refrained. However, I heard from the children of GQ Xiying that someone died in the Hua family's ancestral home, probably for some time now, as the corpse has begun to decompose." Through the door, Ning Wuxin could not see Yuan Cheng's expression, yet she sensed his chilling fear from his words. In truth, deaths occurred throughout the year in GQ Xiying. When someone died, they were buried if there was land, or discarded in the wilderness for wolves to feast upon, never causing such a commotion. However, the significance of this death lay in the Hui family, whose ancestral home held a distinct status and meaning in the town. Yuan Yinluo had once revealed the secrets behind it. In the town, not every old house is deemed an ancestral home. Only those with a lineage of everlasting trees can be called ancestral homes. Among the 700 or 800 households in the town, Only 12 families possess a lineage of everlasting trees, and throughout the years, these 12 families have remained unchanged. GQ Xiang has 3 families, the Fu, Hua, and Huang families. As for the deeper implications, Yuan Yinluo never disclosed them to Ning Wuxin until her death. She had said, "Knowing too much isn't necessarily a good thing. Without the requisite understanding, it only leads to unnecessary troubles. You should hasten to elevate your cultivation and strive to break the deadlock." More details were later gleaned by Ning Wuxin during her solitary wanderings in Chongqing town. In the past decade, the Hua family has relocated, the Fu family has fallen into disarray, and only the Huang family remains to uphold the legacy of Juku Alley. Now that the matriarch of the Hua family has passed away, it is, of course, a significant event in the eyes of certain families. In her previous life, this news had reached them just 2 days prior. Ning Wuxin remembers that Ling was momentarily stunned upon hearing it, subsequently locking herself in her room for an entire day. At that time, Ning Yu was perplexed, but now Ning Wuxin understands completely. The Hua family is Ling's maternal family, and the deceased is none other than Ling's grandmother. They were both abandoned by the Hua family. The difference lies in the fact that while Ling was forsaken, her grandmother was sacrificed to care for her. Unexpectedly, Ling has also abandoned her, never returning to Juku Alley after becoming an apprentice at the Ning family pharmacy. Is it tragic or comical? Ning Wuxin finds it ironic, but does not intend to let this opportunity slip away. She casually remarks, "I heard that the Hua family prospered over a decade ago, moving the entire clan out of the town. Yet they left behind only a limping old woman to reside in the ancestral home." For what the young master of the Yuan family implied, she had been dead for a while now. Well, one wonders if it was due to starvation or... At this point, she sighs and shakes her head, seemingly reluctant to continue. To an ordinary listener, her words might seem like trivial gossip, but to Ling, they are akin to a tempest. Clenching her fists tightly, she remains silent and stumbles back to the attic. Ning Wuxin remains composed, casting a subtle glance at Ling's retreating figure, and smiles faintly. One must bear the consequences of their actions. Sometimes, evasion is not an option. Confronting one's inner demons. Can a 14-year-old girl endure it? Ning Wuxin is aware that her actions are somewhat insidious, yet she feels no remorse. That night, Ling departed from the Ning family courtyard alone. Hearing the sound of the gate locking behind her, Ning Wuxin maintained an expressionless visage, contemplating her subsequent plans. She quietly exited her room and ascended to the attic. This marked Ning Wuxin's first visit to the attic after her rebirth. In her previous life, she had only ventured out once, more often gazing at the sky from the attic and overlooking the town. The early summer night still held a hint of chill, and as she watched Ling's silhouette disappear into Juku Alley, Ning Wuxin turned her gaze toward the distance. It was shrouded in darkness, obscuring both the faraway and the future. This cage not only confines the body, but also ensnares the heart. For some, this night is destined to be sleepless. And for Ning Wuxin, it is no different. Having ensnared the old matriarch and schemed against Ling, she finally has the opportunity to consider how to deal with Lu Qingshan, a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator. Even if unable to utilize their cultivation, how should she suppress him? Medicine. This is the most prudent approach that Ning Wuxin can conceive. A Peak Foundation establishment cultivator, unable to harness their power, is akin to an ordinary person. Yet, in terms of physical strength, she is far from equal. Thus, the Ning family pharmacy's collection of herbs, though mundane and not particularly aged, is more than sufficient to deal with ordinary folk. From her experiences at Baichao Gate to Huangquan Demon Sect, from being merely a patient to embodying cultivation, Ning Wuxin has acquired some skill in alchemy. Based on the herbs currently gathered at the Ning residence, with a bit of contemplation, she devised several suitable formulas. Once she meticulously gathered all the required herbs, devoid of any melancholic sentiments, she brought the necessary instruments back to her room. A night is ample time for her to grind the herbs into powder and concoct the necessary elixirs. As the night deepens and silence prevails, suddenly, Ning Wuxin pauses her grinding when she hears faint footsteps outside the window. She approaches the window slowly. A familiar youthful voice reaches her ears. Ling, will we be able to see each other again in the future? Here it comes. In the shadows, a perfect smile graces Ning Wuxin's lips, her crescent moon-like eyes beaming with delight. The moment she heard the news about the Hua matriarch, It was destined for Ah Ling and the Huang youth to cross paths once more. Whether today, or tomorrow, or the day after, the Huang youth will be waiting at the Hua ancestral home for Ah Ling's arrival. An evening visit to the ancestral home, a reunion with a childhood friend, receiving warmth in moments of vulnerability, confiding feelings, and nurturing affections. Everything is within Ning Wuxin's anticipation and control. The whispers outside the window do not irritate her. Instead, they seem to be the most soothing lullaby. She closes her eyes, surrendering to the sound. As dawn breaks, the Ning family courtyard remains eerily quiet. Suddenly, a clattering sound reverberates, startling Ah Ling awake from her slumber. In her mind, a singular thought prevails: the door lock. By the time Ah Ling hurriedly rushes out of her room, the courtyard gate has already been opened. The iron lock lies broken, discarded on the moss-covered bluestone floor. Ah Ling's eyes widen in horror, and her peripheral vision catches a glimpse of a familiar garment and a familiar water bucket disappearing around the corner of the bluestone alley. When Ning Wuxin strides into the courtyard, panting and pale, with a bucket full of water, Ah Ling's pent-up fury finally erupts, demanding, "Why did you break the iron lock? Why did you go out without permission?" Ning Wuxin slams the bucket down heavily. With a thud, the water inside sloshes dangerously close to spilling. Startled, Ah Ling watches as Ning Wuxin sits on the threshold, rolling up her plain cotton sleeves. With a huff, she looks at Ah Ling with a half-smile, saying, "Is it not permissible for me to break my own door lock? Am I a prisoner that I cannot step outside?" Ah Ling realizes her words were ill-chosen. Suddenly aware of her own status, she recognizes that during these days when the old matriarch was absent, all affairs of the Ning family were under her control. She holds a deep disdain for Ning Wuxin, a mere 13 or 14-year-old girl who has momentarily lost her focus. This cold splash of reality jolts her back to awareness. While she may be Lu Qingshan's daughter, she is not the granddaughter of the old matriarch. Even if her elder brother is the grandson of the old matriarch at present, the old matriarch's favor still rests with Ning Wuxin, and even if it is merely superficial, it holds far more significance. Moreover, her own identity remains unclarified. Thus, what Ning Wuxin said takes on a different tone in her ears. A lowly apprentice at Ning's pharmacy. What are you worth? Filled with indignation, Ah Ling can only grit her teeth and adopt a submissive demeanor, stating, "I didn't mean it that way. Given the rampant epidemic, I was genuinely concerned for Ayu's safety. If something were to happen to you, how would I explain it to Dr. Ning? How would I account to my master?" Ning Wuxin nods at her words, smiling. "Your concerns are not unfounded. Perhaps I have misunderstood you." Under Ah Ling's aggrieved gaze, Ning Wuxin leans against the doorframe, closing her eyes. Then, she raises her hand to point at the sun, which has risen higher than the courtyard wall, and laughs. "I am hungry. Even a master of the demonic path must bow to the temple of the five organs." Ah Ling, feeling as if she has been granted a reprieve, nods and turns to head toward the kitchen, only to be halted abruptly. "Wait, how will you cook without bringing that water? Do you expect me to carry it for you? I must be able to lift it." Ah Ling is not intimidated by her words. She gazes at Ning Wuxin's figure. Suddenly stunned, her eyes widening in shock as she gasps, "Why are you awake at this hour?" Suddenly turning around, she beheld a striking figure leaning against the threshold, basking in the warm sunlight. This scene might have been the most exquisite image she had witnessed over the years. Yet, Ah Ling felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. The handsome individual narrowed his eyes and slowly fixed his gaze upon her, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "What is the matter? Am I not allowed to awaken at this hour?" Ah Ling's breath caught in her throat as she tightly clutched her sleeves, shaking her head in a flustered manner. "No, I have only heard Master and old Dr. Ning mention that Ayu, due to her frail constitution, lacks sufficient vitality and requires prolonged slumber to restore her energy. Over the years, she typically sleeps until evening." It dawned on her. Ning Wuxian smiled lightly. "Then consider me as someone just recovering from serious illness. What do you think?" Ah Ling's heart skipped a beat, not solely due to the breathtaking visage of Ning Wuxian, but more so because of her words. She was somewhat astonished by Ning Wuxian's condition. Had the medicine yielded no effect? At the very least, she had witnessed her consume the previous dose entirely and had waited for her to assimilate it before departing. How could it possibly have been ineffective? Yet, feeling momentarily a loss for words due to her earlier slip, she could only proceed step by step. Her countenance remained solemn until the noon meal. After satisfying their appetites, Ning Wuxian assisted in clearing the table and suddenly smiled, casting a mysterious glance towards Ailing. Ailing, I heard from Uncle Qingshan that you hail from Zhugexiang? Yes, Ailing replied, stifling her discomfort. Well, did you know that the Huang family from Zhugexiang is set to form a union with our Fan family from Qingxiang? It is said that the Huang family is marrying into our family, and I wonder how much bride price they have offered. Ning Wuxian seemed oblivious to Ailing's sudden change in color, continuing on her own. As for the Fan family, you know them, don't you? They reside at the end of Qingxiang, marked by 2 large stone lions at the entrance. At this point, Ning Wuxian paused, gazing intently at Ailing. Just as Ailing seemed on the verge of colliding with the wall, Ning Wuxian abruptly pulled her back. Ailing, startled, nearly dropped the dishes in her hands. The leftover food and broth splattered all over her. She was caught off guard, slipped, and fell to the ground along with the utensils. The porcelain bowl collided sharply with the stone, emitting a piercing sound. Ah, Ailing, are you all right? Ailing was not injured by the broken bowl, but she did bump her knee. Wincing at the pain, she bit her lip and shook her head. I'm fine, it's just. The dishes, everything is shattered. It's of little consequence. Your health is what matters. Quickly return and change your clothes to avoid catching a chill. All right, Ailing replied absent-mindedly, nodding. As Ailing ascended the wooden stairs in a daze, Ning Wuxian, while gathering the scattered dishes, spoke in a voice just audible enough for Ailing to hear. I heard that the Huang family's second son was originally set to marry in, but unfortunately, he passed away a few years ago. When she emphasized the word past, a palpable weight resonated in her tone, her sigh almost tangible. From the corner of her eye, Ailing nearly stumbled, stiffening as she glanced back at Ning Wuxian, who was casually tidying up the dishes, and fled to her room. Ning Wuxian gazed up at the oppressive, darkening sky, yet remained silent. Ailing fell ill. That night, she left the Ning household alone, returning drenched in heavy rain well past midnight. Ning Wuxian observed with a cold gaze through the window paper, watching as Ailing's figure swayed, finally collapsing at the entrance of the Ning residence. It was not until Huang family's eldest son, a tall and lean youth who had stealthily followed Ailing, knocked on the door that Ning Wuxian opened her umbrella to receive Ailing. At that moment, Ning Wuxian subtly nodded towards the youth, who returned her gesture with a bright smile. After receiving a few injections, Ailing awoke in a daze, appearing utterly disoriented. Ning Wuxian supported her as she staggered back to the attic, watching her change clothes and consume a bowl of warming medicinal soup before retreating to her own room. The following morning, Ailing continued to suffer from high fever. After Ning Wuxian tended to her for half the day, the fever finally subsided. Yet Ailing remained cold, and her spirits were still low. When night fell and the wind and rain ceased, Ning Wuxian brought a bowl of medicinal soup to Ailing. Ailing gazed at her, her eyes filled with a mix of fear and suspicion. How did you know? The girl's voice was hoarse as she glared at her. Ailing failed to articulate the deeper implications of her words. However, both she and Ning Wuxian understood implicitly. Ning Wuxian merely smiled and changed the subject. This is a preventive medicine left by grandmother for epidemics. If you don't drink it, are you planning to accompany grandmother? Ailing paused, seeming to recall something, and cautiously accepted the soup, steeling herself to drink it all in one go despite its bitter taste. She was acutely aware that this concoction had ulterior motives, and she understood that Ning Wuxian would soon make her next move. Yet, she had no choice but to cover for Ning Wuxian while also protecting herself. Ailing had become unafraid of the act of killing. Rather, she feared the exposure of her deeds, for that would spell her ruin. She did not dread being imprisoned for life or facing death. Instead, she feared being forever labeled a murderer. Although Ailing contemplated fleeing the town, she remained shackled by the constraints of societal judgment. She simultaneously reveled in the vindictive thrill of killing while desperately concealing her venomous nature, a contradiction of the insecure. She was even more terrified that the fact she had not adequately monitored Ning Wuxian these past few days would be discovered by Old Lady Ning and Lu Qingshan. Had she been unaware of Old Lady Ning and Lu Qingshan's ulterior motives and Ning Wuxian's predicament, Ailing would not have been so frightened. After living for so many years, she was experiencing true fear for the first time. If Old Lady Ning and Master were to learn that their schemes had gone awry because of her, they would undoubtedly not spare her. Trembling, she looked at Ning Wuxian with pleading eyes, gritting her teeth and stating, from this day forth, until Master returns, I will not leave this house. Can you promise to keep a secret from me? Ailing, what are you saying? I can't understand a word, Ning Wuxian replied with a playful smile. You should just focus on recovering. As for us, we will heed grandmother's advice, lock the doors, and not step outside the Ning residence. Everything will be just fine. Understood? Ailing, trembling yet resolute, nodded vigorously. After waiting for Ailing to drift into a deep slumber, Ning Wuxian lit a calming incense for her and then exited the bedroom, not forgetting to add a lock. Gazing at the pitch-black night, Ning Wuxian smiled brightly. There are still 3 days until Lu Qingshan returns. That is ample time for me to set the remaining pieces into motion. After the rain, as the dark clouds dispersed, the moonlight poured down like water, casting a soft glow over the misty little town, adding a touch of allure and mystery to its ordinary facade. Stepping through the glistening puddles along the cobblestone path, embraced by the gentle breeze of early summer, and listening to the echoes of barking dogs reverberating through the alleyways, Ning Wuxian ventured into Jukuxiang. The narrow, dimly lit path was muddy and reeked of damp earth, yet she was utterly unconcerned. She had traversed through the stench of piled corpses and blood, walked through opulent palaces crafted from gold and silver, yet nothing compared to the simplicity of the rugged road beneath her feet. After a month of recuperation, Ning Wuxian's frail ailment had vanished, and her vitality now paralleled that of her peers. After walking for a while, the dilapidated ancestral home of the Fu family loomed before her. In the depths of night, a black cat crouched upon the threshold, delicately licking its paws. Its dark fur melded seamlessly with the shadows, while its emerald eyes glimmered with an ethereal light, akin to a specter pausing in the stillness of the night. A fleeting glance revealed the haughty scrutiny within those eyes. Sensing the approach of a visitor from afar, it quietly slipped into the slightly ajar gate of the courtyard. Through the crack in the gate, one could faintly discern a figure as slender as a matchstick, Fu Li, wrapped in tattered cloth, crouching beneath the Longxing tree, clutching a twig and drawing in the earth. The scene, seemingly pitiful, concealed an enigmatic undertone, rich with unspoken secrets. The decrepit wooden door creaked open. With a soft groan, Ning Wuxian stepped into the courtyard. The Fu family estate, vast yet faded, bore the remnants of its former glory, now reduced to a state of utter disrepair, lacking even a decent chair. Even the stone pedestal beneath the old tree was chipped and cracked. Despite its dilapidation, the place was surprisingly well kept, clean enough to reflect the owner's care. The black cat leapt onto the stone pedestal, sitting upright with poise. Ning Wuxian gently closed the door and settled onto another stone pedestal, locking eyes with the black cat. They remained in silence, gazing at each other, until she diverted her attention to the damp soil stirred by the twig in Fu Li's small hands. Nothing stirred. She remained mute. As the moon ascended to its zenith, the emaciated Fu Li finally retrieved a porcelain vial from her tattered pocket. She grasped it tightly, hesitating for a moment before placing it heavily upon the stone pedestal where the black cat sat. The sharp sound startled the cat, causing it to leap in surprise. Fu Li's face, small as a palm, was gaunt and sallow, tinged with a hue of iron, contrasting starkly with the rumors surrounding Fu Mingjing. With her eyes closed, she bore an air of composure. To consider such a child, Ning Wuxian felt no pangs of remorse. Both parties sought their own ends, one offering a peach and the other reciprocating with a plum. Under the penetrating gaze of the black cat, Ning Wuxian picked up the porcelain vial, her eyes lowering to a gentle smile, as she remarked, "It seems you have made your decision." Fu Li gripped the twig tightly, initially anxious, but soon steadied her emotions. It was not mere restraint, it was steadiness, a significant distinction. Indeed, after a moment of earnest contemplation, she nodded. A child of 6 or 7 might typically speak in a soft, childish tone, yet Fu Li's voice was imbued with unwavering resolve. Holding the porcelain vial, Ning Wuxian was transported back to memories of the past, of the Fu family and the Yuan family. Before her demise, Yuan Yinluo had once conversed with Ning Wuxian, declaring, "The town is a cage, and we, its inhabitants, are prisoners marked by a unique brand, unable to leave the town easily, nor stray beyond its borders. Only after a certain period will the town grant amnesty, allowing certain children bearing the edict to depart. However, nothing is absolute. Periodically, individuals of significance or mediocrity vanish without trace. These townsfolk do not truly disappear. They merely enter a mysterious battleground. If one can achieve merit in this arena, they may earn the opportunity to leave. In public, my father and Fu Mingjing's father, along with their uncle, departed the town under the pretense of pursuing scholarly endeavors. Yet their true destination was that battleground, fighting desperately for genuine freedom. They emerged as the last survivors among the prisoners, granted a chance to escape, but only if they left descendants behind. My father left the year my mother conceived my brother, while Fu Mingjing's father followed a year later. Yet, although they successfully left the town, they were immediately targeted upon their departure. Where Fu Mingjing's father is now, whether alive or dead, remains unknown to me. When I found my father, he had been possessed. My father was exceptionally gifted, with roots surpassing 8/10, nearing 9/10. Yet his talents were unfulfilled, lingering in the early stages for 3 centuries. I personally stripped his soul, transforming it into a soul banner, tormenting him for 2 centuries until his true essence was extinguished. Yuan Yinluo did not disclose her own fate. Nevertheless, Ning Wuxin was aware. She had been present at that battleground. As for Yuan Yinluo's experiences, she refrained from elaborating. Perhaps facing death, she shared many tales of the town, despite their irrelevance to its true nature, trivial anecdotes that Ning Wuxin nonetheless committed to memory. The eldest and second wives of the Fu family are not virtuous. Each harbors ulterior motives, especially Fu Mingjing's mother, a spy for a mysterious force from the De Lixian dynasty, scheming against the Fu family's fortunes. I too have traced the faintest clues, but was halted at the imperial city of the De Lixian dynasty. I suspect Fu Mingjing's father is not dead, but imprisoned Yuan Yinluo spoke without sentimentality, treating it as mere drama. Yet Ning Wuxin remembered it vividly. During that period, Yuan Yinluo often suffered from nightmares and would murmur in her sleep. This is a man-eating cage, imprisoning sinners while stifling life. They say that each reincarnation brings an amnesty, but who knows that during the year of amnesty, demons roam freely. Life? Ayist. Mirli Ayist. Later, piecing together her experiences and what she had heard upon entering the town, Ning Wuxin began to assemble the broader picture. This town had existed for over 300,000 years, with a new family assuming control every 1,000 years, distributing the town's fortune to maintain its oppression. This town was indeed a cage, nurturing successive generations of war slaves. The Fu brothers, Yuan Yinluo's father, and Yuan Yinluo herself, each a survivor yearning for escape. Moreover, the town opened its gates every 60 years, offering opportunities to external forces as well as to the town's youth. Tragically, not all children could leap from this prison. Some merely transitioned from one cage to another. Few, like Fu Mingjing, managed to attain a semblance of freedom, while many gifted children were controlled, becoming either death warriors or cannon fodder. As for the battleground where the war slaves were sent, Ning Wuxin had been unable to ascertain its location. What she did know was that she had been brought out from that place, known as the battleground by Granny Ning. After Fu Mingjing's father, Fu Yunsheng, departed, the Fu family's fate seemed to falter. Fu Li and her twin brother were born that year, but alas, Fu Li was born blind, soon followed by her uncle succumbing to gambling, and her aunt descending into madness. The entire Fu family was beset by misfortune. As for the internal turmoil within the Fu family, outsiders could not ascertain the truth. Neighbors in Juku Alley only heard the incessant quarreling between the first and second households. Until the year Fu Li turned 4, the family's fortunes appear to have completely waned. Disaster struck. One evening, following yet another argument, Fu Li's mother tragically took her son to drown in the river. When rescued, she was barely alive, while her brother, Fu Yu, had already passed away. The two were carried to the Ning family courtyard, where Fu Li implored Ning Qian to save her mother and brother. As Ning Wuxin awoke in a daze, she faintly heard Fu Li's mother's frantic cries. Ali, if you acknowledge me as your mother, you must kill your uncle and aunt to avenge me and your brother. Swear it. Otherwise, your mother will never find peace in this life. At the tender age of 4, Fu Li wept inconsolably, having sworn a vengeful oath as her mother, who had barely been rescued from the clutches of death, met a tragic end in a pool of blood. This harrowing event plunged 9-year-old Ning Wuxin into a grave illness, marking the initial encounter between her and Fu Mingjing. It seems that in this world, everything is woven together by peculiar threads of fate. More than 300 years later, upon becoming a true disciple of the Huangquan Mazong. Ning Wuxin was startled to hear the news of Fu Mingjing's fall into the demonic path, a revelation that caught her off guard. At that time, she remained unaware that Fu Mingjing was indeed the Fu Li of her childhood, but upon hearing of the 7-year-old's heinous act of murdering her uncle's family, a vivid memory from her past resurfaced in her mind. However, these were merely conjectures. It was not until 80 years later, when she returned to the small town with Yuan Yinluo, that this was confirmed. Beyond realizing that Fu Li was Fu Mingjing during the solitary days following Yuan Yinluo's demise, she also encountered the very protagonist of that fateful day, Fu Li's mother, and her brother, Fu Yu, who had long since drowned. At that time, Ning Wuxin did not know the true identity of Fu Li's mother, yet she recognized her twin brother, Fu Yu, Fu Songhai, in the Dali Xian dynasty. Fu Songhai was a prominent figure within the esteemed Confucian sect, one of the 12 true disciples poised to inherit the teachings and legacy of the Zhu Mountain School. This perhaps elucidates one of the reasons behind Fu Mingjing's descent into the demonic path. Her birth mother not only abandoned her, but orchestrated a scheme that bound her to a vengeful oath to avenge her uncle's family. Before even embarking on her journey, she had already planted the seeds of inner demons within her. Ultimately, her brother Fu Yu ascended to greatness, standing atop her very spine. For a millennium, the most illustrious disciple of the Confucian sect succumbed to the demonic path. How ironic it is. The path to immortality is destined to be a struggle against both heaven and humanity, in pursuit of the sacred lineage and the elusive chance for transcendence. Even blood relations can become mere stepping stones. Yet this path is exceedingly long and brutal. Once embarked upon, there is no turning back. Once an arrow is loosed, it cannot be retrieved. Other than enduring calamities and tribulations time and again, there exists no alternative. Failing to do so would lead only to a dead end, becoming a mere skeleton forgotten upon the great path, a handful of yellow mud. Ning Wuxin glanced at Fu Li. Could they be said to share a mutual understanding born from shared suffering? The puppeteer behind the scenes had long woven an intricate web, laying out a grand scheme. Fu Li's mother, or rather, the individuals pulling the strings from behind, seemed to covet the fortunes accumulated by the Fu family over generations, as well as the rising tide of fortune that would continue to flourish for centuries in this small town. Contemplating this, Ning Wuxin felt a pang of realization. Despite the apparent decline of the Fu family, they were, in truth, thriving, hampered only by certain constraints that prevented them from taking action. As Fu Mingjing, destined to walk the world on behalf of the Dali Xian dynasty, she undoubtedly bore secrets unknown to others. Ning Wuxin fully comprehended that her current moves might very well precipitate unpredictable changes in the future landscape of Tianxian. Yet she hesitated not, for she too needed to alter her own fate, especially upon realizing that the small town concealed only the tip of the iceberg, harboring profound mysteries that even the Buddhist child Yuan Yinluo would lament. She increasingly sensed that the world was far more expansive than the mere corner she had observed. If she did not make a decision soon, even if she escaped the machinations of Li Changfeng and his cohorts, the vastness of the world could lead her into another grand scheme, rendering her a mere pawn, a victim of circumstance, or even an ant easily crushed underfoot. But her ambitions were grand. She did not wish to remain an inconsequential piece upon the chessboard. At this moment, a thought flickered in Ning Wuxin's mind, her gaze transcending the immediate reality, flashing through the phantasmal shadows. It was the hunchbacked figure she had glimpsed earlier that day while drawing water. She had seen in her past life. He was the true master of the Fu family, Fu Mingjing's grandfather. She realized she had been targeted, yet felt no trepidation. Hadn't she orchestrated this moment through her own scheming, utilizing the Fu family's lineage to confront the Ning family's disciples? While Ning Wuxin appeared to observe with detached interest, her attention was drawn to Fu Li's emaciated arms, marked by numerous scars. It was not these inconsequential wounds that held her focus. Her gaze had already ventured past them, settling upon an ancient bloodstain that had not been adequately concealed. It was striking, akin to a brand, distinguishing itself from mere scars. Fu Li seemed to sense Ning Wuxin's scrutiny, tugging at her flowing sleeves to obscure the bloodstain. As she moved, the bells tied around her waist emitted a resonant chime. In Tianxian, beyond the mundane characters encountered by common folk, there existed Fun, a universal script within the realm of cultivation, passed down since ancient times. The various texts documenting cultivation methods utilized this very script, while the average townsfolk remained oblivious. Ning Wuxin could discern it clearly. Punishment. 12. Surely not benevolent beings. Ning Wuxin had frequently alluded to the town's extraordinary nature, its concealed grand array that prohibited the use of any Taoist techniques, rendering even physical and demonic cultivators powerless. Yet, within this cage of restrained power, there were a few exceptions. One such exception was innate talent. Before her stood Fu Li with her Chongtong, and the gradually transforming, phoenix-shaped birthmark on a Ling's face. All of these. It was said that the Chongtong was a sign of ancient saints, capable of communicating the dualities of yin and yang, perceiving the illusory and creating illusions, seeing cause and effect along with fortune. The truth and the falsehood remained unknown to Ning Wuxin. She had previously studied Fu Mingjing, yet it was rare for Fu Mingjing, who had already reached the pinnacle of the Dantian realm in her past life, to utilize her Chongtong, only doing so on a few occasions before her rise. Once during the Foundation Establishment stage, and again during the Golden Core stage. At the Foundation Establishment stage, she had relied on her Chongtong to disrupt the mental state of a Yuanian cultivator, narrowly escaping from their grasp. At the Golden Core stage, she had used her Chongtong to emerge from an ancient cave that even the most formidable of transformation cultivators found difficult to penetrate. Truly terrifying. Ning Wuxin had not held much hope. At this moment, Fu Mingjing had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. But in order to ascertain the truth, during her last encounter with Fu Li, she had ensnared her in a trap, informing her that her mother and brother were not truly dead, that the graves held nothing but lifeless puppets. As expected, Fu Li must have ventured forth, resulting in the runes upon her arm. This was the mark of the town's array rebounding against her. She mused to herself, this signifies Fu Mingjing at this moment could at least wield her Chongtong, could see through some illusions, perhaps even create some illusions. Of course, the exertion of such a talent would not come without its toll. First, as a mere mortal, invoking the Chongtong would inevitably require some price as a catalyst. Second, should one overreach within the town, the terrifying backlash of the town's array would ensue. Yet there were benefits. Due to her limited strength, the backlash would not be overly severe. Fu Li did not inquire how Ning Wuxin had come to know of these past events, nor why she sought to strike a bargain with her. Fu Li was innately aware, coupled with what she had heard over the years. She was no ignorant child of the countryside. After biding her time for several years, she had been accumulating strength, waiting to fulfill her mother's dying wish. Unexpectedly, she had learned that her mother's death held deeper implications, perhaps 3 years prior. Everything was not as she had seen or heard. In her past life, Fu Li had been grievously deceived by her kin, leading her to make erroneous decisions and cornering her into a desperate situation. In this life, Ning Wuxin merely offered subtle guidance, revealing only the tiniest glimpse of the vast cultivation world. With Fu Li's intelligence, she would be able to grasp many matters early on. This was indeed a remarkable gift. Suddenly, a sharp, caustic voice erupted from within the house. Fu Li, you little wretch, where is the water? It's all gone, and you don't know how to boil it? Do you wish for me to perish from thirst? As soon as the words left her mouth, an old porcelain bowl was hurled from the pitch-black house, striking Fu Li squarely. The frail Fu Li staggered under the impact, nearly toppling into the muddy ground alongside the bowl. Pain was inevitable, yet the moment she picked up the broken bowl, her waxen face betrayed no emotion. There was neither sorrow nor anger, and clearly, such abuse had long since become second nature to Fu Li. Even the black cat nearby merely emitted a faint, eerie glow, its small frame remaining steadfastly unmoved. Fu Li retrieved the bowl and turned back toward the darkened house. Ning Wuxin remained silent, uncorking the porcelain vial and inhaling deeply from the covered mouth, a smile playing on her lips as she nodded in approval. Well done. Then, in a voice only Fu Li could discern, she spoke with a peculiar, almost sinister laughter. Given that you have executed these 2 tasks splendidly, I shall divulge to you a piece of information that is nearly unknown to outsiders. Fu Li paused, and even the black cat turned its haunting gaze toward Ning Wuxin. Ning Wuxin casually resealed the vial, lowering her voice once more, and said, "It is said that during the year you and your brother were born, Your aunt was also with child, but alas, she gave birth to a stillborn. Sensing Fu Li's intrigue, Ning Wuxin's words halted momentarily before she continued, her voice becoming increasingly ethereal, laced with a chilling depth. The most shocking part is that the stillborn's eyes appeared to have been gouged out before birth. What do you think of that? With that, Ning Wuxin fell silent, allowing the atmosphere to thicken. She stared intently, faintly perceiving Fu Li's struggle to maintain composure as she trudged toward the grand estate. Fu Li's smile was deep and enigmatic as she locked eyes with the black cat, both startled and horrified. This information had slipped from the lips of a rather well-known midwife during a drunken tea session with Ning Wuxin. Had Fu Li not been born blind, the old midwife might have even speculated that Fu Li's eyes were taken by the second mistress of the Fu family. Ning Wuxin had been quite alarmed at the time, yet now she smiled meaningfully. Who would have thought that years later, such trivial hearsay would become a valuable bargaining chip? As for the methods employed to discreetly remove an unborn infant's eyes in this town, where the art of sorcery is forbidden, Ning Wuxin was uncertain. She believed that in this world, nothing is absolute. What seems impossible to her may not be so to others. She tucked the vial in her pocket and stepped over the threshold of the Fu family home, only to be met by a cacophony of chaos behind her. Inside the dilapidated house, there was first a flurry of blows, followed by a stream of vulgar curses piercing the air. Do you think that if you don't hide, I will spare you? Filthy wretch, you are destined to wallow in the mire for all your days. If you wish to place blame, direct it at your filthy mother for her sins. When she dies, you shall pay for her transgressions. Do not even dream of escaping this home. If you dare to flee and I catch you, I will cast you into that dark alley to be ravished by 1,000 men, and even in death, I will burn you to ashes and toss you into the sewer, ensuring you can never rise again. Ning Wuxin stepped into the narrow alley, still able to hear the curses of the second mistress of the Fu family echoing in the distance. This town is indeed peculiar. With sorcery outlawed, one would assume that apart from the powerful figures pulling the strings behind the scenes, the common folk would be unaware of its existence. However, that notion does not hold entirely true, just like the second mistress of the Fu family. According to Yuan Yinluo, neither of these two women from the Fu family are virtuous. From her tirades and snippets of gossip, Ning Wuxin surmised that she might possess some knowledge of the underlying truths. After concluding her business at the Fu family's residence in Juku Alley, Ning Wuxin did not return to Qingshi Alley. Instead, she traversed a narrow path, heading toward Shuangxiao and Anyang along the wide thoroughfare of Juku Alley. The porcelain vial she received from Fu Li was merely an additional item in their transaction. It contained a certain potion that Fu Li had gathered from the mountains and prepared according to Ning Wuxin's instructions. This was the centerpiece of their first strategic game. Now that the central figure had arrived, it was time for her to make arrangements. The night in the town was inherently eerie. By midnight, even the dog's bark ceased, leaving only the faint croaking of frogs and chirping of insects heralding the early summer. Stepping out of the alley, Ning Wuxin appeared on the stone bridge of the second bridge. The second bridge served as the primary thoroughfare connecting the eastern and western sections of Juku. It was the only place in Juku Alley paved with bluestone. After several days of torrential rain, the water level of Anyang River surged violently. Without a moment to shake the mud from her shoes, Ning Wuxin suddenly felt a presence and turned her head slightly to look toward the dimly lit first bridge. 100 zhang away, an elderly man was sitting cross-legged on the bridge, one hand holding a smoking pipe, puffing out clouds of smoke, while the other held a fishing rod, the long line being tugged incessantly by the rushing river. In the dead of night, the scene appeared increasingly peculiar. What was even stranger was that she could see him clearly from such a distance. The old man had disheveled gray hair resembling a half-formed bird's nest, an appearance of squalor, with a flat nose, small eyes, and a thin mouth adorned with a bushy white beard. He was the epitome of an ordinary country elder. This was the second time Ning Wuxin had encountered him since her rebirth. The first was during the day while drawing water. He was the proprietor of the town's only bookstore, which, despite only opening its doors at midnight and selling exorbitantly priced books, still managed to attract a clientele. When closed, it remained shuttered for 60 years. Ning Wuxin thought she would have to wait until the next day to visit him, never anticipating he would seek her out. Glancing at the glowing ember at the end of the old man's pipe, Ning Wuxin smiled slyly. A conversation she had overheard in her past life floated through her mind. Mother, is the information you obtained reliable? Did my timid grandfather truly not pass down the ancestral scrolls of the Fu family to Fu Mingjing? The beautiful woman scoffed. The Fu clan has always been composed of pedantic scholars, looking down upon women. Moreover, considering your sister killed your uncle and his wife, it is a matter of ironclad fact that your grandfather would never pass it on to her. Now that she has fallen into the demonic path, it is impossible for him to pass it to you. Does he truly intend to sever the lineage of the Fu family? I doubt your grandfather has the audacity to do so. If Fu Jingyan possessed even a modicum of courage, as the future master of this realm, would he idly watch the sacred seed in the belly of the second mistress be stripped away and allow that dual-eyed child to be born into your womb? As she spoke, she cast a glance at the young man beside her, who bore a resemblance to her, then added, "It is a pity that the innate dual pupils did not manifest in you. Otherwise, that old man would surely be begging to pass them on to you. He has schemed for a lifetime, squandered a promising path, and ultimately attained the fortune of this town. For what purpose? Is it not to restore the glory of the Fu clan? Precisely for this elusive glory, he refrained from taking action. Otherwise, with his shallow foundation, he would soon be dragged down by the other families in town and return to the mire of Juku Alley. Whether it be Chongqing Alley or the families in Baodong Alley, the accumulated heritage and backing they possess far surpass what a mere Fu Jingyan can contend with. His position is merely." As she spoke, the enchanting woman paused momentarily, seemingly reluctant to continue, as if certain matters and individuals were best left unmentioned. With a sudden cold smirk, she remarked, "Both of his sons are now deceased, and the lineage of the sage has come to an end. With his current capabilities, conceiving another son is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Aside from Fu Mingjing, he can only pass on his legacy to you, Fu Canghai." At that moment, Ning Wuxin had just exited the bookshop and entered a broad alley, while the mother and son pair coincidentally entered the bookshop from another alley, separated by a mere wall. It was fortunate that the town had strict prohibitions against magic. Otherwise, this candid conversation would not have gone unnoticed by the shopkeeper. This mother and son duo were fully aware that their actions in this realm could not escape the notice of the bookshop owner. Yet they had no intention of concealing their intentions, exuding confidence. Fu Jingyan, a renowned figure, the master of this realm for a millennium. Fu Li's grandfather. What could have brought them together on two occasions? It was nothing more than Ning Wuxin's transgressions. Did she believe she had disrupted the town's regulations? Or was it something else? Just as Ning Wuxin intended to continue forward, her foot barely lifted, the old man's eyes, reduced to mere slits, shimmered with something peculiar. Suddenly, he exhaled a cloud of mist, casually gesturing with his smoking pipe, isolating this realm in an instant. The mist enveloped them, and the ripples from the smoking pipe unexpectedly connected the two stone bridges, shrouding the two individuals within. In the blink of an eye, the scenery before Ning Wuxin transformed dramatically. The river and the night were replaced by a narrow, warmly lit bookshop. Clearly, only this small bookshop constructed around the main focal point could effectively shield them from the prying eyes of the town. Fu Jingyan squatted at the entrance, tapping the ashes from his pipe into the nearby gutter before replacing the tobacco, squinting at Ning Wuxin. He coldly remarked, "Ning family girl, you are aware of my origins. Are you not? You have committed numerous transgressions, disrupting the town's regulations. And do you not fear that I might sever your roots, banishing you from this realm?" Suddenly, a pair of murky old eyes opened wide, an unspoken pressure pervading the air, imbued with a compelling intent that was hard to resist. This was a secret technique of the Confucian sect, primarily used for interrogation. If one's will was not sufficiently resolute, they would inevitably succumb. While this technique might prove effective against others, it was destined to disappoint against Ning Wuxin. After her rebirth, she no longer possessed the cultivation of the late stage of Huashan, nor did she retain her primordial spirit or artistic conception. However, aside from her memories, there was one other thing that had accompanied her through her rebirth: the unwavering determination forged over 5 centuries. The practitioners of the demonic path in the Western Desert were often a mixed bag. Those who reached the Huashan realm had undoubtedly undergone significant trials and gained profound insights. Having endured the harshest of tribulations, the invasion of malevolent energies, and the tribulations of the demonic path, this secret technique, merely a trifle, Fu Jingyan witnessed this scene unfold. Wuxin scoffed softly, her eyes, yet to fully awaken, emanating an unusual sharpness. Crack! An invisible mirror shattered under her piercing gaze. She suddenly halted her scoff and, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, inquired, transgressions? Which one does old Fu refer to? Is it my attempt to dissuade Fu Li from murdering his uncle and family? Or perhaps my revelation of the truths of the cultivation world to Fu Li? Or is it my disclosure of the origins and truths concerning her dual pupils? Amidst their banter, Ning Wuxin casually exited the bookshop, seated herself on a stone bench outside, leaning against the wall, hugging her knees, and innocently asked, "Or is it about the recent plague in the town?" Without waiting for the old man to respond, the sharpness in her gaze was suddenly washed away, replaced by a profound stillness. She gazed at the old man, resembling an extraordinarily beautiful demon from beyond, her laughter echoing like a dream. "But what does it matter to me? The cause of the town's plague is your pitiful little granddaughter, is it not? Surely it is. The one who concocted the poison, the one who administered it. It was all the little blind girl from Juku Alley. Even if this matter were to be exposed, the attention of those influential figures would solely focus on Fu Li. What concern is it of mine?" In the span of a moment, Fu Jingyan appeared to be swept away by her words, as if decades had passed, rendering him weary and dispirited. He closed his eyes, concealing the helplessness within, and when he opened them again, their meaning had entirely shifted. His gaze brimmed with indifference. Yet the corners of his eyes bore a smile as he took a puff from his dry pipe, exhaling smoke while teasingly exclaiming, "What a sharp-tongued little girl." His aged voice strained, relying on sheer willpower. Fu Jingyan hesitated for a moment before ultimately seeming to reach a final decision. With a sigh, he began, "From the moment you encountered Fu Li, I took notice of you, not because of the strategist behind you, but because since that day, your fate seemed to have been tampered with, a tangled mess. Your traces in the river of time appear to have been deliberately erased. Initially, I suspected that a significant figure was involved with your strategist. However, over the past month, I was astonished to discover that the significant figure is, in fact, Fu Jingyan's gaze grew obscure, and he was genuinely taken aback. Beneath the fringe of her hair, Ning Wuxin's eyes concealed a surge of emotions, as her heart stirred with unease. In that moment, as she pondered whether her rebirth had been revealed, she acutely sensed Fu Jingyan's gaze fixated upon her. As he spoke in a low voice, "I am uncertain of which significant figure you have reincarnated from, but you have awakened. Yet, if you wish to leverage the Fu family's strength to break free from the shackles upon you, then you must pay the price." Fu Jingyan lightly tapped his old smoking pipe against the stone slab. Suddenly, beneath the bookshop, a torrent of black ink surged forth. A colossal hand formed from the ink. "Burst fort, svistri krasping ning Wufin's frakide troat." Ning Wuxin sensed the concealed threat within that hand, along with a momentary feeling of suffocation. She contemplated that this old man must have at least entertained the thought of killing her at least once. Yet, in that instant, she also recognized Fu Zhengyan's indecisiveness. Ning Wuxin could not speak, nor did she wish to. She merely sat still, like bait swaying gently, waiting for the fish to bite. If Fu Zhengyan truly intended to kill her, he would not have waited until now. Furthermore, in this town, killing a fellow practitioner would disrupt the established order. And as the master of this realm for a millennium, Fu Zhengyan would understand the magnitude of the consequences. There were also Ning Qiyin and the individuals behind her. He had to weigh carefully whether it was worth the risk. In the next moment, the ink-formed hand indeed shattered. This was Fu Zhengyan's warning to her. He gazed at the ink pool beneath him. With a flick of his pipe, the town transformed before him like a scroll unfurling. Changsheng Alley, Donglai Street, Baotong Alley, Qingshi Alley, Juku Alley. It came to a halt at the Fu family in Juku Alley. Inside a cramped and dimly lit woodshed, a frail child, emaciated and wrapped in a tattered, thin blanket, lay curled up on a straw-covered wooden bed made of bricks. "Do you understand? Your appearance as a significant figure has not only disrupted the schemes of those behind Fu Li's mother, but has also completely unraveled the situation I have meticulously crafted." The voice reverberated like thunder. Yet, to his surprise, the venerable Confucian elder did not express anger. Instead, he laughed, as if a long-suppressed frustration had dissipated with that laughter. After finishing his laughter, he continued from his previous statement, revealing his intentions, since you intend to leverage the power of the Fu family to shatter that cage. You must also be aware that without my concealment, the individuals behind Fu Li's mother would have already set their sights on you. Can you withstand their retribution? The debt you owe the Fu family is neither trivial nor insignificant. It is pivotal. If you wish to settle it, it is advisable to act sooner rather than later. Fu Jingyan's intervention has elevated the entire situation to a different level. He did not afford Ning Wuxin the opportunity to speak. You are acutely aware that you cannot refuse. Whether it pertains to this debt or to the esteemed figure from a Ning family, both are formidable challenges for you to confront, despite the presence of a small formation. You cannot touch her with mere physical means at the Ling Tai realm. Moreover, she possesses an artifact that allows her to temporarily disregard the small town's formation. Upon hearing this, Ning Wuxin's pupils dilated. A suspicion she had long harbored was now confirmed. Fu Jingyan extended another withered hand, and a dagger engraved with strange characters materialized from thin air. This dagger, named Ji-hun, is a 7th grade talisman, having been activated twice, leaving one opportunity for use. Most crucially, this talisman bears a trace of the small town's formation, rendering it immune to its interference. Not only the physical body, but even the primordial spirit and true essence within this small town could become its offerings. Now it is yours. At this point, the old man fell silent, puffing on his pipe and continuing to exhale clouds of smoke. He had Ning Wuxin firmly in his grasp, an artifact that disregards formations. Ning Wuxin paused, gazing into Fu Jingyan's eyes, contemplating the veracity of his statement. Looking down at the anxious little figure beneath the ink pool, she suddenly smiled. Indeed, as Fu Jingyan had stated, she could not refuse. She possessed poison. While it might not be capable of annihilating an esteemed figure at the Ling Tai realm, one could never tell. At this midnight hour, as she roamed about, she was not merely scheming. She might also entertain the notion of seizing opportunities. Baodong Alley and Changsheng Alley differ from Qingshi Alley. They are vital locations beneath the town's grand formation, gathering fortune. In her past life, while traversing the town alone, she had stumbled upon several incomplete artifacts. Unfortunately, due to the town's regulations, she could not take them away. In this life, however, they could prove useful, though she remained uncertain if she could encounter them again. Now that Fu Jingyan had approached her, it spared her the trouble of seeking them out. Those who hail from demonic cultivation backgrounds place a premium on benefits, ever-constant benefits. Fu Jingyan was not mistaken. She could neither refuse nor wish to refuse. Perhaps she had calculated for so long, waiting for this day, anticipating Fu Jingyan's intervention. Only with Fu Jingyan, the master of the small town, stepping in could she erase traces of her dealings with the Fu family, allowing her to act without hesitation. Otherwise, should she be discovered, she might find herself unable to leave this town or be taken away in another manner. Regarding the matter of a significant figure's reincarnation, Ning Wuxin chose not to respond. Too many words might lead to loss. With this layer of speculation, she felt a sense of assurance in her contest with Fu Jingyan. Taoists and demonic cultivators alike focus solely on this life, disregarding the next. Does a secret technique for inheritance and reincarnation exist in this world? Indeed, generally, it has been observed and passed down by the Confucians, Taoists, and Buddhists. It sounds simple, yet truly capable reincarnators are none other than extraordinary figures who have transcended to enlightenment, entered the Tao, or condensed the Buddhist heart and relics. The key lies in the current situation. Fu Lao is straightforward. Ning Wuxin smiled, confidently grasping the dagger named Ji-hun. A 7th grade talisman corresponds to the Ling Tai realm. This artifact is of considerable value. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be prohibited by formations. Yet, how could what flows from the hands of the current master of the town be ordinary? As Fu Jingyan stated, this dagger bears a trace of the small town's formation. For this very reason, Ning Wuxin found it particularly appealing. She casually stretched her legs, pondering how Fu Lao intended to resolve this matter. Fu Ziniyan, unperturbed by Ning Wuxin's attitude, gathered his tobacco leaves and spoke in a low voice. Take Fu Li away from the town, from Chenghua, from Mingzhou, even from Nanyan. As a bonus, once you break free from the cage that confines you, I will grant you 2 months to embark on your path of cultivation at the bookstore. Should the prominent figures from the town's major families hear this, it would undoubtedly stir waves of upheaval. Yet, Fu Jingyan spoke effortlessly, And while Ning Wuxin sensed the complexity, to Fu Zhengyan it was merely a trifling task. Thus, it was still insufficient. Ning Wuxin smiled radiantly, her mind recalling the conversation between Fu Songhai and his mother. The expression on the youthful face, barely 11 or 12, was one that even a distinguished figure would find difficult to fully comprehend. Playing with the dagger named Ji Hun, Ning Wuxin casually inquired, "Had I not shattered this deadlock? I wonder how Fu Lao would have responded." In the realm of cultivation, there exist 9 stages: refining qi, condensing spirit, building foundation, forming elixir, transforming into spirit, entering the Tao. These correspond to 9 grades, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. Fu Jingyan took a puff of his pipe, remaining silent. He could not bear to imagine. Wuxin lowered her gaze. Was it akin to the conclusion of her previous life? To preserve the Fu Zinian sacrificed bought Fu Yunsheng and Fu Yunlu, or was it a decision made by their entire family? For the glory of the Fu clan, they were willing to sacrifice themselves, becoming the foundation for this path to enlightenment. Wuxin could envision the old man's relief and trepidation. Yet, what concern was that of hers? She no longer focused on Fu Jingyan. Rising to her feet, as she took her first step, the scene of the Fu family's courtyard shattered into fragments. With her second step, the realm enveloped by the ink pool resonated with Wuxin's voice, steady as a mountain. "Fu Lao, I promise to take Fu Li away, repaying the debt you incurred on my behalf. Let us not forget, by my intervention, I saved 3 lives from your Fu family, perhaps even more. I cannot speak for your eldest son, as his fate remains uncertain. However, with the efforts of your youngest son and his spouse, who can say how many heirs of the Fu family could arise? Therefore, you may choose to settle this debt sooner or later. For the first life, with Fu Lao's prowess, could you aid me in detaining that esteemed figure from the Ning family for 3 days? I believe this should not pose a challenge for you." Wuxin, as a cultivator of demonic arts, focused solely on her heart, disregarding karma. For now, she would observe, and if someone wished to discuss, she would not mind cooperating. She was not one to accept losses easily. With a smile at her lips, she donned a simple white garment, exuding an air of carefree elegance. With her third step, the world transformed. The gentle sound of flowing water receded, and behind her, the bookstore remained dark and unlit. Yet ahead lay an unfamiliar alley. In the distance, she beheld an expansive clearing paved with white stones, where a stone archway stood tall. 3 halls with 4 pillars and 7 stories. Under the dim sky, the carvings of birds, auspicious beasts, and copper coins were barely discernible. The upper plaque bore 4 ancient characters, Tian Bao Tong Jian. Opposite this stone archway, on the other end of Donglai Street, another archway stood resolutely. The pillars were adorned with the unique Changsheng tree of the town, 12 in total, symbolizing the 12 ancestral homes of the town, while the plaque similarly bore 4 characters, Yongzhen Changsheng. Without intent, one observes the nose, and through the nose, one perceives the heart. Tian Bao Tong Jian, Yongzhen Changsheng, wondrous indeed, wondrous indeed. The 2 archways are the facades of Bao Tong Xiang and Chang Sheng Xiang, also serving as the focal points of 2 formations. In her previous life, Wu Xin had meticulously studied this, recognizing the profound intricacies of the formation, knowing that her meager skills could scarcely graze the surface of its runic restrictions. Moreover, the present time is distinctly different from the past. Naturally, her interest waned. Furthermore, her thoughts were occupied with other matters. One of these was to mock the mother and son, Fu Songhai and Fu Li, who claims that the old man Fu did not intervene, to send Fu Li safely out of the town and to the Tianxian de Li Xianchao, where she could join the Zhushan Jiao. Does that not count as intervention? Each step was meticulously plotted by the old man Fu. Even Fu Mingjing's betrayal of the Confucian sect and descent into the demonic path were orchestrated by him. The 2 of them, mother and son, were merely the laughingstocks empowered by others. The other matter that surfaced in her mind was the ink pool of the bookstore. A familiar aura wafted from the large hand of black ink. The ominous demonic energy was indeed a long-lost sensation. Wu Xian's lips curled into a smirk. If I am not mistaken, the scriptures inherited by the Fu family are likely demonic classics. The reason Fu Mingjing appeared in the Zhushan Jiao of the Dali Xianchao was that the person behind her mother was a significant figure in the Dali Xianchao, and it was precisely the old man Fu who facilitated her entrance to resolve this familial bond. As for her descent into the demonic path, It is likely that Fu Zhengnian and others were plotting for this very day. A, possessing the semblance of an ancient sage, would not awaken their inner demonic nature without experiencing this low point in life, without being thrust into the mire. In other words, the seemingly decrepit old Confucian, belittled by that beautiful woman, was not truly antiquated. Though appearing mild and scorned by many, he was, in truth, a master of deception, concealing his schemes beneath a shroud of simplicity. Fu Li and Fu Mingjing were the fruits of the old man Fu's painstaking efforts to reignite the glory of the Fu family. Truly, he had exerted considerable effort. Wu Xian remained unperturbed, yet could not help but marvel. The rare talent within the Confucian sect for millennia had unexpectedly fallen into the demonic path. She suddenly felt a flicker of curiosity. What kind of turmoil will ensue after her death in the last life, involving the old man Fu and Fu Mingjing? For in this life, everything is set to change, and it is unlikely that such a scene will be witnessed again. Her arrival has altered the chessboard beneath the old man Fu's feet. His recent observations likely herald new calculations. Indeed, if a family could remain whole, who would wish to send the elderly to mourn the young? Wu Xian sincerely hoped that the old man Fu would not regard her as merely a pawn on his chessboard. Otherwise, whether he could continue to dwell in the shadows of the past remains uncertain. Regarding Fu Zhengnian's revelation of Wu Xian's fate as a tangled mess, she believed it, yet did not fully trust it. She sensed the pulsing of Mo Chan beneath her gloved hands. In her previous life, she managed to obscure the heavenly secrets by relying on the black stone. It was only after several attempts on her life by enemies that she grasped the underlying intricacies. Her final counterattack was a deliberate exposure of her whereabouts. Otherwise, how could Li Changfeng and others have discovered her? Perhaps at that time, her ability to remain concealed was due to her not encountering cultivators from the heavenly or Taoist paths. Of course, her cultivation nearing the peak of the transformation stage was also an asset. Yet now, the circumstances were vastly different. She, a mere mortal, devoid of any means of defense, faced countless ways for even ordinary cultivators to track and control her movements. In the future, I must exercise double caution and never let my guard down. Why did Fu Zhengnian choose me? Wu Xian's fingers again caressed Mo Chan. She surmised that the variables surrounding Mo Chan were indeed Fu Zhengnian's ulterior motives, with her presence to confuse matters. Fu Li could temporarily escape the gaze of certain individuals and successfully depart from this den of malevolent spirits. Upon passing the stone archway, she reached Donglai Street. At the right end lay the town's famed Moine Lake, rich in mythological tales. Moine Lake is vast and circular, with a curved stone bridge spanning 1 zhang and 3 qi in width, resembling a Tai Chi diagram when viewed from afar. To the north, one could reach the edge of Chang Shengxiang, while to the south, one would similarly arrive at the end of Baotongxiang. The conclusion of Moine Lake is marked by an ancient stone archway with 5 rooms, 6 pillars, and 11 stories. The stone plaque on the archway bears 3 ancient characters, Chang Shengzhen. Upon reaching this spot, Wu Xian felt a tinge of exhaustion. Engaging in a battle of wits with these old foxes was truly draining, compelling her to pause. She vaguely sensed that she might have overlooked something. However, regardless of the circumstances, further probing seemed futile. Fortunately, it was of no great consequence. After resting briefly beneath the archway, as a shadow approached from the darkness behind, Wu Xian proceeded southeast. After walking about 3 to 4 li, she approached the foot of a mountain. Following the mountain path into a temple, old and so dim that one could scarcely see their own hand. As Wu Xian departed, a man entered the bookstore from the back courtyard. He had an ordinary build and appearance, displaying the signs of mild intoxication. His face flushed as he sat in the very spot vacated by Wu Xian, remaining silent. Evidently, he had overheard the conversation between the elder and the young girl. To obstruct the esteemed Ning family's activities for 3 days? If it were truly that simple, would you not be plainly entangling me in your game? Truly a sharp-tongued, venomous-hearted girl. Fu Zhengnian gazed at the gradually fading elegant figure, a tinge of resentment marking his aged countenance. This was something Wu Xian could not hear. Had she been able to, she would have spat at him vehemently. The schemer behind her was no simple adversary. Yet those who plotted against the Fu family were hardly benevolent either. Was she not also leading the tiger to prey on the wolf? After a considerable time, Fu Zhengyan, squatting on the ground, suddenly stood up and kicked the man forcefully, cursing, "What a useless wretch, willing to forsake your life for a woman. What a rotten idea. If in the end, Fu Li discovers that I murdered her parents, even if it proves the truth, what then? Do you intend for her to harbor hatred towards this old man for a lifetime? What does it matter if she is not born of my own flesh? After all, she is my bloodline. Is it not enough to suffer for years over a dead infant who has no connection to us?" After cursing, the old man squatted down again, exhaling smoke, his expression tinged with sadness. That dead infant had no ties to the two of you. At most, it could be called a nephew, yet it was my Fu Zhengyan's grandchild. Born with, he was the eldest true son. Now, he has been transferred into your daughter's body. What more do you have to complain about? The eldest's life and death remain uncertain. Upon turning, he saw the man with tears welling in his eyes, which instantly ignited the elder's fury. He struck the man's face with his smoking pipe, exclaiming, "Your father is still alive. Why are you weeping as if in mourning? You need not follow me anymore. Once Fu Li departs, you and your wife should pack your things and return to your Western Desert's innate demonic sect and spare me the embarrassment of your presence." After venting his anger, the old man turned back to the bookstore. The man, struck by the smoking pipe, stood there, weeping even more profusely, as if a burden had been lifted. Wu Xin was unaware of the events that transpired in the bookstore after her departure. Had she heard of such occurrences, she would not have been surprised in the slightest. Only sighing at Fu Zheng's cunning and calculating nature, one could not help but mock the beautiful woman from the previous life, lifting a stone to smash one's own foot, weaving one's own cocoon. As matters were handled, the sky darkened. Upon returning to the small town, the old bell ringer struck the drum of the fifth watch. Dong, 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 dong. With the slow and fast rhythm of the drum echoing, the old bell ringer emerged from Baotong Alley, heading towards Chongqing Alley. Unintentionally walking silently along the edge of Donglai Street, the old bell ringer vaguely sensed a shadow flitting by. When he focused, the figure had already vanished into the dim alley, leaving no trace. Upon reaching the corner of Donglai Street, he spotted a figure huddled at the bridge's head. The man reeked of alcohol, cradling his head, yet his snores were quite genteel. Without needing to see his face, the bell ringer recognized him. Fu Li, the drunkard and gambler, the second son of the Fu family, Fu Yunlu. Without much thought, he kicked out with all his might, but only managed to nudge the man slightly. Ignoring the man who remained lost in slumber, he continued on his way towards Qingshi Alley, not glancing back. Only when the girl's silhouette disappeared into the alley did the man groggily rise. At that moment, the drunken haze had long since vanished from his face, transforming him from a wastrel to something more. His broad face was unremarkable, easily lost in a crowd at first glance. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern an undeniable sharpness about him. The man's mind conjured the image of the girl, and he chuckled suddenly. His face was slightly darkened, but his teeth were startlingly white. He wiped his face, shaking off the drunkenness, and mused to himself. Indeed, another silver-tongued little bug, but alas, still a bit too tender. Perhaps even smarter than me or my wife. But when it comes to my old man, it simply won't suffice. Mentioning the little bug, the man's mind flashed to the figure of a curvaceous woman, igniting warmth in his heart as he leapt into the Anyang River. 16. A sudden change of heart. Time flows like this, indifferent to day and night. 3 days passed swiftly. When a torrential rainstorm descended, the small town suddenly buzzed with life. The sounds of summer insects, cicadas, birds, and frogs awakened overnight. The epidemic was gradually brought under control. Aside from the initial few dozen infections, no one else had succumbed. Moreover, although the epidemic had surged fiercely, it ultimately led to no casualties, and thorough investigations yielded no results. On the 10th day of the epidemic, the small town lifted its restrictions and came back to life. Lu Qingshan returned during this time. The town had a clear regulation that horses and carts could not enter the streets during daylight, only permitted at midnight. Thus, Lu Qingshan had to leave his carriage at the town's entrance. Parting the curtain, he invited his fellow disciples to disembark. The simple man gazed at Machine Lake, contemplating the impending transaction, smiling as he opened his umbrella, even stepping onto the winding stone bridge out of excitement. The middle-aged man behind him cast a deep glance at Lu Qingshan, slung his medical bag over his shoulder, and swiftly followed. Ning's apothecary held a prestigious position in the small town and was greatly respected. After the epidemic, Master Ning had heroically aided the town through the crisis, earning the admiration and applause of the townsfolk. Thus, even as the torrential rain obscured their path, Lu Qingshan's return still drew considerable attention. He walked across Anyang Bridge with a smile. However, as he stepped into Qingshi Alley, the amiable expression on his face abruptly turned serious. The outbreak was something he had not anticipated, and Ning Qian being summoned by the county office further darkened his mood. Such occurrences were unheard of in the small town. It simply did not happen. Was it man-made, or merely coincidental? This uncertainty gnawed at Lu Qingshan. The image of Ning Wuxin's ailing face flashed in his mind, and his gaze flickered. Was it her? Or, Lu Qingshan's expression darkened. It couldn't be. He had raised her for years, watching her grow. What could possibly happen in a month? Besides, with his master's prudence and scheming, even if summoned away, everything would be arranged beforehand. At the very least, there was a Ling. Yet he knew a Ling well. He had watched her grow up and was acutely aware that the years in Juku Alley had been tumultuous for her, cultivating a peculiar temperament that made her unreliable. This too caused Lu Qingshan to hesitate. In 10 days, countless events could transpire. Just a fleeting thought sent cold sweat streaming down his back. The once tranquil Ning family courtyard suddenly echoed with the sound of knocking. As the rain fell, a Ling was tidying up the main hall. Upon hearing the sound, her eyes flickered with both joy and severity. However, as she crossed the courtyard and caught sight of the slightly ajar door of the east wing, the girl was compelled to lower her head, gripping the umbrella tightly. The moment Lu Qingshan laid eyes on a Ling, the complex expression lingering on her face had not yet fully dissipated. A chill ran through him as he beheld her. A birthmark on her face had nearly formed a phoenix shape. Shocked, conflicted, and exhilarated, Lu Qingshan was momentarily overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Who would have thought that after waiting over a decade and planning for 7 or 8 years, the saplings he had planted would bear fruit today? Regarding the scheming and manipulation of Ning Wuxin and a Ling, Lu Qingshan once felt guilt. Yet, compared to the bond with his sister, this fleeting guilt quickly evaporated, becoming non-existent. He could see that a Ling had a multitude of words to share, and from her demeanor and gaze, he sensed something amiss. He understood very well that a Ling's awakening of her lineage meant she was no longer a mere inconsequential being. As her father, Lu Qingshan should adopt a gentler approach, investing effort to win her over. Yet, he was more acutely aware that in comparison to a Ling's lineage, Ning Yufeng was of utmost importance. The transaction with that person outweighed a Ling's thin bloodline significantly. The scales of value had already tipped. Lu Qingshan raised his rough hand to signal her not to be impatient, his gaze offering reassurance, saying, "A Ling, please wait in the main hall for a moment. If there are matters to discuss, Master will explain to you later." Without sparing a Ling another glance, he led the middle-aged doctor into the east wing. As they entered, a Ling stood in the rain, holding her umbrella, resentment spilling from her vibrant face. Lu Qingshan's usual warmth and reassurance, once a sweet treat and care for a Ling, now sent a signal she had been abandoned. Not due to Ningyu, but because of the brother she had never met. Reflecting on the previous night, when Ning Wuxin had talked with her through the candlelight, her thoughts suddenly swirled. In the past, a Ling's perspective had been shackled within the confines of the small town, but when a truly bizarre world unfolded before her, she had no reason not to be astonished. Initially skeptical, after a night of reflection, she was finally convinced. It was not merely Ning Wuxin's eloquence that swayed her, but rather Lu Qingshan's prior attitude. After a night of hesitation, when the moment of her final decision arrived, had Lu Qingshan shown her even a fraction more attention, allowing her to truly gauge her worth in his eyes, not inconsequential, but still valued, a Ling might have turned against him. Yet, what had she seen in Lu Qingshan's astonished gaze? Was he appraising her worth? A Ling finally awakened. She should have woken up long ago. What is the true purpose behind everything that Ning Leopozi and Lu Qingshan have orchestrated? Has there ever been a plan that benefits her even slightly? Never. The motive has always centered around that half-brother of hers. She, Hua Ling, has merely been a sacrificial pawn from the very beginning. Her existence may very well be, as Ningyu stated, merely a means to an end, specifically the coveted Hua family's rebirth bloodline that resides within her. Grandmother, why did Uncle Qingshan not reveal your lineage until now? Did you ever think they intended to inform you of your origins? It was merely due to the sudden awakening of your bloodline, and at that moment, with no one more reliable at grandmother's side, she willingly sacrificed herself to maintain your stability. Had it not been for your bloodline awakening and the change in your birthmark, you would have likely lived your entire life in ignorance, reduced to a mere apothecary apprentice, leading an ordinary existence, eventually marrying a commonplace man, raising children, and living a life of mediocrity. You would never have glimpsed the vibrant world beyond the town, a realm that exists solely in tales of adventure, filled with remarkable feats and eternal youth. After your bloodline awakens, the birthmark on your face could transform into your most beautiful emblem. Yet you have been swayed by their words, potentially becoming nothing more than a stepping stone for your brother. Do not speak any further. In the darkness, Aling's piercing scream jolted her awake. She was bewildered at how Ning Yu could possibly know all of this. It seemed utterly inconceivable. Yet, even more astonishing was that after a night had passed, she found herself believing it all. The past 14 years of her life were not they proclaiming that Ning Leopozi and her father harbored ulterior motives? Ning Wuxin, too, was driven by insidious intent. However, in contrast to the thought of trampling Ning Yu beneath her feet, she suddenly felt that another matter might be even more intriguing. The years of effort expended by Ning Leopozi and her so-called father were all for naught. Surely, it must be quite a spectacle. Aling's lips curled into a smile, her gaze obsessive, as if entranced, and the phoenix-shaped birthmark on her face seemed to come alive, breathtaking. As May transitioned into summer, the fire pit in the east wing continued to burn brightly, and the girl lying on the bed appeared frail and delicate. In her dreams, Ning Wuxin's pale face was furrowed with anxiety, her brows knitted tightly, occasionally struggling, indicating the presence of a nightmare. Lu Qingshan's heart, initially steady, began to relax. Thinking, perhaps I have been overly concerned. He glanced at the middle-aged doctor behind him and nodded, saying, "It is indeed troublesome, master brother." The renowned physician from the Ning Qian lineage cast a glance at Lu Qingshan. "Your words are too severe." 17. The focus is direct. The rain poured heavily, obscuring the horizon, deterring even the birds from flight. Exiting the east wing, Lu Qingshan surveyed the sky, a serious expression dawning upon him. A week ago, I informed Master of my return date. Even if the letter did not reach her safely, with her astuteness, she would never overlook the return date. Now, has something gone awry? Lu Qingshan glanced back at the east wing and then at Aling, who was busy with her tasks, feeling an inexplicable sense of discord. Although he wished to engage in a deep conversation with Aling, he restrained himself, recalling the town's rigid rules. Among these rules was the prohibition against allowing outsiders to stay overnight. This meant they must depart tonight, leaving Changshang town by the hour of the rat. Lu Qingshan felt a sense of unease. The priority now is to meet with Master. Thus, as he stepped out of the east wing, he called out to Aling across the courtyard. "Aling, quickly pack your belongings. We are leaving the town tonight. We will speak with AU once she awakens." Without waiting for Aling's response, Lu Qingshan turned and exited the Ning residence. Aling stood there, watching Lu Qingshan disappear into the rain, a tumult of emotions swirling within her. As dusk approached, the sky darkened, and Lu Qingshan returned to the Ning residence, umbrella in hand, his steps heavy. The downpour had drenched much of his clothing. Aling stood in the loft, observing everything. This was the first time she had seen Lu Qingshan in such a suppressed state, his face serious, a blend of anger and restraint. A stark contrast to the amiable and gentle mentor she had always known. The middle-aged doctor had already broken into a cold sweat, glancing up at any noise at the gate, and only relaxed when Lu Qingshan returned, continuing to meditate quietly. Upon entering the main room, the mocking smile had faded from Aling's face as she took the oil paper umbrella from Lu Qingshan, her demeanor suggesting she had much to say, but ultimately offered a pale smile, saying, "Master, the belongings are all packed." Lu Qingshan brushed off the rain from his clothes, and just as he was about to speak, the sound of rain was interrupted by a creaking noise. The door to the east wing swung open. "Uncle Qingshan, you've returned? Grandmother, didn't T come back with you?" "Isn't grandmother leaving with us?" The young voice, tender yet laced with disappointment and worry, was soon drowned out by the rain. Nevertheless, both Lu Qingshan and Aling, as well as the middle-aged doctor, heard it clearly. In the context of this conversation, A Ling had already informed her about their imminent departure from the town. Lu Qingshan turned his head. A foundation-building cultivator perceives the night as day. The rain curtain could not obscure his view of the girl's expression, and the clarity only deepened his doubts and sentiments. He had lived for over a century, often guided by the insights of his esteemed master. And while his disposition and understanding might not be exceptional, he believed he had not entirely sunk into the mire. Yet, in this moment, the emotions contained within Ning Yu's subtle expression caused him to momentarily lose his bearings. This young girl, who had grown up under their watchful eyes and regarded him as an uncle, had truly concealed herself so profoundly. Only Lu Qingshan would question anyone in this world. Yet he held unwavering faith in his master's words. That day, Lu Qingshan first visited the town's magistrate, only to be told that the elder Dr. Ning had already departed. After much inquiry, he learned of their whereabouts and, subsequently, went to the Miao family in Baotong Alley. However, he was unable to meet Ning Leopozi, as the Miao family had turned him away, claiming that the young master of the Miao family was gravely ill and could not be separated from the elder Dr. Ning. Lu Qingshan, not a naive youth, could detect the underlying discrepancies. Fortunately, perhaps out of fear of the Ning family, the Miao family did not completely dismiss him. After a brief exchange, they ultimately delivered a cloth bag to him. After waiting anxiously for half a day, filled with trepidation, Lu Qingshan finally received a letter, a token, and a long-distance transmission talisman. In just a few pages, Ning Qian detailed the events of the past few days, directly implicating Ningyu. The town forbade the use of Taoist techniques, yet it was not absolute. Lu Qingshan had only just learned that as a precaution. His master had procured a hidden treasure long before deciding to engage with the shadowy orchestrators behind the scenes. This treasure could, to a certain extent, bypass the town's formations. However, once employed, it would break the town's rules and require a price to be paid. On the day the plague broke out, the already suspicious Ning Qian not only manipulated a Ling, compelling her to serve her purposes, but also seized the opportunity to employ secret techniques. Through a treasure placed in the Ning family's courtyard, she was able to communicate with reflections. Ning Qian had also utilized her probing methods at the magistrate's office. Indeed, Ningyu had vanished. This disappearance was not in the true sense. Ningyu remained within the Ning family courtyard, and a Ling often conversed with her. The peculiar aspect was that her presence, her voice, and even when a Ling approached within 10 paces, a Ling too seemed to vanish without a trace. Ning Qian realized that something had gone awry. Someone had intervened, concealing everything. The ancient fox, having lived for millennia, felt the calm waters of her heart disturbed by a sudden tempest. However, due to the plague, she found herself detained by the county office, rendering her helpless and forcing her to continue her observations. The county office, a peculiar entity within the small town, held the authority to oversee its affairs. If they issued an order, the ignorant commoners might resist, but those of them marked by the town's insignia, who were aware of its origins, had no choice but to comply. Resistance would only invite calamity. The town, diminutive as a sparrow, concealed vast depths, and even she, a venerable figure of the Lingtai realm, dared not act carelessly. She could only navigate through the cracks, treading lightly on the town's rules, conducting her affairs with utmost caution. To speak frankly, after years of meager existence, she would rather endure than cross the line into danger. Finally, upon resolving the issues of the plague, she intended to return and tidy up her affairs. Unexpectedly, she was intercepted by the Mao family of Baotong Alley and forcibly taken away. Was this mere coincidence? Ning Qian understood clearly that it was the machinations of Ningyu's backers at play. The Mao family? Ning Laopa did not resist, nor could she, unless she were willing to risk her life. On the day the plague erupted, she sensed something amiss, and her heart was troubled, filled with uncontainable rage. She finally realized that perhaps everything had long since strayed from the right path. Ning Qian found herself reflecting. Which link in the chain had faltered? Perhaps the immortal grade lost heart tea from years past had already been undone, and her former memories had been restored. It was also possible that the tea had never taken effect, or could have been that outing 3 months ago. She recalled Ning Wuxin's peculiar behavior from a month ago and felt a chill. These past months, even these past years, the granddaughter she had raised might have been orchestrating a grand performance alongside them. As for why Ningyu and her backers had remained silent, and pretended to be accommodating. It was likely in anticipation of the town's amnesty this year, plotting for this day. Yet now, it was too late. Ningyu had found her support, and even a Ling had been ensnared, betraying them. Fortunately, Lu Qingshan was present. Otherwise, if this transaction failed, not only would her own old bones be buried, but her grandson, her bloodline, would be utterly extinguished. Luckily, the person behind it had already obtained the pardon document, allowing them to depart at any moment. The 4 members of the Ning family could leave the town before the arrival of the Zhongyuan festival, precisely to evade the chaos that would ensue on the day of amnesty, when malevolent spirits would roam and monsters would lurk. Today was merely a matter of taking action early. Regardless of how formidable Ningyu's backers were, the rules of the town must be adhered to. If outsiders from the 12 families were to be considered, Ning Qiyin might have hesitated. However, as one of the 12 families, the Mao family had to abide by even more stringent regulations. Ning Laopa ultimately did not disclose Ningyu's origins, only instructing Lu Qingshan to hasten their departure, since someone had already set their sights on Ningyu. Any delay would be detrimental to them. She possessed a long-distance transmission talisman and a token, informing Lu Qingshan. Once they left the town's boundaries, he should utilize the talisman to avoid being tracked. In this matter, she preferred to err on the side of caution, ensuring no unexpected incidents occurred. Though the town was isolated, it was not entirely cut off. Communication via letters could still occur between the inside and outside, and no one knew if someone outside would come to their aid. The token was meant to contact the schemers behind the scenes. In truth, as long as Ningyu could be legitimately extracted from that battlefield, she need not concern herself with the rest. However, since troubles arose within the town, she bore a certain responsibility. Ning Qiyin also worried whether the so-called secular sect line could be smoothly transferred, fearing reprisals. She truly did not dare to claim she could withstand the wrath of that person. Therefore, contacting the schemers was solely for the purpose of ensuring a smooth handover. As for whether to reconfigure the plans or address Ningyu's memories, that was no longer their concern. The only objective was to extract Ningyu from that battlefield. From this town, how intriguing Ningyu! Lu Qingshan, after reading the letter, was engulfed in murderous intent. Before returning to the Ning residence, he gradually tempered his rage. Ning Wuxin's sickly voice further calmed him. Was it truly as the master had said? That bowl of lost heart tea had not been able to completely erase her memories? Had she been plotting for this day since she was 6 years old? Just 4 months ago, she had ventured out once and found her support? How could a 6-year-old girl possess such depth of character? Had both he and his master been deceived? Not a single flaw had been detected. Lu Qingshan was no mere rustic. He quickly regained his composure. His steady voice and word were filled with care and reassurance. You, do not worry. Your grandmother has simply been held up by matters. We shall set off a few days early, and once we deliver you to the sect, Uncle Qingshan will return for your grandmother. It won't be long before we can reunite as a family. Since learning about the situation from his master this month, Lu Qingshan had not disrupted the current calm. He thought to himself, if they could maintain this tranquility, even if it were merely superficial, it would suffice. Subsequently, Lu Qingshan persuaded Ning Wuxin to leave the town, initially expecting it to require considerable effort, even risking a falling out. To his surprise, Ning Wuxin readily agreed, saying that you will listen to Uncle Qingshan's arrangements, hoping to reunite with grandmother swiftly. Ning Wuxin's agreement to leave the town astonished Lu Qingshan. His master's letter had indicated that if Ning Wuxin had support, she would never leave easily. He had expected to face difficulties, yet she was persuaded? Lu Qingshan did not believe that Ning Laopa had misjudged the situation, but rather realized that the night ahead would not be peaceful. Lu Qingshan smiled gently, but his heart thundered with alarm. The storm was brewing, and Ningyu's backers were about to strike. Ning Wuxin, with a sickly smile, mentioned wanting to leave a letter for Ning Laopa. Saying this, she struggled to rise, intending to prepare ink. Lu Qingshan narrowed his eyes. What game was Ningyu playing? Having reached this point, what significance was there in continuing to feign innocence? Yet he still gestured for her to rest, taking the initiative to prepare the ink for her before leaving the East Wing. At the moment he closed the door, Ning Wuxin's smile remained undiminished. Her gaze intensified, like a hunter eyeing prey about to fall into a trap. During dinner, Lu Qingshan had no appetite, and Ling, burdened with her own thoughts, barely touched her food. Even the middle-aged doctor sensed the unusual atmosphere at the table, with only Ning Wuxin eating with carefree abandon, innocent and seemingly oblivious to the impending upheaval. After the meal, Lu Qingshan personally brought a bowl of medicinal soup from the kitchen and handed it to Ning Wuxin. "We are about to leave. Your health is very fragile. The journey will be arduous, and Uncle Qingshan fears you may not endure it. Thus, I had Brother Lu prepare this soup for you. Once consumed, you shall sleep soundly tonight, without needing to worry about the discomfort of travel." His eyes radiated affection, genuine emotion flowing as if he were gazing upon his own daughter. Witnessing Lu Qingshan's expression, Aling felt a twinge of jealousy for the first time. Instead, a chill crept down her spine. At that moment, were it not for the patter of rain outside, the entire world seemed enveloped in an eerie silence. Lu Qingshan stood, holding the medicinal soup, brazenly gazing at Ning Wuxin. The gaze that once held concern gradually transformed, becoming somewhat aggressive within a mere few breaths. His words were both sincere and a test, observing whether she would drink the bitter concoction for a night of tranquility or tear the facade completely, hastening the end of their peace and igniting conflict. Would her backing defy the town's customs for her sake and storm into the Ning family's modest abode? In the past, Ning Wuxin would have scorned such notions and would have brazenly torn down the mask. What backing? It was merely her own. Yet this time, she found herself compelled to play along. Furrowing her brow, she lightly tapped the table with her chopsticks, just as Lu Qingshan thought Ning Wuxin might turn against him. She cast her gaze towards Aling, smiling as she took the bowl of medicine from Lu Qingshan's hands, placing it on the table and pushing it towards Aling. With a smile that was neither genuine nor false, she addressed the father-daughter duo grandiloquently, "Since Aling is also leaving, Uncle Qingshan should not show favoritism and forget that Aling has never left the town. I had a bit more to eat at dinner and can wait a while longer before drinking. How about Aling takes this first?" In an instant, all three pairs of eyes were fixed on Ning Wuxin. The esteemed physician Lu furrowed his brow deeply, suddenly becoming serious. He was reluctant to meddle, feeling that this matter did not warrant his involvement. Aling nearly jumped up, although she was unaware of the exact ingredients in the concoction. The aroma of the herbs during its preparation had inevitably wafted into her senses, momentarily clouding her mind and making her acutely aware of its implications. Lu Qingshan's eyes reflected a complex mixture of thoughts, but after a brief moment, he made his decision. Earlier, after calming Ningyu, he had once again sought to bind Aling with the ties of father-daughter affection. Ailing's words sounded pleasing, and she readily agreed. Yet he sensed a wariness emanating from her. This emergence of caution could only stem from two possibilities. Either she had been completely ensnared by someone else, which seemed unlikely, or she had learned the truth of her own origins, aware of the dealings between the Ning and Hua families. Otherwise, such wariness would be exceedingly intriguing and illogical. Yet, Lu Qingshan pondered that Ailing bore the bloodline of a true phoenix, making her valuable. Even if her heart no longer aligned with his, she still shared his blood. And thus, he felt no need to be excessively harsh. Once they left this realm, he would not worry about how to win her over and restrain her. Ning Wuxin's push had inadvertently reminded him. A person as indecisive as Ailing, if left unrestrained before leaving the town, could very well become a source of trouble. Whether it was one burden or two, it was better than being stabbed by his own daughter later on. Given his understanding of Ailing, such a betrayal was not out of the question. She was quite the enigma. Lu Qingshan cast a meaningful glance at Ning Wuxin. His mind flashed back to a conversation with Brother Lu, who had remarked that the frail condition of his niece had long been alleviated and that a mysterious benefactor had concealed her true state. After pondering for an hour, he concluded that if not for her exceptional abilities, he might have missed it entirely. Every detail led Lu Qingshan to reconsider his previous perceptions of Ningyu. This series of actions signified that she was already aware of everything and had no intention of continuing the charade. Of course, for the moment, she was willing to submit for a fleeting peace. Lu Qingshan understood clearly what choice he needed to make. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a sense of blockage, as if he had overlooked something vital. Just then, Ning Wuxin's gaze interrupted his contemplation, an intentional or unintentional provocation, possibly a threat. In an instant, the suppressed fury that had built up over decades began to seep out. After living for over a century, he found himself cornered, playing mind games with the girl he had nurtured. This undoubtedly filled him with an indescribable frustration. He averted his gaze from Ning Wuxin's seemingly provoking stare, stifling the anger that threatened to erupt. After enduring for so many years, could he not withstand a day or two more? Having made his choice, Lu Qingshan naturally disregarded Ailing's shock. Since she was no longer aligned with him, there was no need to indulge her further. Moreover, he had never truly regarded Ailing as his daughter. Just as Ning Wuxin had surmised, in his eyes, both she and Ailing were merely commodities awaiting the right price. As such, they were ranked according to value. Ailing's worth in his eyes was certainly far less than that of Ningyu. With a demeanor that remained consistently gentle and amiable, even harboring an indifference he was not fully aware of, he said, "Then, Ailing, you should drink first, lest the bumpy journey at night prevents you from getting a good night's sleep." This utterance, devoid of warmth, chilled the hearts of those present, especially that of a young girl of 13 or 14. Ailing felt a deep-seated hatred towards Lu Qingshan. Her eyes, already lacking purity, now brimmed with a peculiar loathing. The medicine was not lethal. What weighed on Ailing's heart was not that. Lu Qingshan's actions made it clear. Once again, Ailing, was the one to be sacrificed. She was filled with rage, knowing she was always the one to bear the brunt. She was no fool. If Ningyu was a fox, then the old woman and her disciples were wolves and tigers. How could she dare to conspire with a tiger? Furthermore, being inherently sensitive, Ailing could faintly perceive the indifference and disdain in Lu Qingshan's eyes, which only fueled her anger to the point of trembling. Ailing felt that fate was truly tormenting her. Had she not desired to be a good disciple, a good daughter? After Lu Qingshan returned today and sought her out for a private conversation, his soft words had indeed shaken the vengeful thoughts within her. Yet the outcome had turned out this way, nearly ensnaring her once more in falsehoods. Ailing finally awakened completely, resolute not to waver for anyone. In her heart, she despaired. Perhaps the only one who truly cares for her is the old matriarch of the Hua family. Now, she had only one path left to tread, to cooperate with Ningyu to eliminate Lu Qingshan and the others, and then seize the opportunity to kill Ningyu. She felt trapped with no way out. Before Ailing had even embarked on her cultivation journey, she suddenly attained enlightenment in that moment, understanding and adapting to the merciless nature of the path ahead. Even Ning Wuxin had to concede that if Ailing had a guide, meticulously honing her skills, her character would indeed be well suited for the treacherous and perilous journey of cultivation. However, one must also remain wary of whether she would turn against her allies. Aside from Ning Wuxin, neither of them noticed the fleeting determination and strangeness in Ailing's gaze. Their attention never left Ning Wuxin. The next moment, Ning Wuxin's actions startled Lu Qingshan. She suddenly smiled, seeming to reconsider. Just as Ailing was still reeling from Lu Qingshan's insistence on forcing her to drink the herbal concoction, her heart ablaze with fury. In a surprising turn, she returned the bowl of warm medicine and, amidst the varying gazes of the three, drank it all in one gulp. Although Lu Qingshan had already anticipated Ning Wuxin's intentions, at that moment, he could not help but be taken aback, admiring the decisiveness of the girl he had raised. Simultaneously, he realized that Ailing had completely distanced herself from him, making reconciliation impossible. While Lu Qingshan was indifferent to Ailing, it was another matter entirely. Having lived for over a century, only to be outmaneuvered in the end, and by a mere child of 11 or 12, who among the few would remain indifferent, who would not feel a sense of indignation. Lu Qingshan, having cultivated his patience for decades, found it all but exhausted in that very moment upon realizing he had fallen into Ning Wuxin's scheme. His hands clenched in a fist beneath the dining table, veins protruding. Once lauded by countless sects and ultimately becoming a disciple under a revered master of the Lingtai realm, how could he allow himself to be trampled upon? Yet, he was no longer the brash youth he once was. The pride that once filled his heart had long been worn down over the years. He could not help but lament once more. With Ning Yu's remarkable intellect, had it not been for the misfortune that befell his own son, had it not been for the machinations of unseen forces, his future would undoubtedly have been extraordinary. His gaze turned cold. Alas, he would ultimately be left to weave garments for others. With this thought, the anger from being outwitted was momentarily subdued, but his complexion remained far from natural. Lu Qingshan's previously gentle and affable demeanor was merely a facade, crafted to refine his Tao heart and to fulfill the current transaction. Now pressured from all sides. Not only did he have to contend with Ning Wuxin, but he also had to be wary of the powerful backing she possessed. The mounting pressure weighed heavily upon him, and without the support of Ning Leopozi, his usual composure gradually faded. Ning Wuxin, maintaining her calm demeanor, observed everything with indifference. The will and temperament of a foundation establishment cultivator are ultimately limited. What of being hailed as the most talented in Nanyan? What of having a root bone surpassing the 9 tripods? As he watched his partner fall and his son linger on the brink of death, Lu Qingshan's Dao heart was filled with irreparable cracks. That he did not succumb to the demonic path was merely due to Ning Qiyin keeping him hanging by a thread. Ning Wuxin paid no heed to the depths of Lu Qingshan's scowl. After downing the medicinal concoction, she understood he would not easily allow her to return to her quarters. So she chose to disregard them and close her eyes to rest. After a quarter of an hour, confirming the medicine's effects had spread, she rose and walked back to the eastern wing under Lu Qingshan's scrutinizing gaze. The sound of gongs and clappers echoed as the night watchman announced the hour. The watchman traversed from Changsheng Alley to Donglai Street, then to Baodong Alley, finally reaching Qingshi Alley. About 40 to 50 minutes had passed. At this time, it was around the hour of Su, with still more than an hour remaining until Z hour, until departure. Only when Ning Wuxin returned to the eastern wing did the chilling gaze that had been glued to her finally dissipate outside the door. What a predicament! Ning Wuxin squinted her eyes, taking a deep breath as fatigue and mental exhaustion washed over her like a tidal wave, gradually submerging her consciousness. She understood the significance of this bowl of medicinal soup to her. Yet, if she did not take the initiative to ensure Lu Qingshan fully believed she had backing, the moment he discovered the truth, that her support was merely an elaborate ruse, he would have no reservations and would surely act directly, rendering her recent scheming futile. At that point, her only option would be to rely on Fu Jingyan, the lord of the small town. This was not a scenario she wished to encounter. Moreover, if she failed, their transaction and agreement would become null and void, and she would lose her standing alongside Fu Jingyan, becoming nothing more than his pawn. By then, that old rascal would surely raise the stakes exorbitantly. Should she wish to conclude this immense entanglement of cause and effect, she would have to pay an immeasurable price. Fortunately, she had the foresight to ask old Fu to secure her 3 days' time. Otherwise, facing Ning Leopozi, her chances of success were slim. After all, she was an ancient being who had lived for millennia, her thoughts unfathomable. Ning Wuxin dared to confront her. Relying on the advantage of her 500 years of memories, she was acutely aware of the innate arrogance deep within Ning Leopozi's heart, knowing she would never demean herself to deal with her, and she could never fathom that the person she had nurtured for years suddenly possessed memories spanning centuries. With Lu Qingshan, whose path was nearly an end, if Ning Wuxin sought to scheme against him, the likelihood of miscalculation was minimal. With a radiant smile, Ning Wuxin opened the wooden box and deftly picked up silver needles from the cloth. One after another, she precisely pierced the well-researched acupoints, not merely inserting them an inch, but driving them in entirely, leaving only the size of a grain of rice exposed. The entire process was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Despite her pale complexion, Ning Wuxin's brow did not twitch even slightly. Whether it was painful was another matter. What mattered was its efficacy. After all the silver needles were fully embedded, she noticed her fatigue lessening considerably after a moment. As the weariness that had swept over her receded, she exhaled deeply, wiping the fine beads of cold sweat from her brow, gathering the needles and other items, and placing the pre-prepared pouch of medicinal powder in her bosom. After confirming everything was in order, she finally lay back down on the bed, inhaling the mingled scent of tranquility and medicinal herbs, and closed her eyes. The seemingly tranquil courtyard was rife with undercurrents. A pair of murky yet profound eyes, through a certain artifact, were observing the unassuming courtyard. Ning Leopozi, known by the title Qiyin, had long forgotten her true name. This title, while not widely recognized in Nanyin or Tianxian, was renowned in the mysterious Tianhuang Forbidden Zone, the Tianhuang battlefield. Even now, many remembered her. She had once achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield, standing among the elite of her generation. Yet, due to her exceptional talent and accomplishments, she became a target, ensnared in schemes by enemies and rivals alike. During one expedition, she was set up and fell victim to a certain poison, which, due to delayed treatment, left her with an incurable affliction. Her root bone eroded, stripping away her qualifications to continue pursuing the path of immortality. The only consolation was that her cultivation level remained intact. Despite losing the ability to progress further, her name still commanded respect. Looking back, it had already been a millennium. All that was once hers was now but a memory. She had long since ceased to wish to speak of it. At this moment, Ning Leopozi had observed most of the happenings in her courtyard and grasped the situation quite well. Ning Yu remained enigmatic, making it impossible for her to discern, as did all those who interacted with her. Ning Qian was equally perplexed. What scheme was her granddaughter, whom she had raised, concocting? What was her intent in courting the favor of a mere child, awakening a faint bloodline? Her thoughts spiraled in a whirlwind. Soon, she suppressed her speculation. She understood that compared to the trivial antics concocted by her granddaughter and little disciple, the true focus lay with the god transformation cultivator dispatched by the Mu family. The old woman slightly withdrew her thoughts, disregarding the searing pain from the punitive talisman etched upon her, as her aged gaze crossed the window to the corner pavilion of the garden. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared. Ning Leopozi needed no speculation to recognize the identity of the unexpected figure, the old esteemed guest stationed by the Mu family in this area, also an old friend of hers. In another corner of Baodong Alley, in a seldom visited bookstore, the proprietor of this realm, the esteemed Fu Zhengyan of the Fu family, was fishing by the ink pool outside the bookstore. The ink pool is as dark as the portal to an abyss, seemingly tranquil, yet concealing an eerie aura that could ensnare one's consciousness with just a few lingering glances. The old man sits cross-legged, puffing on his dry tobacco, fixated on the ink pool. This ink pool is not merely a treasure in his possession. It may also be a secret technique, though he remains oblivious to its purpose or what he is attempting to catch. Behind him, a seemingly ordinary man and a strikingly beautiful woman kneel silently. The ordinary man is Fu Yunlu, the second son of the old man, and the beautiful woman is his wife, Dao Fengyi, the legitimate descendant of the Dao family from the Shima Xiantian demon sect. This couple has maintained their kneeling position for a full day and night. A day and night prior, they had exchanged a brief conversation. After deliberation, they resolved not to return to the Xiantian demon sect, but to venture into the Tianhuang Forbidden Zone to participate in the forthcoming century-long battle. The old man merely cast a deep glance at the two before resuming his fishing by the ink pool, remaining silent for another day and night. As Fu Yinlu, the old man's youngest son, he is well aware of his father's temperament. The absence of a swift kick of anger from the old man leaves him somewhat uneasy. He can't help but speculate. Could it be that he is concerned about the face of his second son? Afraid of humiliating him in front of his wife? Observing his father's demeanor, it is clear he is internally vexed. Given Fu Yunlu's thick-skinned nature, he would typically have simply walked away. However, considering that his wife, despite claiming to have married into the Fu family, has not truly integrated into the family lineage over the years, he grits his teeth and kneels. Their presence here is ostensibly to participate in the battle in the Tianhuang Forbidden Zone. In truth, they're seeking the old man's support. After all, his wife shares similar ambitions as the wife of his elder brother, marrying into the Fu family for ulterior motives. Fortunately for him, unlike his elder brother, he has found genuine affection with his wife, who, despite her fiery and vicious nature, unexpectedly developed feelings for him. The intricacies of their relationship are tangled and convoluted, difficult to unravel in a moment. Yet, if he were to heed the old man's words from 3 days prior and return to the Xiantian demon sect with his wife, she would face great difficulty in being recognized in the Fu family lineage. As for what significance the Fu family lineage holds, that remains a matter of fortune. Thus, Fu Yunlu pondered deeply and decided to endure this situation for now, for a day and night. Whether viewed as a fierce and unruly demoness by the Shima demon cultivators or as an infamous shrew by the townsfolk, Dao Fengyi, the second daughter-in-law of the Fu family, remained silent and knelt. Fu Yunlu mused that perhaps only his own father possesses such formidable power. At the hour of high, the old man changed his tobacco leaves, which spontaneously ignited. After taking a puff, he stirred the ink pool with his smoking pipe, causing dark ripples to surge forth. As he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, the mist enveloped the bookshop, and 4 scrolls suddenly rose from the ink pool, floating above it. With a mere gesture from him, Images began to manifest upon the previously blank scrolls. One depicted the confrontation between two generations of renowned figures from the Mao family in Baotong Alley. Another showed a child emerging from the Fu family of the Zhejiang region. The third featured a youth gazing skyward in Dongjiang. The final scroll revealed a blurred figure sleeping in the courtyard of the Ning family in Qingshi Alley. The kneeling couple from the small town finally lifted their heads slightly. Their gazes lingered on Fu Li before ultimately settling on the indistinct silhouette of a young girl in the Ning family courtyard. The previously silent and stunning woman could no longer restrain herself and inquired, "Is this the person chosen by Elder Fu?" Lacking a clear path and never having received a word of acknowledgement from Fu Jingyan, she hesitated to address him as father. The old man's eyes drifted beyond the ink pool, beneath the somber heavens, and he let out a slow sigh. He did not respond to the second daughter-in-law's question, instead reflecting, "The wife of the eldest is from a fallen family, caught in a web of compromise, forced to take risks here. And you, after all these years, are you still unable to comprehend your situation? Some come here out of necessity, seeking a slender chance at longevity, while others strive for survival against insurmountable odds. Dao Fengyi is different. At 21, a descendant of a notorious clan, she possesses innate talent surpassing that of her peers, being the only one in the Shimo region for millennia to possess a natural sword heart. This remarkable aptitude places her among the elite, inciting both envy and ire. Should she emerge into the world, she would undoubtedly be revered as a prodigy. Thus, the Xiantian demon sect harbored great expectations for her, having long earmarked her as one of its future pillars. With the protection of the sect, guidance from the ancestors of the Dao family, and an abundance of resources, barring unforeseen calamities, her ascension would be merely a matter of time. To utter the words that would incite the envy of countless cultivators, she could simply slumber and still attain the spirit platform realm. Regrettably, this was all a matter of a decade past. All of this changed when Dao Fengyi, disregarding the ancestral warnings of her family, sought the treasures of the Fu lineage and unwittingly stepped into the ancient town of longevity, leading to unforeseen complications. Not only did she develop feelings for Fu Yunlu, but she also married into this cage of confinement, resulting in a pregnancy with Fu Li and subsequent complications that left her innate sword heart shattered, making a reversal nearly impossible. This turmoil only added to the already precarious situation of the Fu family, entangling them in a web of chaos. The Dao family, previously uninvolved, now risks being dragged into this mess. The Fu family does not fear the additional karma, yet for the Shima Dao family, this is a calamity rather than a blessing. In matters involving the entangled fates of the town, even the oldest lineage of the Xiantian demon sect strives to distance itself, unwilling to be embroiled in such trivial affairs. Let alone the Dao family. Do you comprehend that this town is no sanctuary? The Fu family is not a prestigious lineage, but merely descendants of a notorious clan. The entanglements here are complex and troublesome. Should one be implicated, even your ancestors would find themselves entangled. You dare to disregard this and indiscriminately bind yourself, giving birth to a daughter of the Fu family? Do you realize that once you enter the Fu family lineage, the Shima Dao family will be marked as part of the notorious clan? Do you understand what that truly signifies? Fu Jingyan's gaze suddenly sharpened. He has never been one to care for anyone's face. He is fully aware of the nature of the offspring he has raised. To conspire against him? He knows precisely the weight of their worth. Abruptly standing, he delivered a kick that sent Fu Yunlu, a figure of considerable stature at the Yuanying realm, sprawling, leaving him gasping in pain, unable to draw a breath. Dao Fengyi's beautiful visage paled, signifying that the entire Dao family would soon find itself targeted by that looming force. Fu Jingyan scoffed. Do not presume that your Dao Fengyi can conceal her aura with a half-spiritual artifact and go undetected. Do you think the forces behind the eldest wife are mere children? My restraint has been a calculated ruse, a means to protect the gateway of this town from their grasp, all to ensure Fu Li can grow and one day escape the burdens of her lineage. It is not meant to send generation after generation of descendants to the battlefield as mere pawns. Thus, it is preferable to remain in the shadows. Just 3 days prior, before the transaction with the young lady of the Ning family, it mattered little whether it was Fu Yunlu, Dao Fengyi, or even his own frail body. Death was insignificant in the grand scheme of things. However, the circumstances have shifted. Life does not extinguish debts, and the threads of cause and effect will continue to intertwine, creating an intricate web that is arduous to untangle. This calamity stems from the ancestral transgressions of the Fu family, a debt that must be repaid, and they have long accepted this fate. Their only concern was the potential impact on the innocent kin of Daofengyi. Hence, 3 days ago, I instructed both of you to return to the Xiantian Ma Zone, allowing your ancestor to cover this entanglement of fate, perhaps providing a glimmer of hope. Yet here you stand. The elder narrowed his eyes at Daofengyi, then delivered a swift kick to Fu Yunlu, sending him crashing to the ground, unable to rise. Self-deceiving fool. With that kick, the elder's ire seemed to dissipate as he settled back down by the ink pool. The lineage of the Fu family once basked in glory. But how long ago was that? 3,000 years? Or perhaps 30,000? Now, they are akin to a nest of rats trapped in a dark gutter, reviled by all. There is no merit in entering this realm. Smoke swirled, and the world ebbed and flowed. Daofengyi glanced at the man, unable to rise from the ground, took a deep breath, and ceased her arguments. Fu Jingyan had made his point clear. If she still could not comprehend, then her title was indeed a misnomer. Fu Jingyan refrained from further commentary, raising his gaze to observe his granddaughter making her way out of the small town, decisively making choices for them, sparing this couple. Ensnared by emotions from their foolishness. Calamity, indeed. It was the calamity of this couple. But more so, it was the calamity of the Fu clan. Fu Jingyan's gaze darkened as he recalled a grudge from over 100 years ago, an unfulfilled transaction. He felt no regret, yet it had been a hardship for his late wife and his 2 children. Reflecting on his late spouse softened Fu Jingyan's typically unyielding heart. My dear second wife, when the gates of the underworld swing wide and the night of 100 ghosts arrives, you may depart and return to Tianxian. If your ancestor cannot shield you, then do not venture beyond the Hanhai demon realm for the next 500 years. The Hanhai demon realm, one of the 5 sacred realms of Tianxian, was the stronghold of the demonic path. After speaking, his tone grew cold, and he uttered a heavy snort before continuing. As for you, since you are determined to secure a portion of the family legacy, for Fu Li, prepare yourself to journey to Tianhuan. Fu Yunlu was left speechless from the pain, unable to suppress his sobs, clearly unwilling to accept this fate. He had only just enjoyed a few years with his wife, and now he was to be separated for 500 years. The man wept. Fu Jingyan, exasperated, delivered another forceful kick, propelling him into the courtyard behind the bookstore. Useless wretch. Daofengyi felt a sharp pang in her heart. How could she bear this? Yet, seeing Fu Jingyan's furious expression, she could not help but tremble, kneeling respectfully. The first time in all her years in the Fu family that she faced Fu Jingyan. In her life, she had knelt before only 2 individuals, the elder of the Dao family and the man before her now. 500 years may not seem long. Yet considering her husband's poor aptitude, barely reaching the 3rd level of cultivation, it would be challenging for him to progress further. Not to mention that outside of martial arts, the longevity of life was far inferior to that of the Dao. A chill crept over her. What if it were to perish in Tianhuan? Fu Senior, could there be no other way? Daofengyi suppressed her agitation, gazing respectfully at Fu Jingyan. The elder did not even glance at her, chuckling derisively. If you are unconcerned about bringing calamity upon the Dao family, you are welcome to try. His expression suggested he was eager for the spectacle. The Dao family might be considered a prominent clan in the West Desert and Tianxian. Yet compared to those families with legacies spanning hundreds of thousands of years, they were barely noteworthy. An esteemed practitioner of the Dao path might be formidable, but ultimately, they were but one person. True depth of heritage was lacking. Engaging in a conflict would be tantamount to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Daofengyi's vibrant visage darkened instantly. She watched as the child stepped closer to the outskirts of the town, posing one final question. Her voice rang out, but at that moment, even the man curled on the ground could neither hear nor comprehend the words of his beloved wife. Soon, he heard his father's laughter. You come to Changshan town seeking the legacy of the Fu family, yet have you investigated the origins of the Fu clan? Why were we cast into this mire, unable to rise? Daofengyi's heart sank as she gazed at Fu Li's reflection, filled with astonishment. The night wind rustled. The sky remained overcast, and occasional flashes of lightning disappeared into the horizon. The air was thick with moisture, moths danced in the low atmosphere, and beneath, the ground was teeming with ants. All these signs foretold the impending storm. Fu Li was making her way beyond the town. Simultaneously, in the Dongjuku Huang family, the young Huang Yuan exited the ancestral home, treading the muddy path, coincidentally walking ahead of Fu Li. At the stroke of midnight, Ning Wuxin's eyes suddenly opened. Nearby, familiar footsteps approached softly, lingering outside for nearly 2/4 of an hour before resuming, culminating in the creaking sound of the old wooden door of the Ning family courtyard. This was Lu Qingshan, heading out to fetch a carriage from the town. Just as in the previous life, the difference was that, in her last life, Ning Wuxin had collapsed in her grandmother's embrace, nearly losing consciousness from her tears over the town, the Ning family, and her two elders. This time, however, she was forced to languish in this cramped room. The world is capricious. Assassinating Lu Qingshan, if presented to the previous Ning Yu, even knowing Ning Qiyin and her disciple harbored ill intentions, she would have found it difficult to proceed. Yet, as the Ning Wuxin of the West Desert Demon cultivators, she would not flinch at the thought of killing one Lu Qingshan, nor even 100 or 1,000. Her brow would not furrow at all. Ning Wuxin understood all too well that Lu Qingshan was merely an appetizer before the true reckoning, not the main course. The real challenge lay with Ning Qiyin, a renowned figure of the Ling Tai realm. Even at her peak in her previous life, she had to avoid conflict with him. Such an existence Ning Wuxin had faced before, only to be driven into a corner. Had it not been for some hidden cards, she might have even lost her life. As for challenging those of a higher level in battle, while it could be attempted at the Foundation establishment and core formation realms, it became nearly impossible beyond the transformation realm, let alone surpassing levels. Even advancing to the next tier required careful consideration of one's opponent. If they were merely common cultivators, it might be manageable. However, encountering sword cultivators, music cultivators, or demon cultivators would present significant challenges. Victory lay only in overwhelming numbers or superior artifacts. Direct confrontation was out of the question, not to mention the existence of Buddhist, Confucian, and Divine Path cultivators. For instance, in her previous life, the battle before her demise, the combined forces of over 10 Transformation Realm cultivators had still rendered her unable to lift her head. Thus, even with the small town's array in play, the prohibition of Dao techniques, the physical prowess of the Ling Tai realm still instilled trepidation in Ning Wuxin. The rejuvenation of her vitality over millennia was formidable, far from trivial. Not to mention, Ning Qiyin possessed an artifact that could, to some extent, circumvent the town's formation. Upon reflection, after consuming the medicinal concoction, her still drowsy mind was suddenly besieged by relentless pangs of pain. To be frank, tonight, Ning Wuxin possessed merely a 30% chance of success, which could be deemed as a gamble of desperation, yet she had no choice but to proceed. Following Lu Qingshan's departure from the Ning family courtyard, Ning Wuxin's thoughts began to whirl in a tempest. The numerous silver needles embedded in her body manipulated her muscles and nerves. The pain was secondary as she endeavored to achieve equilibrium through her breathing. She was not concerned about her endurance. Rather, she craved the heart-wrenching agony to heighten her awareness. A gentle summer breeze infiltrated through the door's crevice. During the brief moment after Lu Qingshan left the Ning family courtyard, a Ling approached the eastern chamber several times, her mind in disarray. She had come to a clear understanding of Lu Qingshan and her own precarious position. Not foolish by any means, she discerned that Ning Wuxin had been scheming against her and Lu Qingshan since the evening began, realizing that Ning Wuxin likely had further plans. Otherwise, how could she so nonchalantly consume that bowl of calming herbal broth? This uncertainty gnawed at a Ling's insides. She was genuinely terrified of being outmaneuvered by the 3 individuals from the Ning family, each a cunning fox in their own right. The thought of being ensnared at any moment filled her with dread, particularly as she anticipated the arrival of that bowl of calming herbal concoction into her stomach. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness and despair surged within her. She forced herself to move forward, to grow, in hopes of breaking free from this dire predicament. Another cough echoed in her ears, compelling a Ling to regain her focus and return to the main hall. In the blink of an eye, the hour of Z had arrived. The sound of horses' hooves striking the blue stone echoed in the distance. Simultaneously, the sound of the midnight bell resonated through the bluestone alley, approaching and then receding. As the bell's chime faded into silence, the clear and measured sound of hooves abruptly halted. Lu Qingshan's silhouette emerged from the shadows, stepping into the dimly lit Ning family courtyard. Ling's eyelids fluttered, her heart pounding like a drum. Unconsciously, her gaze shifted towards the eastern chamber. Lu Chongtai exchanged a glance with Lu Qingshan, their eyes seemingly inquiring. Earlier that evening, he had informed Lu Qingshan that Ning Yu's illness had dissipated, likely aided by an adept. Lu Qingshan reciprocated with some details, revealing certain crucial information. He understood that Lu Qingshan's motives for confiding in him were rooted in ulterior intentions. It was also clear to him that it would be best if he remained uninvolved in this matter, waiting for Ning Yu to leave the town before transferring her elsewhere. Yet, Lu Chongtai harbored selfish ambitions. He came from the second-rate sect, Bai Chao Min, within the realm of South Yin, being a direct disciple of the sect leader. Though his talents could not compare to Lu Qingshan's extraordinary gifts, with only 4 out of 5 cauldrons of potential, his qualifications were unlikely to yield significant progress on the path of cultivation. However, the Tao is vast, and it does not confine itself to a singular path. Despite his lack of innate ability, his aptitude for medical arts was rare even within South Yin. Once he entered the Golden Core realm, he would attain remarkable medical prowess, ensuring his status as a distinguished guest among the sects for centuries to come, potentially rivaling Lu Qingshan. The road to immortality spans millennia, and countless prodigies have perished in infancy. Given his current standing, as long as he successfully ascended to the Golden Core, he would be eligible to inherit the position of sect leader. Yet, he was not the sole candidate for such a position. Although he looked down upon Lu Qingshan, he held a genuine fear of the elderly matriarch of the Ning family. The esteemed reputation of the red-faced elder was not lost on him, nor was the mystique of this small town. Both instilled a sense of dread. However, the most critical insight he had gained was recognizing the esteem held by the sect's ancestors for Lu Qingshan, or perhaps his master. He had exerted considerable effort to secure this task, initially perceiving it as a mere opportunity for profit, yet upon the ancestors' guidance, he realized the magnitude of the chance he had encountered. Perhaps it was the easiest opportunity he would ever achieve since embarking on the path. Consequently, he tempered his discontent towards Lu Qingshan and willingly devoted some energy to fostering goodwill, hoping that this blossoming relationship would ultimately bolster his bid for the position of sect leader. When Lu Qingshan respectfully requested his assistance with this matter, Lu Chongtai feigned difficulty while secretly delighting in the prospect. Moreover, as Lu Qingshan suggested, should a transforming spirit cultivator intervene, he could simply escort them away from the town, while Lu Qingshan occupied the cultivator's attention. How terrifying could a transforming spirit cultivator be? Bai Chao Min only possessed 2, and in the outside world, even with 10-fold courage, Lu Chongtai would not dare to confront them. Self-destruction would be preferable, ensuring a complete corpse rather than a fate of obliteration. However, within this town that forbids the use of the Tao, he need not confront a transforming spirit cultivator directly, rendering it less alarming. Why refuse a favor offered freely? Lu Qingshan's ride proceeded smoothly, indicating that the transforming spirit cultivator had not intervened. Exchanging glances, Lu Qingshan strode confidently into the main hall. The father and daughter shared a fleeting glance. The chill in Lu Qingshan's demeanor contrasted sharply with Ling's fear and resentment, until Lu Qingshan emerged from the kitchen, presenting a bowl of herbal broth that had cooled to room temperature, placing it upon the old wooden table. The rift between this father-daughter duo, whose thoughts had already diverged significantly, was finally laid bare. Lu Qingshan's gentle facade evaporated, replaced by a cold indifference. He regarded Ling with a dispassionate gaze, masking the chill in his eyes, and stated, "Ling, I do not wish to make things difficult for you. I know you are quite intelligent. Drink this bowl of broth and prepare your belongings for the carriage." In his final words, he could not even feign the paternal affection of father. His gaze served as a warning to Ling, not to court trouble for herself. Ling glared at Lu Qingshan, her anger ignited by his words. She pressed her lips tightly together, and at that moment, the dark red birthmark on her face seemed to come alive, like a phoenix in flight. Had Lu Qingshan glimpsed this remarkable scene, he would have been at a loss for how to respond. Ling, her eyes icy, lifted the bowl of broth, mimicking Ning Wuxin's casualness, and drank it in one swift motion. The sound of the broth flowing down her throat echoed as Lu Qingshan paid her no mind, turning instead toward the eastern chamber. Lu Chongtai followed closely behind. After consuming the calming herbal broth, a Ling slumped into a chair, her eyes blazing with anger, her heart a mix of fear and dread. The night had deepened, the fog thickened, and the oppressive heat became unbearable, instilling a sense of inexplicable agitation. With a creak, the slightly ajar wooden door was quietly pushed open by Lu Qingshan. The charcoal fire had long since extinguished. An overwhelming stench of medicine, mingled with an intensely pungent aroma of calming herbs, assaulted his senses. As Lu Qingshan stepped into the eastern chamber, he appeared composed, yet internally. His spirit was taut, ready to spring into action. Lu Chongtai remained unfazed, believing Ningyu to be soundly asleep, questioning the need for such caution. He even felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Lu Daoyu, do you not trust Bai Chaomin? Do you not trust me, Lu Chongtai? Lu Qingshan thought to himself, short-sighted fool. He ignored Lu Chongtai and approached the old wooden bed in a few strides, reaching out to assess Ning Wuxin's breath. Out of caution, Lu Qingshan even grasped her throat, and upon detecting her deep, steady breaths, he realized that she was indeed in a deep slumber, allowing a single taut string of tension within him to finally relax. Lu Chongtai chuckled coldly, opting to remain silent. Being cautious was hardly a drawback, was it? Lu Chongtai leaned against the door panel, idly playing with a spiritual dagger he had retrieved from his storage ring before entering the small town. Although he appeared nonchalant, his watchful gaze never wavered. In his peripheral vision, Lu Qingshan's large hand remained firmly clamped around Ning Wuxin's throat, while his other hand cautiously lifted the blanket enveloping her. Each movement executed with utmost precision, leaving no opportunity for escape. Just as a sense of mockery began to stir within Lu Chongtai, the sleeping Ning Wuxin suddenly opened her eyes. She had not been in a deep slumber, but rather feigning sleep, lying in wait. At the critical moment, she struck with surprising swiftness. An icy glimmer flashed in the gloom, erupting with a deadly intent. Her usually bright peach blossom eyes blazed with ferocity, startling even Lu Chongtai, a seasoned practitioner accustomed to life and death. In that fleeting moment of shock, he could only watch as Lu Qingshan collapsed into a pool of blood. Stunned, his mind replayed the scene of the girl ambushing Lu Qingshan. Over the past century, while Lu Qingshan's cultivation had stagnated, he had not ceased his training, seeking breakthroughs and delving into martial arts to enhance his combat prowess. Even though the town forbade the use of magical arts, his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary adult male. Lu Qingshan had locked Ning Wuxin's throat in his grasp, leading both him and Lu Chongtai to believe he was in an invincible position. As he lifted the blanket, the faint light filtering into the room illuminated the sharp dagger in Ning Wuxin's hand. The cold gleam reflected into Lu Qingshan's eyes, momentarily delaying his response. In an instant, Ning Wuxin's right hand, tightly gripping the dagger, surged upwards, aiming for the man's chest, his heart. True to form, the next moment, Lu Qingshan seized her wrist. His caution was not without reason. Both Lu Qingshan and Lu Chongtai likely shared a silent derision in their hearts. This method of ambush was far too juvenile. Just as they believed the farce had reached its conclusion, an upheaval occurred. In the blink of an eye, her left hand swiftly pressed a cloth bag against the man's mouth and nose. Lu Chongtai sensed Lu Qingshan's impending retaliation, but the hand gripping Ning Wuxin's throat tightened, seeking to extinguish her breath. Yet, in the darkness, Ning Wuxin appeared oblivious, undeterred by pain, resolutely confronting the man. Her face turned pale due to obstructed blood flow. Yet she displayed no hint of weakness or struggle, instead exerting all her strength to suffocate Lu Qingshan, displaying a chilling calmness that was disconcerting. In his line of sight, Lu Qingshan seemed to hesitate between two choices, to either render Ning Wuxin unconscious or to swat away the cloth bag. The result was swift, within a breath. Lu Qingshan's sturdy form suddenly softened. Was it a potent anesthetic? Lu Chongtai's heart cried out in alarm. While he remained in shock, Ning Wuxin surged forward, forcefully colliding with the man, sending him crashing to the ground. With a thud, her wrist broke free from its confinement, and she swiftly slashed across his wrist artery. The dagger in her hand plunged directly toward Lu Qingshan's throat, the speed so astonishing it left one speechless. Even Lu Qingshan, after sustaining such grievous injuries, remained in disbelief. and despite his rapid counterattack, it was too late. After the dagger pierced his throat, Ning Wuxin aimed another strike at Lu Qingshan's heart. With a squelch, bright red blood gushed forth, swift and merciless. From a moment, Lu Qingshan began to resist until his demise. Less than 3 breaths had passed. In the darkness, the air became thick with the stench of blood. Lu Qingshan lay in a pool of blood, convulsing in shock, as blood flowed from his throat and heart. By the time Lu Chongtai regained his senses and prepared to wield his dagger, he froze. It suddenly dawned on him that this small town banned magical arts. He swiftly suppressed his shock and gripped the spiritual dagger tightly, adopting a defensive and offensive stance. However, he noticed Ning Wuxin casting a cheerful glance at him before deftly stripping the storage ring from Lu Qingshan's finger. Her proficiency in this act took Lu Chongtai aback. At this moment, the sound of the girl's laughter echoed in his ears, reminiscent of a ghostly cackle. It was deeply unsettling. This was not mere cowardice on Lu Chongtai's part. He genuinely felt a surge of the desire to flee. He realized that after the girl had killed Lu Qingshan, she displayed no thrill from the act of murder, nor did she tremble. Instead, she remained as calm as a cold, venomous serpent, seemingly lying in wait, yet poised to strike. "I'm in grave danger." The brilliance of her starry eyes emanated a dark aura that sent shivers down his spine. He felt like a mouse before a cat. If one must describe the terror he felt, it was akin to the first time he encountered the venerable ancestor who had reached mid-transformation in the room. Perhaps it was even more intense. Fear took root in an instant, yet he could not ignore the fact that the girl's next target was him. In that moment, a myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind, but the most direct one was singular. Escape, not merely from the town, but at the very least, he needed to vacate this courtyard. His hands trembled. Just as he made a fleeting decision, Ning Wuxin acted again. Her body was splattered with Lu Qingshan's blood. Shaking off the storage ring and the crimson stains on her hands, she cast her gaze upon him, then beyond him. Only then did he notice, from his peripheral vision, a Ling standing in the courtyard. Clearly, she had witnessed everything that had transpired. Inside the room, a resounding command echoed. "Close the courtyard doors." With a creak, the courtyard door shut. A sudden sound of retching followed. Lu Chongtai's nerves were taut. Upon hearing the sound of vomiting, he instinctively turned his head. Halfway through the motion, a jolt of realization struck him. He had made a foolish mistake. By the time he reacted quickly enough to adopt a defensive stance, he was nearly too late. A high stool came crashing towards him, and Lu Chongtai's eyes flickered as he narrowly avoided it. With a clatter, the high stool landed heavily on the ground. Clutching the spiritual dagger and disregarding the poised girl, Lu Chongtai turned and sprinted into the courtyard, intent on scaling the wall to escape. He was not Lu Qingshan. He was merely a healer. Without cultivation, even with a spiritual weapon, he could hardly hope to defeat the girl. In truth, without the support of his cultivation, he felt fear creeping in. After 2 centuries of training, Lu Chongtai had witnessed countless battles. However, he had not encountered such a mundane and unremarkable ambush and struggle in a long time. So long that he had nearly forgotten how a single blade could take a life. His pride in his medical skills had become a mere joke. Without his cultivation, even the most brilliant medical expertise could not save him, let alone save Lu Qingshan. A Ling continued to retch, and Lu Chongtai contemplated seizing her as a shield to escape, just as he prepared to act against a Ling. Her tightly clenched fist suddenly swung towards his face. Lu Chongtai barely had time to smirk before a cloud of powder burst into his face, directly assaulting his eyes. It was then he realized he had been led into a trap. Those words had been a deliberate ploy by Ning Wuxin, guiding him to shift his focus to a Ling. In a state of heightened tension, the moment he could not maintain his full concentration, he had left himself vulnerable to being exploited, losing the initiative. Subsequently, as he recognized his grave error, Ning Wuxin launched her sudden assault. To provoke the deliberately suppressed fears within his mind, amplifying them to an infinite degree, instilling in him thoughts of retreat and an insurmountable urge to flee. This was the intricate design that ensnared him completely. Lu Chongtai's consciousness wavered, and an unshakable chill gripped his heart. This girl was terrifying, akin to a creature that had existed for centuries. The sharp pain in his eyes, combined with the belated realization rendered him utterly disoriented as he screamed in terror. Ah! With a sudden thud, a heavy object crashed down upon his back, leaving his entire consciousness blank. An alien object pierced through his back, traversed his chest, and then withdrew, only to stab into his throat from the side. This sequence flowed seamlessly, without a moment's pause, as if it had been repeated countless times, easier than slaughtering a chicken or a dog, akin to eating and drinking. Through his blurred vision, the scalding blood gushed forth, and Lu Chongtai opened his mouth yet could not utter a single word. He attempted to harness his cultivation to suppress the spread of his injuries, but despair overwhelmed him. Despite his unwillingness, he could only lunge forward, collapsing into the pool of blood. Until his last breath, Lu Chongtai could not fathom why this endeavor, which his master had described as an effortless journey, could lead to his demise. Ailing swallowed hard, trembling as she gazed at Wu Exen, who had just withdrawn the dagger, her mind equally vacant. In the next moment, Wu Exen, drenched in blood, wiped the crimson blade against her clothes and flashed a wicked smile at her. Ailing's breath caught in her throat, as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Darkness and coldness swiftly consumed her consciousness, and her legs buckled, causing her to kneel. In a guest courtyard of the Mu family at Baodong Alley, Ning Qian faced off against the ancient ancestor of the Mu family, both of whom were renowned beings from millennia past, intimately aware of each other's backgrounds. In a certain century, they had even been comrades who entrusted their backs to one another. Alas, after 1,000 years, both approached their limits yet remained shackled in the Lingtai realm. Even more lamentable was that former comrades, who once could rely on one another, now stood opposed for their own interests. Oh, how tragic! Both were cunning old foxes, and the hollow pleasantries were no longer necessary. Their circumstances were painfully clear. For beings of their caliber, one moment they could be life-trusting allies, sharing laughter and fighting side by side. The next, they could transform into merciless assassins, devoid of compassion. With no friends or allies, and lacking mutual benefit, Ning Qian's eyes were hollow, but she ultimately scoffed at herself, saying, "To be a solitary prisoner for eternity, long confined and hindered, my ambitions thwarted. What is the reason for this bitterness? The heart enslaved by form, the mundane world of cattle and horses, the body ensnared by fame, trapped like a caged fowl." The ancient resident of the Mu family also smiled bitterly, lamenting the whims of fate. Alas, the whims of fate. In the end, Ning Qian could no longer contain her doubts. She did not even glance at the elderly figure in the pavilion, a mere shell of a man. Her gaze turned skyward. "Old friend, I have a question. Who could possibly summon you? This great Buddha?" She was not one of those naive youths. Nor was the Mu family's elder a mere survivor. She had at most a century of life left and had no choice but to stake it all. This elder, however, still had 400 to 500 years left. Why was that? Facing Ning's inquiry, the elder of the Mu family, with his frail form, could not remain unmoved. In the pavilion, the sound of his aged laughter echoed. "Are you asking how long this old bone of mine intends to linger?" There was an undeniable hint of mortality in his voice. His time was short. At this, a flicker of emotion flashed in Ning Qian's gaze as she looked to the heavens. Finally, she understood why this old acquaintance, who usually kept to himself, would take action. Like her, he was nearing the end of his lifespan, and before his passing, he sought to fight once more for the sake of his descendants. As for how this old friend had come to this point, it no longer mattered. The elder of the Mu family did not intend to conceal the truth. Having lived to their age, who among them had an uncomplicated life? Each was an old monster, knowing the full picture from a mere glimpse. There was no need to expend significant effort to cover up such a trivial matter. Naturally, he also wished not to entirely offend the Ning family over this minor issue. The Ning family was not a lineage of crime. They lacked influence in the town. Yet on the battlefield of Tianwang, both he and the Mu family were formidable entities. Fortunately, in this realm, he, as an elder, stood invincible, fully unconcerned that the once glorious Ning family would wreak havoc. He straightforwardly laid the matter bare, smiling at Ning Qian. "Once the hour of Z passes, I shall allow you to depart, my friend. There is no need for haste. Why not share a cup of tea with me, to celebrate our reunion after a millennium?" With a grand gesture, a set of ancient, simple tea utensils appeared, and soon the aroma of tea wafted through the air. Upon witnessing this display, even the elder's murky gaze flickered. While he outwardly invited her for tea, he was subtly warning her, having revealed his prowess. Ning Tian, who had lived for hundreds of years, had not faced a threat in ages. She understood that this old friend was not her equal. Yet within this cage, where the laws of Tao were forbidden, she was no better than the 12 families shielded by the Tree of Life. If she forced her hand, it would be she who suffered. The elderly woman fell silent, no longer willing to expend her spirit against the elder of the Mu family. On one hand, she pondered who had summoned this elder. Even if she successfully departed the Mu family, what awaited her afterward? On the other hand, although the elder spoke lightly, the Ning family elder, who had survived countless battles for centuries, had witnessed too many conspiracies to be deceived. The tranquility of the elderly woman did not last long. At the hour of Z, when a powerful counterattack erupted in the Ning family's courtyard, when the beloved disciple of the Ning family's elder was stabbed in the throat by an utterly ordinary dagger, when blood gushed forth in that instant, the elderly woman, who had never shown anger in a century, truly felt the urge to kill. Just as the elder of the Mu family raised his cup of tea, a subtle, nearly imperceptible wind swept through the courtyard. The elderly woman intended to break free. While leisurely sipping her tea, the Mu family's elder suddenly flung the spiritual tea skyward. The formation activated. His voice was ancient, echoing like thunder. Friend, you should be aware of my temperament. I have said that after the hour of Z, I shall not allow you to leave a moment early. The silent elderly woman revealed her murderous intent. Old friend, if you do not obstruct me, I, Ning Qiyin, will not hold you or your descendants accountable for our long-standing friendship. However, should you insist on hindering me, forcing my disciple Lu Qingshan to perish within this cage, do not blame me for taking the lives of your 100 kin from the Mu family. In Qingshi Alley, the wicked smile on Ning Wuxin's face gradually faded, and her scrutiny of Ailing did not cease with Ailing's kneeling. After Ailing closed the door and exhaled, she did not forget that this was the crucial moment when she could effortlessly bring Lu Chongtai to his end. Without this detail, it cannot be said that Ning Wuxin lacked the means to eliminate Lu Chongtai. Rather, she sought to evoke Lu Chongtai's fear, which required considerable effort, thus perfection eluded her. She had not forgotten that Ailing flawlessly completed the task assigned to her. As she poured lime, the cruelty and decisiveness on her face did not escape Ning Wuxin's keen observation. Consequently, Ailing's apparent helplessness struck Ning Wuxin as particularly deliberate. It must be noted that due to Ailing's quick wit, Ning Wuxin felt a flicker of admiration for her for the very first time. Contemplating the remaining arrangements for the night, Ning Wuxin stepped forward, bending down to retrieve the dagger and ring from the middle-aged man's hand. Casually smiling at Ailing as she said, "Rest assured, since I have promised you a chance at life, I shall not strike." The blood of Lu Qingshan and Lu Chongtai soaked Ning Wuxin's pristine garments, dark red like ink, accentuating her skin, which appeared as white as snow. Even the few drops of blood speckling her face, as they blossomed upon her visage, revealed an enchanting allure. Her youthful beauty radiated like a blazing sun, yet it instilled unease. Despite this, even though half of the blood upon her belonged to her father, Ailing, who should have been terrified, could not help but feel her heart flutter at the sight of her face. Conversely, Ning Wuxin, shrouded in blood, likely remained oblivious to how ominous her smile appeared, akin to a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell, capable of instilling terror. Upon hearing Ning Wuxin's promise, Ailing's body, kneeling, stiffened abruptly. She was unaware of how splendid her own striking visage appeared at that moment. The wind howled ominously. Ning Wuxin discreetly grasped the ink cicada concealed beneath her gloved hand. At that instant, the ink cicada throbbed, as if it were a living heart, full of yearning. Slowly rising, Ning Wuxin extracted a parcel from her pocket and tossed it to Ailing, instructing, "Mix this medicine with some soybeans and feed it to the horse. Then move these 2 corpses into the carriage." She then cast a detached glance at Ailing and added, "If you cannot do this, I might spare you tonight. But your esteemed master may not be so fortunate." A moment later, Ailing, still in a daze, was startled awake by a loud crash from the main hall. She gasped, and in her peripheral vision, she saw Ning Wuxin entering old Lady Ning's room. The hall darkened as dim flames flickered within, suppressing the nauseating stench of blood filling her nostrils and enduring the chill. Ailing retrieved the medicine pouch from the lifeless middle-aged doctor and went to the kitchen to gather some beans, mixing the powder medicine with them. Quietly, she opened the yard door. The horse was tethered to a stone post at the entrance. This was perhaps the first time in many years that a Ling had seen a horse, and it was just as she had imagined, tall and grand. Yet, her curiosity had faded. Only a singular thought occupied her mind: how to survive amidst the rivalry between old lady Ning and Ning Yu. As for her personal matters, they seemed trivial for the moment. Indeed, the bloody aura clinging to her startled the horse, causing it to whinny nervously. Fortunately, as the night breeze blew, the stench of blood dissipated somewhat, aided by the allure of the beans. The steed, famished from a day without food, had no choice but to suppress its unease and eat. In the fleeting moments it took to finish the beans, the blood scent that had once provoked alarm and vigilance faded. Perhaps the medicine was beginning to take effect. At this time, a Ling's gaze returned to the courtyard. Yet, the chill in her heart had yet to dissipate. She had taken a life before. It was Huang's second son whom she had slain. This was a secret she had worked hard to conceal. Yet, Huang's death had not been accompanied by such a bloody spectacle. A Ling's mind suddenly became a tangled mess, difficult to unravel in an instant. A girl of 13 or 14, though possessing some cunning, would find it hard to digest such a scene quickly, especially considering that one of the deceased was her master, her biological father. 26. Xianguang mirror image. The candlelight was dim, only illuminating the general outline of the room. This was Ning Wuxin's first entry into old lady Ning's chamber. This first encompassed both her past and present lives. Old lady Ning's main house bore little difference from her East Wing-esque layout, even simpler and more austere, save for the pervasive scent of medicinal herbs. Although simple, Ning Wuxin's gaze, upon shifting, could discern the unusual origins of the ancient calligraphy, ink, and even a simple small vial. Were these items to be placed outside the small town, they would likely incite fierce competition for possession. Regrettably, the town had its rules, whether a native or a traveler who was paid the toll. During the opening of the Ghost Gate, one may select only one opportunity to take away. Any additional opportunities must be purchased. The value of these items outside was the same within the town, the difference being that while they were of worth in the outside world, they were rendered virtually valueless here. This implied that taking this fortune away was utterly impossible. Ning Wuxin was keenly aware of this. In previous times, she would not have given them a second glance. Even if she had, it would have been of no consequence. So why bother? Ultimately, her attention settled upon a bronze mirror. Xianguang mirror image? Fu Jingyan's words echoed in her mind. According to Fu Jingyan, her fate was a tangled web, and even with the town's favorable conditions, he could not discern the traces she left in the river of time. All because of the ink cicada. I wonder, how much can that grandmother perceive of me through this Xianguang mirror artifact? In the profound darkness of the night, the blood-soaked figure displayed an intriguing expression. The candlelight flickered. Shadows on the wall appeared eerie and haunting. Ning Wuxin lingered in Ning Qian's room for approximately 15 minutes. And when she emerged, a Ling had already moved the two corpses into the carriage. Logically, the dead should weigh far more than the living. Under normal circumstances, not even a young person could lift them easily, let alone a Ling, a mere girl. Yet, having spent years grinding herbs in the apothecary, her strength had become comparable to that of her male peers. However, it was still insufficient. Ning Wuxin's gaze fell upon a Ling's increasingly enchanting visage, stirring her thoughts. Could it be due to her bloodline? A Ling slumped at the doorway, panting heavily. Upon hearing a sound, she instinctively looked up, only to see Ning Wuxin emerge from the main hall, one hand holding an oil lamp and the other concealing a bronze mirror. A Ling's breath momentarily caught in her throat, and she then heard the girl command, "Prepare your belongings. We are to set off." Her youthful voice, though tender, was imbued with an undeniable authority. Even now, a Ling could not fathom what experiences could have transformed Ningyu, who was but a year or two younger, into such a different person. What entanglement existed between her and old Lady Ning? Why were they controlling her, and to what end? To a Ling, all of this felt like an enigma, stirring her curiosity. Yet, as she turned her thoughts to the events of the night, the present, and the obscured future ahead, the brief calm in her heart was swiftly enveloped by a layer of frost. It was as though a sharp sword hung above her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Struggling to swallow an imaginary lump in her throat, a Ling suddenly sprang to her feet, her stiff body nearly stumbling. Suppressing the tremors within her heart, she sniffed the air, heavy with the scent of blood. Yet, with this simple inhalation, Ailing was suddenly engulfed by a wave of dizziness. Her vision turning crimson as her blood felt as if it had boiled instantaneously. A deafening hum resonated in her mind, and an extraordinary force seemed to awaken from the surging blood. It was only when a flash of lightning illuminated the heavens that Ailing regained her composure. Her palm feeling scalding hot as she grasped it in disbelief, her breath becoming rapid, her eyes brimming with incredulity. She finally realized that Ning Wu Xian's words were not mere fabrications. The thunder crashed ominously. Ailing managed a slight, incredulous smile, striving to quell the tumultuous waves of emotion within her, before discreetly turning her head to catch a glimpse of the dim eastern chamber out of the corner of her eye. Noticing that the others within had not detected her unusual state, Ailing cautiously stepped onto the still sticky, blood-stained floor, leaving a trail of crimson footprints until they dried. At the end of another bloodied path, the eastern chamber, the wooden door stood ajar. A pool of blood dragged across the floor, mingling with an unsettling medicinal odor. Ning Wu Xian retrieved a parcel from a concealed corner and placed it on the desk, aside from a wooden box containing silver needles. It held a dagger she had yet to use, named Jihun, as well as a porcelain bottle given to her by Fu Li. Subsequently, the parcel was further filled with several items, including the storage rings of Lu Qing and Lu Chongtai, along with a dagger she had picked up in Baotong Xiang. Lastly, there were 4 crude wooden plaques, each the size of a palm. Except for the Jihun dagger, which held some value, the remainder was merely a collection of worthless trinkets. Nonetheless, as Ning Wu Xian found herself destitute, these items still possessed a modicum of worth. This constituted her first fortune in this lifetime. She stowed these belongings into a cloth bag and slung it over her shoulder. As for the copper mirror, she did not conceal it but tucked it within her bosom. The sight of this mirror inevitably reminded her of Ning Qiyan. While searching for this artifact controlled by Ning Qiyan, Ning Wu Xian once again contemplated the impending final confrontation. Her nature was inherently cautious. She desired that this evening-esque scheme would harbor no flaws. Even a lion requires its full strength to hunt a hare, let alone in a contest between a serpent and an eagle, or rather, between a mature eagle and a juvenile serpent. Simultaneously, she pondered several crucial points. For instance, to what extent had Ning Qiyan's manipulation of the copper mirror over the past few days been countered by the town's formation? What did Fu Zhengyin mean by to a certain extent regarding the town's formation? Additionally, as the master of the town for millennia, how far would the rules permit Ning Qiyan's actions? Finally, how much importance did Ning Qiyan place on Lu Qingshan, and what actions would she take? After all, Lu Qingshan was not truly dead, and the town had its own regulations. If a cultivator dies within the town, their soul remains for 3 days, allowing for either an escape from the town in search of other means, or the request for a piece of longevity would to nurture their soul until a suitable body can be found for reincarnation. This presented Ning Wu Xian with an opportunity for retaliation. As the saying goes, a slight error can lead to a significant misjudgment. Every detail warranted her meticulous scrutiny, as it could determine the outcome of the night. Indeed, the stakes of life and death. Just then, the dark sky flashed with lightning, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. The rain was imminent. It was at this moment that she decided to act. A faint smile graced her youthful visage, accompanied by a subtle, undetectable excitement. The innate nature of a demonic cultivator was laid bare. At the southernmost end of Qing Shixiang, the sound of hooves echoed, provoking the barks of dogs. Just as she stepped away from the Ning family courtyard, the copper mirror in her grasp suffered a misfortune. Another clap of thunder resounded, and the mirror suddenly cracked, its spiritual light extinguishing in an instant, only to become utterly worthless moments later. The town's laws forbade the use of magic, without the protection of the Ning family's courtyard. The forces at play exceeded the bounds of regulation, leading to the annihilation of the mirror by the town's rules. Witnessing this, Ailing wore a puzzled expression, unable to grasp the significance of the event. Naturally, Ning Wu Xian would not reveal the reasons and implications behind it, discarding the utterly ruined mirror into a ditch. Ning Wu Xian mounted the carriage, extending a hand to Ailing. "Are you not coming up?" Ning Wu Xian's voice was calm, her eyes holding a gentle smile that betrayed no ulterior motives. Ailing, unable to resist a sudden shiver, reached out. Her skin, darker in tone, showed little change. Yet her temperature was akin to that of a furnace. The moment their hands touched, not only did Ning Wu Xian's palm ignite a wave of heat, but Ailing's previously serene dark red birthmark also stirred, glowing like fire, as if heralding the rebirth of a phoenix. Ailing felt the coldness of Ning Wu Xian's fingertips and realized something was amiss. She quickly withdrew her hand, grasped the carriage's railing, and clambered in. However, Ning Wu Xian's demeanor was so natural, and the contact so brief, that Ailing harbored no suspicion. Yet, to mask the lingering heat that had yet to dissipate from her body, Ailing had to suppress a surge of energy, enduring the metallic scent of blood as she took her place at the back of the carriage. After her bloodline awakened once again, Ailing realized the necessity of concealing this matter, for it could very well determine her survival. She believed she was hiding it well, but unbeknownst to her, at the moment she turned, a chilling smile crept across Ning Wu Xian's lips. The fact that Ning Wu Xian could drive the carriage surprised Ailing. However, recalling the events that had transpired, she remained composed, though her eyes betrayed a hint of strangeness. The stretch from Qing Shixiang to Donglai Street was not long, taking merely 15 minutes to walk, yet the carriage moved slower than walking. This was Ailing's first ride in a carriage. The stench of blood was overpowering, making her stomach churn, and the sight of two bloody corpses was chilling. Despite some jolting, the thought of her life ultimately allowed Ailing to endure. She leaned against the carriage window, her body tense, barely managing to stave off the adverse effects brought about by the awakening bloodline. However, the pleasant moment was short-lived. As the carriage crossed a bridge, it jolted suddenly, and Ailing's entire body was thrust against Lu Qingshan's corpse, resulting in contact. In that instant, the heat in her blood surged to its zenith, as if a fire ignited within her chest. Even the birthmark on her face seemed to blaze. Only when she distanced herself did the searing flame, lodged in her throat, extinguish. Yet the carriage was confined and cramped. How far could she truly escape? When the scent of blood permeating the air reached a certain threshold, her boiling blood erupted like oil meeting water. Ailing instantly sensed danger. Yet not only Ailing, but even Ning Wu Xian possessed only a rudimentary understanding of bloodline inheritance. What was known was that one could stimulate the soul to awaken their bloodline. The most significant catalysts were likely fear and resentment, which were precisely what had awakened Ailing. Furthermore, within the town, bloodline talents would not be entirely suppressed by the formation. The lineage of blood is perpetuated through the passing of the torch. As for the unforeseen changes that may arise upon awakening and how to confront them, such matters remain shrouded in mystery. Ning Wuxin maintains an inscrutable demeanor, allowing Ailing's bloodline to flourish and awaken, proliferating incessantly. Just as the carriage exited Donglai Street, it came to an abrupt halt. Unaware of the situation, Ailing nearly collided with the door, her heart brimming with unease as she observed the sudden stop. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she pushed open the door. Why have we stopped? Shouldn't we be hastening our departure from the town? Ailing sensed the transformations occurring within her body. She understood that the boiling of her blood was neither entirely good nor entirely bad. Yet the torment she felt during this interval only served to heighten her agitation. She had exerted considerable effort to suppress her feelings, yet her tone unmistakably bore the weight of inquiry. In her subconscious and perception, Ning Wuxin ought to have been taking her away from the town to evade Granny Ning. Over the past few days, both Ning Wuxin and Granny Ning had inadvertently alluded to the vast world beyond the town, piecing together fragments of information. Ailing managed to construct a semblance of understanding, yet her knowledge remained exceedingly superficial, leaving her oblivious to the true nature of the outside world. Furthermore, she failed to realize that if Ning Wuxin intended to leave the town, she would hardly take her along, let alone carry two corpses. She was also unaware of the true nature of Granny Ning. In this world, where could one find a free lunch, or good and evil without cause? The sky darkened like ink. Before the tempest, the mountain winds were barely perceptible, and the night was suffocatingly still and humid. Thus, even with the carriage window ajar, it proved difficult for the oppressive stench of blood within to dissipate. Now, with the door ajar, Ailing stepped halfway out of the carriage, finally able to breathe in a semblance of fresh air. As she inhaled, the searing blood within her seemed to cool slightly. before she could comprehend her own words. She noticed a pair of eyes looking at her with an ambiguous smile. Ling was suddenly jolted to awareness, blinking rapidly as a wave of trepidation washed over her. Just as she thought Ning Wuxin might take advantage of the moment to trouble her, she instead laid down the whip and casually remarked, "I have mentioned the significance of your Hua family S. Jinhuang Nirvana bloodline. You probably have yet to grasp what it truly entails." Ning Wuxin did not respond to Ling's question. Instead, she pointedly addressed Ling herself, her eyes shimmering with a haunting mirth. She elucidated the pros and cons. The benefit of possessing this bloodline is that it will afford you considerable advantages on the path of cultivation and enlightenment. However, the drawback is that, even if you leave the town now, your safety is not guaranteed. Moreover, without protection, this bloodline may bring you more misfortune than fortune, even within the confines of the town. As her words fell, Ling felt as though her neck were gripped by an unseen hand, each breath becoming increasingly laborious. She stared at Ning Wuxin, biting her lip in frustration and forcing a self-deprecating smile. "What are you trying to convey? Are you implying that the only support I can rely on is you, Ningyu?" There exists a cunning strategy known as an overt scheme, a concept Ling had previously been oblivious to, but now understood, yet she was gambling with her very life. Indeed, quite astute, Ning Wuxin's Milet, observing the dazed Ling, and succinctly informed her, "You may question my words, but after these years of interaction, you should be acutely aware of your worth in your father's eyes, what you were before awakening and what you are now. Ultimately, your existence serves merely as a stepping stone for your brother." Her tone was laden with sorrow. However, beneath the night sky, Ling could discern not a shred of compassion within those haunting eyes. Rather, it was an indifference to life, as if etched into her very bones. Ling felt as though she were treading on thin ice. She vaguely understood the malice in Ning Wuxin's words. Yet she was far more cognizant of the decision she had to make, still harboring a sense of unwillingness as she glared at Ning Wuxin, her voice trembling with anger. "They wish to exploit me. You Ningyu, have you never considered killing me?" Her emotions were unstable, her voice quivering, infused with resentment. Ling was not foolish. During her leisure, she had eavesdropped at the town school and heard the saying, "When the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden, when the cunning rabbit dies. The hound is cooked." At that moment, she felt akin to the bow, an arrow crafted by Ning Wuxin, or the train hound. No matter how one framed it, it all boiled down to her being exploited, which is why she felt so wronged. Yet, the girl merely smirked and said, "Whether I kill you or not does not hinge on my mood, but rather on the value you bring me. Furthermore, you have no right to bargain with me." Her nonchalant tone carried an underlying significance. Ling's blood, which felt as if it were boiling, seemed to freeze for a moment, a chill emanating from her core as she gazed at Ning Wuxin, seeing a devil with sharp claws. At that instant, she recalled that the girl before her was, in fact, 2 or 3 years her junior. Yet her first thought was not one of hope or survival, but rather an instinctive gasp. "Are you truly Ningyu?" The question that had long been suppressed within her heart finally erupted uncontrollably. In that moment, she felt as if she were caught in a tempest of emotions. What Ling pondered or planned was of no concern to Ning Wuxin. It was not that she looked down upon her. Rather, Ling's limited perspective confined her understanding. No matter how far she progressed, to those well-versed in schemes and deceptions, her machinations appeared to be nothing more than child's play. In their standoff, Ning Wuxin never once mentioned Ling's blood awakening, nor did she utter a word about the true terror of her grandmother. She failed to inform Ling that, even if several individuals banded together to confront her in the town, their chances of victory were slim. Perhaps with a single glance, Ning Qiyin could rend her in two. With 28 minutes remaining until the appointed hour, Ning Wuxin cast a brief glance at the sky, unfazed by Ling's astonishment and bewilderment. Gripping the reins with one hand and cracking the whip with the other, the drowsy horses were suddenly roused, neighing loudly, and the sound of hooves echoed once more. After the carriage traveled another 3 or 4 miles, a dark figure approached from a distance. The moment Ling caught sight of the shadow, she was instantly awakened. As it drew nearer and she discerned its true form, her eyes widened in shock. "Huang Dalao, Huang Yuan, you two are in cahoots? You conspired against me?" A tremor emanated from the depths of her soul. A face that was no longer ordinary, exuding a captivating allure, shifted in color. Just as Ling was about to unleash a heart-wrenching curse, Ning Wuxin retrieved a dagger from her bundle. In an instant, the dagger pressed lightly against the girl's throat. A smile laced with seduction whispering in her ear. Do you hate me? Perhaps you seethe with such bitterness that you wish to devour flesh and drink blood? Do not hesitate. If you possess even a shred of courage, if you harbor even a fleeting thought, you should kill him if you have the capability. Or perhaps, kill me? Aling's mind was a whirlwind of chaos. In her desperate struggle, she managed to suppress the murderous intent and confusion swirling in her mind. She failed to notice Ning Wuxin's own murderous intent toward her. Yet the icy dagger at her throat was impossible to ignore. There was no room for doubt. Should she make even the slightest reckless move, the next moment would see yet another corpse added to the carriage. As Ailing gradually subdued the tumultuous waves within her heart, the carriage arrived at the foot of the mountain by the old temple. The appearance of a black cat with glimmering emerald eyes and a frail child, as slender as a matchstick, momentarily halted the turbulence within Ailing's soul, diverting her full attention. The true Phoenix's bloodline, indeed one of the most enigmatic, had awakened in her after merely half a day's time, resulting in what she considered a most extraordinary transformation. Not only did her senses sharpen, but she also found clarity in matters that had previously eluded her understanding, and her ability to foresee danger bordered on instinct. Thus, upon encountering the child, an odd premonition blossomed within her heart, an impending threat. Ning Wuxin was no match for those fortunate individuals. Still, she had yet to embark on the path of enlightenment. Her vision limited to what lay directly before her. In the dim light of night, she could scarcely discern Fu Li's expression, yet Ailing stood before her. A moment of surprise flickered across her features, and the emotions reflected in her bloodshot eyes were unmistakably clear. Suddenly, Ning Wuxin's brow twitched, as if a memory had stirred within her, and she found herself reluctant to disrupt the tranquility of the moment. Instead, she gazed with interest at the duo, one tall and one small, wearing an enigmatic smile. Memories of Ailing's past life surged in her mind, filled with nightmarish murmurs, one pertaining to the deceased second son of the Huang family in Juku Alley, and another recalling Ailing's trivial experiences living there. Among these memories was a past incident that left Ailing both proud and vexed, a statement that echoed in her mind. Why should I be any less powerful than her? The figure that haunted her thoughts was none other than Fu Li. In days gone by, this incident had seemed trivial, yet now it felt remarkably significant. After stepping into the realm of Hua Shan in her previous life, Ning Wuxin had heard more than once from her friend Yuanyin Luo about the struggle for the Great Tao. Alas, she had only barely encountered a single planner behind the scenes. While labeled as a contest for the Great Tao in the eyes of others, she was little more than a stepping stone. Unexpectedly, in her rebirth, she found herself witnessing a scene in this secluded corner of a small town. The offspring of two old families from Juku Alley had forged some inexplicable connection, hinting at the emergence of a conflict over the path of enlightenment. Perhaps it was destined that these two would be adversaries. If Ailing had not awakened her bloodline, it would have been one thing, just as in her previous life. Each would have walked their own path. However, in this life, the awakening of her bloodline had entwined these two seemingly disparate individuals once more. The rivalry between the Fu family and the Hua family. The conflict between the dual pupils and the true Phoenix rebirth bloodline. The struggle over fetching water one morning in Juku Alley. It was akin to the offspring of tigers and leopards born in captivity, destined for a life-or-death struggle. The signs of this so-called contest for the Tao had only just begun to emerge. As for how far this conflict might progress, it remained uncertain. Ning Wuxin withdrew her dagger. In that instant, Ailing seemed to forget the hatred that had just surged within her, her expression suddenly turning grave. An eerie thought occurred to her once more. Should the opportunity arise, she would utterly crush this little blind girl in the mire, ensuring that she would never surpass her. Her entire focus shifted to Fu Li, and that glaring murderous intent was palpable even to someone as perceptive as Ning Wuxin. Even a blind person could sense it. The tall youth remained unfazed, while the distant emerald-eyed black cat gazed on with disdain. Under the cloak of night, Fu Li appeared oblivious, eyes closed. Yet suddenly she lifted her head. At 29, despair enveloped her. A tremendous bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, a thunderous roar resonating throughout the heavens. The ominous clouds above seemed to stir, and the oppressive heat in the mountains appeared to shift. In front of the pitch-black old temple, an extraordinarily bizarre atmosphere lingered, until it reached a critical threshold, prompting Ning, the girl from the Ning family, to leap from the carriage. Awakening abruptly from her self-imposed stupor, Ailing was initially engulfed by a torrent of emotions. First, for her absurd thoughts just moments prior. Next, the resentment, once dispersed by the waves, reignited within her. Had she truly harbored murderous intent? If she did not kill, she could not surmount the barrier of her pride. Yet before she could act, the girl in the darkness turned her face to the side, smiling innocently, as if harmless, and remarked, "There are many difficult matters in this world. One of them is to halt at the precipice. Today, you have accomplished half, and I have too. Perhaps in terms of swiftness, I may not match you. But remember this, in terms of killing you, are no match for me." Ailing was momentarily taken aback by those words. Ning Wu Xian's voice bore a hint of amusement. Lightly spoken, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, creating but a ripple. Yet upon closer inspection, that ripple gradually escalated within her heart, ultimately stirring a tempest. Just a moment prior, an unavoidable conflict had erupted at the Mu family's residence in Baotong Alley, in a town where the practice of Dao was strictly forbidden. Such a conflict had not occurred for over a millennium. During the encounter, whether it was the esteemed elder from the Mu family or the one from the Ning family, each had unleashed but a single move. However, the consequences of that move were far beyond what few in the town could bear. The long-dormant formation surged to life, and a punishment akin to a thunderous calamity fell directly upon the two. On the surface, they appeared to be grievously wounded, yet the truth was that their very essence had been shaken to the core. This conflict, while far-reaching, was swiftly concealed, apart from a few who barely managed to survive. It only stirred the members of the Mu family. Ning Yin was expelled from the Mu ancestral home by the Great Formation, and the protective barriers of the courtyard were dismantled, allowing the Mu family members to stream in. The entire family was concerned for their pillar of strength, the elder, fearing any misfortune might befall him. Yet ultimately, the bloodied elder of the Mu family gestured for the younger generations to leave, remaining only with the young master. Mu Chong shung in the eyes of outsiders. The lanky youth knelt outside the pavilion, observing the frail elder, whose breath had become shallow and labored. Anger welled within him, difficult to contain. At 14 or 15, the boy was aware of many secrets, yet he was still merely a child. "Elder," he began to speak, but the elder raised his head, signaling him to remain silent. He could no longer suppress the prying eyes of the other families. Certain family secrets must not be revealed. The elder crushed a fragment of incense in his hand, the curling smoke drifting into his nostrils, and as he inhaled, his waning spirit began to revive, as if a flicker of life had returned. In that moment of fleeting clarity, the tall youth's clenched fists trembled uncontrollably. Yet in the next instant, he noticed a glimmer of something inscrutable in the elder's increasingly murky gaze, an expression of ungraspable regret and a hint of triumph that intrigued him. Instead of the dread of impending death, he felt an unprecedented calm, as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders. At the 7th watch of the night, Ning Laopa was cast out of the Mu ancestral home, her once black hair now a stark white, her body stained with blood, and a high-tier protective talisman thoroughly destroyed. She had never anticipated that a former luminary of the Mu family would descend to such depths, clinging to her last breath. Had she not been quick-witted enough to reclaim some of her power, her old ally would have met a grim fate. "The death of my old friend leaves me, an aged soul, fearing that I may not escape this cage alive." With the conclusion of this conflict, the old woman has reached a resolute understanding. Within this confinement, the individuals capable of making the antiquated fellow from Baodong Alley bow his head are few and far between. First, there is the master who has guarded this prison for millennia. Second, there is the enigmatic proprietor of the peculiar tavern. Lastly, there is the lineage of the county's inspector. Ning Yin first dismisses the tavern owner, who is notoriously elusive, only appearing once every 60 years during the ghostly opening of the town's gates. This phenomenon has persisted for nearly 10,000 years, and with 2 months left until the Zhongyuan festival, she cannot possibly be involved. Next, she rules out the local master. Despite possessing a formidable array of defenses, he remains nearly invincible within the town. Yet, the newly esteemed member of the Fu family has been cautious for decades. never daring to overstep his bounds. Even during the recent controversies surrounding the Fu family's bloodline, he remained a passive observer, allowing the Zhang family to act with impunity upon his back. Ning Qian speculates that Fu Jingyan may be plotting something earth-shattering, but she cannot reconcile this with Ningyu. She does not believe that such a junior possesses the audacity. From the very beginning, the old woman's gaze has fixed upon the lineage of the county's inspector. The sudden outbreak of plague is notable. They have been engaged in self-dealing within the town for far too long, especially during the decades of the Fu family's dominion. Their interference has been incessant. Furthermore, the long-standing and inextricable conflicts between her Ning family and the inspector's lineage have festered for many years, to the point where they have nearly forgotten the reason behind their enmity. Though she is not of the direct lineage, she cannot sever the ties that bind her. Yet, she did not anticipate that after 5 or 6 years of tranquility, this faction would finally take action as she prepares to depart. In the shadowy ancient alley, the sound of the old woman's cough echoes, accompanied by droplets of blood, creating an eerie atmosphere. Convinced that she has grasped the crux of the matter, she no longer feels the need to ponder the truth and falsehood hidden within. Perhaps it is the impending end that has stirred the patience she has cultivated over millennia, causing her to occasionally ruffle the calm waters. Thoughts of her grandson, sealed within that relic, and her beloved disciple, Lu Qingshan, who lies in a pool of blood, alongside the desperate pleas of her daughter before her demise, strike her heart with pain. She had hoped to witness her grandson escape peril, but now it seems she must risk everything to ensure Ningyu and Qingshan can leave the town. After taking a few steps, the old woman halts, her footsteps heavy with a cold snort, reverberating like an ancient bell. In her murky gaze, murderous intent suddenly crystallizes, almost palpable. In this realm, she is but a guest, not the master, and within the ancestral home of the Mu family, she is inevitably deceived. Only now does she realize something is amiss. After much deliberation, the old woman finally understands the turmoil within her heart. She cannot help but admire the cleverness of that old fellow from the Mu family, who, true to his nature, has resorted to desperate measures. He has sown the seeds of despair within her heart, at the cost of his remaining lifespan. 30, a sigh of relief. No wonder. The old woman, enraged, bursts into laughter. Having lived for millennia, her resolve has been as steadfast as a rock, unshaken even by calamities from 1,000 years past. The more critical the moment, the more composed she should be. Yet now, she is filled with agitation, her murderous intent surging, consumed by a desire for death. The old fellow remains as ruthless as ever. Ultimately, this once feared elder, who had commanded respect for centuries, has not erased the 4 characters of despair from her heart. The cost is too great. Should she take action, she risks losing her final vestige of power. Suppressing her murderous intent, the old woman glances at the Mu family ancestral home and suddenly mocks herself. Your determination, old friend, puts me to shame. Yet, the treachery of your Mu family, I shall remember and know this. As long as I live, I shall not break my promise to ensure your lineage is extinguished. The bloodstains on her body inexplicably dry, and she gathers her white hair, her fingers brushing against a jade ornament marred by 2 cracks, a sign that she remains patient. Ningyu is a significant bargaining chip, but Lu Qingshan's fate hangs in the balance, awaiting her rescue. She steps forward, and in the next moment, a 3rd crack appears in the ornament, and the old woman instantly finds herself within the most enigmatic alley of the town, Chongsheng Alley. The heavens suddenly rumble with thunder, illuminating the night with lightning, as if it were right before her. Ning Qian has seldom bowed in her lifetime, once for her daughter, once for her grandson, and now for her beloved disciple, Lu Qingshan. The old woman strides into Chongsheng Alley, heading toward the 5 ancestral homes she recalls housing the Chongsheng tree. She knocks on the first door, and it is already the hour of the ugly. Another thunderclap echoes, and the torrential rain finally descends, drenching the night. The old woman pays no heed to the downpour as it soaks her. Once she finishes knocking, her aged voice pierces through the curtain of rain. Ning Qian of the Ning family in Tianwang City, I beseech you for a piece of Chongsheng wood heart. Given my disciple's aptitude, should he survive and awaken, he will surely repay this life-saving grace with gratitude upon the clouds. After her words linger in the air without response, The old woman realizes that these people must look down upon Lu Qingshan, who remains shackled at the foundational realm even after a century. A sense of despair fills her heart, her voice subdued. You do not think highly of my disciple, but what of my grandson, with his talents? Once he overcomes this ordeal, a century from now, he will certainly have a place on the Tianwang stage, and in 300 years, during the war between the realms, he shall rise. At that time, it will not be impossible for him to help you escape this loathsome prison. She once achieved great feats, securing an opportunity for her clan to relocate. Once her grandson is restored, his path will be broader and farther than her own. Yet, with the relentless downpour, all that responds to the old woman is profound indifference. One door, two doors, until the fifth, she still receives no appeal, not even an acknowledgement. Like an old pine, her one straight back seems to bend, revealing her frailty. In the town, Changshang Alley, once deemed invaluable, is now silent save for the roaring rain. The old woman stands alone in the deserted street, drenched by the downpour, as a wave of mockery washes over her. Ning Qiyin had once sacrificed her life for the honor of her entire clan, battling for centuries, yet she finds herself with no favorable outcome. Her heart, once pure, now teetering on the edge, filled with resentment. In a moment of reflection, she recalls her only daughter, who faced persecution due to her death, and her grandson, still in swaddling clothes, who is not spared either. After living for millennia, the old woman, who has always adhered to her convictions, suddenly erupts in fury, shattering her long-held composure, exclaiming, "A bunch of shameless scoundrels. I, Ning Qiyin, ask myself, how much of my life have I devoted to your so-called Tianhuang lineage? How many enemies have I slain for your so-called glory? How many times have I turned the tide in battles drenched in blood? How many of your 12 ancient clans' heroes have I saved? How many outsiders and abyssal fiends have I vanquished?" The elderly woman now finds herself in dire straits. Yet you all refuse to repay even the last remnants of affection. Are you not fearful that the ancestral tablets within the family shrine may one day hold you, these ungrateful and forgetful individuals, accountable? As she spoke, her expression fluctuated between gloom and uncertainty, for she was acutely aware that within that forbidden zone, the ungrateful were plentiful. What did these few families matter in grand scheme? Had it been before this night, they would never have dared to act so brazenly. Be it due to her own strength or the backing of the Ning family's direct lineage, who would dare slight a renowned hero? Alas, after the conflict, not only the old man from the Mao family, but even she found herself at the end of her tether. No matter how decrepit the Mao family had become, the frail camel still outweighed the horse. The 5 great families of Changshang Alley still had to maintain a facade. She, having lost her value and any chance of resurgence, could hardly expect these seasoned individuals to take her seriously. Once she was gone, could the 2 feeble kittens that remained survive? A century, 3 centuries, 5 centuries, such a long time. Though Ning Qiyin had amassed countless achievements in battle, she had also made too many enemies. Within that forbidden zone, many regarded her as a thorn in their side. Moreover, no matter how great one's contributions, they could never outweigh the crime of collusion with the enemy. The signs of conflict were unmistakable this night. Someone had taken action. The Ning family's branch was destined to be buried within this prison. Thus, to them, even a fragment of Chongqing wood or a mere grain of rice in a bowl of water held no significance, merely a futile gesture. Not only would they not support her, but even the Ning family's direct lineage would no longer lend her aid. In the end, she was merely a collateral branch, now rendered useless. The Ning family's direct line would only collect her remains, perhaps seizing the opportunity to suppress certain families that dare to challenge them. Ning Qiyin was well aware that these repeated rejections were not solely because her own life was nearing its end, but perhaps also due to one individual, an ancient sinner from over 1,000 years ago. Yet she had slain that person with her own hands. Was that not enough? Why could they not allow her branch a chance at survival? The elderly woman gazed skyward, allowing raindrops to pelt her weathered face, as a thought deepened in her heart. Was she to merely watch as the green hills met their demise here? Just as she contemplated which ancestral home to invade, to threaten certain promising young ones for a piece of Chongsheng wood, a creak echoed from deep within Chongqing Alley. A quaint, yet fragrant abode revealed a narrow opening in its door, with a plaque inscribed with the characters for Meng residents. Overwhelmed by the rain, the elderly woman closed her eyes in relief. After a series of upheavals, Ailing no longer exhibited any erratic behavior. "You will help me bring the bodies into the old shrine, will you not?" Ning Wuxing glanced at Ailing and Huang Yuran. Truth be told, throughout his life, Huang Yuran had heard many tales of conflicts involving life and death, both grand and minor, yet the corpses he had witnessed were mostly those of the elderly. For instance, the old woman from the Hua family. When Huang Yuran encountered the two bodies, both of middle age, he could not help but draw a sharp breath, especially upon recognizing one as Lu Qingshan, the esteemed proprietor of the Ning family's pharmacy. He, a youth who fancied himself somewhat astute, could not suppress a tremor in his hand. The gruesome scene surged forth, the thick, salty scent invading his nostrils and plunging into his lungs. Even with prior preparation, Huang Yuran instinctively took a step back, his heart pounding. One of the deceased was the uncle of the girl. Huang Yuran, an impetuous age, understood that the world was not merely black and white. He could not judge good and evil solely based on a few words. Yet he could not help but ask a question that later filled him with regret. "Isn't Lu, the proprietor, your uncle? Even without blood ties, he raised you. How could you bring yourself to do this?" His voice was low and soft, not accusatory, merely curious. Even if the Ning family harbored unspeakable secrets, how could the darling of the Ning family, the most famous apothecary in town, truly be so heartless? Immediately, he heard the girl, gazing skyward and lost in thought, reply coolly, "A clear-headed official finds it hard to resolve family matters. After all these years of study, hasn't your teacher taught you not to meddle in others' affairs?" Ning Wuxing's tone suddenly held a hint of laughter. "I killed my uncle. And you? The enemy who killed your brother lies before you. Yet you choose to ignore it? Doesn't seem right, does it?" Ning Wuxing abruptly turned to face him, her calm demeanor almost mocking. "You were so quick to condemn others. What about yourself?" Huang Yuran felt a sudden tightness in his chest, his expression shifting dramatically. A gust of mountain wind swept in, stirring up dust as snakes, insects, and vermin scurried about, creating unsettling sounds. Ning Wuxing remained unfazed, willing to answer Huang Yuran's question purely out of impulse. She pointed at the bodies in the carriage and ceased further discussion, once again shrouding herself in the darkness of night. A flash of annoyance crossed Huang Yuran's face as he cast a complex glance at the shadowy figure, sighing inwardly. Just as Ning Yu wished to express, but did not articulate, perhaps she was inherently cold-hearted. Yet what of him? The impetuous youth would eventually come to a halt. Once he calmed down, the entire affair would seem trivial. Moreover, the elders of the Huang family had long warned him of the world as treachery. He would not hesitate to eliminate anyone, even those who had nurtured him, should they obstruct his path to immortality. Those who commit such evils are not always the overtly malevolent. Furthermore, a clear-headed official indeed finds it hard to resolve family matters. As an outsider who had aligned himself with the girl, becoming a beneficiary in this affair, he had long lost the right to meddle in others' family issues, to voice a thought that sent shivers down his spine. Without these deaths, how could he have attained his freedom? The frustration faded from Huang Yuran's face as he climbed into the carriage. As for Ailing, the one whom Ning Wuxing referred to as the enemy who killed her brother, she finally exhaled in relief. The once fiery youth, having shed his facade, now appeared chillingly cold. If, in Ailing's subconscious, Ning Wuxing and the old woman were akin to specters and demons, then Huang Yuran represented a lesser breed of wolves and leopards. At this moment, Ailing felt not only a deep-seated hatred, but also an indescribable fear. What kind of environment had she lived in all these years? How many of those around her bore only one face? During the process of transporting the corpses, the direct contact with Lu Qingshan's body sent her blood into another violent turmoil. Her darkened skin could not suppress the fierce crimson hue that surged forth. The ominous tide of the night seemed to grow ever more enigmatic in response to Ailing's transformation. Huang Yuran exchanged glances with the black cat, the former possessing a slight awareness of the town's hidden secrets, knowing the lineage of the Hua family was one of the 12 families, surprised but not shocked. The latter, accompanied by an utterly bizarre entity, rolled its green eyes and wrinkled its nose in distaste, the epitome of fastidiousness. As they struggled to carry the bodies into the old shrine, Ailing collapsed onto the threshold of the shrine, utterly spent. Her entire being was enveloped in a shadowy crimson hue, and the phoenix-shaped birthmark on her visage subtly shimmered with an air of mystique poised for a moment of revelation. "Can you endure?" Ning Wuxin suddenly appeared, instinctively reaching out to assist Ailing. Ailing, reacting on reflex, extended her hand. But as her feverishly warm fingers brushed against the delicate tips of Ning Wuxin's gloved hand, the once dazed individual was instantly awakened. The searing blood coursing through her veins collided with the chilling cold of Ning Wuxin's touch, sending a wave of bone-deep frost coursing through her. Ailing immediately withdrew her hand. "I'm fine, I can manage," she exclaimed in a flurry, grasping the doorframe to steady herself as she rose, retreating several steps until she stood on the opposite side of the doorframe, distancing herself from Ning Wuxin. Her reaction was evidently exaggerated, drawing another curious glance from Huang Yuanin, who observed the two with a furrowed brow. Ning Wuxin, however, remained unfazed. Her intent was merely to ascertain certain truths. She discreetly clenched her fist, feeling the ink cicada within her palm pulsate like thunder, accompanied by intense pain and a prickling itch. In this moment, Ning Wuxin was enduring the greatest agony since her rebirth. Yet, much like the joy reflected upon her face, she relished the clarity this torment brought, along with the changes and benefits that even she could not fully gauge. After a decade of slumber, I have finally awakened. The once stagnant heart lake now rippled, stirring waves that culminated in a vast tumult. In truth, the ink cicada had stirred long before Ailing's bloodline awakened. The smile on the girl's face deepened. She was unperturbed by the prospect of the cicada siphoning her life essence once more. She had grown accustomed to such occurrences after 2 centuries in her past life. It was the inertia of the cicada that rendered her perplexed regarding countermeasures. Ning Wuxin had never been one to sit idly by, since Ailing's bloodline awakening had, to some degree, provoked the cicada. She need not flounder aimlessly. With a clear objective, swift action ensued, leading to a second and third approach. Until tonight, Ailing's bloodline fully awakened, and the ink cicada finally emerged from its slumber. The transformations it had undergone and the subsequent changes it brought were now clearer to her. While she could not predict the cicada's future, she knew that tonight would indelibly mark the unfolding of this intricate scheme. With her focus shifting from the cicada, Ning Wuxin cast a casual glance at Huang Yuanin. Extending her right hand, Huang Yuanin immediately understood and retrieved a small bundle from his pack to hand to her. Ning Wuxin inspected the contents of the bundle, securing it while also retrieving a porcelain vial from her own pack and passing it to him. Just across from the ancient ginkgo tree sat the blind child from the Fu family of Juku Alley, who sat curled up in silence, yet had observed everything unfold. A black cat lay at the child's feet, eyes closed but ears twitching restlessly, clearly unsettled. This black cat, adept at choosing worthy masters, must possess an extraordinary origin. Ning Wuxin had noticed this early on, yet she chose not to dwell on it. Matters unrelated to her interests did not warrant her attention or time. The cicada's transformations continued to brew, and the bone-deep pain escalated, as evidenced by the pallor and then the ashen hue of Ning Wuxin's complexion, indicating the intensity of her discomfort. On her delicate face, the only constant was her serene demeanor. This pain had long surpassed the encroaching drowsiness within her. In preparation for an impending conflict, she reluctantly had to remove the dozen or so silver needles embedded in her body. The act of extraction was subtle, yet it could not escape the gaze of those who watched her intently. Due to the depth of insertion, the removal of the needles inevitably left traces of blood. As the last silver needle was extracted, a flash of white light pierced the sky, and the thunder rumbled in her ears, heralding the sudden downpour that had been gathering all day. In mere moments, a curtain of fine rain enveloped the world. 4 silent youths rose to their feet in succession. Amidst the torrential rain stood an elderly woman with graying hair, motionless. Raindrops coursed down her weathered face as her murky, yet unfathomable eyes fixed on the distance. Her gaze was hollow, and after an indeterminate time, a glimmer of light flickered in her vacant eyes, causing her to tremble as she regained awareness. Just a moment prior, the old woman had stepped into the Meng family estate. The downpour dissipated instantly. Ning Qian recalled the earlier scene, astonished and moved. She had not anticipated that the one summoned for this meeting was not some ancient relic of the Meng family, hidden for millennia, nor a figure upholding the family legacy, but rather an unassuming young man who had been confined to a wheelchair years ago due to a lame leg. A person not born in an era of calamity, lacking the fateful endowment could only be relegated to a pawn in the chaos of war. A discarded individual by his family, left with no hope of recovery after his vital essence was obliterated on the battlefield, reduced to mere survival for decades upon his return to his homeland. Yet, this ordinary young man bore no trace of unfulfilled ambition or despair, exuding a calmness that surpassed even Ning Qian, who was burdened by a heart heavy with despair and the encroachment of death. Finally, she realized that all was merely an illusion, yet this did not impede their mutual benefit. What was meant to be a meeting cloaked in treachery unfolded with an uncharacteristic simplicity akin to an ordinary transaction. As the old woman prepared to step out of the Meng family home once more, the scene of opulence shattered before her. The world remained shrouded in heavy rainfall, the night in Changsheng Alley unchanged, an echoing silence enveloping all. Yet she remained rooted in place, unmoving. Bowing her head, a slender, withered hand clutched a piece of deep brown wood, the very heart of Changsheng wood. When the old woman regained her senses and abruptly turned, she found the ancient door of the Meng residence firmly shut, devoid of any crevice. Whether it was the creaking sound or the transaction with the young man, it all felt like an elaborate dream. And she, awakening from this grand illusion, Ning Qian lamented. The Meng clan's lineage of achieving enlightenment through dreams had been severed for nearly 10 millennia, yet unexpectedly, it had surfaced in this generation. What did this portend? In times past, the old woman might have deduced something, but now she could only gaze at the vastness with a sigh. Veiled by dust, her heart was obscured, and with a sigh, she lamented that she had become a mere clay idol, unable to cross the river for her own sake. As for the future of the Meng family and the fate of the Meng youth, such matters were beyond the concern of one who was on the brink of death. The old woman felt no inclination for schemes, nor did she possess the leisure to ponder. With a distant glance, the old woman regained her composure and turned. Without taking a step, having secured the Changsheng wood heart, she found little left to worry about. Just moments before, as she was engulfed in the dream, not only did she encounter a fleeting clarity amidst her clouded heart, but the once murky threads of destiny revealed a brief flicker of movement. The old woman would not miss such an opportunity, and after peeling back the layers, she truly grasped a vital clue, uncovering significant information. The county office had shown signs during the plague, but thereafter vanished without a trace. In other words, the entire scheme may have been orchestrated solely by her granddaughter. At the moment the old woman reached this conclusion, she experienced a fleeting emotional stir. The effects of a Shirsheen tea had indeed diminished. However, once the initial stir was over, an unshakable calm descended upon her. Since it was all the little girl's design, there was nothing for her to worry about. Therefore, even though this deduction led to yet another punishment descending upon the small town, and despite Ning Qian's realm plummeting to the brink of despair, she still felt that it was worth every bit. Previously, the old woman had harbored doubts about whether she could take Ning Yu away from the town. But now her confidence surged. Even if Ning Yu's schemes were formidable, at worst, she would only have to risk her own life. With this thought, the dormant heart of her Tao began to stir restlessly. Would she be led into a trap? Then let me see just how capable this little girl truly is. As for her deductions, the old woman meticulously untangled the threads and discovered that, apart from the Huang family of Juku Alley intervening, there were also intricate connections to the Fu family. Fortunately, upon further investigation, she cleared the Fu family's junior, whose presence guarded this place. All the blame pointed toward Fu Li, the blind child of the Fu family, and even to her biological mother. Only then did Ning Qian breathe a sigh of relief. She was no longer the renowned figure of the past. After a conflict that affected her very essence, she was but an old woman on the brink of death, ready to confront the local overlord once more. Upon exiting Changxing Alley, Ning Qian walked along Donglai Street towards the town's outskirts. The torrential rain concealed a faint scent of blood, almost dissipated by the downpour. Yet, Ning Qian saw a trail of blood. It was the blood of her beloved disciple, Lu Qingshan. Her heart swelled with murderous intent and fury, compelling the old woman to repeatedly recite the scriptures for calming the mind. The effect was minimal, but better than nothing. Perhaps the pride hidden deep within her heart, or the dust on her Tao heart, led to a strange indifference. After all, Ning Qian had participated in numerous battles, whether on the battlefield or in the realm of schemes and conspiracies. It was known that every century in the Tianhuang Forbidden Zone witnessed a grand battle that determined whether a city could be preserved, and since her birth, she had taken part in 19 such conflicts. Countless prodigies of her generation and those of several generations before had perished on those battlefields, their remains never returning to their ancestral lands. The fact that Ning Qiyin had survived until now was astonishing. This was her confidence when challenging the various clans in the town. Had it not been for Ning Wuxin's scheming, perhaps no one would have dared to provoke her. To put it bluntly, she might fear those ancient beings still clinging to life, but a child of 11 or 12, even if she had regained memories from 6 years prior, and even if she were innately intelligent, would still not pose a serious threat to her. The contest between the eagle and the fledgling snake had already determined its victor. Upon reaching the stone archway at the entrance of the town, the old woman suddenly halted. Gazing at the heavens, she noticed a crack forming in her hairpin. Unable to contain herself, she engaged in a dialogue with the younger generation that had guarded this land for millennia. She did not question, but instead calmly communicated with the descendant of the Fu family. One reason was to probe. After all, she harbored doubts about whether this junior truly disregarded the lives of her own kin. The other could be seen as a subtle threat. When a similarly aged voice reached her ears, the long-standing guardian of this realm assured her that he would adhere to his duties, implying that as long as there were no fatalities, he would not intervene. Instantly, the old woman felt a weight lift from her shoulders. As she had deduced, the guardian had not involved himself in the matter. Regrettably, this venerable figure of the Tianhuang Forbidden Zone was only partially aware of the responsibilities and powers held by the guardian of the town. Knowing one aspect, while remaining oblivious to another, concealing celestial secrets was all too easy. Inside the rarely frequented bookstore in Baodong Alley, the elder continued to sit cross-legged, smoking his pipe. Observing the old woman walking toward the town's exit, he could not help but shake his head and murmur, "Old senior, you are only aware of one facet of your granddaughter's abilities." As she approached the stone archway at the town's entrance, the old woman finally sensed the treachery hidden within the torrential rain. Heaven unleashes murderous intent, stars shift and dwell. The earth unleashes murderous intent, dragons and snakes rise. Humanity unleashes murderous intent, the heavens and earth turn. As these words surfaced in her mind, an ingrained sense of crisis flared to life. Suddenly, 2 crossbow bolts shot through the air. One aimed for her throat, while the other targeted her right eye. The bolts moved with astonishing speed. However, as they neared within a yard of the old woman, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped her withered hand, and with a flicker of light, the deadly threat was effortlessly deflected, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water surface. With a clatter, the 2 bronze bolts fell to the ground. The shadows concealed beneath the rain curtain came into view. A tall youth crouched atop the 3 Shanghai stone archway, holding a crude crossbow, unwavering amidst the storm. Failing to secure a hit, he knocked another arrow and pulled the trigger. The bolt tore through the rain, aiming straight for the old woman's throat. From the moment the previous 2 bolts were shot, the old woman had sensed that this ambush would not be so simple, and thus had prepared herself. Yet, she never anticipated that in the instant the youth knocked a new arrow, this battle-hardened elder of the Ning clan would catch a whiff of bloodthirsty intent. This was the profound and acute instinct for danger ingrained in her being from countless battles. In the next moment, the old woman's murky eyes deepened with seriousness. The sound of arrows whistled through the air faster than the previous bolts, and the noise was extremely subtle. Only when they were within a yard of her did she realize that there were 2 more arrows following the first, as slender as threads. These could no longer be termed bolts, but rather needles. If there had only been one, even at such a speed, the old woman would have merely glanced sideways. However, the consecutive shots, positioned to flank her, were exceptionally cunning and vicious. The sense of crisis accompanying these needles far surpassed that of the youth's bolts. Moreover, the devious trajectory almost completely sealed off her escape routes, rendering her without recourse. Even the seasoned old woman could not help but be taken aback. It was as if she faced not a mere child, but rather a bloodthirsty monster steeped in schemes. This thought caused the old woman to frown. The words of the Fu family's junior echoed in her ears, yet she had no time to ponder their veracity. After living for over 3,000 years, her vision was remarkably keen. At a glance, She recognized that these 3 bolts were not the usual bronze, but rather remnants left behind in the town over millennia. If used correctly, they could inflict fatal harm upon her. The old woman understood that accepting her imminent demise was one thing. Drowning in despair was another. Yet, she was resolute not to perish at this moment. Even in death, she must first handle Lu Qingshan's body and ensure Ning Yu's safe exit from the town. Meticulously orchestrating everything beforehand, this elder of the Ning clan had endured too much hardship. After over 1,000 years of recuperation, her Dao heart had been honed to near perfection. Regrettably, the sudden stroke of the esteemed Mu family elder clouded her path, causing her to falter and lose the initiative. The tranquil depths of her heart, akin to an ancient well, were suddenly stirred by turbulent waves, her countenance shifting between clarity and shadow. Unable to recall how long it had been since she had felt such relentless pressure, anger surged within her. Very well then, before making her move, the elder's peripheral vision caught a fleeting glance of her withered hand, where a faint trace adorned her thumb. Should Ning Wuxin chance upon it, she would undoubtedly unravel the mystery behind it. In a split second, bolts and darts were unleashed towards her. Amidst the torrential downpour, despite her fury, the elder remained remarkably composed, each movement exuding the effortless grace of a true master. However, just as she believed the situation could not deteriorate further, her steadfast demeanor shattered unexpectedly. A peculiar force suddenly enveloped her, disrupting her natural stance and slowing her counterattack. Given her strength and speed, she should have been able to evade at least 2 of the impending projectiles. Yet this unforeseen change magnified the already minute differences, cornering her into a dire predicament. 1 dart would be difficult enough to evade, let alone 2. This force arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, irrevocably altering the dynamics of the encounter in an instant. The sound of arrows slicing through the air rang out. The elder had long since grown numb to pain. Yet as she beheld an arm suspended in midair, less than a foot from her throat, the lines of her weathered face finally turned cold. An arrow pierced her arm, its tip grazing her wrinkled throat, blood pulsing beneath it. A crimson trail emerged, streaming down the creases of her skin as the rain washed over it. The scene was perilous in the extreme. Fortunately, in that critical moment, the elder relied on her unparalleled combat experience and agility to evade a lethal strike. Even a seasoned warrior like her could not help but feel a pang of fear for her audacious maneuver moments ago. She could scarcely imagine that a single misstep could have cost her life. What was this force that had momentarily hindered her actions? Her aged, murky gaze suddenly shimmered with an inexplicable light. Perhaps it was anger, perhaps curiosity, or perhaps a flicker of fighting spirit arose, one that even she found somewhat amusing. The figure beneath the towering ancient tree gradually came into focus, a familiar face, ambiguous in gender, locked in a distant gaze with her. Who else could it be but Ningyu? Ah, you, is this the surprise you have prepared for your grandmother? Have you awakened some latent talent? Thus, have you regained your memories? The elder's voice was low, almost drowned by the heavy rain, yet fortuitously. It reached the opposite side of the downpour. Her tone was hoarse, tinged with an ironic mirth born from fury. The elder did not remove the arrow that pierced her arm, seemingly to etch this brutal lesson into her memory. In truth, she was using the pain to counteract the effects of the poison within the arrow. Even the downpour could not obscure the pungent scent of the drug, an exceptionally peculiar anesthetic. Not overly troublesome, but would undoubtedly impede her movements to some extent. The elder could not help but admire Ning Yu's cunning and these little tricks. Though seemingly trivial, it was often these innocuous details that could turn the tide of battle. As for Ning Wuxin, she never imagined she could slay Ning Qiyan with those few arrows. Her 2 attempts were merely tests, seeking to gauge how many strikes the elder could still muster. The moment the 2 bronze arrows were released, effortlessly deflected, the torrential rain obscured her vision, preventing her from discerning Ning Qian's expression, thus prompting her to prepare a second strike. She wished to see if the dart could penetrate Ning Qian's defenses. Upon witnessing the elder abandon her cultivation for a counterattack and defense, resorting instead to martial techniques merely to evade the most lethal dart, she was ultimately struck by the poisoned arrow. Ning Wuxin secretly felt a flicker of unexpected delight. Ning Qian appeared composed, yet her condition was even worse than anticipated. There was an undeniable scent of desperation in the air. The night was deep, the rain relentless, and thunder echoed ominously. A young girl stood beneath the ancient tree, facing the slightly stooped elder at a distance. In just 10 short days, Ning Qian noticed that her little granddaughter had grown taller. The rain soaked her upturned hair, and her round, delicate face was pale. Yet she bore striking features that seemed to emerge from nowhere. Her long eyebrows arched like swords, embodying youthful vigor, while her eyes sparkled like peach blossoms, holding a unique grace. Yet, within her pupils, there lay a depth as profound as the night sky, adorned with a faint smile, radiantly captivating. Clad in rain-soaked satin garments, the lingering scent of blood caused Ning Qian's heart to ache. Waves of turmoil surged within her, and a murderous intent began to swell. She glared fiercely, a cold smile forming on her lips. In just over 10 days, I never expected you to have grown so formidable. The elder suddenly bent down, scooping up a handful of pebbles from the waterlogged ground. With unwavering resolve, she acted, using her wounded left hand. The pain in her arm seemed to cause her no discomfort at all, while a flicker of spiritual light illuminated her throat and the flow of blood ceased instantly. With only a breath remaining, Ning Qian was unable to wield her astonishing Taoist techniques, but she could compress them into a thread as fine as a gossamer, merging them with her physical prowess to display martial skills without issue. Supported by her Taoist cultivation, her martial arts manifested an ethereal quality amidst the rain, and within that ethereality, a palpable killing intent emerged. With a series of swift movements, she traversed a third of the distance, moving as swiftly as the wind. High atop the stone archway, Huang Yuan, though startled, reacted quickly, predicting her aim, and released a freshly prepared arrow, accompanied by a rush of wind and murderous intent. Yet all his arrows were swallowed by the deluge, and it was the elder, seemingly unthreatened, who casually tossed a few pebbles after the arrows were released. Initially, the youth dismissed it as inconsequential. There was no threat. Yet, as he approached, the unexpected occurred. The pebbles exploded, akin to a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, interspersed with waves of lethal intent. The boy staggered backward, tumbling directly from the archway. Huang Yuan's focus was solely on how to land safely, unaware that another pebble pierced through the rain, striking his arm that held the bough. His scream was swiftly drowned by the sound of rain. After dispatching the towering youth, the elder leaped forward, directing her figure towards the ancient grove. Meanwhile, Ning Wuxin had not been idle beneath the ancient tree, launching several darted strikes. Regrettably, her abilities were insufficient, and the heavy rain obscured her vision. Despite anticipating the elder's landing and force points, she still failed to hit her target. The torrential rain hesitated, halted by the ancient tree canopy, most of it cascading down through the leaves, with only a few drops continuing to fall. Evading the darts, the elder pressed on. To avoid potential traps, before landing, she cast all remaining pebbles to test the ground. Seeing them land safely, she finally settled down. The girl was merely a yard away, and the elder could have subdued her effortlessly. Logically, she should have felt relieved. However, the moment the elder's feet landed in the filthy puddle, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within her. A trap. In her line of sight, the girl, with her distinctive features, grinned broadly as the elder's foot touched the ground. The hidden blade was triggered, and a dart shot forth, aimed directly at her throat. If it were an ordinary monk, they would undoubtedly be tense all over, fully focused on confronting the crossbow bolt. Those with a bit more experience and a keen sense of danger might mistakenly perceive this bolt as a ruse. However, the esteemed veteran of the Ning clan, who has traversed battlefields for 2 millennia, realized that the source of the impending crisis was not this crossbow bolt, but rather something else entirely. The elderly woman, caught in a moment of hesitation, dared not rely on her physical sight to analyze the situation. Instead, she depended on her instinctive combat intuition, honed to perfection over countless battles, to discern the origin of the threat. With a sudden burst of strength from her toes, she propelled her body rapidly backward to the left. As expected, a familiar force enveloped her, causing her movements to slow significantly, even more so than before, nearly to the point of paralysis. A crossbow bolt, capable of piercing her very crown, sliced through the air from above. It zipped past with a barely audible sound, embedding itself in a puddle less than an inch from the elderly woman. Had she not reacted in advance, she would have surely met her demise. Yet, The bolt released by Ning Wuxin was not something she could fully evade. The sound of the bolt cutting through the air exploded in her ears. As the elderly woman retreated to the left, her body instinctively arched, allowing the lethal bolt, which should have pierced her throat, to narrowly miss her, instead grazing her earlobe. With a sharp pain, her gaze sharpened. The strange power that had momentarily graced her faded away. Suddenly looking up, she saw the ancient trees shrouded in darkness, figures flickering and disappearing into the ancient forest. Throughout this ordeal, the elderly woman never caught a glimpse of the assailant. Only a pair of jade-green vertical pupils gazing at her from the night. If not for the sudden attack, she might not have noticed at all. In an instant, another wave of danger surged toward her, aimed directly at her intensely focused eyes. The elderly woman turned her head, her thoughts racing, as a glimmer of spiritual light enveloped her eyes. With a burst reminiscent of a bubble being pierced, Ning Qiyin instinctively closed her eyes. As the bolt passed, it left a trail of blood, slicing from her eyelid, across her nose, and back to her eyelid, creating a sudden, deep wound. In a critical moment, she narrowly escaped death once more. A commotion echoed in her ears. As the elderly woman opened her eyes and turned her head, she realized Ning Wuxin had already retreated the moment the bolt was released. When she closed her eyes once more, she found her blood-stained eyelids had fallen away, revealing a world drenched in crimson. The horror was overwhelming. If this were a life-or-death moment on the battlefield, or a struggle against contemporaneous prodigies, the veteran of the Ning clan would have accepted her fate, acknowledging that life and death are predestined. However, in this small town, after her Dao heart had gathered dust, she was being toyed with by a handful of young children, forced into a corner. The elderly woman, whose composure had been honed to perfection, began to lose her grip. The hatred she had buried beneath layers of rationality and concealment surged forth like a ferocious beast breaking free. The murderous intent swiftly took hold. Her frail, aged body trembled slightly. This was not fear, but an inexplicable madness. Ning would undoubtedly not escape this day, and this old body would meet its end here. To cleanse this profound humiliation, and for the sake of her grandson, whose future remained uncertain, she resolved to eliminate this hidden enemy. The veteran of the Ning clan made her ultimate choice. Though the elderly woman could not predict the depths of the abyss ahead, she understood that regardless of its depth, she must leap into it. Should she still possess strength after this battle, she would turn and eradicate the entire Mao clan from Baodong Alley. At this moment, her blood-covered eyes radiated with spiritual light. The bleeding soon ceased, and as the rain diluted the blood that had spilled forth, the hidden murderous intent within her eyes surfaced. Her Dao heart had been thoroughly clouded. Ning Wuxin had already fled over 100 feet away. Yet, the elderly woman possessed an ethereal agility, landing deftly, each time closing the gap between them. Upon realizing that the strange power did not originate from Ning Wuxin, she was uncertain whether to feel relieved or apprehensive as she advanced. The sense of impending danger lingered. This indicated that the figure who had attacked earlier still lurked in the shadows. This thought was confirmed as the elderly woman approached within 3 paces of Ning Wuxin. A crossbow bolt shot toward her from the front, carrying a faint murderous intent, compelling her to dodge its sharp edge. Failing to engage in close combat, she hastily picked up a stone and prepared to launch it. However, most were avoided by Wuxin. The few that did strike were diminished by external forces, failing to pose a real threat. The rain poured heavily, and the night was dark. Ning Wuxin was repeatedly struck at vital points, and despite Fu Li's efforts to mitigate most of the damage, her frail body could not completely disregard the injuries. She persisted, though it took considerable effort, her ability to endure allowing her to withstand the pain in silence. Moreover, her legs trembled from the multiple impacts and the high-intensity running. Yet she did not allow her forward momentum to falter, fully aware that even a moment's pause could expose her to the elderly woman's attack. Additionally, as the elderly woman threw stones, she drew closer but achieved nothing. For every time she neared, the crossbow bolts followed her like shadows. As time passed, not only did the elderly woman fail to catch the fleeing figure, but the breath she had been holding began to dissipate, prompting a sense of crisis that deepened her gaze. She realized Ning Wuxin was intentionally drawing her into the fray. After proceeding for 2 or 3 miles, her vision ahead revealed that after enduring excessive strikes, Ning Wuxin's form was beginning to waver. The elderly woman could no longer contain herself. Beneath the blood-red light, as the old temple at the mountain's edge came into view, she suddenly made her move. A thread of energy surged through her feet, her martial prowess unleashed, and her hunched body transformed into a fleeting shadow. As her toes touched the ground, a crossbow bolt shot down from above, which she narrowly evaded. With another surge of power, mud and water splattered beneath her feet. In the night rain, her bloodshot eyes, devoid of eyelids, brimmed with murderous intent, while her withered hand glowed with vitality, aimed directly at Ning Wuxin's nape. The sense of crisis surged within Wuxin, yet her steps did not falter as she navigated through the muddy puddles. It was only when a chill settled upon her neck that a piercing scream echoed above the torrential rain, a desperate cry that seemed to serve as a signal. Ning Wuxin abruptly turned around. In the dim light, the elderly woman's horrified expression momentarily froze. Seizing this opportunity, Wuxin propelled herself backward, gripping the crossbow bolt tightly, aiming, and pulling the trigger. In that instant, her eyes darkened to the depths of night, the orbs within her sockets sparkling with a sudden brilliance. The crossbow bolt shot forth, piercing the elderly woman's right eye and continuing through. The entire process was remarkably swift and decisive, devoid of any extraneous flair, a lethal strike. This legendary veteran, who had roamed battlefields for centuries, instilling fear in foreign clans, stared blankly at the girl, the murderous intent in her eyes fading like a dying star. She could not help but be momentarily dazed. As one faces death, many previously obscured truths became starkly clear, unfolding before her like a painted scroll. Not long ago, the battle-hardened general had dismissed such thoughts, but now she had to concede her defeat. In truth, ever since the onset of the plague, the situation she had orchestrated had gradually unraveled. Then came the entrapment by the Mao clan, followed by Lu Qingshan's demise. In the nearly devastating clash of the Mu family, compounded by the tarnishing of one's Dao heart, one must also consider a clandestine transaction hidden within NGSH in Xiying. Everything had spiraled out of control. She foresaw that what awaited her would be a deadlock. Yet, she never anticipated that a fleeting moment of confrontation would delineate the line between life and death. WXN, with a smile as radiant as blossoms, declared, "I never intended to deceive you into the old temple." In truth, WXN was perpetually seeking the opportunity to counterattack the old matron. A meticulously crafted strategy was paramount, leaving no room for error. However, seizing the enemy's vulnerabilities and delivering a decisive blow during the process of luring them into a trap was an opportunity not to be missed. At this moment, precisely right, as the bolt pierced her brain, realizing her inevitable demise, the old woman retaliated in her final moments. With a fleeting thought, she channeled the last remnants of her delicate strength into 2 pebble-sized stones in her hand, and, before her consciousness was ensnared by the town's formation, hurled them forth. In a blink, evasion was impossible. One targeted the heart, while the other aimed for the right eye. This force even shattered the constraints under the weight of FLs. Both missiles launched simultaneously, leaving WXN no choice but to defend herself. Bam! As a figure plummeted from the heights of an ancient tree. The 2 stones struck with blinding speed. Whoosh! 2 sounds echoed. One struck WXN's left hand, met with a counter from MCHN. The other pierced her right hand, then hurtled towards her right eye. In the midst of the chaos, 3 distinct sounds resonated. One descended from the ancient tree into the underbrush. Another landed in the muddy puddle behind her. Yet another fell at the feet of the second. With a resounding thud, a dark shadow descended from the ancient tree. Ling, concealed beneath the ginkgo tree of the old temple, had sensed the commotion in the forest. Even without the chilling cry of a cat, the heavy rain did not obscure her vision. However, due to her lack of combat experience and the haze of bloodline awakening, she remained oblivious to the supernatural occurrences. Yet, she was astute enough to remain still, waiting until the battle subsided and everything settled like dust before she gathered her wits and ventured into the rain. Her steps were light, and in a mere moment, she traversed a mile, leaving the old temple far behind. With her bloodline awakening nearing its climax, her blood surged, and her skin glowed a fiery red. Yet the rainwater flowed down without a hint of vapor, indicating that the terrifying heat was confined within her increasingly refined flesh. She dared not approach too closely, only observing from afar. Elling was unaware of the true horror of the old matron. Had she known, she would not have dared to spy from the sidelines. However, she had witnessed WXN's terror firsthand. Following the demise of LQNGSHN and Li Zich NGTI, her apprehension had shifted from the master and disciple to WXN. The fate of the old matron, were it not for WXN's gravity, would not have concerned Elling, who regarded her merely as an old hag. Thus, when she saw the old woman tumble into the muddy puddle, a flicker of surprise crossed Elling's beautiful face, yet her gaze swiftly shifted elsewhere. What she beheld next caused her to gasp in shock. Within the puddle lay a pool of blood, dispersed by the rain, enveloping the fallen figure. One hand clutched at her chest, while the other drooped at her forehead. The gloved hand over her chest bore a puncture, a stone embedded in the flesh of her hand, and the hand at her forehead bore a similar, if not worse, injury. It was faintly visible that beneath the glove, the palm was grotesquely mangled. This was not what shocked Elling. Rather, it was the girl's right eye, grotesquely mutilated. Conversely, the stone embedded in her own hand revealed the extent of her injuries. As for WXN's lightly gripped crossbow bolt, Elling dismissed it. Had she perished? In GQ Shiying, Elling questioned herself in disbelief. It did not seem so. Shaking her head, she refused to accept that WXN could easily succumb to death. This was not out of any sentiment towards her. She would rather WXN perish, but rather an instinctive intuition. A voice within her echoed, "Now is undoubtedly the perfect moment to eliminate WYU, regardless of whether she lived or died. A dagger to her chest or throat would render her beyond salvation, overwhelmed by fear for too long." Ling's alluring visage bore a dark red birthmark that flickered ominously, and the spiritual dagger concealed within her sleeve was gripped tightly in her hand, given to her by WXN. Without further contemplation, she took a few steps closer. Fully focused, her body tensed. However, just as the blade of her spiritual dagger revealed itself, as she stepped within 3 zhong of WXN, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby underbrush, startling her. In the night rain, a black cat suddenly leaped from the thicket, its emerald eyes fixed upon her. Elling froze momentarily. It is the cat of F family's blind child. If the cat is here, FL must be nearby. She hesitated, not wishing for her murderous intent to be exposed, but then her eyes flickered with a new calculation. What was there to fear about exposure? What could a dead person reveal? Clenching her teeth with a cold smile, she was startled by her own malice, yet she felt no aversion to it. Alas, opportunities for success or failure often lie fleetingly in a moment, easily missed. In that instant of indecision, the underbrush rustled again. It was FL, under her disheveled hair. Her closed eyes oozed a crimson hue, a sight most unsettling. Her frail body was caked in mud and dry leaves. After just a few steps, Elling could clearly see the small blind child, hindered in her movements. Realizing the child was injured, Elling felt even less concern. Her eyes filled with disdain as she lifted her foot once more. Yet before she could take another step, her foot halted in the muddy puddle, and her dismissive smirk abruptly faded. In the ancient forest, the night deepened, accompanied by a sudden chill that froze her in place as she turned her head. The emaciated FL steadied herself, gripping the crossbow bolt tightly. Though unfamiliar with such weapons, Elling's instinct warned her of danger, especially following a horse. Rigid child's voice that pierced the air. "I advise you, it would be best not to entertain any thoughts of mischief." The voice was soft, yet it resonated in Elling's ears like thunder. This was likely the first time Elling had heard FL speak, and, in that moment, her inexplicable murderous intent towards FL crystallized into clarity. Apart from her inner strength, this child of the F family likely possessed the aptitude for cultivation. How else could one explain WXN's inexplicable regard for her? Elling found herself at an impasse. In a fleeting moment of hesitation, her almond eyes flickered, and she withdrew the blade that had been exposed from her sleeve. Staring at FL with gritted teeth, she sneered. "What do you mean by entertaining thoughts of mischief? WYU has sustained grave injuries, and with such heavy rain, if we do not act swiftly, how long do you think she can survive? You blind child, do not underestimate the intentions of others." Her words were forceful, yet her body remained tense. Though the dagger was sheathed, her grip tightened. It seemed Ling's words moved the young blind girl, for FL hesitated and lowered her crossbow bolt. Ling let out a sigh of relief, her gaze shifting multiple times as she recognized that the danger had passed. She turned her attention to Ning Wu Xen, seemingly to convince herself, and more importantly, to reassure the young blind man from the Fu family of her words. She feigned a loud demeanor, stating, having spent several years as an apprentice in the apothecary, I have indeed encountered quite a bit of the world. After all, I am on the same rope as AU. How could I harbor any vile intentions? In a swift motion, Ling approached Ning Wu Xen, her tightly gripped dagger gleaming ominously. The world was engulfed in silence. The sound of rain beating against the leaves sealed outside. At that moment, Ling felt an extraordinary calm, her once hazy consciousness now remarkably lucid. With every ounce of willpower, she suppressed her body's excitement, her mind teeming with murderous intent. The young blind man was injured, and Huang Yuan was nowhere to be seen. This was my best opportunity. If I could eliminate Ning Yu swiftly, I might catch the young blind man off guard. Just as Ling's elbow dipped below her waist, the figure lying in the muddy ground suddenly opened one eye. Just one. This was disastrous. Ling barely reacted when Ning Wu Xin moved first. With a swift motion, she drew a crossbow bolt, aimed, and pulled the trigger in one seamless action. The bolt whizzed through the air and pierced Ling's throat. Life and death hung in the balance for just a fleeting moment. Ling's pupils constricted, her legs buckled, and as she fluttered her eyes, she attempted to speak, but found her throat gasping for air. She could not utter a complete sentence. Only able to watch helplessly, she felt herself, dagger in hand, plummeting toward Ning Wu Xin. With an icy glare, Ning Wu Xin lifted her still capable right foot and kicked Ling away. The sound of breaking bones was drowned by the rain, and the crimson Ling was toppled to the ground, her eyes narrowing to mere pinpoints. In her final moments, a familiar yet strange voice echoed in her mind. I had intended to spare you, but since you sought your own demise, you cannot be spared. Ling struggled for a brief moment before succumbing to death. The sharpness of the bolt had pierced through even the physical resilience of the Lingtai realm. Not to mention Ling's bloodline had yet to awaken fully. Simultaneously, a bolt from the opposing side of the thick curtain of rain flew through the air, landing directly on the young girl's heart. The world was once again reduced to the sound of rain against the leaves. Several pairs of eyes, filled with disbelief and astonishment, surveyed the scene, until a faint cough broke the silence. Fu family's young blind man realized the true danger had passed and finally expelled the rusty, iron-like taste from his throat. He then mustered his strength to retreat until he was near the ancient tree, where he sat down to catch his breath. The black cat leapt onto a slightly cleaner wooden stump. Huang Yuan, hidden in the ancient tree, revealed himself, and, after a rustle, the young man landed on the ground. Ling, filled with the delusion of impending success, lay dead on this rainy night, slain by the very hands of Ning Wu Xin. A fate she could not escape. The delicate figure, skin glowing crimson, lay amidst mud and weeds, her once beautiful apricot eyes now filled with disbelief and shock, ultimately transforming into emptiness. Only the dark red phoenix-shaped birthmark remained, emanating a final allure and enigma in the night. Huang Yuan's gaze was complex as he looked at Ling, then at Ning Wu Xin lying in the mud, and finally at Fu Li. He likely harbored a multitude of unexpressed sentiments toward Ling. Yet, compared to his pursuit of immortality and the blood feud with his younger brother, Ling was but a fleeting memory. Despite a hint of fondness years prior, what significance did it hold now? He had been conditioned since childhood, and on the path of his grand destiny, only kin could make him pause for a moment. Beyond that, all were expendable. As for the Ning family's apothecary, Huang Yuan's astonishment had long overshadowed any other emotion. Recalling days prior, when the young apothecary had approached him, asking if he wished to sever ties with the Fan family or eliminate the Ning family and Ling, he had feigned ignorance. But a sense of caution had surged within him. His ancestors' warnings echoed in his ears. The Ning family had powerful backing, and Hualing was intricately involved. The Huang family could not afford to provoke them. It was only when the young apothecary unveiled his knowledge of the true cause of his brother's deaths, revealing that he refrained from harming A Ling out of fear of the Ning family, and that he had consequently been forced to marry into the Fan family, missing the opportunity for redemption that would confine him to this prison for life. That a flicker of complexity stirred within him when Ning Wu Xin, with an air of indifference, declared that she could assist him in extricating himself from the mire. Huang Yu and remained skeptical. On the path of destiny, there were no unearned rewards. To gain, one must first give. What did the Ning family's young apothecary seek? He could not fathom. The town was filled with peculiarities. Who could say if this was a trap? Until the voice of his ancestor, who had been hiding in the shadows, finally urged him to try. He was taken aback. It was perhaps the first time during the day that his ancestor had spoken to him, and he sensed there was more to the situation than met the eye. Especially when his ancestor suggested that this might be the least costly price he could pay for the greatest gain. Huang Yuan, though feeling it absurd, chose to believe. He had always held his ancestor's words in high regard and never questioned them. At that moment, he could no longer suppress the yearning within. If he had been unaware of the town's origins, if he had not known that the world beyond was so vibrant, it would have been one thing. However, now that he had knowledge, he could no longer tolerate the mundane existence. Nor could he bear the thought of languishing in this prison for the rest of his days, or becoming a pawn destined for a battlefield with little chance of survival. He had finally stepped behind the young apothecary of the Ning family, becoming a blade at her side. Now all obstacles seemed to vanish, and Huang Yun cast a hopeful glance at Ning Wu Xin, asking, "Is your eye all right? What shall we do next?" Ning Wu Xin made no reply. Even though her left hand throbbed with pain, she refrained from displaying any sign of distress. Even a broken leg would be a trivial matter. However, the stone that had pierced her right hand, which not only mangled her eye, but also nearly penetrated her skull, was something she could not afford to overlook. Fortunately, with Fu Li's dual pupils restraining the impact, she managed to absorb some of the force. Otherwise, her chances of enduring would have been slim. It must be said that this counterattack was quite perilous, yet the outcome was acceptable, not significantly worse than her final maneuver. Her will was strong, yet her body was beginning to falter. Aside from urgently needing to extract the stone, she also had to take measures to stop the bleeding. Huang Yu An's eyes reflected concern for his own future. Ning Wu Xin opened one terrifying eye, calm and unperturbed, and said softly, "For now, it is inconsequential. Let us return to the old temple." Huang Yuan instinctively moved closer, intending to lift Ning Wu Xin, only to be met with a refusal. It is not that she straddles the line between male and female, but rather that with two bodies present, moving them would be an arduous task. Ning Wuxin remarqued, "Can you fetch the carriage? Is that feasible?" Huang Yu understood Ning Wuxin's intentions immediately and replied, "I will release the ox. It's no problem." As Huang Yu turned to head back, Ning Wuxin finally had the opportunity to converse privately with Fu Li. "I owe you a debt of gratitude today. As compensation, once I recover, I shall divulge everything you wish to know." After speaking, Ning Wuxin closed her left eye, enveloped in darkness. Moments passed before she heard a faint sound. Ning Wuxin smiled upon hearing this. She was unaware that her ghostly demeanor, even without a smile, was already unsettling, and with a smile, coupled with her current predicament, she resembled a vengeful spirit struggling in the underworld. Fu Li's voice sounded somewhat weak, yet her spirit remained intact. Given Ning Wuxin's current state, it was not advisable for her to move, so she asked, "Would you mind coming over to help me with acupuncture to stop the bleeding?" While Ning Wuxin could endure, the wounds on her body were severe. Without prompt action to halt the bleeding, it would not only lead to a fatal loss of blood, but also hinder her recovery. Though the situation seemed somewhat stabilized, the potential for unforeseen complications lingered, and she could not afford to lose consciousness. Fu Li did not refuse her request. Under Ning Wuxin's guidance, Fu Li retrieved a damp wooden box from her belongings, which contained silver needles. Although Fu Li was unfamiliar with medical practices, her remarkable intuition allowed her to grasp the instructions given by Ning Wuxin. With precise guidance, they swiftly managed to stem the flow of blood. Though the wounds remained gruesome, both women chose not to dwell on them. Ning Wuxin also asked Fu Li to search through the belongings of the deceased Ning Laopa. Apologies? Shame? No, none of that. Rummaging through a corpse for valuables might be despised in a small town, yet beyond its borders, in the realms of Nanyin and Tianxian, such actions had long since become a norm on the path to immortality. Once one embarked on this journey, It was inevitable that they would face such a trial one day. Ning Wuxin felt that her decision not to charge for this lesson was a significant act of kindness. Fu Li hesitated for a moment. To be frank, aside from her mother, she had never encountered another's corpse, let alone searched one. Although endowed with an innate understanding of the world, her resilience belied the fact that, in some ways, she remained a child, lacking practical experience. However, perhaps recalling the harsh realities Ning Wuxin had shared with her, the struggles of life and death beyond their town, and the bloody truths she would eventually have to confront. Fu Li glanced at the body of Ning Laopa, and then at the immobile Ning Wuxin, stating, "This is the only time." Her voice was stiff, and without waiting for a response, she took action. In the distance, a green-eyed black cat observed with a fierce gleam in its eyes, but remained motionless. Ning Wuxin smiled without speaking, her eyes remaining closed. After a rustle, Fu Li handed her a piece of vibrant wood and a broken jade ornament. Aside from these items, there was nothing more. As Ning Wuxin examined the piece of lively wood in her hand, she mused, "This must be the Changsheng Mu Xian." Regarding the jade ornament marred by cracks, she conjectured, this likely represents the secret treasure that enabled Ning Qiyin to command respect in the town. As for the others, Ning Wuxin certainly did not believe that Fu Li, who in her past life had been a revered figure in the Dalician dynasty, would engage in petty theft by secretly pocketing Ning Laopa's storage ring. Ning Wuxin might indulge in such acts, perhaps even excessively so, but Fu Mingjing would never stoop to such levels, nor would she find it worthy of her disdain. With this thought, Ning Wuxin exerted herself to rise slightly, using her remaining strength to shift one of Ning Laopa's arms, squinting to discern the faint light amid the rain-soaked night. Indeed, as the rain washed away the debris, the ring on the old woman's right thumb had vanished without a trace. Did my deceased grandmother trade her entire fortune for this piece of Changsheng Mu Xian? Ning Wuxin disregarded the pain that intensified with her movements, pondering to herself. Fu Li noticed Ning Wuxin's actions but paid them little mind. Regardless of Ning Wuxin's distrust or hidden motives, she did not return to the ancient tree, but instead sat aside, waiting. While Ning Wuxin was lost in thought, Huan Yu arrived with the carriage. He could only lead it as if guiding an old ox, the cart swaying as it rolled through the mud and weeds, producing strange sounds. Beyond the small town, everything that transpired drew significant attention. However, that night, both inside and outside the town, was shrouded in a veil of mystique akin to layered clouds in the sky. Except for a select few with significant influence, no one could catch even a glimpse of the events, not even a fraction, be it through the naked eye or the perception granted by mystical arts. All proved ineffective. Like stones sinking into the sea, most of the old monsters, even if they could utilize the advantages of their own Changsheng trees to employ some arcane methods, were destined to return empty-handed that night. What they witnessed, apart from the torrential rain, was a profound tranquility. These old-timers speculated that perhaps the younger generation of the Fu family in Juku Alley was up to mischief in the past. They might have seized the opportunity to cause trouble for the youth, but on this night, none dared to act. One was wary of a certain family in Baodong Alley, while the other was uncertain of the outcome concerning the venerable Ning family elder. In this intricately woven web of intrigue that was the town, how many harbored fears, and how many nursed hidden resentments remained unknown. The galaxy spilled forth, nearly engulfing the town in darkness, with only a few grand mansions flickering with faint light, swaying in the storm. After all, ordinary folk could hardly afford to squander wealth. In the midst of this tempestuous night, the most opulent residence in Baodong Alley creaked ominously. From a small side door, 3 figures emerged, an elderly man and 2 youths. The elder, hunched and garbed in simple attire, bore a solemn expression. The 2 youths, 1 male and 1 female, appear to be around 14 or 15 years of age, sharing strikingly similar features. The boy was named Mao Changsheng, and the girl, Mao Qinglian, represented the hopes of the Mao family in this generation. The lanky Mao Changsheng, clad in fine clothing, held an umbrella to shield the elderly elder and his sister from the rain. Meanwhile, Mao Qinglian cradled a small incense burner, within which burned a slender stick of incense barely the height of a finger. Curiously, the ethereal smoke emanating from the burner did not ascend to the heavens, but instead coiled into a thread, wrapping around the elder's elbow, and upon closer inspection, It was evident that the smoke ultimately drifted into the elder's nostrils. The trio walked in unison until they reached a fork in the path. The elder gazed towards the archway at the end of the alley and sighed, yet remained silent. It was Mao Changsheng who hesitated multiple times before finally handing the small package on his back to his sister, exhaling heavily as the affection in his gaze gradually faded. And he spoke earnestly. In this departure, it remains uncertain when we, as siblings, shall reunite. Qinglian, take good care of yourself. As for family affairs, there is no need for you to worry. Everything shall be supported by your elder brother. As for that perilous path, whose whereabouts are unknown, it is entirely up to you. The young man, handsome yet with a tinge of bitterness in his smile, handed over the package to his sister and passed the incense burner to his elder brother. Her expression was icy, and she hesitantly uttered, "Take care, elder brother. The ancestral matters are entrusted to you." With that, she turned to leave, her footsteps lingering. Observing this, Mu Changsheng finally felt a sense of relief. The young man and the elderly man turned away, and after walking for some distance, Mu Changsheng suddenly turned around, gazing at the stooped figures of both the old and young, and instinctively covered his mouth to suppress his emotions, ultimately unable to hold back his tears. Before long, when a young man assisted the elder into the cramped bookstore located in Baodong Alley, old Fu had been waiting for quite some time. The rain continued to fall heavily. The elder squatted beneath the eaves of the bookstore, smoking a pipe. As the pair approached, old Fu finally lifted his head and cast a meaningful glance at the man who was already halfway into his grave, the once steadfast pillar of the Mu family, and scoffed, "Brother Mu, it appears the outlook is not very optimistic." Although he seemed to observe the duo, his gaze had already shifted beyond them. Despite being disciples from the same tavern, one was a direct descendant while the other merely a nominal one. In the past, the venerable elder of the Mu family would never have dared to address him as brother, but now, facing the inevitability of death, he had cast aside his reservations and grown bold. Of course, few in the town knew of this secret. The young man from the Mu family tightened his grip on the umbrella. Both old foxes noticed this scene. The Mu family member merely smiled faintly, while the Fu family member's mocking smile deepened. Fu Jingyan glanced at the fair-skinned and quite handsome Mu Changsheng, raising an eyebrow in disdain. So what? A little sparrow who hasn't even grown its feathers, yet wishes to champion someone? Enough of that. Don't linger here. When you come to pay your respects to your master, you ought to bring a gift. Coming here empty-handed, do you have no shame? I recall there's a tavern in Juku Alley that's been closed for decades, preparing to reopen. Go fetch me a jug of wine. If you fail, don't bother returning. With that, he threw a broken wine jug at him and, puffing on his pipe, entered the cramped bookstore. Mu Changsheng watched old Fu's retreating figure, feeling somewhat aggrieved. However, recalling the words of the ancestor and years of upbringing, he realized the elder was not entirely wrong. His ancestor was indeed not optimistic. He thought that soon he would have to enter the fold of this esteemed elder and could only accept his fate. As for his own ancestor, he merely smiled. He took the incense burner, patted Mu Changsheng on the shoulder, and then followed him into the bookstore. In the bustling life at the age of 40, a girl with a cold demeanor, carrying her elder brother's earnest wishes, stepped into the alley named Changsheng. The rain in Changsheng Alley seemed to intensify upon entering. Mu Qinglian felt as if the only sound remaining in her ears was the torrential night rain, its magnitude exuding a sense of extreme desolation. After a moment's pause, she walked deeper into the alley, knocking on the ancient residence marked Meng's house at the end. Yet, when she knocked on the Meng family ancestral home, the only reply she received was the heavy sound of rain. Looking up at the worn plaque of the Meng family, marked by the passage of time, and then glancing back at the downpour behind her, Mu Qinglian sighed. Ultimately, she took a deep breath and found a spot by the door that remained dry from the rain, sitting down. This night, she was destined to face a closed door. The rain was so loud that the naive doorkeeper surely slept soundly, while the discerning owner of the house would disdainfully refuse to lower themselves to open the door for a descendant of a newly risen family from Baotong Alley. As for her future master, perhaps, as soon as she entered Changsheng Alley, a test had already been set for her. The Meng family, a dwindling stream in Changsheng Alley, possessed a small, overgrown courtyard filled with weeds. Within the courtyard were two small rooms, one of which still glimmered with light, though the flickering shadows indicated that the doors and windows could not withstand the onslaught of the storm. Peering through the dilapidated window paper, a young man, around 25 or 26, sat at a low, worn desk, diligently transcribing a classic that had been passed down for centuries. His handwriting was unremarkable, merely ordinary. Yet, if one maintained patience and did not blink, they might occasionally glimpse an astonishing scene. The strokes he penned exuded an indescribable essence. As time passed, one could unwittingly sink into the depths of his work, experiencing a fragment of history or a tale. When the chilly night rain and wind blew in, awakening him from his reverie, he realized it had all been a fleeting dream. When the young man had transcribed halfway, a sudden chill swept into the desolate space. Lifting the heavy hemp paper on the desk, his hand, dipped in coarse ink, paused as if sensing something. His other hand pulled from his robe a bone ring, and a subtle smile unexpectedly curved the corners of his thin lips. At that moment, the bone ring shimmered with a faint light, which gradually faded away. In the remote mountains, there stood an old temple. Within the main hall, a pile of firewood burned, revealing the dangers concealed within the hall. Fortunately, all of this lost its significance the moment old lady Ning passed away. The rain lightened, yet the wind remained unyielding, stirring up a flurry of sparks from the fire, which flickered erratically. By the fire sat a large and a small figure, accompanied by a black cat. It was none other than the young man from Juku Alley and the blind boy from the Fu family. Since the fierce battle, an hour had passed, and the heavy rain outside the temple gradually diminished to a light drizzle. After Huang Yuanan dragged the two bodies back to the old temple, Ning Wuxin had not shown her face since entering the main hall dedicated to the Lord of Heaven. Aside from her, several corpses from the Ning family lay within. It remained a mystery what she was doing. To be honest, even though Huang Yuanan often heard teachers speak of the supernatural, he did not entirely dismiss the existence of spirits. Moreover, raised by the ancestors of the Huang family, he knew that aside from practitioners seeking immortality, there were indeed ghosts and deities. At 14 or 15, the age of youthful vigor, even with his boldness, the thought of being alone in a room with 4 corpses sent shivers down Huang Yuanan's spine. The chilling sensation dulled any lingering sorrow for a Ling. Huang Yuanan then recalled Ning Wuxin's injuries, not out of concern for her demise, but rather worrying who would fulfill his payment if she were to die. Fortunately, when she was brought in, the bleeding had mostly ceased and the stone lodged in her shattered eye had been removed, posing no immediate danger to her life. With a puzzled gaze, Huang Yuanan looked at the dimly lit main hall, its doors and windows tightly shut, and then turned his sight towards the courtyard, where the rain continued to taper off. Finally, he glanced at the blind boy from the Fu family, who was leaning against the wall. Unbeknownst to him, this feeble being, curled up in a fetal position, was either in a state of quiet contemplation or had already succumbed to slumber. Huang Yuan's gaze flickered, and a wave of self-deprecation washed over him. How fortunate was their Huang family elder, who had lauded him for his exceptional temperament and insight, declaring him a paragon among his peers. However, upon encountering these two individuals, he realized the truth of his own mediocrity, suffering a profound setback. Doubts began to creep into his mind, not regarding his venerable ancestor, but rather questioning himself. What was it that had caused the disappearance of his usual composure? He had not even recognized that he no longer regarded these children, aged merely 7 or 11, as mere youngsters. His focus grew increasingly grave, akin to that of assessing formidable rivals of his own age or even those senior to him. At the outset of this conflict, the young Huang Yuan began to ponder. The impatience etched between his brows fluctuated, as though celestial beings were waging war within his heart. He did not know how much time had elapsed, but gradually, that impatience was quelled. Although the youth could not fully grasp certain matters, this introspection yielded significant insights, deepening his gaze and instilling a newfound tranquility within him. When he finally regained his awareness, Fu Li, who had been resting with her eyes closed, sat upright, seemingly enlightened as she observed the main hall. The black cat, too, bore a mysterious expression in its enigmatic eyes, exuding an aura of intelligence. Huang Yuan felt a sense of wonder. How curious indeed. At the moment the palace doors were sealed, Ning Wuxin found herself half kneeling on the ground, desperately suppressing the ink cicada in her palm. Just moments prior, at the instant of Ailing's demise, the ink cicada not only revived but also resumed its actions. Fortunately, the very concern that had plagued Ning Wuxin did not materialize. It did not drain her lifespan once more, which relieved her greatly. Although she felt no fear, the decades of her lifespan were insufficient to satiate the ink cicada. Yet, its movements still alarmed her. She had yet to embark on the path of cultivation and could not peer inward. However, with each motion of the ink cicada, a different scene unfolded before her eyes. The ink cicada, akin to a seed taking root, was insidiously wreaking havoc within her meridians. The sudden upheaval left Ning Wuxin powerless to reverse her fate, forced to endure passively. Through the ink cicada's innate abilities, she witnessed it evolve from a seedling to a sapling, entangling its roots within her meridians. As it continued to grow, becoming a robust tree and ultimately resembling an ancient, gnarled trunk, it anchored itself within her heart. From that moment forth, she and the ink cicada truly became one, coexisting as a singular entity. The excruciating pain, akin to countless insects gnawing at her, began to ebb, and the sweat covering her body evaporated in that instant. Upon opening her eyes, an innate talent seemed to imprint itself onto her very being. Deprivation. This was the secret technique bestowed upon her by the ink cicada after their initial fusion, enabling Ning Wuxin to siphon the talents or bloodlines of others for her own use, a power that defied the heavens. However, the cost was steep, requiring the sacrifice of her own lifespan to wield this technique through the ink cicada. Moreover, the strength of the deprived individual dictated the duration of her own lifespan that she would expend. Once the deprivation technique manifested, Ning Wuxin could distinctly perceive her own lifespan. Had it been otherwise, she would have been overjoyed. However, her brow remained furrowed, for the bloodline talents she would acquire through deprivation would largely revert to the ink cicada, leaving her with only a fraction to nourish herself. Even though Ning Wuxin understood that this was the ink cicada's means of self-restoration, she still found it absurd. Was this not akin to directly siphoning her lifespan? Indeed, it was. The difference lay in the fact that in her original state, she was a passive recipient. Now, she was compelled to offer herself willingly. Was this not a form of trickery? The once mighty demon lord could not help but raise an eyebrow. Ning Wuxin was no naive child, acutely aware of what the existence of the ink cicada's technique truly entailed. For now, she would refrain from delving deeper into the ink cicada. Put simply, as long as she did not succumb to greed, the ink cicada would be powerless against her. Most importantly, compared to the tragedies of her previous life, at least the reins of control lay firmly in her hands. Were she to remain resentful, would it not cast suspicion upon her intentions? This was merely the ink cicada's initial talent, previously revealed. Ning Wuxin gazed upon herself, contemplating. The ink cicada's abilities are akin to courting danger. Employing its talents is merely a thirst quencher. Yet, if this is the most likely path to uncover the person behind the scenes and eradicate them, now that I am one with the ink cicada, if I must ultimately face my demise, avenging myself will be a source of great satisfaction. Why not proceed? As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? So why not tread that path? The once calm lake of the demon lord's heart was stirred with a ripple, accepting the intertwining of the ink cicada and herself. She suddenly found herself anticipating what further transformations the ink cicada might undergo. If awakening merely meant deprivation, it would fall short of the ink cicada's promise of resurrection. There were many techniques within the demonic arts capable of achieving this. However, the price would be considerably higher. It would be no ordinary feat. This alone would not warrant the effort expended by the enigmatic figure behind all to lay such an extensive chessboard. This was something she needed to heed. At this moment, it was too early to ponder such matters. Ning Wuxin blinked, suppressing her doubts deep within, and shifted her gaze to Ailing's lifeless form. From the ink cicada's initial awakening to its full realization, it had exhibited an intense yearning for the bloodline of the true phoenix's rebirth. In other words, the ink cicada's revival and awakening were inextricably linked to the true phoenix's bloodline. It was a pivotal element for both. Realizing this, she took out a piece of longevity wood and cast it onto Ailing's body. In an instant, a remarkable power was born. Under the dim glow of the firelight, the young girl's corpse was enveloped in a faint azure mist. As the mist thickened within the gentle light, the once dead girl's fingers, still soft, suddenly trembled. Ailing's body slipped into a deep slumber, awaiting the vitality that would flow from the decaying bloodline 3 days hence. The extinguished spark within the girl's body reignited, halting the flow of stagnant blood, which began to boil anew. On her enchanting countenance, The dark red birthmark shimmered once more with a hint of vitality. Had it been before, Ning Wuxin would never have witnessed such a scene. However, after fully merging with the ink cicada, she considered herself half a cultivator and could glimpse a fragment of the arcane. Ning Wuxin's gaze brightened. May this bloodline not disappoint the longevity wood. The birth of a human being typically encompasses at least two bloodlines, one paternal and one maternal. The awakening of the true phoenix's rebirth bloodline would inevitably provoke a fierce rejection of any other bloodline, even if it could not be entirely eliminated at once. It would gradually cleanse and refine itself through relentless trials. The initial awakening of Ailing's bloodline, conferred by Lu Qingshan, her other half, became the catalyst for her bloodline's relentless expulsion of foreign elements, further stimulating its awakening. This was something Ning Wuxin was unaware of. Perhaps it was Ailing's seemingly unremarkable actions that had betrayed her intentions. When Huang Yuan had delivered Ailing's body to the inner hall, she had instructed him to place it close to her father, Lu Qingshan, deliberately harnessing this momentum to accelerate her bloodline's rapid awakening. Yet Ning Wuxin still felt it was insufficient. After Huang Yuan and Fu Li departed, gritting his teeth in pain, he cut open Lu Qingshan's wrist and, using silver needles, drew out the last remaining drop of blood within him, pouring it into Ailing's abdomen. The instant Ailing's vitality surged back, it matched perfectly with Ning Wuxin's calculations. The blood that flowed into Ailing's body became the catalyst for the complete awakening of her bloodline. Under the infusion of the vibrant life force from the Changshu Mushin, Ailing's originally crimson skin erupted in a fiery glow. The barrier of bloodlines, merely half a step away, was shattered, releasing a surge of fiery intent. On the fair face of the young girl, the dark red birthmark seemed to ignite, and as the life force from the Chongqing Mushin continuously flowed in, the charm within the phoenix-shaped birthmark grew increasingly extraordinary. Accompanied by green flames and azure smoke, the imprisoned Zhen Huang finally underwent a rebirth through fire. A blood-red phoenix roamed within Ailing's body, exuding an extraordinary aura. Ning Wuxin's gaze flickered with doubt. Ailing's bloodline was feeble, and even if it fully awakened, the power of the bloodline would not manifest in such a manner. Could it be due to the Chongqing Mushin? If not, how could one explain this miraculous phenomenon? One must understand that the value of the Chongqing Mushin, even when compared to Ailing's thin bloodline, was still exceptional. Even a complete bloodline could not rival it. For the Chongqing Mushin was scarce, sought after even by Dantian practitioners and Taoist masters. In contrast, a complete bloodline was akin to the 9 cauldrons with 9-fold heavy roots. While a flawed bloodline could increase by 30% to 3 cauldrons, depending on its peculiarities. Possessing a bloodline was capital. Yet, when it came to entering the Tao, only 1 in 100 geniuses could reach the Dantian realm. The comparison made the disparity evident. The evaluation of such bloodlines, according to records from various sects, was not absolute. Had it not been for the importance of Mo Chan, Ning Wuxin would have wanted to experiment, to absorb a fraction of this bloodline's innate talent and witness the changes within herself, which she would not readily forsake. As Ailing's bloodline revived, it immediately triggered the town's array to retaliate, with one punishment imprint after another descending upon Ailing's body. Fortunately, the town prohibited Tao techniques, and due to the regulations, the Nirvana Phoenix soul, which was meant to break free and produce a celestial phenomenon, ultimately could not escape from Ailing's corpse. Otherwise, the moment such a phenomenon appeared, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of certain sinister beings. Ning Wuxin remained unfazed until just before the Chongqing Mushin burned to ashes, at which point she acted. Her left palm rested upon Ailing's stunning face. In her heart, she silently chanted deprivation. Ning Wuxin narrowed her eyes, acutely aware that her lifespan was inexplicably flowing away at an extraordinary speed. A sensation both familiar and foreign surged within her. The familiarity stemmed from her prior life of 200 years, during which she experienced a similar passage of time. The strangeness lay in the fact that this flow of lifespan was distinctly different, far exceeding previous experiences. In an instant, it surged 10-fold, 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Within mere moments, 20 years of lifespan silently slipped away, entirely infused into Mo Chan. This sacrificial lifespan transformed into an enigmatic power. Perhaps only Ning Wuxin could witness this scene. A long river appeared, and a fledgling cicada wobbled into the air, as it flapped its wings. A stream of water was drawn towards it, an inexplicable force enveloping her palm. With a hum, Ning Wuxin moved her hand, capturing the mysterious bloodline hidden within a ling's body as if seizing a caged bird. A blood-red fledgling was grasped from thin air, reminiscent of the legendary Zhenhuang. The moment she seized it, the Chongqing Muxin turned to ash. A mournful cry emanated from the blood-colored fledgling, clanging, before Ning Wuxin could react. A sharp pain shot through her arm, piercing to the bone. Ning Wuxin furrowed her brow. This was her first experience of such agony. A glance downward revealed a familiar rune beneath her tattered clothing, the town's punishment imprint. The instant the Zhenhuang's Nirvana bloodline was deprived, Imo Chan stirred. Chains, resembling thin threads, wrapped around the blood-red fledgling. Clang! Another mournful cry resounded. Ning Wuxin had long noticed the fledgling's eyes, and at that moment of its anguished cry, she even detected a hint of fear within them. Ning Wuxin realized once more that the wonder of the Chongqing Muxin was far from over. This piece of Chongqing Muxin not only reconstituted the Zhenhuang's Nirvana bloodline, aiding its successful rebirth, and brought its innate charm to the utmost, but it also enabled a complete awakening, allowing it to break free from its host and give birth to true spirit. From this moment forth, it was no longer merely a bloodline dependent on a human. In other words, it had now become a true spiritual entity with self-awareness. Ning Wuxin marveled at the marvels of the Chongqing Muxin, wishing to spare its life for further study. In the next moment, the calm demeanor on Ning Wuxin's face suddenly stiffened. The chain's shadow trembled, and in an instant, the blood-colored fledgling was shattered, its mournful cry abruptly ceasing. The extraordinary blood instantly consumed by Imo Chan. The surroundings fell into silence, with only the sparse sound of rain outside the hall and the howling wind remaining. In that fleeting moment when the blood-colored fledgling shattered, Ning Wuxin's brows knitted slightly. What a pity, she sighed softly. This spiritual entity had piqued her interest, yet only to this extent. Compared to Imo Chan's steadiness, a bloodline giving birth to true spirit was insignificant. The intense pain in her palm persisted, even intensified by a burning sensation. Ning Wuxin gradually peeled back her glove, the slightly congealed wound on the back of her hand inevitably torn open once more, blood gushing forth, but she remained composed. The pain in her palm was negligible compared to the greater suffering. Imo Chan was devouring the Zhenhuang's Nirvana bloodline, and as it consumed it, the cicada in her hand, no larger than a fingernail, radiated a fiery glow as if being forged and polished. As one after another of the bloodline's wonders were consumed, the once indistinct jade began to take shape, and the coarse cicada wings gained a hint of spirituality. As the last fragment of bloodline approached, Imo Chan abruptly ceased its consumption, after refining and eliminating a certain imprint. The final fragment of bloodline transformed into a beam of bloodlight, shooting into her heart, becoming void. With a hum, akin to a volcanic eruption, a torrent of bloodline power surged from her heart into her very marrow, and from deep within her bones, an even more mysterious force evolved, nourishing her heart. In the moment before Ning Wuxin sensed this surge of bloodline power, her left eye twitched. Before her lay the remnants of flesh and bone, suddenly illuminated by a blood-red light, and the blood-colored fledgling peeked out from her right eye. She intended to delve deeper into this phenomenon, but was unable to resist the overwhelming changes occurring within her body. Boom, 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 accompanied by the sound of a powerful heartbeat. An intense and searing force suddenly erupted from her heart, surging through her entire being in an instant. Utilizing the Chongqing Muxin to reshape the purity of her bloodline, rebirth through nirvana. Even though the 1/10 of the bloodline that flowed into Ning Wuxin's heart, refined by Imo Chan, could not compare to the complete Zhenhuang's nirvana bloodline, it was still deemed remarkably precious. The special bloodlines of the Tianxian Great World were inherently rare, and pure bloodlines were even scarcer. If utilized properly, there remained a possibility of deriving this bloodline. Regrettably, Ning Wuxin is no longer the formidable transformation practitioner of yore, nor does she even qualify as a true practitioner, rendering her unable to effectively harness the advantages of her bloodline. She can only endure the searing, oil-like force of her bloodline coursing through her meridians, transforming her body, waiting for it to absorb the energy autonomously. As this bloodline energy spreads throughout her being, alongside the torment of burning pain, Ning Wuxin can even hear the melodious cries of the phoenix, resonating incessantly. A prickling sensation engulfs her. Raising her hand, she notices crimson hues spreading across the back of her left hand and the palm of her right. The pain from her fractured leg bone intensifies sharply. Yet, her right eye experiences only a relatively mild burning sensation. Soon, her wounds begin to rupture, just as blood is about to surge forth. The crimson suddenly morphs into blood flames, enveloping the moment. The decaying flesh disintegrates into black smoke, visible to the naked eye, as the wounds, suffused with blood flames, regenerate rapidly like budding sprouts. Remarkably, her garments remain untouched by the blood flames, which, although described as flames, are merely a form of energy, far from true fire. The essence of the true phoenix's nirvana bloodline has failed to merge with Ning Wuxin's bloodline. During the fusion, she can faintly perceive their mutual repulsion. Without external guidance, the majority of this true phoenix nirvana bloodline can only serve as a spiritual entity for healing her injuries and enhancing her physical strength, while the remainder retreats into her acupoints. Simultaneously, when the restorative power of the bloodline flows into her right eye, the burning sensation abruptly vanishes, as if it has been stolen away. This stirs a slight emotion within Ning Wuxin. A faint smile graces her lips. Only that crimson fledgling could achieve such a feat. After only a few breaths, the bloodline essence, separated from the true phoenix nirvana bloodline by Mo Chan, bursts forth like a fledgling, perhaps due to its consumption of bloodlines. The crimson essence now glimmers with flecks of gold, or perhaps fire. Ning Wuxin instinctively reaches out to seize it. Suddenly, she hesitates, realizing her dantian and meridians hold no trace of spiritual energy. A wry smile escapes her lips as she muses. I almost forgot. I am but a mere mortal. Unfortunately, before this fledgling spirit can escape the confines of Ning Wuxin's body, ethereal threads materialize, binding the fledgling in the void. Perhaps these threads had always been present, merely remaining hidden. Is escape impossible? A thought crosses Ning Wuxin's mind, and she raises her left hand to grasp it firmly, exerting her strength. With a buzz, the fledgling, glowing with a hint of fire, is abruptly crushed into a mist of blood. In an instant, this blood mist rushes back into her blinded right eye. And when it emerges again, her solitary left eye clearly perceives the horror reflected in the fledgling's gaze. What began as a fleeting thought unexpectedly brings Ning Wuxin a delightful surprise from Mo Chan. This fledgling, devoid of feathers, not only undergoes a peculiar rebirth, but is also constrained by Mo Chan, becoming part of Ning Wuxin's right eye. Ning Wuxin has attempted to communicate with Mo Chan, but her efforts have been in vain. Clearly, this entity only stirs trouble without cleaning up the mess it creates. Ning Wuxin finds herself at a loss. Caught between laughter and tears, for the presence of this fledgling may temporarily hinder the restoration of her eye. Furthermore, in addition to Mo Chan, her body now harbors a long-term tenant that consumes without contributing. From now on, any spiritual energy that approaches will become sustenance for this fledgling, and the flickering flames emanating from a hint at its potential. Fortunately, Ning Wuxin is not one to dwell on superficial appearances, and this predicament can only be addressed in due time. At present, her focus must shift to the more pressing concern of how to accommodate this fledgling. Ning Wuxin first tests whether the fledgling can comprehend human speech, perhaps due to its derivation from the A Ling bloodline, or perhaps the bloodline itself carries some form of inheritance. It indeed understands and responds to her, which is undoubtedly fortuitous. For its safety, and her own, Ning Wuxin warns it, it is best not to appear before others. Even when I am alone, try not to wander about. The existence of this fledgling spirit is far too conspicuous. Ning Wuxin is not unfamiliar with such existences. She has heard tales of spiritual veins, spiritual treasures, and spiritual entities all possessing the potential to give rise to spiritual forms, each with its own purpose, often commanding prices that would deter ordinary practitioners at elite auctions. The emergence of a spiritual entity from a bloodline is exceedingly rare, though such existences may exist. Ning Wuxin has encountered numerous oddities and has never heard of anything quite like this. It is either an exceedingly trivial spiritual entity or an extraordinarily rare one. Moreover, as it is born from the true Phoenix Nirvana bloodline and has undergone the baptism of the Changshengwud heart, the latter possibility appears more likely. Just the thought of it is quite extraordinary, destined to stir significant waves. Ning Wuxin has even envisioned dire scenarios. If exposed, and I lack the power to protect myself, I fear I would be dissected and scrutinized. In a world where the weak are devoured by the strong, and those with power claim dominion, one must always tread cautiously. For possessing treasure often invites peril. As the fledgling, imbued with spirit, retreats into her right eye, Ning Wuxin finally allows a smile to surface. This rare spiritual entity is too precious to be carelessly revealed. Under the purifying baptism of the true Phoenix Nirvana bloodline, apart from her right eye, which remains unhealed, all other injuries and deficiencies of Ning Wuxin have been restored. As she senses the abundant power coursing through her body, it surpasses her condition before her injuries by a significant margin. Her vision is also markedly enhanced, even with but one eye. The weakness born from sacrificing 20 years of Mo Chan's lifespan dissipates entirely, and due to the enhanced strength of her body, her lifespan even extends by 5 years. Previously, without cultivation, her body could only sustain her for 70 years. After the sacrifice of 20 years, she was left with 50, but now she can anticipate living to 55. She squints her solitary eye, acknowledging a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. As for the length of her lifespan, it is no longer a matter that can be improved solely through nourishment. Her appearance and physical age remain unaffected unless her very foundation is harmed. For mortals, life and death are often predetermined. If the King of Hell decrees your demise at midnight, would he allow you to linger until dawn? This is unrelated to age. It resembles a form of fate, unalterable by mere circumstance. Ultimately, Ning Wuxin's gaze shifts to the lifeless bodies surrounding her. 44. Debts settled. First, a Ling. Without the true Phoenix Nirvana bloodline, the birthmark on her face fades, the scorching bloodline within her dissipates, and after undergoing a baptism, her body becomes fair and reveals a remarkably beautiful visage. Yet she has returned to the realm of the ordinary, to death. Next, Lu Qingshan and Lu Chongtai are merely glanced over. Her gaze finally settles on Ning Qiyan. The victor claims the throne, while the vanquished is relegated to obscurity. Victory and defeat, life and death. Ning Wuxin is accustomed to such realities. She does not harbor even the slightest sense of triumph from this initial victory. Even though this triumph signifies that she will escape the old path of her past life for a considerable time, it does not imply that she possesses the strength to contend with the strategists behind the scenes as a mere pawn on the chessboard. The road ahead remains long, and the burdens are profound. Her gaze flickers to the mark on Ning Qian's right thumb as she deftly retrieves a dagger from her package, the Sacrificial Soul. With a swift thrust, the dagger named Sacrificial Soul pierces the heart of this seasoned veteran. In that instant, the dagger shatters, leaving only the hanging tassel behind. Ning Wuxin picked up the ears of grain and tucked them into the wooden box of her bundle, rising leisurely to open the palace door. The rain had abruptly ceased, and under the dim nightfall, a thick mist enveloped the air. The flickering light of the firewood in the old temple was faint. It was approximately the 4th or 5th watch of the Tiger Hour, and the slumbering crowd was startled awake. In their line of sight, Ning Wuxin's solitary eye bore traces of mud and blood, and she suddenly smiled at them with an earnestness that was unmistakable. Fu Li remained unresponsive, while Huang Yuan shivered slightly. At dawn, the blue smoke lingered, refusing to dissipate. After dismantling the layout and mechanisms within the old temple and tidying up its remnants, Ning Wuxin extinguished the candles in the main hall with a single breath. Several corpses were hoisted back onto the carriage by Huang Yuan. After a night had passed, the old horse's senses began to recover slightly, catching the scent of blood and occasionally letting out agitated whinnies. Ning Wuxin appeared indifferent as she gazed beyond the smoke. Were it not for her ravaged right eye, Huang Yuan might have doubted whether the fierce battle of the previous night was merely a surreal dream. In the span of a night, what fortune had befallen them? He cast a fleeting glance at a Ling in the carriage, his thoughts weighed down. Yet he dared not ponder further. After a silent exchange in his heart, he approached the blood-stained girl beneath the ginkgo tree, who wore a faint smile. Listening to the footsteps, Ning Wuxin's smile deepened slowly, her thoughts returning to clarity. Leaning against the damp ginkgo tree, she awaited Huang Yuan's approach before she spoke. Their conversation consisted mainly of polite exchanges, and once pleasantries were over, they moved to the crux of the matter. Regarding the resolution of this operation, Ning Wuxin had never disclosed the specifics of the reward, only informing Huang Yuan that it would suffice to repay the favor owed to the Fan family, allowing him to release the Huang family from their entangled debts. At that time, Huang Yuan, wary of potential repercussions, hastily agreed without further inquiry. Thus, when she tossed the wooden token she had held in her palm for quite some time before him, Huang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Having interacted with Ning Wuxin on a few occasions, he recognized her as a reliable person. In an instant of doubt, as he examined the wooden token in his hand, his pupils constricted in his slightly bruised eyes. He was rendered speechless, and at that moment, he could only silently recite the 3 words inscribed on the token: special pardon. Yet, just as Huang Yuan tightened his grip on the token and was about to speak, Ning Wuxin's previously carefree smile faded suddenly, acquiring a hint of coldness as she stated, "I have given you your reward in full. Now we are square. However, I must kindly warn you not to present this token too soon to repay your debts." The remainder of her words remained unspoken, but she was aware that Huang Yuan understood her implication. The small town was once again ushering in a year of special pardons. A year in which the minor children of the town would all have the opportunity to leave. Simultaneously, various malevolent entities and spirits had long awaited on the outskirts of the town, anticipating the emergence of these exceptional seeds of the emperor. As for the fates of these children, it was still uncertain. After all, those born in the town, having received a modicum of fortune from it, possessed unparalleled innate qualities that far surpassed those from the outside world. If a certain power were to control and nurture them, they could potentially become an exceedingly formidable army of assassins in the future. What could the various families of the town do, knowing this? To speak of releasing them might offer a glimmer of hope. However, remaining in the town would lead their descendants to only 2 paths: either live a life of mediocrity or become pawns on the battlefield, fighting for their freedom. As for the relationships among the main and collateral lines of each family, only after the younger generation distinguished themselves on the battlefield would the talents from Tianhuang City acknowledge them. Such was the nature of the ancient rules. Many of these matters were unknown to Ning Wuxin, yet Huang Yuan was fully aware. The preciousness of this special pardon exceeded imagination, perhaps even underestimated by Ning Wuxin. The reason this pardon had been preserved in the past was due to Ning Qian's formidable presence. Now, as news of Ning Qian's death had yet to spread, various factions were still probing. Once this information leaked, those elderly individuals in the town, who had 1 foot in the grave, would likely risk their lives to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for their descendants. Having expressed all this, Ning Wuxin straightened herself and strolled past Huang Yuan. In that fleeting moment, as they brushed past each other, Huang Yuan caught a glimpse of the girl with a single eye. The coldness on her face dissipated, and her smile returned, exuding warmth as she kindly stated, "As for today, regarding past matters, I hope we can leave them behind. Heaven knows, earth knows, and the 3 of us know. Otherwise, I believe I understand better than you how the ending will unfold, Dao Zhong." Killing the old Ning family's esteemed elder made him, at the very least, an accomplice. He could not escape the ties of this event. As a member of the Huang family's collateral line, who would lend them support. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuan's expression morphed once more, pale, ashen, and visibly shaken. He could not discern whether it was due to her words or the address, Dao Zhong. Once Huang Yuan regained his senses, his gaze was immediately drawn to the girl. He suddenly realized that overnight, the girl had grown to be nearly as tall as he. Gazing at her bloodied silhouette, standing tall like a sword, a chilling sensation surged from his feet to the top of his head. He was so terrified that he could hardly recall how he had managed to lead the carriage away from the old temple. By the time he came to, he was engulfed in the thick fog. Huang Daozhong, the second son of the Huang family, had been slain by a Ling. Ning Wuxin remained oblivious to the horrified glances directed at her from behind, her expression radiant as she looked at Fu Li squatting at the threshold of the old temple. Once Huang Yuan vanished into the fog, Ning Wuxin retrieved another nearly identical wooden token from her bundle, bending down to hand it to Fu Li. The black cat at Fu Li's feet watched with suspicion, sensing the threat posed by Mo Chan, yet it did not resist, remaining vigilant throughout the night. It was only at the moment Ning Wuxin approached that it finally recognized the danger, hissing and clawing at her in an attempt to drive her away. Fu Li remained silent and did not intervene. Observing this, Ning Wuxin also refrained from speaking, merely smiling at the black cat before, with an unexpected speed, kicking it into the old temple. Mew! A sharp, piercing cry echoed. Just as the black cat prepared to retaliate, Ning Wuxin's gaze turned cool as she scoffed. Your nose is quite sharp, but I have no interest in your little master. However, I wouldn't mind giving you another kick. Her brow arched, not appearing to jest. The entirety of this occurrence was rather bewildering. Only Ning Wuxin and the black cat understood the depths of the situation, while Fu Li remained impassive. When Ning Wuxin handed the wooden token to Fu Li again, she only posed two questions. What is its use, and for whom is it intended? Ning Wuxin answered truthfully. Her trust in Fu Li far surpassed that in Huang Yuan, and as it did not involve her own secrets, it was merely a trivial matter with nothing to conceal. As for this special pardon, it was not intended for her, but for Yuan Shang. When you find the time, please pass it to Yuan Shang so he could deliver it to his mother. If asked about me, just say that I have left the town with my grandmother. She had no intention of hiding her whereabouts, and regarding the reward, she did not specify a time frame, merely stating that she would seek her out when she had the opportunity. There was no need for elaborate explanations when conversing with someone who understood. After watching Fu Li depart with the hostile black cat, Ning Wuxin stepped into the old temple. Ing Luo, I have repaid what I owed you in my past life. Let us conclude the debts you owe me. 45. The desire to approach the Taoist gate. How the tall youth reacted after she exposed his secrets was no concern of hers. She merely needed to confirm one thing. Before she departed from the small town, the demise of Ning Qian must remain concealed, perhaps even forever entombed within a picturesque mountainside, a site of auspicious feng shui. As for Fu Li, or that enigmatic black cat, what they might have discerned was of little consequence. There were but two possibilities. First, they sensed the peril she brought. Second, they had gleaned insights into the events that transpired within the old temple's hall of the deity last night. Yet, the extent of their awareness was not something she needed to concern herself with at this moment, nor was it necessary to dwell upon it. Ning Wuxin had chosen the old temple as the site to conclude her plans precisely to address any potential oversights and prevent such occurrences. Suddenly, she raised her head, her gaze meeting that of the deity's statue within the grand hall, both sharing a mirthful expression. She placed her right hand upon her left shoulder, yet the pain, deeply embedded in her bones, showed no signs of abating. The town was indeed shrouded in mystery, although her injuries were nearly healed. The punitive mark left by her transgression against the rules remained stubbornly intact. She mused to herself that she could only wait for her body to recover naturally. Simultaneously, the image of Fu Li, struggling and concealing her suffering, lingered in her mind, leading to the inference of the severe punishment Fu Li must have faced after last night's battle, where she had exerted her utmost strength. It was said that Zhu Shan Jiao, under the guidance of Fu Mingjing, possessed an air reminiscent of ancient Confucian scholars, being hailed as the foremost female scholar of millennia. In her previous life, Ning Wuxin had harbored a somewhat petty mindset, dismissing such accolades as mere exaggeration by the Confucian sect, overly ostentatious in their boasts. However, upon learning of Fu Mingjing's descent into the demonic path, she could not help but regard her with a measure of respect. It was not merely a matter of personal cultivation or status, but a blend of subjective and objective evaluation. At that time, she had begrudgingly nodded, recognizing that Fu Mingjing possessed some genuine capability beyond mere bluster. Now, however, she found herself perceiving the nuances with clarity. It is often said that one can discern much from the behavior of a child at 3 and an adult at 7. Whether it was her initial agreement to slay her uncle's family only to ultimately abandon that path, or her willingness to assist Fu Li from mere empty promises, there was a thread of meaning in both instances. Fu Li, though stubborn, was not without her cleverness. Amused, Ning Wuxin chuckled softly to herself, only to cast these thoughts aside again. In recent days, her efforts to extricate herself from her predicament had consumed her time. She was either scheming or calculating, leaving no room to ponder how to navigate her future path for greater distance and stability. With Ning Qian now deceased, it was time for her to contemplate her next steps. Her initial thought turned to cultivation methods. The world's techniques were broadly categorized into 3 tiers: ordinary methods, secret classics, and Tao scriptures. The former was the least desirable, while the latter was the most esteemed. Each category bore distinctions. For instance, ordinary methods and secret classics were divided into two levels, while Tao scriptures were categorized into three: heaven, earth, and humanity. Among them, the heaven-tier Tao scriptures, particularly those annotated by ancient sages, such as the Ju, Ji, and Jin techniques, were deemed the most exceptional. This signified that this scroll represented a singular path, unparalleled, ultimate, and conclusive. Above the heaven-tier Tao scriptures lay the supreme secret classics and supreme Tao scriptures, said to originate from the upper realms and to have been transmitted since ancient times. It was rumored that the Tai Bai Tao sect possessed a fragment of the supreme secret classic, containing only a few cryptic characters, yet revered like a sacred text, inscribed in ancient glyphs long lost in the annals of time. In this life, if Ning Wuxin were to abandon the old path of demonic cultivation and sought to join the Tai Bai Tao sect, she would no longer have use for the myriad demonic classics she had gathered over her 200 years of existence. Many of these held considerable value, including one or two heaven-tier Tao scriptures, even annotated with the character Ju, and a fragment that bore a connection to the supreme secret classic. Should she pursue this lead, she might chance upon the legacy of some ancient power. As for the classics of the Tao sect, she had not been entirely unacquainted. Besides a lower-tier sword classic from the Ashan sword sect, she had encountered profound techniques, yet most were traded for ancient secrets. She had scarcely perused them in detail. Now, contemplating the Tao, she found herself with several ideas. For instance, she considered resuming her sword path, yet her heart hesitated to forsake the path of the zither. The former offered a route whereby a single sword could dismantle myriad laws, and sword cultivators often followed a path aligned with their true selves, resonating harmoniously with her own. In contrast, the zither path, as a branch of Confucianism, emphasized a profound connection of intent, laden with intricacies. While powerful, this path offered little in the way of precedent, requiring her to forge her own way. Furthermore, when confronted with formidable souls, it could easily lose its efficacy. After much contemplation, Ning Wuxin considered the possibility of integrating both disciplines. It was not greed that motivated her. Rather, she viewed both the sword and the zither as stepping stones toward her ultimate path. Her true ambition lay in the pursuit of the Great Way. Thus, the decision of which path to prioritize and which to supplement, along with the selection of suitable techniques, warranted careful deliberation. An appropriate cultivation method could facilitate her journey, rendering her efforts far more effective, and thus she could not afford to be careless. The one-eyed maiden sat cross-legged beside a fire pit that had long extinguished. After deep contemplation, a figure suddenly emerged from the thick mist, with hair tied in a black and white streaked bun and an old smoking pipe ever in hand. He approached the old temple enveloped in wisps of smoke. Observing the near recovery of the young woman, he could not help but express his astonishment. To outsiders, this elder might seem to possess a hint of the scholarly air, yet he did not enter the temple, merely gazing earnestly at the deity's statue within while bowing sincerely. Then squatting outside the temple with his back, turned to both the structure and the girl. After a moment of contemplation, the elder took a puff from his pipe. As he exhaled the smoke, his gaze grew obscure once more. In the small town, certain secrets were known only to those ancient souls who had survived for hundreds or even thousands of years, and even they might not be aware of them. For instance, this old temple was one of the few places within the town that even he could not monitor, its hidden mysteries remaining only partially understood. Fu Jingyin felt a surge of trepidation. Could it be that this young girl from the Ning family was indeed the reincarnation of an ancient being from hundreds or even thousands of years ago? His initial suspicions had only deepened into a growing certainty. As Fu Jingyin hesitated, the girl's voice echoed from within the temple, ethereal and playful as she teased, "Fu Leazijian, are you so eager to be my guide on the path of cultivation? To repay the 3 parts of incense you owe?" With a trio of inquiries, she deftly blended humor with pointed insinuation. As the longtime master of the town, the elder was not oblivious to the jest woven within her words. The girl's seemingly light-hearted banter held deeper implications, hinting at the town's secrets, with the bookshop serving as one of its focal points. Certainly housing mysteries beyond the ken of ordinary folk. Upon hearing her words, Fu Jingyin smiled, but chose not to respond immediately. Instead, His expression grew serious as he shifted the conversation to another matter. He succinctly narrated the life story of a remarkable and unparalleled female cultivator who suppressed generations of prodigies. Her brilliance is undeniable, yet it evokes a sense of sorrow. Fu Zhengyan lamented, "In my hundreds of years of life, I have encountered a myriad of individuals and events. Yet there are few whom I truly admire, and this female cultivator is one of them. Alas, our paths diverge." This lamentation remained unspoken in the elder's heart. Ning Wuxin silently scolded the old fox. It was the first time she had heard of the illustrious exploits of Ning Laopa from a millennium ago, and she was both astonished and moved, an intricate brushstroke indeed. However, the outcome was rather predictable. The path of cultivation claims too many lives, each unique in circumstance. Some perish on a certain road to enlightenment, while others falter on a precarious bridge. Ning Laopa was merely one among many. Her demise was hardly of great consequence. Who would remember such a person after centuries or millennia? Having narrowly escaped the old fox's machinations, Ning Wuxin was unperturbed. After all, if benefits were gained, what was there to lament? The very reason she had retained Suizi was to await this moment. Ning Wuxin cast a single-eyed glance at Fu Jingyan and posed 3 inquiries. Last night, aside from the Fu and Miao clans, were there others involved? What was the relationship between the interveners and the schemers behind her? What was the purpose of orchestrating such a scheme? To watch Ning Laopa perish, yet leave her spirit intact? These questions remained unvoiced. The twinkle in Fu Jingyan's eyes held both amusement and resignation, almost compelling him to turn and praise this junior. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual was always more comfortable, and Fu Jingyan did not withhold his words. He answered succinctly, "Yes, an enemy of the path. My master, for Ning Qian's grandson." Fu Jingyan's responses were brief, yet precise. Whatever Ning Wuxin inquired, he answered directly, leaving no extra information, not even a single word. "Stingy," Ning Wuxin noted, adding to her impressions of the old man. An enemy of the path? Ning Wuxin closed her eyes, concealing the ripples of curiosity and astonishment within. Upon reopening her eyes and lifting her gaze, the courtyard beyond was shrouded in thick fog, obscuring the brilliance of the morning sun. Old elder, ponder this yourself. If I were to blind your beloved granddaughter of the Fu family, taking half her life in the process, and then depart gracefully, would you, Fu Laozhong, be pleased? The old man's eyes suddenly turned cold. In that instant, he genuinely sensed the murderous intent radiating from Ning Wuxin, who harbored it as well. Truth be told, who would find pleasure in such a predicament? The elder took a deep breath, tacitly acknowledging the matter. As for the orders from his master, although he was unaware of the details, having already been resolved, there was no need to dwell on it. The elder refrained from pursuing these unrelated matters and redirected the conversation back to Ning Wuxin's initial query. As for the guides on the path of cultivation, this old man does not dare to claim such a role, yet I truly hope you can extend some compassion towards my pitiful granddaughter, Fu Li. Listening to the elder's abrupt change of topic, Ning Wuxin did not pursue the matter further. Revisiting the transaction from a few days prior, Ning Wuxin's curiosity was piqued. How significant were the secrets concealed within the bookstore that compelled Fu Jingyan to offer them in exchange for caring for Fu Li? She also discerned the elder's unmistakable chill. Clearly, Fu Li, as the inheritor of the Fu family's legacy, was Fu Zhongyan's Achilles heel. Tread carefully. For to provoke, it was to invite wrath. She adeptly sidestepped the sharp edge, choosing instead to say, "I appreciate Fu Laozhang's guidance." In the old temple, a ragged girl, seated on the ground, suddenly stood and walked towards the temple's entrance. Before she could cross the threshold, the elder rose first and strode away. Outside the temple, a thick mist enveloped the area, silent and serene. Both the elder and the girl vanished into the dense fog. Outside, the dawn light seeped in, dispersing the mist, leaving no trace of the elder or the girl. In the bustling Batong alley, there was a bookstore that only opened at night, small enough to fit in one's palm. It was daytime now. In a cramped corner of the shuttered bookstore, a one-eyed girl sat cross-legged. Ning Wuxin had returned with the elder for 3 days now. On the day they arrived at the bookstore, she followed the elder through the tiny establishment and into the backyard. The yard was merely the size of a courtyard, containing a 3-foot-wide dry well, pitch dark and bottomless. There was a square stone table and several bitter bamboo stalks. A handsome young man, brandishing a ruler and glaring ferociously, expressed his grievances towards his master. When the elder moved aside, the young man's anger faltered upon seeing the one-eyed girl behind the elder, turning to shock. Ning Wuxin's heart stirred. Could this be the young master of the Miao family? Fu Jingyan did not engage him in conversation, nor did he even spare Miao Changsheng a glance, instead sitting on a stone stool. Just as Ning Wuxin thought the old fox would finally discuss the bookstore's secrets, he shifted the conversation to the 9 realms of cultivation, the innate qualities and the methods of cultivation. As he spoke, Ning Wuxin realized that many of the things Fu Zhengnian mentioned were unfamiliar even to her. A former top disciple of the Huangquan demon sect in the Western Desert, especially in the late stages of the transformation spirit realm, they were difficult to verify. The secrets Fu Zhengnian divulged, even as a true disciple, were hard to access. Throughout history, the secrets of cultivation had been severely fragmented, without reaching a certain level. One cannot grasp them. However, realizing certain truths only after attaining a particular level was too late. Just like ordinary people, who, within their limited years, often summarize their insights on life with piercing clarity, yet the height a building can reach is determined at its foundation. Hence, from a moment one embarks on the path of cultivation, many cultivators, especially disciples of large sects, become acutely aware of this. In her earlier years, Ning Wuxin prided herself on her solid cultivation, yet in reality, she was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Only upon entering the transformation spirit realm and investigating various secrets did she glean a fraction of the truths. The world knows the 9 layers of qi refinement, the 3 realms of spirit formation, and the 9 platforms of foundation establishment, yet they are unaware that, if one utilizes the heavenly tier Tao Sutra to enter the Tao, the limit of qi refinement is not 9 layers but 13. Foundation establishment is not merely 9 platforms, but 10. Moreover, the Tao platforms consist of more than 3 levels: mud body, wooden body, and flawless. Beyond the flawless lies perfection. In her past life, after achieving the transformation spirit realm with a root bone weight exceeding 7 cauldrons, she had once arrogantly believed, given time, she might reach the spiritual platform, enter the cave heaven, and even attain the Tao. However, upon learning certain secrets, she came to understand that advancing further from this foundation would be immensely challenging. Her innate qualities and the development of her potential were already fixed upon a certain path. In the quest for progress, one must shatter the shackles of one's innate potential. It is only when confronted with a fortuitous opportunity capable of altering one's destiny that true advancement may occur. Ultimately, the failure lies in not establishing a solid foundation in the 3 realms, thereby failing to ignite the fire of one's latent abilities, which should be perpetuated in an unending cycle. Fu Jingyan spoke eloquently, emphasizing a profound statement. While innate talent is of great importance, it is equally essential to excavate the potential within that talent. Ning Wuxin, aware of her past life's shortcomings, realized that there remains a chance to pursue her aspirations in this life. Thus, she listened intently, ensuring that no word escaped her notice. She casually selected a slightly moss-covered brick to lean against the wall and sat down. Though her eyes appeared closed in indifference, her heart stirred with ripples of emotion as the elder divulged certain little-known secrets. As time flowed, these ripples coalesced into a wave of realization. Among Fu Jingyan's discourse, what captured her attention most was the cultivation methods pertaining to the 3 realms of the Tao. He asserted that if one could obtain a volume of the Tianjia Tao scripture and master the initial 3 realms to perfection, there exists a singular opportunity to enhance one's innate qualifications. Upon hearing this, Ning Wuxin recognized the probing nature of Fu Zhengnian's words and ceased her initial resistance. Ning Wuxin had always been pragmatic. In contrast to trivial matters, she valued tangible benefits. Such insights, even among disciples of the esteemed 5 great sacred realms, were not universally known. Only those who inherited the teachings could comprehend their significance, making them extraordinary in her eyes. As Fu Jingyan delved deeper into the subject, Ning Wuxin understood that her journey was far from futile. Fu Jingyan articulated that the Tianjia Tao scripture is exceedingly rare in this world, far from the simplistic notions propagated by the masses. Without access to the original text, the interpretations of predecessors, or the guidance of elders, Acquiring a unique copy would not suffice for one to genuinely embark on the path of cultivation. He cautioned that without the elucidations of wise sages, the teachings of the scripture could be easily misinterpreted. Even a slight deviation in understanding could lead one astray, potentially resulting in dire consequences. Consequently, Fu Jingyan emphasized that the transmission of Taoist teachings is not to be taken lightly. One reason is the fear of leakage of such sacred knowledge. The classics of the world, from ordinary techniques to the Tianjia Dao scripture, possess both strengths and weaknesses. If the methods of cultivation were to be revealed and scrutinized by those with ulterior motives, it would spell disaster for any clan of cultivators. No family would willingly expose their vulnerabilities to outsiders. The other reason lies in the inherent complexity of the Tianjia Dao scripture itself. Historically, very few have been able to decipher it without the guidance of predecessors. The elder candidly stated that while there are indeed numerous versions of the Tianjia Dao scripture in circulation, those capable of utilizing it for cultivation are exceedingly rare, each one a child favored by the heavens, making the task of deciphering it immensely challenging. True originals, or rare copies with the interpretations of predecessors, are scarce and mostly guarded within prominent families. Furthermore, the practitioners who inherit the Tianjia Dao scripture are bound by familial prohibitions that prevent them from sharing their knowledge. Upon hearing this, Ning Wuxin could not help but frown. While she had questioned Fu Jingyan's assertions, her reflections led her to conclude that his claims held substantial validity. Each successive doubt only deepened her conviction. This revelation weighed heavily upon her, akin to a thunderous announcement of misfortune. In her past life, she had managed to acquire 2 annotated volumes of the Tianjia demonic scripture. Yet they were not the originals, nor even rare copies, but merely 2 versions of transcriptions. She had noted their content and made some calculations, only to find the teachings to be profound and obscure. After her rebirth, she had envisioned infiltrating the Taibai Dao sect, never contemplating the need to further analyze the techniques, only to find herself confronted with such a predicament. This signified that from this moment forth, Ning Wuxin's meticulously planned path since her rebirth would likely face significant upheaval. The truth, one of many, had returned to its origin. It was conceivable that Ning Wuxin might find herself ensnared in a dead end. Ultimately, how many reincarnated individuals, aware that mastering the 3 realms to their fullest could enhance their innate qualifications, would willingly tread the same old path? Those not utterly foolish, or those like Ning Wuxin, devoid of the original Tianjia Dao scripture or familial legacy, were shrouded in layers of obscurity regarding their future. Fu Jingyan humorously remarked that pursuing the path of the 3 realms to its utmost does not necessitate possessing the Tianjia Dao scripture. At this, his gaze unabashedly fell upon Ning Wuxin. She, in turn, gazed calmly beyond the courtyard, fully aware of his scrutiny. In her past life, she had achieved the latter stages of transformation, not inferior to Fu Zhongyan's Lingtai realm, nor lacking an experience deemed truly profound. Yet, she was no fool. Most cultivation texts confine an individual to a considerable extent along their path, and it is only upon reaching the transformation realm that one finds some degree of freedom. It is said that only upon entering the Dao realm does one begin to grasp the essence of the Dao, allowing them to initially break free from the constraints of established techniques and carve their own path. These were mere hearsay to Ning Wuxin. The true nature of such claims remained unknown to her, but they served as a stark reminder. To aspire to transcend the confines of techniques within the 3 realms is akin to dreaming in broad daylight. Engaging in such endeavors means refining one's techniques to elevate a volume of secret texts, Dao scriptures, or even ordinary methods to the level of the Tianjia. This path is not unfeasible. However, when it comes to the concept of the Dao, even an An of the 3 realms, let alone those at the transformation or Lingtai level, can only gaze in awe. It is a road without return. Success leads to soaring heights, while failure results in utter desolation. Of having reached the late stage of transformation, one remains but an inconspicuous ant in the grand scheme of the Dao. Ning Wuxin had contemplated fighting for her place, yet ultimately found herself retreating, realizing that in just a few decades, aspiring to ascend on the shoulders of predecessors was nothing more than a vain fantasy. She recognized the scarcity of turning points, yet, as critical moments approached, the true nature of a cultivator's character became increasingly evident. The girl grew ever more composed, her serenity strikingly remarkable. Even the most cautious individuals, when faced with matters of life and death, are prone to revealing flaws, however slight, which the elder would undoubtedly perceive. The elder's observations led him to a preliminary conclusion. Regardless of her past accomplishments, this prominent figure had not ventured into the highest realms of cultivation. Otherwise, she would not remain oblivious to such profound secrets. Ning Wuqing, acutely aware of this flaw, did not attempt to conceal it. Such vulnerabilities would only become more apparent. Moreover, she leveraged this slight imperfection to glean further secrets from the elder, a worthy endeavor. By this point, if Ning Wuxin could not discern Fu Jingyan's true intentions, she would be quite naive. The old fox had finally revealed his tale. As she mused over this, another conversation ensued. Listening intently, the youth, previously poised with a measuring rod, appeared increasingly astonished. Beyond uncovering hidden truths, he suddenly realized that he might soon acquire a junior disciple. Fu Jingyan nearly articulated, "I wish to take you as my apprentice to impart the Tianjia Dao scripture and assist you in establishing your foundation in 100 days. Yet, Ning Wuxin, confronted with the elder's olive branch, remained seemingly oblivious, unmoved by his offer. Instead, he uttered a rather unflattering remark. "Old Master Fu, does this bookstore have a restroom?" She was still merely a mortal being, unable to escape her nature. As the conversation came to an end, Fu Jingyan gazed at the young girl, fully aware of the slightest hint of her thoughts. If she were indeed the reincarnation of a cultivator from a certain grand Dao, even if she were not a prominent figure from a particular sect, she must have genuinely ascended to a certain level of enlightenment. It was no longer a matter of whether she looked down upon him, this old fogey. Rather, such an existence would hardly be willing to submit to another, binding herself with the constraints of a sect. The elder was merely testing the waters, neither insistent nor pushy, and he felt a sense of relief. Although such a character, if nurtured properly, could become a significant asset in the future, confronting the mastermind behind the intricate game was another matter entirely. He felt uncertain in his heart. Thus, while it was regrettable, he decisively severed this line of thought. The old man pointed toward the corner of the backyard. Once Ning Wuxin resolved her personal matters and returned, the boy wielding was nowhere to be found, leaving only the dozing elder behind. The old man had deliberately sent the boy away, likely intending to discuss the secrets of the bookstore. Gathering his thoughts, he set aside his smoking pipe and casually inquired, "Young descendant of the Ning family, aside from knowing that this small town is a cage, what else do you know?" This was a riddle of sorts. Ning Wuxin could hardly say, "I have actually been reborn, and I know everything." Could she? That would be sheer folly. The stone table was adorned with hot tea and snacks. After settling her personal affairs, Ning Wuxin, feeling quite empty, sat opposite the elder, unpretentiously indulging in a couple of snacks and sipping some tea. When she had something in her stomach, she turned to respond. Ultimately, her understanding of this small town was superficial. There was little to conceal. Moreover, the old fox likely had long since observed everything. Upon revealing what she knew, a weight lifted from the elder's heart. He realized that this young girl had likely been a remarkably fortunate rogue cultivator in her previous life. At the very least, she had little to do with the Tianwang forbidden area and the city within it. As for this life, he was vaguely aware of certain insider information, but it was limited. The true extent of the secrets and the breadth of the entanglements were beyond their mutual concern, given they had no teacher-student bond. After this transaction, as long as she successfully led Fu Li away from the town and utterly severed the ambitions of those individuals, the matter would be concluded. Thus, once the elder had a grasp on the situation, he ceased his probing. After taking a puff from his smoking pipe, he stated calmly, "This town is indeed a prison. Yet how can it produce generation after generation of prodigies? What compels certain forces to spend vast resources sending their descendants here in search of fortune?" He proceeded to unveil the true secret. Many are only aware of one aspect, but not the other. The first truth is that this town possesses a spiritual eye of immense potential, also known as the awakening spirit ground, capable of cleansing spiritual roots, enhancing innate qualities, and even assisting cultivators in awakening latent bloodline powers. It is precisely this sliver of opportunity that occasionally leaks from the awakening spirit ground, creating this realm and attracting the gaze of many. Upon hearing this, Ning Wuxin momentarily paused with the snack in her hand, but soon regained her composure. The elder observed the mismatched holes in her gloves, harboring a flicker of doubt. Yet as the girl maintained her poise, that doubt gradually dissipated until it vanished entirely. To be frank, had the elder shared such insights at the outset, no matter how composed Ning Wuxin appeared, she might have been genuinely moved. However, after being baptized by one secret after another, her heart, akin to a still pond, stirred not a single ripple. She understood the weight of this opportunity. The chance to enhance one's innate qualities was powerful enough to drive 99% of cultivators to vie for it. She had participated in a few such events in her previous life, but regrettably, she had returned empty-handed each time. Thus, while she felt a stir of emotion, she could not afford to lose her composure. The elder's gaze was mixed with thoughts. Ning Wuxin arched an eyebrow and smiled. "Old Master Fu, could it be that you are the reincarnation of a benevolent fortune-bringer? Are you truly willing to bestow such a grand opportunity, one that would make any family within this town proud, as a mere reward for me?" The elder chuckled. "How can I simply give it to you?" He replied, thoughtfully, "The awakening spirit ground is a rare treasure in this world, and in order to sustain it without excessive consumption, the town established regulations long ago. Every 100 years, only 10 spots are released. Aside from the guardians of this place, who can secure one, the remaining 9 spots are divided among 12 families, with the last 4 going to the clans within Tianwang City. This is precisely the grand scheme orchestrated by the person behind my eldest daughter-in-law, aimed at securing the 10 spots for each century during my millennia of guardianship. Shortly after I took over, I outright rejected this arrangement, thus becoming the target of schemes and suppression. Delving deeper, this opportunity was far more mysterious than the elder had disclosed. Naturally, he felt no need to reveal such details. After finishing his explanation, the elder smiled languidly. "There is never anything so inexpensive in this world. You ought to know that." The young girl smiled, taking another sip of tea, signaling the elder to continue. The elder pondered for a moment before finally laying bare the purpose of this prolonged meeting. He stated plainly, "If you are willing to accept this opportunity as a gift, then a century from now, should you advance to the golden core stage along the path of the strongest, you will need to participate in a wager on my behalf." He did not elaborate further, only revealing that this wager would not involve her alone. Fu Li and the youth who had previously wielded the wood also be participants. Ning Wuxin had but one question. "Does it concern life and death?" The elder chuckled. "Fortune favors the bold, and there will be additional rewards afterward." Ning Wuxin, upon hearing this, maintained her smile, though her gaze reflected a moment of contemplation, leading her to grasp certain nuances, likely related to Mo Chan and her own variables. She cut straight to the chase, stating, "Old Master Fu, your willingness to invest such a considerable amount and treat me with respect stems from the peculiarity of my fate, does it not?" Her words were resolute. It was precisely because of her enigmatic destiny that this elder was compelled to consider her as an investment. Ning Wuxin refrained from asking further questions. She was well aware of her current qualifications. Her primary focus remained on achieving the strongest path and entering the golden core realm. The elder chuckled in acknowledgement, then, after careful consideration, offered Ning Wuxin another choice. The first was still to take him as her master, but she must do so with sincerity, and he would provide the assistance befitting a true mentor. This was likely a gamble on the elder's part. The second option was to accept the gift from the awakening spirit ground while being guided toward a path of ascendance to the heavenly Tao. However, he could not guarantee the existence of the heavenly Tao scriptures. It all depended on her luck. For a cultivator lacking the heavenly Tao inheritance, this was undoubtedly an irresistible temptation. She understood the principle of not entering a tiger's den without seeking the tiger's cubs. Had she still been a formidable practitioner of the demonic path, even knowing she was contending with a cunning old fox, she would have undoubtedly engaged in a battle of wits. But at this moment, that was not an option. Ning Wuxin did not immediately refuse the elderly man. Rather, she adopted a relaxed demeanor, sipping tea and enjoying snacks. However, within her heart, the second choice presented by the old man stirred a fleeting thought, and an illuminating insight suddenly flashed within her. With her keen sense, she seized upon it. She smiled and said, "May I take a few days to consider?" Fu Zinian nodded, certainly. This contemplation lasted for 3 days. Why was Ning Wuxin reluctant to accept a mentor? A tome of celestial teachings lay before her. Why seek further afield? Once bitten, twice shy. She had grown fearful. Having been reborn, she found it difficult to trust anyone in this world except herself. Even if this Fu elder bore no true malice, the hidden intentions of many were too convoluted. Who could say when he might transform into the next Li Changfeng? How could she dare to take him as her teacher? 3 days swiftly passed. Ning Wuxin pondered the fleeting insight she had experienced and finally began to discern some clarity. Was there no news of the celestial teachings? Her memories from 500 years past revealed multiple mentions. Yet, these secret locations were scarce, mere handfuls, and most resided in Tianxian. Although there were places in Nanyan, there were not ones she could breach at present, which was troubling. Until the old man mentioned guidance. A spark ignited in Ning Wuxin's mind, illuminating several possible locations that might house the celestial teachings legacy, yet had remained undiscovered 500 years later. These places of inheritance were likely mere whispers of rumor, but Ning Wuxin had no other choice. During her 3 days of reflection, she intended to sift through these elusive tales to identify the most plausible site. In the final moment, she made her decision. This place was an ancient site of cultivation, discovered approximately 200 years later. At that time, a Yuanian cultivator would forcefully enter this secret location, seemingly emerging with something extraordinary, gaining an incredible legacy. Unfortunately, shortly thereafter, news spread that this Yuanian cultivator had been pursued and killed. After the report of the Yuanian cultivator's sudden demise, the existence of the ancient cultivator's legacy within this secret site was leaked overnight. Not only was the method of entry exposed, but also some of the trial processes were revealed. As for who was responsible, who could know? The person was dead, and all eyes turned to the secret site. Soon, no one remained concerned about the truth of the matter, cloaked in suspicion. Once the news of the secret site was disclosed, cultivators from all paths converged, igniting a frenzy. Few could resist the allure of the ancient cultivator's legacy. During the trials within the secret site, the Yuanian cultivator who had been reported dead suddenly appeared, unleashing a bloody storm. Ultimately, for reasons unknown, this Yuanian cultivator self-detonated, slaying the majority of cultivators who had ventured within. With a resounding explosion, some cultivators who had not yet entered the secret site discovered that the entrance had been shattered. All cultivators who had entered perished. This incident caused quite a stir. The cultivators caught in its midst were not merely from prestigious sects. All who partook in this chaotic event had some noteworthy background. The implications were extensive. Soon after, the truth behind the Yuanian cultivator's self-detonation and the destruction of the secret site was unearthed. A grand spectacle unfolded. This tale bore a resemblance to a version of Pan Yume and Shimen Bao within the realm of cultivation. The last remaining protagonist of this drama was swiftly tracked down and met with collective wrath, resulting in their immediate demise. Thus, the secret site, cloaked in the name of an ancient cultivator, drew Ning Wuxin's attention during her investigation. However, by that time, the entrance had been obliterated, completely severing its trace. She merely took a cursory glance at its general location and some aspects before setting it aside. It could be said that in her previous life, she had chosen to orchestrate a trap that ultimately led to self-destruction. Perhaps this thought was inspired by that very incident. Now, as she revisited this matter, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. Reflecting on the rumors and piecing together the scattered clues, she increasingly sensed that the truth behind it all was undoubtedly complex, especially regarding the assassination of the last protagonist. There was a sense of something being deliberately concealed. As for whether this secret site had further developments, none could say. After all, the entrance had been destroyed. Ning Wuxin did not place all her hopes on this secret site. She also identified 2 additional locations. Yet, the potential for these other 2 sites to house the original legacy of the celestial teachings was considerably lower. Ning Wuxin was well aware that this choice seemed far more foolish than accepting the small-town lord's generous gift. Yet, every gain must incur a loss. And seeking the tiger's skin was ultimately no long-term strategy. In this life, nothing attracted her more than freedom and the ability to pursue the great path unrestrained. At worst, she could temporarily refrain from practicing the celestial teachings, for now, liberated from the anxiety of exhausting her lifespan through Mo Chan's siphoning. In the future, when she sought out the celestial teachings again, she could certainly resume her practice. As for the development of her potential, she would strive to reach its zenith. If that proved unfeasible, she had access to numerous spiritual artifacts that could enhance her foundational abilities. In her previous life, she lacked the capital to compete and returned empty-handed. But in this life, that would not be the case. Suddenly, clarity enveloped her, dispelling the heavy thoughts that had clouded her mind. How could the great demon cultivator Ning Wuxin be restrained by trifling matters? It was simply absurd, she silently mocked, with the path she intended to take now confirmed. Ning Wuxin no longer needed to expend effort on decisions. She could continue to engage in a battle of wits with the old fox, feeling entirely at ease. Moreover, the matter of leaving the small town now required her attention. Due to her tense mental state, Ning Wuxin had not slept for 3 whole days, which was undoubtedly taxing for someone of her youthful disposition. Had it not been for the continuous supply of tea over the past 2 days, keeping her barely afloat, her mortal body would have long since succumbed. In the moment of clarity regarding her future path, Ning Wuxin did not immediately seek out Fu Jingyan. Instead, she leaned against a bookshelf and fell into a deep slumber. Her breathing was so soft that it was only after a couple of hours that Mao Changsheng, who had been engrossed in scrolls at the other corner of the bookshop, noticed her. In the dim light filtering into the bookshop, this was not the first time Mao Changsheng had secretly observed the young girl. If he had not been distracted by her disheveled hair, which partially concealed her bloodied right eye, he would have undoubtedly praised her beauty. Even in such a ghastly state, he found himself unable to resist glancing at her repeatedly over the course of 3 days. He could not articulate the feelings that stirred within him. Yet when he gazed upon her, time seemed to slip away, sometimes lasting as short as a tea's brew, or as long as 3 to 5 brews. Usually, it took a sharp reprimand from the old elder's tobacco pipe to rouse him from his reverie. However, today felt somewhat different. The girl was asleep. As night fell, the small town was shrouded in a misty rain. On the outskirts of the Bluestone Alley in the west of the town, within the residence of the Yuan family, a gentlewoman also had not closed her eyes for 3 days. During the day, she shared the town's truths with her half-grown child, recounting the history of the Yuan family, the world beyond the town, and tales of his father and sister. By night, she toiled under the flickering candlelight, stitching clothes for her child about to embark on a journey, leaving no time to indulge in sleep. 3 days prior, she had already sent out the information. As the heavy knocking echoed against the old wooden door, the gentlewoman felt that this moment had arrived far too swiftly. Nonetheless, she dared not delay the visitor outside. Without waiting for the young maid, she rose and opened the door against the misty rain. Standing there was a young monk, no more than 14 or 15 years of age, clad in a white robe, who greeted her with a respectful. The woman, however, did not exhibit the slightest hint of condescension due to his youth. With a solemn, she welcomed the young monk into the courtyard. At that moment, a sudden clatter emerged from the small loft above, and the spirited Yuan Cheng descended the stairs. Upon seeing the young monk, the spark of cleverness that had shone in his eyes just days prior was replaced by a heavy solemnity. Yuan Cheng, exceptionally smart, had been compelled to confront certain harsh realities over the past 3 days, weighing upon him like a suffocating burden. The world, it seemed, was not as simple as he had once believed, not unlike the blind child from Zhuge Lane or the little medicine jar from the Ning family next door, and ultimately, Yuan Cheng realized he was truly about to leave his mother and the small town behind. His mother had spoken of the wonders and vastness of the world beyond. Yet Yuan Cheng found himself preferring the small town, which his mother deemed no larger than a palm. He had only confided this sentiment to the blind child from the Fu family, who had offered no response. He was aware that the wooden token he carried was a gift from the little medicine jar of the Ning family. In his mother's words, it was precious, perhaps even worth more than his life. Yuan Cheng longed to express his gratitude to her in person, yet the blind child had said it was inconvenient for her to meet him. Upon hearing this, the once vibrant Yuan Cheng fell into a deep melancholy. He sat quietly beneath the Changsheng tree of the Fu family for an extended period, observing his iron-willed mother, whose gentle eyes brimmed with tears. This sight tightened his heart. Despite his mischievous nature, he cherished his mother dearly. After feeling a pang of sorrow, the gravity that had clouded his expression vanished in an instant. As though awakening from a dream, rubbing his sleepy eyes, he forced a smile and called out to his mother, though his grin was more sorrowful than joyful. "It is time to depart," the monk announced. With a small bundle on his back, Yuan Cheng gradually vanished into the misty night, under the watchful gaze of his mother, whose eyes were now swollen with tears. Once the little figure was completely out of sight, the floodgates of her emotions burst forth, releasing a torrent of tears. After walking across Anyang Bridge with the monk, Yuan Cheng realized how far he had gone and turned back. The young boy, gazing at the dark, bottomless alley, could no longer contain himself and knelt at the bridge's edge, bowing deeply towards his courtyard 3 times. When he finally lifted his head, aside from the blood on his forehead, he was left sobbing uncontrollably. Not far away, at the second Anyang Bridge, the emaciated Fu Li sat against the stone bridge, fists clenched tightly in the rain. At the moment Yuan Cheng stood up, crying as he turned to leave, Fu Li opened her small, clean hand. Suddenly, the bell tied with a rough rope fell, its tinkling sound resonating in the air. As Yuan Cheng stepped onto Donglai Street, he halted at the sound, unleashing a wail from deep within. His footsteps were heavy, laden with burdens and reluctance, yet he did not look back, fearing that a single glance would drain him of the strength to continue. With stubborn resolve, he followed the monk, whose face bore a peculiar smile, disappearing into the rain. Yuan Cheng understood that this farewell might not come again for many, many years. In the bookstore of Baotong Alley, the young Mu Changsheng gazed at Ning Wuxin in the corner, lost in thought. His contemplation of time extended beyond the usual 3 or 5 cups of tea, possibly lasting an hour or 2. The elderly man, sipping coarse tea and smoking a pipe in the courtyard, observed the scene. Normally, such behavior from the young would prompt a stern awakening from the elder. Yet today, he remained silent. He had not disclosed to his disciple the origins of the girl, having only warned him once to keep his distance from Ning Wuxin. At the second admonition, he allowed the young man to stand under the blazing sun for an entire day, holding a ruler as a reminder. Some matters can only happen once. And while the young Mu Changsheng was blinded by his own feelings, he was impervious to the wise counsel of others. Despite his outward restraint and caution in the presence of Fu Jingyan, only a sharp reprimand could awaken him to reality. The elder had not informed him of Ning Wuxin's indifference when she took a life, as casual as stepping on an ant. He had not disclosed the ambition hidden behind her seemingly calm eyes, nor the triviality of the youthful affection he harbored, which would be deemed worthless in her eyes. The elder, possessing considerable wisdom, recognized the need for a wake-up call. As for Fu Jingyan's inaction, it was merely an attempt to jolt his pampered disciple into understanding. If the concept of love could ensnare him at the foot of the path, what awaited him in the future? On the vast road of enlightenment, countless obstacles could impede one's progress, too numerous to count. If he could not overcome this hurdle, then he might as well perish in this prison. Ning Wuxin remained unaware of Fu Jingyan's astute assessment of her. Had she known, she would likely have teased him, remarking, "Old senior, you understand me quite well." Ning Wuxin was not a naive girl untouched by matters of the heart. On the contrary, she had experienced 1 or 2 past romances. The first was with her master, Li Changfeng, whom she had secretly admired, only to be met with a harsh awakening. The second occurred during her 2 centuries of struggle in the Shimal, where she had formed a deep bond with a friend, leading to unspoken affections, and even thoughts of becoming partners in the Tao. However, with past experiences as cautionary tales, she had grown wise. To navigate this entanglement, Ning Wuxin devised a plan involving an opportunity that concerned both of their paths. What was the outcome? The friend, with whom she had shared numerous life and death experiences and believed she could trust her back, harbored other intentions. In the shadows, he schemed against her, causing her to lose her chance at the opportunity. After these 2 experiences, Ning Wuxin had come to a complete understanding and had severed her emotional attachments entirely. In truth, it was not just her friend. She would make the same choice if placed in his position. Perhaps this predicament was also her own decision. The path of longevity was fraught with countless temptations. In the eyes of those who sought immortality, friends who shared mutual feelings, or even family, would rarely relinquish an opportunity that could affect their paths for the sake of another. If one could conspire in the shadows now, what would prevent them from doing so in the future? In the face of greater interests, the potential for betrayal would always loom. Ning Wuxin understood that the path was vast, yet her heart was narrow enough to contain an entire road, but could not accommodate the concept of love. As night fell, the dim candlelight in the bookstore flickered to life. Under the almost adhesive gaze of M.U. Sich Ng Seiching, ending WX, and gradually opened her eyes. Within her indifferent gaze, An inscrutable smile unexpectedly emerged as she playfully beckoned to the youth in another corner of the dim bookstore, inquiring, "Have you seen enough?" This smile made Ng's heart skip several beats. He was no longer a naive youth, nor was he simply experiencing the joys of newfound affection. Yet, the intensity of this moment far surpassed all previous encounters. He could even assert that regardless of any future beauties that might appear, even if this girl had only one eye remaining, he would never again be swayed by another. Thus, when Ng's spoke, Ng's face instantly flushed crimson. He opened his mouth, but the words caught in his throat, rendering him speechless, and he could only flee in a panic. The youth dashed out of the bookstore like the wind. Ng's smile faded back to indifference as she rose, dusted off her soiled robe, and headed straight for the backyard. Beneath the drizzle that enveloped the courtyard, an elderly man crouched by the well, gazing into its unfathomable depths. His old smoking pipe, which he had clutched all day, was now tucked away at his waist. Upon Ng's arrival, he did not turn his head but continued to stare at the well, asking, "Have you made up your mind?" His tone carried a hint of ambiguity. 3 days had passed without a decision. Surely this old body of his should be anxious. N leisurely seated herself on a stone stump, poured herself a cup of tea, and after drinking it all, she finally smirked and said, "I made up my mind." After stretching lazily, as if to loosen her muscles, her gaze shifted to N, whose eyes were so calm they could unnerve anyone. The schools of Buddhism and Confucianism each possess their unique powers to influence emotions and perceptions. Indeed, as the prominent representatives of their respective factions, those capable of wielding such powers were few. However, those who could employ similar methods to subtly guide emotions were not uncommon. "You must have acted the moment I stepped out of the old temple, didn't you, Senior F?" she stated directly. This elder had engaged in certain subtle manipulations, as gentle as a breeze or a fine rain, quietly nurturing but ultimately impactful. Thus, after leaving the old temple, some words that seemed to be spoken without intention inadvertently influenced N's judgments, had it not been for her rebirth. Granting her an unknown natural advantage that allowed her to break the mirror, she might have left the town without ever realizing this. N's heart was cold. She had no intention of silently accepting this loss. If she had almost been ensnared and taken N as her master, how could this debt be easily settled? Confronted, N did not deny it, surprisingly straightforward, sighing, "You caught me. What a pity, almost, you little girl. Would it call me master, to be exposed in front of someone and still refuse to admit it?" Unless N intended to sever ties completely, he had no choice but to acknowledge it. The elder realized that the girl who had held her ground in negotiations just a few days ago had returned. The term character was indeed spoken of in reverent tones. It possessed its unique significance. N could not help but lament silently that he had missed the opportunity to take such a disciple. If this character were refined further, it could potentially lead him to a remarkable destiny. That being said, he also reflected on the mysterious strategist behind Nyu. Her already established resilient character would undoubtedly demand a significant toll from him during the refining process. Furthermore, the identity of the major disciple in the lineage would not fall to Nyu. Thus, N quickly extinguished this line of thought, musing, "Though Ng's has been spoiled, he remains rather unruly, yet he has grown up under my vigilant watch, with careful shaping. I could trust him more." He continued to ponder. "This lad's aptitude far surpasses that of the girl, and the Mu family has secured a qualification to step into the realm of awakening over this century. His future accomplishments may be immeasurable, perhaps even allowing him to stride forth on the path of greatness." In summary, while it was indeed a pity, he could not confidently predict the benefits of accepting her as a disciple. As an old hand accustomed to planting seeds in the soil and predicting future storms and harvests, he realized that the variables surrounding Nyu were too great. She could potentially reach heights he could scarcely imagine, yet she could just as easily serve merely to benefit others. Such uncertainties were not suitable for one like him to gamble upon. After several days apart, N had indeed grown taller. Like bamboo shoots after spring rain, she was flourishing, and after enduring his schemes, she appeared quite upright. The previously dull gaze now gleamed with a hint of sharpness. As the elder scrutinized her, WX merely curled her lips into a slight smile. After consuming another cup of tea, her previously empty stomach felt somewhat satisfied. With her thoughts carefully weighed, she decided to be straightforward and jest, Senior F. Are you so eager to take me under your wing? Everyone knew this was not the main point. The crux lay in the wager. FZH N could not help but sigh. After spending hundreds of years reading, he understood all too well the brilliance of the saying that it is difficult to raise a woman or a petty person. When faced with someone possessing both traits, it was impossible to eliminate them completely. If they were not tempted by the benefits he offered, it would be akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. The problem was that this stone was both foul and heavy. Thus, one could only resign oneself to misfortune and swallow their grievances. The elder did not regret his earlier actions, and even if he did, he would only lament that he had not been thorough enough, wishing he had pressed harder 3 days ago to resolve this matter. He reflected, I've been too kind-hearted. Given the circumstances, FZH N had no choice but to accept his misfortune and quickly resolve this entanglement. Ultimately, he dared not offend NYU too deeply. Why? Because on the long road ahead, he would need this young woman, who bore the legacy of the F family, to carry on their flame. After returning to the small town, having endured many years of frustration, he was unconcerned about this last encounter. Yet, he suddenly felt a twinge of pity for the treasure he had gathered, fearing that WX might demand a hefty price, leaving him with no place to weep. Just as he prepared to speak in response to WX's demands, she shook her head, exhaling heavily, and scoffed, playing mind games with you old foxes is truly exhausting. I, as a junior, prefer to be straightforward, so I won't engage in a game of sky-high prices and settling debts. Let's lay it all out. The spirit of the esteemed N family, entrusted to carry on the legacy of your F family, coupled with your manipulations. How do you plan to resolve this? The elder sighed internally. Old fox, who isn't one? But who did she think she was scolding? As WX pondered how to negotiate, the man by the well suddenly picked up his old smoking pipe tied to his waist and smiled at her. How to resolve it? You should think carefully. Old man F is quite poor, and you know this well. We must work something out. Of course, you needn't rush. The true benefactor has come knocking. Benefactor? WX's brow furrowed slightly. FZH N replied. That lad from the Huing family. WXN understood. She still had a special decree in her possession. The token she had thrown to the Huing family youth was meant for this very day. A tall youth rapped on the aged elm door. After a prolonged moment, accompanied by a creaking sound, a faint light flickered as Wuxin, seemingly indifferent, stepped outside. To his surprise, the girl had not changed her tattered garments in the days they had been apart, despite her disheveled appearance and the pallor of her face. Only her left eye remained visible beneath her tangled hair. Huang Yuhan, however, dared not underestimate her. Huang Yuhan, Wuxin exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her tone. Yet her expression bore no trace of astonishment. Huang Yuhan speculated that the girl was likely well aware of his purpose for visiting, but feigned ignorance. Her gaze, in his eyes, took on the guise of a predator surveying its prey, rendering him momentarily speechless. The Huang family was certainly capable of procuring a special pardon token, yet the cost would be exorbitant, nearly bankrupting them. Although the ancestral patriarch doted on him, he would never risk the entirety of the Huang clan for such a cause. They had not yet reached the point of desperate gamble. This generation would have to sacrifice him instead. Despite his exceptional talents, Huang Yuhan had not yet reached a level where the patriarch would devote the family's resources entirely to his training. Thus, whether this lucky koi could successfully leap into the ocean, seizing the opportunity to become a dragon, rested solely on Wuxin's shoulders. Huang Yuhan prepared himself for the possibility of her unleashing a massacre, a resigned smile gracing his lips as he opened the conversation, willingly placing himself on the chopping block for her to dissect. It is I who has come seeking the pardon token. Oh, Wuxin merely lifted her gaze, exuding an air that suggested she might dismiss him at any moment. I offer you the ancient artifacts collected by the Huang family through generations. Choose as you will. At this, a flicker of interest ignited in her otherwise indifferent eyes. Lead the way. Huang Yuhan was momentarily taken aback, turning to find Wuxin already several paces ahead, prompting him to hasten his steps to catch up. Under the night sky, The two traversed the wide Baodong alley and entered the narrow Dongjiuqiu lane. Days of relentless rain had left the ground muddy and pockmarked, emanating a peculiar odor. The Huang ancestral home was comparable in size to the Fu family residence, but appeared cleaner and more orderly, having not yet fallen into disrepair like the latter. As night deepened, Huang Yuhan's family had long retired, and the whereabouts of the patriarch remained unknown. Wuxin glanced at an ancient tree that was slightly shorter than the Fu family's longevity tree, its age and wear evident, before diverting her gaze. Inside the ancestral home, a single side room was lit by a flickering oil lamp. Huang Yuhan, familiar with the surroundings, guided Wuxin into the room. The dim light illuminated dozens of seemingly ordinary artifacts, which, in truth, were treasures for which even a transformation stage cultivator would risk their life. Wuxin smiled faintly, and a glimmer of relief flashed in Huang Yuhan's eyes. He observed as she selected several items. When Wuxin named her price, Huang Yuhan felt as though a gaping wound had been opened in his heart, yet the sum remained within his limits, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, just as he believed the transaction was nearing completion, Wuxin unexpectedly set down the artifact in her hand. Lowering her voice, she remarked, "These artifacts are indeed impressive. But are there no better options?" Her single eye regarded him with an altered expression, evoking a chill down his spine as if she had seen through his very thoughts. Huang Yuhan found himself at a loss for words, hesitating to respond. Wuxin, however, had already seated herself, watching him with a bemused smile, and continued. "For instance, are there no ancient artifacts with a legacy spanning millennia? Perhaps one resembling an ancient bell?" When a mention of the Huang family's invaluable heirloom arose, Huang Yuhan's heart tightened, overwhelmed by shock, leaving him momentarily speechless. Should he affirm its existence or deny it? Beneath the night sky, Wuxin quietly scoffed. "Do you believe I am a fool to accept a mere token as recompense for the assistance you have rendered? Am I that easily deceived?" Huang Yuhan forced a bitter smile. His ruse had been exposed. Wuxin raised her hand to her lips, as if to whisper, "I do not concern myself with how many grains of rice remain in your Huang family's jar. But if you do not intend to approach this matter with utmost sincerity, I suggest you extinguish any thoughts of leaving, unless you wish to await your demise in the company of those who merely seek a meager meal." A jolt of realization struck Huang Yuhan, akin to a bucket of icy water poured over his head. He recognized that Wuxin likely had no knowledge of the true value of the token. Otherwise, she would not have carelessly tossed it to him. He had assumed there were loopholes to exploit, that he could trade certain valuable, yet ultimately useless artifacts for the token. Yet now, it was clear, he had been exceedingly naive, or perhaps foolish. Huang Yuhan's face was awash with uncertainty, whether from the relentless rain or something else entirely. He could not tell. Having spoken, Wuxin gazed at him with an air of impatience, as if any misstep on his part would prompt her to take her leave. And should he return in the future, he would be met with a closed door. Huang Yuhan had no desire to pursue how Wuxin had learned of the ancient artifacts safeguarded by the Huang family, nor could he ascertain whether she was genuinely interested or merely using it as leverage to negotiate a higher price. Ultimately, he resigned himself to a reluctant smile as he communicated with Wuxin. Aside from the Huang family's protected artifact, she could select another at her discretion, and as a token of apology for his earlier neglect, he would offer an additional item. Whether Wuxin could carry away both items from the town was no longer within his consideration. At this, Wuxin's previously agitated demeanor softened as she appraised Huang Yuhan, seemingly assessing his sincerity. Once Huang Yuhan had retreated a step or two under the weight of her predatory gaze, she smiled and stated, "We both know the nature of your Huang family's sect and the teachings you follow. I shall not beat around the bush. I am indeed interested in the precious item your family guards. Alas, it conflicts with my cultivation path. Otherwise, its worth would have sufficed for the token. In light of our past collaboration, I will allow you to benefit. I only hope you do not deceive yourself." Huang Yuhan blinked, recognizing this as Wuxin's final ultimatum. After careful consideration, he made a bold decision, leading her to the Huang family storeroom. He moved aside the heavy, dust-laden floorboards to reveal a cellar beneath. With the oil lamp in hand, he descended the ladder first. Wuxin followed closely, a faint smile gracing her lips. As a chill enveloped them, the cellar's expansive interior came into view, revealing hundreds of ancient artifacts within. Compared to these treasures, the few items Wuxin had collected were but a drop in the ocean. Wuxin's gaze swept over the invaluable artifacts, each a veritable fortune in Huang Yuhan's eyes. Panic consumed him, fearing she might select several, leaving him at a loss for explanation. Ultimately, Wuxin's attention settled on an ancient sword box affixed to the wall. Huang Yuhan was taken aback. The Huang family possessed numerous artifacts, and he could not possibly know the history of each one. This wooden box, measuring 3 feet long and nearly a foot wide, had always been a mere afterthought. Only after a moment of absent-minded contemplation of this wooden box did Huang Yuan realize this box was undoubtedly extraordinary. Upon encountering this object, Ning Wuxin found herself unexpectedly calm. 8 decades prior, the Huang family had suffered from coercive takeover, and their deeply hidden ancestors could not withstand the intruders, having attempted to extinguish their greed for possession with other ancient artifacts. Among the items presented was an ancient sword box, which Ning Wuxin immediately coveted. Alas, she had long since abandoned the sword path and lamentably lacked the financial resources to acquire this sword box as a collectible. Since she was determined to pursue the path of the sword in this lifetime, how could she allow this precious item to slip through her fingers? I shall have this wooden box. After a few succinct exchanges confirming the ownership of the sword box, Ning Wuxin shifted her focus to the matter of compensation. Having traversed the demonic path for a century, she was blissfully unaware of the subtleties of sentiment, guided by the principle that one must seize opportunities when they arise. Ultimately concluding her journey to Juku Alley with a piece of 7-inch Chongqing wood heart. In the misty rain, Ning Wuxin exited the ancestral home of the Huang family. Clutching the towering ancient sword box, the youth remained lost in the joy of receiving the wooden plaque. Unbeknownst to him, a figure taller than the young man, robust yet aged, materialized behind him. The ancestor of the Huang family gazed upon them with regret. The rain continued to fall, the sky flickering with lightning and rumbling with thunder, foretelling the impending storm. After leaving the Huang family's ancestral home with the ancient sword box, Ning Wuxin did not immediately return to Baotong Alley. By day, she might have exercised caution, refraining from brazen appearances. However, in the dead of night, with the presence of the ink cicada, even the town's elder, Old Fu, had openly admitted to the difficulty of perceiving her existence, rendering it even more challenging for the other old creatures who were affected by the grand formation. Shaking off the droplets from her long hair, Ning Wuxin smirked. The town's grand formation does possess its merits. Anyang's second bridge. After the torrential rain, the river surged violently, its waters rising perilously, threatening to overflow the bridge. Yet, everything seemed to adhere to a certain order. Just as the river threatened to crest, it was forcefully suppressed. Any act of transgression would surely be restrained. Such were the town's rules. Moments later, the dilapidated Fu family ancestral home stood before her, even worse off than when she had visited days prior. One corner had collapsed under the relentless assault of the wind and rain, rendering it easy for anyone with intent to enter, despite the closed door. Through the breached corner, a pair of emerald eyes fixated on Ning Wuxin. Fu Li was curled beneath the Chongsheng tree, and upon sensing the movement of the black cat, her dual-colored eyes widened. In the night rain, a tall, slender girl with a single eye emerged from a narrow alley. As her figure disappeared beneath the crumbling earthen wall, hollow knocks echoed from the rotting wooden door. As the black cat perched on the old tree, its eyes filled with astonishment, Ning Wuxin gently placed the wooden sword box on a stone pedestal. Just as the cat prepared to leap onto the box, the girl swiftly kicked out. Ning Wuxin was no match for the black cat's speed. Her foot barely missed the target, and if she had connected, even the most resilient of cats would have tumbled. She smiled ruefully, regretting the missed opportunity. Had the black cat possessed the ability to speak, it would undoubtedly have scolded the girl for her cruelty. In the darkness, the cat's vigilant, furious gaze bore into her. Ning Wuxin smirked, defiantly glancing at the black cat. Just as the cat contemplated a second strike to approach the sword box, the usually silent Fu Li suddenly spoke, her voice youthful yet hoarse, instructing the cat to cease its attack and to keep watch at the entrance. The black cat let out a sharp cry, casting a disdainful glance at the tall, slender girl, its fur bristling as it darted up the crumbling walls of the Fu family's yard. Ning Wuxin lauket skornschuldig, her shoulders shrugging in triumph as she leisurely settled on the opposite side of the old tree. Pressing her back against the Chongsheng tree, she suddenly raised her left hand, the ink cicada stirred like thunder. The Fu family ancestral home was enveloped in silence, save for the single cat's cry, leaving the atmosphere still. This encounter had been prearranged between Ning Wuxin and Fu Li, even without the transaction with Huang Yuan. She would have sought to meet before embarking on her journey to repay her debts. Moreover, it was due to old Fu's persistent efforts to facilitate this meeting. The old fox, eager to present enticing benefits, sought to subtly inform Fu Li of the trifling matters concerning the Fu family. Ning Wuxin tilted her head slightly, closing her eyes, allowing the gentle rain to fall upon her unperturbed. After a moment's contemplation, she cheerfully inquired, "Have your uncle and aunt departed?" Her question stemmed from an encounter 2 days prior. One was inside the house, the other outside. Ning Wuxin had caught a glimpse through a narrow crack in the door. The second son of the Fu family, accompanied by his wife, had visited the bookstore, bowing in reverence before departing without an air. Ning Wuxin expected Fu Li to remain silent, yet she turned to hear a muffled response. Upon hearing this, the smile on Ning Wuxin's face gradually faded. She then asked, "May I pose a few questions?" She added, "If you are unwilling, you may choose not to answer, of course. I will selectively withhold certain secrets you wish to know." A serene smile graced the girl's face. Fu Li hesitated, but ultimately did not refuse. Responding in a hushed tone, "Go ahead." Ning Wuxin smirked, directly asking, "When your mother coerced you to swear an oath with her life, did you realize her ill intentions? Had I not appeared, would you have adhered to that oath and harmed your uncle and aunt?" As soon as the first part of her query left her lips, the black cat prepared to leap into action, furious at Ning Wuxin's words, intent on disregarding Fu Li's orders to teach her a lesson. The next moment, as Ning Wuxin finished her inquiry, the arched back of the black cat and its bared teeth stilled. Fu Li, leaning against the old tree, remained silent, her long closed eyes slowly opening. Within her dual-colored gaze flickered a glimmer of something unusual, accompanied by a fleeting moment of dazedness. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck down nearby, clearly close to the town. The blinding flash illuminated the darkness, plunging Fu Li into a memory. The thunder roared deafeningly loud, and after the booming, silence enveloped the world. The incessant rain seemingly halted. In truth, it poured in torrents. Yet within the Fu family ancestral home, the two children remained motionless. Even the black cat appeared frozen in place, allowing the deluge to drench them. The world seemed solely comprised of the rain pelting against the Changshang leaves, creating a cacophony of sound. The rain fell relentlessly. The earthen walls, stacked with yellow mud, ultimately could not withstand the relentless assault of the downpour. With a resounding crash, a section of the low wall collapsed. The two children in the courtyard did not budge an inch. As the rain began to ease, Fu Li, who had been silent for an eternity, finally mustered the courage to speak. Children should not speak of their parents' transgressions. However, a mistake remains a mistake, and one cannot err repeatedly. Fu Li's prolonged silence was punctuated by her halting words, barely audible amid the patter of rain, yet every syllable reached Ning Wuxin's ears. The smile upon Ning Wuxin's lips did not wane despite the subtle tremor in Fu Li's youthful voice. Fu Mingjing was indeed a legendary figure. Yet Fu Li was merely a 7-year-old child. Recognizing a truth is one matter. Caring for it and being able to accept it is another. For young Fu Mingjing, this situation was akin to a nightmare. Ning Wuxin inquired not out of mere curiosity, but to ascertain the truth, who was ultimately responsible for the demise of Fu Yunlu and his wife. If Fu Mingjing was not the perpetrator in the past, then who could it be? The answer was all too clear. Fu Jingyan. Ning Wuxin scoffed, realizing the source of Fu Jingyan's despair when she mentioned the matter days prior. Even a tiger does not consume its young. How ruthless the scholarly elite can be when they choose to act with malice. Such thoughts were chilling. The innate wisdom of some, such as Fu Li, was astonishing even to Ning Wuxin. At that moment, a single question from Ning Wuxin seemed to ignite a spark of understanding in Fu Li, particularly when Ning Wuxin mocked Fu Jingyan. Fu Li pondered for merely a few breaths before grasping the crux of the matter, uttering in her earnest way, "Are you suggesting that even if I do not take action, my uncle's family would still perish?" Ning Wuxin offered no reply, but countered with her own question. "Do you harbor hatred towards them? Or do you find these past years to be burdensome?" You may choose not to respond to this query. In Fu Li's expressive eyes, A profound sadness lingered as she contemplated the question. Did she feel hatred? In truth, it was not the past few years that were hardest for her, but rather those years when her mother was still alive. Fu Li had genuinely been blinded at birth, her eyes intact, yet devoid of life. From the moment she was born, darkness enveloped her. She recalled being cast into a woodshed, her mother indifferent, while her eccentric aunt occasionally brought her food. Though often met with harsh words, she managed to survive. It was not until she was 2 that her vision abruptly returned. Yet this was not the dawn of hope. It marked the beginning of her nightmare. Her previously indifferent mother suddenly became affectionate, moving her from the woodshed and showering her with attention. Fu Li could not comprehend why. As the long-awaited better days arrived, she sensed insincerity in her mother's demeanor. At that time, she did not grasp the meaning of such words, only feeling an instinctual aversion. Rumors of the Fu family's misfortune seemed to commence from that day onward, with the household engulfed in the chaos of her mother's and aunt's bickering, alongside her brother's cries. During these altercations, she often found herself entangled, enduring it all to protect her brother. When her mother triumphed in their disputes, her demeanor towards Fu Li softened. Yet when she lost, Fu Li would be dragged into the main hall, subjected to ridicule. The previously calm Fu household fell once again into tumult. Initially, Fu Li was oblivious to the reasons behind this turmoil, only later realizing it stemmed from her peculiar eyes. She could not recall the exact day she ceased to dare open her eyes. Her mother scolded her repeatedly for this, even sending her back to the woodshed. Fu Li struggled to remember the precise moment. One night, a sudden sharp pain assailed her eyes. At not yet 3 years old, she understood the cruel words of her aunt, born of a mother yet unloved. Calling out would be futile and might even invite more punishment. Thus she remained silent. Through the agony, she rolled on the muddy floor of the woodshed throughout the night, awakening to a harrowing realization of newfound abilities. Not only could she see in the dark, but even with her eyes closed, she could perceive her surroundings. More astonishingly, she could sense the goodwill and malice of those around her. This time, Fu Li dared not confide in anyone, not even a whisper, until the moment her mother, with her brother, attempted to drown themselves, coercing Fu Li to vow vengeance against her uncle's family. At that moment, Fu Li's heart turned cold. Her mother's malicious countenance filled her with dread. She found herself bewildered as to why her mother, who feigned concern, harbored such animosity towards her, while her seemingly cruel uncle and aunt, in their reprimands, appeared to suffer. When her mother passed away, Fu Li felt an unexpected tranquility rather than sorrow. Even as her uncle and aunt continued to berate her in the following years, she bore it with an unusual resilience, as their words stung her less than the pain in her own body. Did she feel hatred? Amidst the drumming rain, Fu Li questioned herself. Did she truly harbor hatred? She shook her head. No, she did not hate. She could perceive the truth. Compared to the physical pain, the meaningless insults from her aunt were of little consequence. From a young age, Fu Li sensed an ominous cloud hovering over her, shrouding both herself and the entire Fu family. She realized she had been kept in the dark, yet understood that even if she asked, her aunt, with her fierce countenance, would never reveal the truth. So she remained silent. As for her suffering, for instance, being cornered by the troublesome children of the town, forced to crawl beneath their feet, ultimately receiving blows, or being trapped in a narrow lane where her hard-earned bucket of water was overturned. Such events were indeed unfortunate, yet merely physical discomfort. Her heart remained unaffected. She had endured far worse. Until Ning Wuxin arrived, all the uncertainties began to find reasonable explanations. Admittedly, the girl from the Ning family, who provided clarity, also harbored ulterior motives in her desire to exploit Fu Li. Yet Fu Li could discern a hint of goodwill, inexplicably so. This was why she was willing to extend a portion of her trust. Ning Wuxin observed the myriad thoughts swirling in Fu Li's mind. Wiping the rain from her face, she refrained from further aggravating Fu Li's wounds, contemplating the rapid pulse of her own heart, her expression shifting to one that was both pale and sardonic. Therefore, you ought to express gratitude to me. Were it not for my presence, these 2 vibrant lives would have perished here, for you and your Fu family. Within this gilded cage, Ning Wuxin harbored a secret. She had not disclosed to Fu Li that even in death, their souls would endure, destined for a rebirth. Fu Li's breath quickened, her composure faltering. Ning Wuxin's smile remained intact. The naturally wise often bear heavy hearts. Though Fu Li had experienced much in her young life, her spirit was decidedly resilient, yet at the core, she remained a mere 7-year-old child, externally indifferent, internally a tempest brewed. However, Ning Wuxin did not intend to allow Fu Li the time to quell her inner turmoil, proceeding to inquire, "I presume you have met your esteemed grandfather, have you not?" Without a doubt, it is challenging to elucidate the extraordinary potential that seems to have been developed within Fu Li, which is somewhat beyond imagination. Her prowess is surprisingly on par with that of Ning Qian, who adeptly wields martial skills. A troubling figure flickers in Fu Li's mind. A narrow bookstore and a peculiar, desolate well. Her eyes glimmer momentarily, but she remains silent. Ning Wu Xin remarks, "Since you have encountered it, you likely understand that the Fu family is not as destitute as outsiders perceive. At least, you are not merely a few stray cats. As for why your grandfather, who holds considerable power in the town, chooses to hide in the bookstore on Baotong Alley, it likely pertains to some earth-shattering scheme he is concocting. The specifics elude me. You must inquire with him directly. As for why he refrains from informing you himself and avoids personal contact, it may be linked to this matter. Moreover, the reason for conveying this through me relates to a transaction that does not concern you and is not appropriate for elaboration." Ning Wu Xin spoke at length regarding the chaotic affairs of the Fu family. Just as the rain ceased, her words concluded. Fu Li's countenance was far from pleasant, though she still exhibited more color than Ning Wu Xin. The black cat perched on the courtyard wall could only be described as horrified. Estimating that Fu Li had roughly digested these long-held secrets, Ning Wu Xin shifted the conversation to Yuan Cheng. Given Yuan Cheng's temperament, he would not easily accept that token. "You likely delivered it to the Yuan family, where the gentle lady of the Yuan has already informed you of its origin and purpose, correct?" Fu Li, true to her lineage, promptly queried, "Is this the other reason you sought me out tonight?" exhibiting a calmness that belied her mere 7 years. Ning Wu Xin replied with a smile, "In 2 months, the town will witness a significant upheaval. Besides my transaction with your grandfather, which involves taking you away from this town, I also harbor personal motives. Soon, you will be of use to me. I'm not compelling you to leave. It is entirely your choice. However, I must advise you, due to your eyes, your grandfather will never allow you to remain in this town and waste such precious sight. Your mother and her associates will not miss the opportunity to kick you while you're down. As for why you must accompany me to seize the greatest opportunity, this is likely connected to your uncle's family survival. I cannot divulge more specifics. In return for my protection, you must assist me in acquiring something. Once the task is accomplished, you may depart at your leisure, free to roam wherever you wish, with no further connection to me." Having said this, Ning Wu Xin disregarded whether Fu Li had absorbed her words. Rising, she wiped the water stains from her sword case and departed. However, before leaving the Fu residence, she suddenly turned back, locking eyes with Fu Li's enigmatic dual pupils, and stated, "1 month from today, await me at the town's archway. Ensure you arrive early. If you are late, I shall leave without a moment's hesitation. Time waits for no one." In that fleeting moment of turning, Ning Wu Xin's expression transformed, a true delight glimmering beneath her calm demeanor. With Fu Li included, this quest for the T.N.G. Dao Jing inheritance now held greater assurance. With all arrangements made, Ning Wu Xin could finally devote herself entirely to her cultivation. Upon returning to Baotong Alley, she found the elder squatting in the bookstore, gazing at the darkened sky, smoke curling around him. He was well aware of everything that had transpired within the Fu family estate. As for why he did not intervene personally, it was partly due to feeling guilty towards his granddaughter, and also because his presence in Jiuchu Alley was indeed inconvenient. Stepping foot there would undoubtedly attract unwelcome scrutiny. Hence he had refrained from approaching for many years. He was nearly invincible within the town, yet bore numerous concerns and vulnerabilities. Noticing Ning Wu Xin carrying the sword case, the elder remarked on her keen insight, playfully inquiring, "Do you know the origins of this wooden sword case?" He was not referring to Huang Yuan, the young rascal of the Huang family. If she did not realize she was after this sword case, then she had indeed wasted several centuries. Ning Wu Xin initially nodded, then shook her head, responding nonchalantly, "I only know that the material of this sword case is exceedingly rare to Chun Mu. As for the case itself, I am unaware of its provenance." With a hint of curiosity, she asked, "Is that so?" Does Fu Lao Qianbei know? Fu Zhengyan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Chuckling, it is all in the past. Discussing it further holds no significance. He proceeded to evaluate the wooden sword case. Though this case is merely an empty shell and has not undergone any refinement, it is an ordinary wooden sword case. Yet its material is extraordinarily precious. It retains the essence of Dachun, a fire that has lasted for 8,000 springs and 8,000 autumns, allowing it to endure to this day. The flying sword, once nourished within, though its whereabouts are unknown, remains invaluable. The capability of this case to nurture flying swords is exceptional. If a master of weapon refinement could be found to polish and forge it, there might be an opportunity for it to ascend to the rank of a spiritual treasure, serving as an external dantian for nurturing flying swords. In such a case, its value would entice sword cultivators throughout the realm. While it may be termed a spiritual treasure, its worth is not inferior to that of a Tao artifact. The Dachun is an ancient celestial tree, and though there may be a few in this world, they are scarce. Each one could serve as a treasured possession for second-rate or even first-rate sects, possessing the power to command respect across a region. Yet, the age of the tree in question likely pales in comparison to that of the sword case. The Dachun tree faces a minor heavenly tribulation every 500 years and a major one every 1,000 years. To survive for 8,000 years is an extraordinary feat, especially in the realm of Tianxian. Henceforth, you must tread carefully in the outside world. Observing the elder's envious expression, Ning Wu Xian smirked and quipped. Was that really necessary for you to say? After their spirited exchange, both elder and young one entered the bookstore in succession. The youth, Mu Changsheng, was not present. Ning Wu Xian casually inquired, "Is your little disciple not here?" The elder glanced at Ning Wu Xian, sitting on a stone bench, and grumbled. "That reckless boy was such a worry that I had to send him back to his Mu family. It is all your fault." Ning Wu Xian chuckled and asked the elder, "Are you truly not going to give him a good wake-up call?" The concept of emotions, if it were anyone else, he might have broken through easily. With me, I sense it will not be so simple. On the path of cultivation, the matter of emotions is far from straightforward. Unlike in the mundane world, the trials of emotions, some traverse them effortlessly, while others become ensnared. If a wise elder were to provide a timely admonition, it would be the simplest solution. Yet to cross over on one's own, the best approach is to sever through the chaos decisively. Hence, Ning Wu Xian candidly expressed that for the youth to break through would not be an easy task. The elder shot her an exasperated glance and retorted, "With your blind eye and crooked nature, if that boy can see something in you, he must also be blind." The elder's responses seemed to veer off topic, and he appeared unwilling to dwell on this matter further. It was evident that he held considerable confidence and was unfazed. In matters of emotions, personal breakthroughs yield greater benefits than any admonition could provide. It would be more accurate to say that this is a trial set forth by the elder for the youth, a means to assess and hone the character of his disciple. After a rain, the gentle breeze of early summer dried much of the bluestone slab in the courtyard. The elder casually seated himself upon the ground. Once Ning Wuxin carefully placed the large Chuanmu sword box aside, he inquired, "Have you decided on the time of your departure?" Ning Wuxin nodded, "In a month." Upon hearing this, the elder chuckled. "A month sounds good. Leaving early prevents lengthy dreams during the night." After a moment of silence, Fu Jingyan withdrew his gaze and turned to Wuxin. "You chose this sword box with the intention of pursuing the path of the sword, correct?" "Excellent. A clean and decisive choice. Any misfortune can be severed with a single stroke of the sword. Initially, I pondered what I could offer you as a fair exchange, something that would satisfy you without causing me too much financial distress. Now, however, I have come to a decision." With that, the elder adjusted his clothing, and upon raising his hand, a wine pouch and a jade slip appeared in his grasp. Before Ning Wuxin could react, the moment the jade slip materialized, the elder waved his finger, causing the slip to transform into a stream of light that adhered to her brow. In an instant, the light flashed, and the jade slip shattered into powder. As the information manifested within Ning Wuxin's mind, the elder squinted and slowly recounted the origin of the jade slip. "This is a place of ancient sword cultivation that I once explored in my youth. I reached the final barrier, but as I did not follow the path of the sword, I could not claim this inheritance. I cannot ascertain whether this legacy has been claimed by another, as it has been several centuries. But do not think for a moment that I am taking advantage of you. The inheritance of ancient sword cultivation is exceedingly rare. Should it become known, not only would the Yashan sword sect covet it, but even the Qingyuan sword sect of Tianxinzhongzhou would eagerly send disciples to contest for it. If it has been taken, you can only blame your ill fate. If it remains, it shall be a joyous occasion for all. A pang of discomfort arose in her mind. But after a few breaths, the pain subsided, and the contents of the jade slip were absorbed by her. As she comprehended the information, ripples stirred within her heart. She could not help but marvel at the extraordinary connections of fate. The location of the inheritance the elder spoke of was precisely where she had calculated the heavenly level Tao scripture to be most likely to manifest. This could only be described as overly dramatic. Nevertheless, Ning Wuxin did not deem the information unworthy merely because it aligned with her goals. In addition to revealing this location, Fu Jingyan had also provided her with crucial insights regarding the trials therein, which would greatly benefit her. Just as Ning Wuxin was deeply immersed in thoughts about the inheritance and the challenges of the sword cultivators, the elder tossed the wine pouch onto the stone table. Ning Wuxin immediately regained her focus, glanced at the elder, and casually remarked, "Is this how you send me off, Elder Fu? Aren't you simply trying to swindle me?" The elder could not help but chuckle before responding with mock annoyance, "While I may not know if it has been claimed, the trials of this inheritance are exceedingly rigorous. Only those with formidable physical bodies may pass, and no one below the golden core stage may enter. Furthermore, in this small place called Nanyan, where the sword path is obscure and martial arts are scarce, there are few cultivators who can refine their bodies to the third realm of martial arts before reaching the golden core stage. It is not an easy feat to encounter such individuals. In Nanyan, it is a rare occurrence indeed. What more could you possibly desire?" Observing that Wuxin seemed inclined to continue her protests, Fu Jingyan pointed at the wine pouch, cutting her off before she could speak. "You must have heard of the tavern in the small town. This wine can assist you in enduring the dangers of being skinned and having your heart ripped out 3 times. However, if you can endure it on your own, you may keep this wine for your entry into the sword path to refine your body, which will yield endless benefits in the future. One is a reward for concealing Fu Li's whereabouts, while the other is a token of apology. As for the spirit of your family's esteemed elder, I am willing to pay to help you secure 2 additional opportunities in another small town. What do you think, given the significant interests involved?" The light-hearted atmosphere that had previously existed between the elder and the youth shifted to one of solemnity. The elder squinted, remaining silent. Wuxin gazed thoughtfully at the sparse stars beyond the courtyard, weighing her options carefully for some time before finally nodding in agreement. The date of departure was set, and preparations proceeded in an orderly manner. After Mu Changxing's departure, Fu Zhengyan moved into the bookshop to make space for Ning Wuxin. Behind the old temple, thanks to the baptism of the blood of the Jinhuang, Ning Wuxin grew over half a foot in a single night, rendering her tattered clothing considerably shorter. After bathing and changing into a clean outfit, she donned a plain linen robe and tied her long black hair into a ponytail. Were it not for her impaired right eye, anyone would be struck by her grace and beauty, exclaiming, "What an extraordinarily elegant and graceful young lady." Before beginning her training, Fu Jingyan intended to assess Ning Wuxin's innate talent, but she politely declined. After awakening the Mo Chan, Ning Wuxin could clearly perceive her own lifespan as well as the weight of her roots and spiritual roots, blessed by the blood of the Jinhuang. Though she could not manifest a bloodline, both her physique and the weight of her roots were enhanced during this baptism. Her physique had already reached the threshold of the first realm of martial arts, while her root weight had increased by 30%. This meant that her root talent had risen from 7 ding to a weight of 7 ding and 30%. While an increase of 30% may seem modest, it is not insignificant. It is worth noting that even the awakening grounds of the small town could only enhance roots up to a limit of 2 ding. Yet the costs associated with each are entirely different. Regarding her roots, Ning Wuxin was not anxious. She feared not the absence of improvement, but rather the potential instability that could arise from an excessive enhancement. The enhancement of external factors must still adhere to certain principles. Too much of a good thing can be detrimental. With Mo Chan present, she need not worry about not reaching the 9 ding or 10 ding days. As for her spiritual roots, they determine a cultivator's entry point into their chosen path. Generally, a cultivator's spiritual roots are predetermined, though exceptions do occur. Factors such as spiritual materials and environmental influences can lead to significant changes in spiritual roots. But such occurrences are rare. Most individuals either remain unaware or are hesitant to risk altering this aspect. After all, it is a matter of great consequence, and few dare to play with their own path. The conditions for such changes are also quite stringent. Ning Wuxin was uncertain whether it was the Mo Chan or the bloodline of the Zhenhuang that had influenced her. She realized that her spiritual roots had indeed undergone a transformation. However, she was uncertain whether this change was beneficial or detrimental. Upon awakening the Mo Chan, she perceived that she still possessed the dual water and wood spiritual roots, much like in her previous life, yet overnight, her water spiritual root had vanished. It was as if it had been consumed by the fiery blood, leaving not even a trace of ash. Among her wood spiritual roots, a force emerged that stood in stark contrast to her wood spiritual roots' vitality. Initially, she found it difficult to fathom, but after several days, a glimmer of understanding began to emerge. This was precisely why Ning Wuxin was reluctant to allow Fu Zhengyan to assess her roots. Given Fu Zhengyan's abilities, he would undoubtedly notice the changes in her spiritual roots. Her intuition suggested that this transformation might not be a bad thing, but such a change could easily draw the elder's attention back to her, which would be problematic. When it comes to the Mo Chan, Ning Wuxin dared not be careless. Training in the sword path necessitates the refinement of the body first. Ning Wuxin currently finds herself devoid of further means to proceed. After the enhancement of her physique, her sinews and bones exhibit a commendable degree of resilience, yet it is evidently insufficient. According to Fu Zhengyan, the ancient sword cultivator's inheritance cave is divided into several trial stages, some of which require a physical strength reaching the third realm of martial arts. Below the golden core level, to pass through, the wine pouch contains clear liquor that has aided her through 3 crises. However, as Fu Zhengyan elucidates, if the liquor could be preserved for the refinement of her body on the path of swordsmanship, it would be most advantageous. Ning Wuxin, mindful of the unforeseen circumstances during her trials, hesitates to utilize it indiscriminately. Regarding the sword path, there exists a hierarchy. Lower-tier sword cultivators enter the path through methods. Mid-tier cultivators through martial prowess, and upper-tier cultivators through the sword itself. The method and martial approaches dominate the contemporary swordsmanship, while the sword approach belongs to the ancient tradition, traceable only in the celestial scriptures. This is the path that closely aligns with the inheritance of ancient sword cultivators. The distinctions among these 3 sword paths can be succinctly summarized in 6 words: external force, purity, and self. External force refers to the sword energy and intent condensed from the method of sword cultivation, grounded in the spiritual power of methodical cultivation. Purity signifies the martial cultivator's condensation of energy and intent, based on the essence of martial true origin and intent. Both are indeed considered external forces, varying in quality, yet fundamentally rooted in the concept of purity. The methods of spiritual cultivation are diverse, and their spiritual power often pales in comparison to the purity of true origin, while their physical form is inferior to martial cultivators, rendering them somewhat weaker. Of course, there are no absolutes in the world, yet this holds true in the vast majority of cases. As for self, it pertains to cultivating a sword, one that opens the heavens and carves the earth, a sword that slays a person within 10 steps, leaving no trace over 1,000 miles, a sword that, upon completion, lets one depart with grace, concealing both merit and name. What exactly this sword is, Ning Wuxin only knows through hearsay from Fu Zhengyan. Even the Cliff Mountain sword sect she belonged to in her previous life merely followed the path of martial entry. The way of entering through the sword may exist, yet it is evidently beyond her reach. Upon such contemplation, her tranquil mind suddenly stirs with ripples. The allure of entering through the sword indeed captivates the heart. Ning Wuxin has not dismissed the thought of seeking alternatives. She recognizes that she has yet to acquire the ancient sword cultivator's inheritance techniques while venturing into the ancient sword cultivator's cave, where a set of established rules exists. Below the golden core, the physical body must reach the 3rd realm of martial arts. Currently, Ning Wuxin possesses a particularly suitable technique, one she once utilized to achieve near invincibility in the nascent soul realm, a body-refining technique that surpasses the martial path slightly. However, The present circumstances and resources compel her to frown once more. The saying goes, scholars are impoverished while warriors are wealthy. Cultivating the path often shatters families. In truth, this is a one-sided assertion. Whether it be the Confucian, martial, or methodical paths, all require substantial resources and finances. The various classics of Confucianism, the spiritual objects that refine the mind aside, even the pursuits of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, are any not built upon financial investment? Individuals like Fu Mingjing, the prodigy with congenital dual pupils, are rare in 5 or 1,000 years. Methodical cultivation appears deceptively accessible, as long as one possesses sufficient innate talent. There are no strict thresholds. Yet, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the consumption required, beyond the spiritual stones and elixirs needed to elevate one's level, the defensive and offensive artifacts. Treasures, formations, and talismans are akin to an insatiable abyss. In contrast, martial cultivation begins with the need for numerous spiritual herbs to refine the body. Yet later shifts focus to comprehending the true essence of martial arts, emphasizing the power of true intent, often relying on sheer force to dominate the world. Ning Wuxin currently faces a predicament. Isolated and lacking wealth, the small town offers little in the way of foundational spiritual objects. Even if Fu Jingyan were willing to bestow her some extraordinary spiritual herbs, to her, it would be akin to the past schemes of Ning Qiyan, merely a potent poison. In such circumstances, Ning Wuxin can only seek a secondary path. As in her previous life, she will first enter the path of methodical cultivation, selecting a technique that nourishes and replenishes the body, serving as a stepping stone back into the realm. Once she departs the small town for the Nanyan cultivation realm, she shall pursue body refinement to strive for the martial path of the third realm below the golden core. Upon this reflection, a particular technique named Raoshan Chengling emerges in her mind. In her early years, when Ning Wuxin first acquired this technique, she too was misled. Was this not a volume of martial or body-refining cultivation? Initially, she held some interest. Body-refining techniques are rare, and those reaching the level of earth-tier scriptures are even scarcer. Yet, upon further examination, she discovered that Raoshan Chengling was not a martial or purely body-refining technique at all. Instead, it was crafted by a predecessor who aspired to walk the martial path, but lacked the innate talent for martial arts and could not endure the torturous trials of traditional body refining. Martial cultivators refine their bodies using the essence of the world, yet this predecessor sought an alternative route, nurturing the spiritual body with spiritual power. Thousands of years ago, this technique gained some renown, yet regrettably, it proved too impractical and was ultimately forgotten. Thus, while it appears formidable, the method of nurturing the physical body through spiritual power ultimately pales in comparison to martial cultivators. Though it is deemed methodical cultivation, the cultivated spiritual power predominantly serves to nourish the physical form, leading to a counterbalance that hampers the speed of advancement, resulting in both thin spiritual power and a significantly smaller dantian compared to peers in the same cultivation realm. Having lost the advantage of cultivation, lacking sufficient spiritual power for support, one inevitably loses core competitive strength on the path. A methodical cultivator without a foothold can hardly be considered a cultivator at all. For this reason, despite Raoshan Chengling ascending to the ranks of earth-tier scriptures, it has been disparaged as unorthodox, and over time, it has been relegated to obscurity. However, even as a mere alternative, it remains slightly superior to other earth-tier scriptures and human-tier techniques, as it offers considerable physical enhancement given the same speed of cultivation. Ning Wuxin has thoroughly internalized the Raoshan Chengling scripture, yet prior to her practice, she diligently revisits the passages on guiding energy and refining qi. Once her myriad thoughts are dispelled, her spiritual platform clears, leaving only the sound of the scripture's runes echoing in her mind. At this moment, the sensation of a gentle breeze caressing her, where all beings' movements can be perceived, returns anew. Should she open her eyes, she would witness a flash of spiritual light at her brow. In her previous life, when guiding energy into her body, Ning Wuxin was engulfed in a state of drowsiness that lasted nearly 2 hours. Now, reborn, she is no longer the fledgling bird but retains a clear spiritual platform. Surrounding her, streams of spiritual energy converge, encircling her form, invoking an indescribable sensation. Suddenly, she opens her singular eye. Before her lies a realm of clarity, with various spiritual energies swirling like ocean tides. With a mere thought, the azure spiritual energy, perfectly attuned to her spiritual root attributes, seamlessly penetrates her pores, flowing into her acupoints and meridians. Above her head, a swirling vortex of azure forms, and as the spiritual energy collides, her spiritual platform trembles. Ning Wuxin tightens her palms and feet, striving to prevent the influx of abundant spiritual energy from overwhelming her before she can adequately guide it. At the moment when Ning Wuxin tightened her palms and soles, the pulsating rhythm in her palms, akin to the beating of a war drum, seemed to soothe the ink cicada, bringing it to a gradual calm. Conversely, the blood-red fledgling in her right eye stirred, seizing the opportunity to siphon a portion of the spiritual energy surging from the Baihui acupoint. Fortunately, it was cautious and did not dare to overtly absorb too much, evidently fearing the host's wrath that could reduce it to mere fragments. In this moment, Ning Wuxin resembled a porcelain vase, recklessly plundering the spiritual energy enveloped by the town's array. Within a 3-mile radius, the gentle breeze surged like a tide, while above the town, flashes of thunder flickered, only to vanish without a trace as she approached the Shushi bookstore in Baotong Alley. Inside the bookstore, the elder, observing through the crack of the door, noted the girl as porcelain-like skin gradually flushing under the obsidian night. The momentum of drawing energy into her body seemed considerable. Yet the elder had witnessed far more impressive spectacles. With a faint smile, he waved his wrinkled sleeve, spreading a restriction that enveloped the entire town. Initially, some ancient beings were astonished by the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the town, but upon witnessing this, they averted their gazes. A strong wind swept through, and the town lay in tranquil stillness. The forceful absorption of spiritual energy was undeniable, and even after being baptized by the true Phoenix's bloodline, her meridians still experienced waves of discomfort. Ning Wuxin remained unfazed. Her mind recalled the Raoshan Chengling technique's refining chapter, and in an instant, she transcended to another realm. The act of drawing energy into her body could only be deemed as the very beginning of her journey. She intended to shatter the mirror and directly leap over to the first level of energy refinement. Once her meridians brimmed with spiritual energy, compressing it into a trace of spiritual power to engage the Dantian would signify her entry into the energy refinement phase. From that point on, the distinction between immortals and mortals would be drawn. When the porcelain vase could no longer contain an excess of spiritual energy, Ning Wuxin focused her thoughts and began to operate the refining chapter, initiating the compression of the spiritual energy. As she continued to compress, the void that emerged was swiftly filled again. This process of absorption and compression repeated countless times. When the spiritual energy compressed to a critical point, a trace of liquid spiritual power emerged, and the long-sealed Dantian erupted with a thunderous roar. At this juncture, Ning Wuxin gradually closed her eyes. She had entered the first level of energy refinement, a natural progression, with the operation of yet another cycle. Under the guidance of the Raoshan Chengling technique, a significant amount of spiritual energy was first allocated to nourish her physical body, with the remainder gradually compressed into a warm flow circulating through her meridians, ultimately converging in her Dantian. Everything was as simple as eating and drinking. After 5 cycles, Ning Wuxin discerned a marked enhancement in her physical form. This was vastly superior to the mere 10% nourishment received by an ordinary cultivator. While this would be deemed rather trivial for a typical practitioner, significantly delaying their cultivation pace, Ning Wuxin felt that if feasible, she would willingly utilize all spiritual energy to nourish her body. Regrettably, the technique imposed its constraints, and 50% was already the limit. At this point, Ning Wuxin's mental clarity gradually dissipated, and a hint of restlessness arose, signaling her that she could no longer continue her cultivation. This, too, was a limitation in cultivation. There exists an immense chasm between true cultivation and mere narratives. Long durations of practice inevitably deplete one's energy. When energy is drained to a critical extent, it becomes difficult to sustain the operation of the technique and the regulation of spiritual energy. Beyond the strength of the soul, which is the essence of one's mental prowess, the resilience of one's willpower plays an equally crucial role in the early stages of cultivation. Ning Wuxin had been reborn. Her soul remained unchanged, and even after the baptism by the true Phoenix's bloodline, it had only gained a slight enhancement. An ordinary cultivator, upon entering the path, could only operate their technique for 2 to 5 cycles, depending on individual talent, willpower, soul strength, and the sophistication of the technique. However, Ning Wuxin, relying on her sheer willpower, forced herself through 5 cycles, reaching a certain limit that was nothing short of astonishing. Yet in the world, each matter adheres to its own rules. Ning Wuxin ultimately could not transgress these boundaries, for otherwise, her cultivation would yield diminished returns and significantly deplete her mental energy. It would be akin to living beyond one's means, and over time, this would only lead to dire consequences, rendering her efforts futile. To alter this predicament, there were viable strategies. First, to enhance her cultivation, expand her consciousness, and strengthen her soul, thus extending her practice time. Second, to adopt a more profound technique, such as the Tianji Daojing, which might allow her to break the norms and extend her cycles to 6 or 7. Third, to consume certain spiritual substances to enhance her soul. Lastly, the increase of root bone weight. This was indeed one of the advantages possessed by those with exceptional innate roots. As for the second advantage, it lay in a volume of spiritual energy absorbed, refining the purity and speed of spiritual power. The third, and even the fourth advantages, encompassed numerous other aspects. Yet, ultimately, a limit exists. It is said that those with roots heavier than 10 ding, along with possessing the Tianji Daojing, can operate for 9 cycles upon initially entering the path. This is the limit at this stage. Hence, the emergence of prodigies capable of establishing their foundation in 100 days. Ning Wuxin merely smiled at this notion, not harboring jealousy towards such prodigious talents, nor belittling herself for being limited to 5 cycles. Compared to her previous life, where she could only manage 3, she was now quite satisfied. The ability to operate her technique 5 times implied that her current cultivation speed, even with half allocated to nourishing her body, would not lag significantly behind her past. Moreover, she did not consider the 100-day foundation to be the sole measure of a cultivator's merit. Each practitioner has their own path. While the advantages of the 10 ding prodigies allow them to surge ahead at the onset of their journey, it remains uncertain who will ultimately traverse the path to its end. The journey of cultivation is incredibly long. The roots merely gauge the distance one can travel, while comprehension, willpower, and fortune are equally indispensable. In the 500 years of the longevity path, Ning Wuxin has encountered many. Some, endowed with extraordinary talents, have never faced a bottleneck in their cultivation journey. Yet, when a bottleneck does arrive, it may occur just once and for the rest of their lives. They may never surpass it. This refers to individuals like Lu Qingshan. With 9 ding roots, how exceptional. Yet, what was the outcome? Certainly, those with inferior roots find it challenging to rise. However, some possess comprehension and willpower that reach an extraordinary level. Thus, even with poor roots, they may stumble along the way, with every realm presenting a seemingly insurmountable barrier, akin to a chasm. Yet, after enduring and overcoming these trials, the path to cultivation becomes increasingly smooth, allowing the later generations to surpass the former. The latter refers to Yuan Yinluo, who, despite possessing 3 ding roots, steadily ascended to the Lingtai realm over 500 years, ultimately reaching the position of a bodhisattva in the Shumi Buddha temple. How could she dare to belittle herself? Ning Wuxin was not yet capable of introspection, unable to visualize the place revered by practitioners as the Zifu, Dantian, and Chaohua furnace. Yet she could distinctly sense the presence of that faint spiritual energy. This is the foundation upon which the stands. As these spiritual powers grow to a certain extent, they will inevitably attract a bottleneck. Once this threshold is breached, a qualitative transformation occurs, and her cultivation level will correspondingly rise, causing her dantian to expand. This process of absorption and compression of spiritual energy will be repeated. When the spiritual power has been compressed 6 or 7 times, and her cultivation reaches the 6th or 7th level of energy refinement, possessing sufficient strength, she may then attempt to break through to the upper dantian's lingtai. Should the upper dantian be opened, it would signify her entry into the, undoubtedly, the earlier one enters the Ningxin realm, the greater the advantages for a cultivator, allowing for more time to transcend the 3 stages of Ningxun before reaching the foundation establishment. This represents the most significant bottleneck of the qi refinement phase. Surpassing it grants the opportunity to strive for foundation establishment. Failing to do so results in an inability to unlock the sea of consciousness, leaving one trapped in the first realm of qi refinement for a lifetime. The Ningxun realm, while not far from Ningwuxin at present, warrants consideration without undue haste. The current focus must remain on cultivating the physical body. With this thought, Ningwuxin opened her eyes, having reached midday. The midsummer sun enveloped her, no longer bearing the scorching intensity of yore. Ning Wuxi raised her hand, as if attempting to grasp the gentle rays of sunlight. Yet, grasping them proved futile. When the sun's light filtered through the gaps between her fingers and graced her cheek, she smiled. How wondrous it felt to re-enter the path. The entire world appeared transformed. It was not simply that the sensory world had become increasingly vivid. Rather, the malevolent energy accumulated over 2 centuries from practicing the Huangquan Dao had finally been purged from her being. It is not that Ningwuxin held the demonic path in disdain. It was simply that she no longer had to wait passively for the schemers of her past life to act. Now, she possessed the qualification to take the initiative. As for the demonic path, although she had ceased to cultivate it, her essence remained untainted by cause and effect, ingrained deeply within her being. The demonic path holds its merits, but ultimately is not the road she wishes to traverse. Upon entering the first layer of qi refinement, there should be a process of refining one's essence and marrow, benefiting from the baptism of the true phoenix's rebirth bloodline. Most impurities within her body had been cleansed by the flames. However, a small portion remained, not easily eradicated by mere refining techniques. In a dimly lit bookstore, an elderly man set down his smoking pipe, holding a yellowed, ancient text, his gaze evidently not fixed upon the pages. The silence was soon shattered as he muttered to himself in a tone audible only to his ears. 5 rotations? Typically, a novice on the path can manage only 2. Each increase in the weight of their roots, from 7 dings and above, allows for an additional rotation. Those with exceptional willpower might achieve 1 or 2 more. The celestial grade scriptures add yet another 1 or 2. This means the little girl possesses roots of at least 7 dings. Not exceptionally good, yet not too shabby, sufficiently impressive to catch my eye. This also indirectly confirms that the girl is indeed a reincarnation of a certain cultivator. The old man smiled faintly. This suggests that the awakening spirit land holds a certain allure for her. Roots of 2 dings are enough to drive the world into a frenzy. As for why I must select Ningwuxin, it is due to her potential and the fact that she is a rare variable I cannot decipher. Individuals of this nature, if they grow, may yield immeasurable prospects in the future. If she flourishes, she might even pave a path for me. However, should she falter, I shall consider it a gamble, provided no irreversible harm is done. The furrow in the old man's brow relaxed considerably as he continued to speak to himself. The Tianxian great world has lain dormant for over 300,000 years, suppressed for just as long. Coupled with the depletion of certain lineages, this path of longevity shall eventually run dry, leading to its downfall. Fortunately, before I took on the role of guardian of this small town, my master foretold that in the coming 3,000 years, a surge of vitality would emerge, a torrential rain after a prolonged drought. All factions must seize this opportunity, preparing for a counteroffensive. In such a tumultuous era, not merely a genius of 7 dings, even a prodigy of 9 dings, without sufficient will, fortune, and insight, could easily be engulfed by the rising tide of competition. It is akin to a gamble. Winning could lead to great fortune, while losing may result in utter obliteration. This gamble pertains to the entire Tianxian great world, and all are implicated within it. I must strategize for myself and the Fu family. In the bookstore, the old man spoke to himself. After expressing these thoughts, he would undoubtedly set in motion words that would reverberate through Nanyin and the Tianxian realm. Unbeknownst to Ningwuxin, her thoughts were entirely consumed by the refinement of her physical body. In her previous life, upon entering the Yashan sword sect, she had already reached the stage of foundation establishment, having long since transcended the awkward state of a weak soul unable to maintain prolonged cultivation, and the necessity of regular rest to regain her energy. Having chosen the scripture of cultivating the body into spirit, Ning Wuxin was well aware of the impending window of opportunity at the outset of her cultivation and had made prior arrangements. With over 200 years of martial arts experience from Yashan, she possessed a clear understanding of how to temper her physical form and strengthen her bones. Thus, upon withdrawing from her cultivation, she directly commenced practicing the horse stance, commonly known as Zhe Mabu. This is the first step in martial arts and swordsmanship. Of course, there are subsequent steps, second, third. The question remains whether, in the future, she could develop her physical awareness to harmoniously align with the sword techniques in her mind, or whether her body and sword can react with the same swiftness as her thoughts. Aside from her innate talent, these foundational skills cultivated at the beginning provide considerable benefits. With over 200 years of memories, Ning Wuxin was thoroughly familiar with the horse stance. Initially, to correct her ingrained thought patterns, her master had spent 1 or 2 years dismantling her conventional mindset and reshaping it, a true labor of love. Reflecting on this, Ning Wuxin let out a faint chuckle, dedicating herself entirely to the fundamental practice of tempering her body. Being acutely aware of her physical condition, she made appropriate arrangements within her limits, avoiding overexertion. For instance, she set the initial practice duration of the horse stance at half an hour, after which she would cease and stretch her muscles. During this time, she also took advantage of the tea that Fu Zhengyan had prepared for her, not hesitating to enjoy it. Though not a rare spirit tea, it served to replenish her energy. Afterward, she continued practicing for 1 hour, then 2, ultimately concluding only when the sky began to darken, having reached her current limits. Her legs trembled slightly from the exertion. As evening approached, while the light still lingered, Fu Zhengyan brought her food. The old man remained silent, sipping tea as he gazed at the twilight outside the courtyard, allowing Ning Wuxin to devour her meal in haste. Once she finished, he departed with the food container. Having concluded her meal, Ning Wuxin planned to bathe. Naturally, Fu Zhengyan had not gone to the extent of preparing warm water for her, and with her current cultivation level of qi refinement, she could easily employ a cleansing technique, rendering a bath unnecessary. However, she had other intentions and thus set about the task of boiling water. The water in the kitchen had been prepared before her cultivation began. Once the water reached a boil, she filled the tub and sprinkled in a pinch of tea leaves. The tea leaves, which she had requested from Fu Zhengyan, were sufficient for her use over the month. While the spiritual energy contained within the tea leaves may not be abundant when combined with hot water, they offered some relief for her fatigued meridians. Ning Wuxin had considered using ordinary medicinal herbs, but since Ning Qian's passing, no one had taken over the town's apothecary, and the previous herbs were largely stored in Qingshi Alley, which was currently inaccessible. Thus, the efficacy of the tea leaves outweighed the need to seek alternatives. During the bathing process, Ning Wuxin remained industrious, directly meditating in the bathtub. Over the course of that lengthy afternoon, her spirit was somewhat rejuvenated. Although her stance caused some fatigue, it was not excessive, primarily affecting her muscles and bones. After a period of recuperation, Ning Wuxin did not immediately resume her meditation like a devoted practitioner. Cultivation is not a matter of instantaneous achievement. Rather, it is a gradual process akin to water eroding stone, where impatience yields little benefit. For a 12-year-old child like her, sleep is undoubtedly the quickest means of restoring mental vigor, and she hoped to take advantage of this opportunity to grow taller. Longer legs wielding a long sword would surely appear more impressive. At dawn, Ning Wuxin awakened, possibly due to the tea bath from the previous night or the effects of the technique, Raoshan Chengling. After a night's rest, she felt invigorated, shaking off both mental restlessness and physical fatigue, leaving only a slight soreness in her body, while her overall vitality reached its peak. Nourishing the body proved to be remarkably effective. Seizing the early hours, she first fetched water from the well in Baotong Alley, and after attending to mundane matters, she settled in the courtyard to begin her meditation practice. The desolate well and the few bitter bamboos in the courtyard harbored secrets that stirred the spiritual essence of the bookstore significantly. It was cohesive yet unyielding, concentrated yet not dispersed. Of course, under the suppression of the town's formation, the underground spiritual vein had long been utilized for the arrangement, preventing the spiritual energy from becoming so dense that it turned liquid. Nevertheless, practicing in this location evidently yielded superior results compared to others. Though Fu Jingyan did not state it explicitly, Ning Wuxin was aware of the situation. At this moment, due to her still feeble meridians, each cycle of energy circulation required an hour, and after 5 cycles, it was already late afternoon. After a light meal and a few cups of tea, she took a brief rest before resuming her stance. Cultivation is inherently a repetitive and monotonous endeavor, demanding perseverance. Fortunately, Ning Wuxin was not a typical 12-year-old. Otherwise, she would have long since given up. Unbeknownst to her, during her immersion in cultivation, the young man from the Mao family repeatedly sneaked back to the bookstore to observe her. Initially, he was chased away by Fu Jingyan, but over the subsequent half-month, he merely watched in silence. Eventually, Mao Changxing arrived as expected, and without needing Fu Jingyan's prompting, he quietly spent an hour in the bookstore before departing. Only Fu Jingyan occasionally furrowed his brow while smoking, unable to determine whether this was a good or bad sign. Could it be that the girl's words would indeed come true, making it exceedingly difficult for him to navigate through this trial? In matters of the world, the variations of affection are such that even the wisest of elders cannot elucidate them clearly. At first, the elder preferred to take things one step at a time, but within a few days, he made a certain decision. Before the youth departed, he took the initiative to exit the bookstore. As the day of amnesty approached, the small town grew increasingly quiet, imbued with an inexplicable heaviness. The cultivation of the Raoshan Chungling technique was indeed sluggish. After a month, Ning Wuxin barely managed to break through to the 3rd level of qi refinement, with less than 1/10 of her energy remaining in her dantian. After ascending in rank, the 3rd compression of spiritual energy was not particularly pure, yet it was far more substantial than the 2/10 she had at the pinnacle of the 2nd level. After all, most of her energy had been devoted to nourishing her body and honing her bones, leaving little time for refining her spiritual energy. Achieving the 3rd level of qi refinement in a month was barely in line with her own standards. After all, as one ascends in cultivation, the time required only increases. With limited resources and needing to allocate nearly half of her spiritual energy to nourish her body, reaching this stage was no small feat, indicative of her stringent self-discipline. In comparing this life to her previous one, Ning Wuxin deemed it unnecessary. With 2 lives lived, the starting points and foundations differed. Fixating on the past seemed quite unbecoming in her eyes. Beyond her cultivation, the nourishment of her body and the tempering of her bones were also yielding results. The residual spiritual energy that her body could not completely absorb evaporated during her training. She had already approached the 1st realm of martial arts in terms of physical strength, and now she was at the critical point. Yet, to break through, she needed considerable preparation and an opportunity. As the month progressed, Ning Wuxin's stance became increasingly effortless. After half a month of cultivation, she added another task for herself, sword practice. This served both to strengthen her wrists and arms and to find the rhythm of wielding a sword. Naturally, she did not possess a sword, but with Fu Jingyan's consent, she cut a piece of bitter bamboo, about 2 fingers wide and reaching her brow, to use as a sword. In the first 3 days of sword practice, she performed 1,000 swings daily. After 3 days, this number reduced to 500, and her speed also slowed. However, her accuracy grew increasingly precise. Out of 500 swings, she could achieve nearly identical results 200 times. After 5 days, she reduced it to 300. And by the end of half a month, she could execute 300 swings with absolute precision. She became lost in her practice, her mind consumed solely by the concept of cultivation. On the 15th day of her intense training, having practiced swinging the sword since she began cutting the bitter bamboo, she noticed that the young man from the Mao family had grown increasingly silent, his sharpness gradually diminishing. Fu Jingyan felt both relieved and concerned. The relief stemmed from the fact that Ning Wuxin's presence spared the elder the effort of tempering the youth's sharpness, allowing him to confront the greatest challenge of his life before embarking on his path. Overcoming this challenge would hone his resolve, potentially allowing him to surpass a significant bottleneck on his journey. However, if he failed, in the elder's words, youthful affections are akin to a breath caught in one's throat. Sometimes they dissipate easily, yet at other times they become lodged, lingering for years before resolving. For those on the path of cultivation, decades pass and they learn to let go. Yet some individuals may find that the breath they are holding can never be released. This was one of the elder's concerns amid his relief. Another worry was that the youth's sharpness might be completely dulled by matters of the heart. If the young man were to become entangled in emotional turmoil and fail to overcome this obstacle, Fu Zhengnian pondered, death would be a resolution. But what meaning would life hold if he did not perish? A pile of mud is impossible to prop up. This change was merely a reflection of how the young man was influenced by Ning Wuxin's utterly self-absorbed demeanor. Mao Changsheng was deeply troubled with the girl's focus and talent. He feared that with his own innate abilities and understanding, he would soon be left far behind, no matter how hard he tried to keep up. However, the elder could not reveal to him that with his innate gifts and the righteous spirit he possessed, if the girl were not to encounter extraordinary fortunes, and if he did not face insurmountable bottlenecks, it was only natural that she would surpass him. At that point, witnessing Ning Wuxin's struggle at the foot of the mountain would inevitably extinguish the young man's fighting spirit. This was precisely why the elder refrained from delivering a harsh wake-up call to the youth. While it was important to contemplate and strategize, some actions still needed to be taken. As a teacher, he naturally had to fulfill his responsibilities. Furthermore, given the need to temper the youth's character, the current situation was indeed suitable for adding fuel to the fire. Thus, before the young man exited the bookstore, the elder had already been waiting outside. The young man walked out in silence, and the elder set down his smoking pipe, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke before heading towards the outskirts of the small town. Throughout the journey, the elder uttered not a single word. The master may lead one to the door, yet the journey of cultivation lies within the individual. His sole responsibility was fulfilled, and how much the young man could comprehend and benefit from this experience depended on his own fate. The young man, not lacking in wit, quickly grasped the intentions of his master. The elder guided him on a leisurely trek around the mountains outside the town, covering dozens of miles. From the initial ease before entering the mountains to the arduous climb and water crossing, the young man struggled until deep into the night before finally emerging from the mountains. By the time they returned to the town, his once pristine cloud-patterned boots were caked in mud and stained with blood. Yet, Mao Changsheng did not utter a single complaint. He was not the Na'vi boy from a small town. For the next 15 days, the relentless winds and rains made the journey exceedingly difficult. Yet the young man persevered, gritting his teeth to keep up. From the initial pain in his feet that nearly brought him to tears, he gradually regained his strength. Even if he moved slowly, he never considered giving up. Whenever thoughts of surrender crossed his mind, the image of Wu Xian wielding the bitter bamboo in the courtyard flashed through his mind. Moreover, beyond Wu Xian, Mao Changsheng bore the future of the Mao clan and the uncertain fate of his sister, which spurred him on even more. At this moment, Fu Jingyan walked ahead with his eyes closed, ambling leisurely. He was not oblivious to the young man's demeanor, nor was he incapable of guessing. Yet all previous concerns had vanished. In just 15 days, the young man's entire disposition underwent a profound transformation. The youthful arrogance that once resided in his heart was subdued, replaced by a touch of maturity and responsibility. Although Fu Jingyan did not reveal it on his face, he felt a sense of pride within. As long as his disciple could maintain this newfound spirit, the day of breaking the mirror would eventually come. From that day forth, Mao Changsheng's mountain excursions became a regular occurrence. On the eve of their departure from the small town, Ning Wuxin concluded his training an hour early. After bathing, changing clothes, and relieving his fatigued muscles, he took the initiative to brew tea. As the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, the elder followed the scent and took his seat opposite Ning Wuxin, smiling as he inquired, "What is this? Preparing to leave the small town? Finally ready to show some respect to your elder?" In the twilight, Ning Wuxin smiled, pouring tea without uttering a word before finally addressing the elder seriously. "To use others' gifts for filial piety, do you consider me such a person in your heart?" The elder chuckled teasingly. "What good fortune can there be from a little weasel like you wishing me a happy new year? Speak plainly, and if you have something to say it quickly. Do you need this old man as help with something?" Esteemed elder, Ning Wuxin raised a cup in praise of Fu Jingyan, retrieving 2 storage rings from his pocket, and smilingly said, "I simply wish to trouble the esteemed elder to erase the remnants of consciousness within these 2 storage rings." Though Lu Qingshan and Lu Chongtai were deceased, their remnants of consciousness lingered. The remnants of foundation-building stage cultivators were not something Ning Wuxin, who had yet to awaken his spiritual sea, could contend with. Without external factors, They would dissipate on their own in 3 to 5 decades. The assets of 2 foundation-building cultivators were but a mere trifle compared to those of a transformation-stage cultivator. Yet they represented Ning Wuxin's first bucket of gold upon his rebirth. Subsequently, whether he could elevate his physical body to the second or even third realm of martial arts would largely depend on this first bucket of gold. These 2 storage rings, with their consciousness intact, were not considered the private property of the small town and could be freely taken. Regrettably, Ning Qian's storage ring remained out of reach for Ning Wuxin, a significant wealth belonging to a spiritual realm master. In addition to these 2 items, Ning Wuxin also took out a spiritual dagger, considering it a bonus. The elder puffed in annoyance. You laid out a grand tea feast for such a trivial matter? Fu Jingyan couldn't help but laugh. This was not merely a small test of skill. It was akin to using a cleaver to cut an ant's leg. Although the elder feigned dissatisfaction, he waved his sleeve and erased the remnants of consciousness from the 2 storage rings and the spiritual weapon, simultaneously instructing the young girl to bring forth the wooden sword box and the 7-inch Chongsheng wood. He then touched these 2 spiritual items with his smoking pipe, causing 2 ancient runes to be stripped away. Once the wooden sword box and the 7-inch Chongsheng wood were severed from their ties to the small town, they entirely became Ning Wuxin's possessions. A smile blossomed on her face, and she bowed in gratitude to the elder. The elder sighed. All these years of accumulated resources have been turned into a wedding dress for you, little girl, yet he was met with a scoff from the girl. If I believed your words, that would be a ghost story. As for the wine pouch, it required the consumption of 1 opportunity from the amnesty token, which would automatically be consumed upon leaving the town. The elder smiled faintly, warning the girl, do not attempt to take what should not be taken, or even I cannot save you. Ning Wuxin was well aware of this and would not seek her own demise. Did she have nothing better to do? Nevertheless, she expressed her gratitude for the elder's reminder. With Fu Jingyan's cultivation level, he could easily ascertain the contents of the rings with a sweep of his hand, and there was nothing worth concealing. Therefore, Ning Wuxin, undeterred by the elder's presence, began to organize her first bucket of gold. As her fingers touched the rings, enveloped in azure spiritual power, in an instant, the 2 storage rings were preliminarily refined, allowing her simple access to their contents. The process required her to extract a seal, and for complete refinement to achieve a connection of intent, she would need to awaken her spiritual sea and enter the. Lu Qingshan's storage ring was quite large, about 10 times the size of Lu Chongtai's, but its contents were not abundant. Tianjia Dao scriptures were passed down orally and contained restrictions. It was inevitable that there were none within Lu Qingshan's ring. This was also why Ning Wuxin had never placed much thought into this matter previously. Though he was Ning Qian's disciple, his cultivation was still low, and many things would be more of a curse than a blessing, hindering the refinement of his Dao heart. Furthermore, in recent decades, he had been closely following Ning Qian, with few opportunities to take action. Thus, his assets were merely average, consisting of a few magical tools and spiritual items. The most valuable was a black-feathered flying spiritual item, reaching the level of a top-grade spiritual item. The remaining various texts were of little practical use, even to foundation building or core formation cultivators. They were of significant value. Ning Wuxin glanced at them briefly, confirming they held little value for her, and cast them aside. However, her attention was drawn to the pile of spiritual stones in the corner of the storage ring. 8 high-grade spiritual stones, over 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, and only a few dozen low-grade stones. In the cultivation world, the ratio of spiritual stones was as follows. 1 high-grade stone equaled 1,000 mid-grade stones. 1 mid-grade stone equaled 10 low-grade stones, and 1 high-grade stone equaled 10,000 low-grade stones. Lu Chongtai's storage ring contained many items in disarray, and she habitually scanned through it, confirming that neither texts nor medicinal pills nor herbs held any immediate use for her, and similarly cast them aside. As for the mountain of over 20,000 low-grade spiritual stones, she extracted 90% of them and tossed them into Lu Qingshan's storage ring. Regarding the remaining spiritual weapons and magical tools, Ning Wuxin still requested Fu Jingyan to erase the residual consciousness marks from them. As she tallied the total number of spiritual stones, the elder glanced over and chuckled. No need to count. 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones should suffice for you to step into the second realm of martial arts. But the spiritual herbs needed for the third realm would only be enough to buy 3 to 5 sets. Not to mention the consumption required for the first and second realms, as for the elder's assertion that both the first and second realms must be flawless. In the eyes of individuals like them, it is either to abstain entirely or to strive for excellence in all endeavors. Otherwise, what need would there be for such vast wealth in the ordinary martial arts realms? This wealth represents the entirety of the possessions of 2 individuals nearing the Jindan realm, with the abundance stemming from one being a direct disciple of the Ling Tai realm. Otherwise, one could observe Lu Chongtai to discern that the typical wealth of an ordinary consummate foundation establishment practitioner is at most akin to that of himself, hardly sufficient to afford the extravagant sums mentioned by Fu Jingyan. In addition to the spirit stones, Ning Wuxin also concealed within Lu Qingshan's black jade storage ring, which bore a spirit snake devouring its tail, various magical artifacts, a wooden sword box, 7-inch longevity wood, and a wine pouch. She subsequently produced a finely woven hemp rope, fastening it around her neck and concealing it beneath her garments, while another was bound to her wrist. A cunning fox has multiple dens to confuse sight and sound. Ultimately, only one matter remained, the awakening spirit grounds. Fu Jingyan had previously mentioned the conditions for her to access the awakening spirit grounds. First, to take him as her master, and second, to participate in a wager on his behalf. Ning Wuxin gracefully declined the offer of apprenticeship, leaving only the wager as a means to enter the awakening spirit grounds. Though she was exceedingly intrigued by the awakening spirit grounds, the conditions proposed by Fu Jingyan, coupled with the intrigues of that battlefield, filled her with hesitation. To put another way, more funds were required. Observing Ning Wuxin's demeanor, Fu Jingyan discerned that this young girl was well aware of her leverage over him. Taking a sip of tea and exhaling a puff of smoke, he chuckled. "You are quite patient, little girl. So what are your thoughts regarding the conditions for the awakening spirit grounds?" He inquired further. "Are you not curious about this so-called battlefield?" With the elder finally revealing his intentions, Ning Wuxin felt compelled to respond respectfully, smiling lightly as she said, "I have given it some thought, but I cannot resist inquiring. Is the wager you speak of related to that battlefield? The one where my Ning family's old master, who roamed for nearly 2 millennia, ultimately fell at the hands of his own?" Her laughter bore a hint of mockery. The elder fell silent. The girl's words struck to the core, and she was not entirely incorrect, if it were not for necessity. If it were not fated from birth to coexist with that battlefield, Fu Jingyan would prefer to remain a solitary cultivator, avoiding that battlefield for a lifetime. Regrettably, he had long since become a mere piece on the chessboard of this grand world, unable to extricate himself. He sighed heavily, stating, "The Tianhuang battlefield has many flaws. Yet without it, without those predecessors who fearlessly forged ahead, the entire Tianxin world would descend into endless turmoil. This battlefield experienced an unexpected incident over 100,000 years ago, leading to the true heir of the battlefield's legacy vanishing, which is the root cause of the Tianhuang battlefield's current chaos and infighting." His expression turned grave as he continued. "This wager concerns the future of the Tianhuang battlefield. It determines whether the malignant tumor can be eradicated and whether this ancient legacy can be reignited. As for why you were chosen, it is precisely because of the variable you represent. I initially did not wish to partake in this wager, for with Fu Li's temperament, sending her would be tantamount to courting death. But with you involved, along with that young man from the Mao family, perhaps, even that young lady from the Mao family, we might stand a fighting chance." Upon hearing the name Tianhuang battlefield, Ning Wuxin found herself whispering its true name for the first time. Indeed, she held little regard for the elder's words. What did Tianhuang or Tianxin matter to her? She was but an insignificant ant. How could she dare to shake the tree? Until the elder meaningfully stated, "If you wish to escape the chess game you are entangled in, even to retaliate against the chess master, the Tianhuang battlefield is an unavoidable path, and this wager is the key to your potential counterattack." Ning Wuxin felt a profound shock within her heart. As Fu Jingyan perceived the stirrings of interest within Ning Wuxin, he seized the moment, saying, "The Tianhuang battlefield is a boundary within the entire Tianxin world. Should you perish at the threshold of the path to longevity, my words would be rendered meaningless. Yet, once you reach a certain level of cultivation, you will inevitably confront this battlefield. I can divulge some internal matters. The true paragons of heaven never emerge from the external world. Rather, the five great sacred realms of Tianxian utilize the Tianhuang battlefield as a crucible to temper their disciples. Unless you are content to remain in your current limited growth, you may disregard my words. However, if you harbor lofty aspirations and wish to contend against the schemers behind the scenes, this battlefield is the swiftest avenue for your self-improvement. Otherwise, catching up to that individual will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There was one truth the elder did not voice. Yet Ning Wuxin could certainly grasp its meaning. Danger and opportunity coexist. Beyond Tianhuang, within Tianxian, opportunities abound, scattered everywhere. However, as one's cultivation heightens, advancement becomes increasingly arduous. Unless one attains opportunities potent enough to alter their fate, mere trivial chances cannot sway the course or sustain significant progress on the path to longevity. Otherwise, there would not be so many instances of murder and treasure acquisition. After listening to the elder's words, Ning Wuxin experienced a tumult of emotions. Perhaps this was why. Throughout her several centuries in Tianxian, she had rarely heard of the so-called paragons of the five great sacred realms, who could traverse the 7 domains of Tianxian with such ease. The figure of Yuan, Yinluo, flickered in her mind, along with her previously uttered words. This world is far deeper and more unfathomable than you can imagine. In that moment, it would be disingenuous to claim Ning Wuxin remained unmoved. 500 years, in the grand river of time, were but a mere ripple not worthy of mention. Moreover, from Fu Jingyan's discourse, it was evident that the forces behind the scenes were more formidable than she had anticipated. Ning Wuxin chose not to respond to the elder for the time being. After completing their transaction, she placed the stem holding Ning Qian's true spirit upon the stone table. Gazing beyond to the evening sky, where stars twinkled in the deep blue expanse, before rising to head towards the attic. The elder felt that the dust had settled in his heart. They were not individuals who wished to evade reality, since they could not escape. They must confront the challenge head-on. Retreat would lead only to an abyss, such as the path to longevity. Within the sword stem lay a soul-binding pearl, containing the true spirit of the Ning family's old master. Fu Jingyan picked it up, glanced at it briefly, and then carelessly tossed it into his pocket. At that moment, the elder's gaze was as inscrutable as a bottomless pool, devoid of any human warmth. After a prolonged silence, he ultimately returned to the bookshop. This was Ning Wuxin's first sleepless night since her rebirth. She had contemplated the day she would venture into that battlefield. Yet she had genuinely underestimated the significance and peril of the Tianhuang battlefield. Indeed, what Fu Jingyan articulated stirred her deeply. If this wager were truly of paramount importance, capable of yielding greater opportunities to confront the schemers behind the scenes, she had no reason to refuse. However, there was one aspect she had not mentioned. Aside from the schemers, there was also the grandson of Ning Qian. The existence of her own schemers was undeniable. Yet he had refrained from mentioning his master or her brother. Collaborating with him would inevitably expose her to his and his master's scrutiny. Fu Jingyan, however, attributed everything to the coexistence of danger and opportunity. Truly, he was a shrewd old fox, deftly playing his cards. His words seemed to flow with effortless ease. Yet the dangers Ning Wuxin was to face were likely far greater than the opportunities she might gain. Fortunately, she does not have to confront everything at present. She still possesses at least 140 years to prepare. At the very least, until the so-called wager with Fu Jingyan. She must continue to regard herself as a bodhisattva. The Fu family, Fu Jingyan and Fu Li, are allies, not foes. This conclusion was the result of Ning Wuxin's contemplation throughout the night. Hence, she decided to take a gamble, to trust Fu Jingyan once. At dawn, Ning Wuxin opened the window of the attic, and Fu Jingyan was already seated in the courtyard below. The gentle aroma of tea wafted up, instantly invigorating Ning Wuxin and dispelling the weariness from her sleepless night. Upon seeing the young girl appear with a faint smile, the elder also smiled in return. The two, one old and one young, maintained a demeanor of light-hearted banter, as if the weighty discussions and calculations of the previous night had never occurred or had evaporated overnight. Yet beneath their relaxed exchange lay a subtle tension, a hidden rivalry gathering strength. They resumed their conversation where they had left off the previous night. Since Fu Jingyan regarded this future wager as a transaction, Ning Wuxin naturally could not shortchange herself. It was a game of inflated demands against counteroffers. In the end, Ning Wuxin took half a step back, while the elder retreated a step as well. Ning Wuxin did not seek the baptism of the Xianling place. With the Mo Chan present, she did not worry about the enhancement of her foundational skills, but rather felt a lack of some fundamental grounding. Fu Jingyan was puzzled by Ning Wuxin's choices and remarked, "The enhancement of one's foundational skills, weighing 2 dings, does not tempt you?" Ning Wuxin shook her head. The temptation was indeed immense, but there is not only this single path in the world, is there? In comparison, she sought a treasure that would ensure her survival. Fu Jingyan's expression was complex, and for a moment, he was unsure whether to chastise her for arrogance or commend her clarity. Having spoken, he produced a mask seemingly from thin air, stating, "This mask is called Qianhuan Guimian, crafted for spies infiltrating enemy lines in the Tianhuan battlefield. Each spy is meticulously selected, confirmed to be a loyal warrior of Tianhuan. This mask possesses the ability to fabricate identities, creating both existing individuals and entirely fictitious ones. It can alter not only one's appearance and form, but also one's cultivation, consciousness, and even primordial spirit. Truly a marvel of transformation, unpredictable and enigmatic. Currently, is perfectly suited to conceal Ning Wuxin's peculiarities." As he mentioned the origins of the mask, the elder smiled, and Ning Wuxin chose not to probe further, though she harbored some speculation in her heart. Of course, Fu Jingyan was not so generous. He clarified, "This mask is merely a temporary collateral, lent to you, young lady. If in 200 years you achieve your goals, and can appear on the Tianhuang battlefield to retrieve what I need, the mask may serve as an additional reward for this transaction. However, should you fail to meet the expectations, I shall reclaim this item, and the transaction will be null and void." Ning Wuxin merely smiled. It was evident that Fu Jingyan had calculated her response. Yet she could not deny that this was the most tranquil moment she had experienced after being schemed against. She indeed needed such a treasure to conceal her identity and the existence of Mo Chan. Given that the esteemed elder had presented it to her, it would be rather impolite to refuse. In harmonious agreement, under the morning light, the young girl smiled faintly, her narrowed eyes harboring an aura of mystery. The elder mirrored her expression. As dawn broke anew, with mist floating and shadows of mountains shifting, a rooster's crow awoke the small town. In the narrow backyard of a bookstore in Bao Tong Alley, an unlikely pair of friends, separated by years, engaged in thoughtful conversation. However, even before the sky fully brightened, 2 children, one large and one small, approached the young heir Qiao, traversing the winding paths of the town. The older one was Huang Yuan, who had crossed the stone bridge to deliver a special pardon token to the Fan family of Qingshi Alley, thus alleviating their urgent predicament and repaying a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for the Fan family's assistance decades ago, the Huang lineage would have faced extinction. Thus, despite his reluctance towards the Fan family, Huang Yuan dared not neglect this favor, knowing it was crucial for the Huang family to maintain a foothold in the town and within the Nine Curves Alley. Huang Yuan had visited the bookstore multiple times over the past month, yet had failed to encounter Ning Wuxin. He had hoped to depart alongside her for protection, but found himself empty-handed. He dared not harbor resentment, as his heart was filled with trepidation. Previously, he had considered pursuing Fu Li, for if he could obtain 2 special pardons from Ning Wuxin, it would not be surprising for Fu Li to receive one as well. Ning Wuxin was evidently connected to the town's guardian, and if she could negotiate with an ordinary boy from the town, her relationship with the mysterious protector was certainly not superficial. On the day of departure from the town, it was only natural for Fu Li to leave with him. Yet he understood that Fu Li could not sway Ning Yu's decision, nor could he influence Fu Li's choice. Therefore, he chose to frequent Bao Tong Alley rather than set foot in the West Nine Curves even once. The smaller one, Fu Li, was now stepping out of the West Nine Curves, aiming to leave the town before dawn. She carried a small bundle, held an old, tattered oil paper umbrella, and despite her lightweight straw sandals, it was impossible to conceal the fact that she was about to enter the mountains and depart from the town. A black cat curled atop Fu Li's head, snuggled up, not even opening its eyes. The dim light of dawn meant that Fu Li, with her eyes closed, naturally did not encounter any gaze exchanges. However, just before they brushed past each other on the stone bridge, Huang Yuan keenly sensed Fu Li's slight nod. He was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether Fu Li could truly see him, but he managed to smile, fulfilling the customary greetings. After all, it was said that those from outside the town often lacked such courtesy. Looking up at the blue smoke of the town, it seemed that the day of departure had finally arrived. Ning Wuxin initially planned to conclude her transaction with the elder and leave directly. But the unexpected developments surrounding the Qianhuangui Mian extended her stay in the town. After confirming that the mask still bore the marks left by its deceased previous owner, which could only be expelled through special means within that battlefield, she found no further risks. Ning Wuxin decided to conduct a simple ritual on it. Since she would ultimately need it, why hesitate? The previous owner's marks were too potent. Even a simple ritual to leave her own spiritual imprint on the mask would still consume an hour of effort. During this process, the elder contemplated offering his assistance, but was gently declined by her. Ning Wuxin was well aware of his intentions. After her refusal, the elder merely smiled, showing no concern. Before her departure, he handed her a small, gray pouch, followed by a special pardon token. The purpose was clear. It was evident that the elder did not intend to reveal himself, at least not directly. He would observe from a distance. Ning Wuxin accepted it. Upon the completion of the transaction, the elder taught her a set of incantations for using the Qianhuan Gui Mian, designed to compensate for her inability to fully refine the mask. He explained that with this set of incantations, even if she could not wield it with complete freedom, she would still be able to unleash approximately 70 to 80% of its power. In the elder's words, once your cultivation progresses, you will be able to deepen your connection with the mask, increasing its effectiveness. This cultivation progress likely referred to the period after establishing a foundation. Being able to exert the mask's transformative powers before entering the Taibai Dao sect was sufficient in Ning Wuxin's view. With the incantations in hand, the possibility of being discovered and robbed was also mitigated. Ultimately, if one has not fully refined the essence, the likelihood of exposure before the formidable beings of the RDO realm remains exceedingly high. The consequences of such exposure are utterly unpredictable. Hence, the elder repeatedly admonished her, stating, "Until you have truly become the master of this mask, I urge you to conceal your brilliance." He spoke with gravity, advising her to avoid the presence of those at the RDO realm. Such profound practitioners seldom reveal themselves, always erring on the side of caution. Given the current inability to completely transform her identity, simply affixing the ghostly mask to her face would be overly conspicuous and attention-grabbing. With a mere thought, N activated the incantation, and the mask contorted into a delicate white ribbon. As she exited the cramped bookstore, the coarse hemp rope that had adorned her hair was replaced by the white ribbon, allowing her hair to cascade down her back like a flowing ponytail. Most astonishingly, her previously blind right eye had miraculously healed, although the vitality in her right pupil was slightly diminished compared to the left. It was convincing enough to deceive the untrained eye. A tempest raged as WXN refined the mask. The young man, Muchng, did not enter the bookstore, but stood silently outside, watching the torrential rain. Upon ending WXN's emergence, he turned his head, as if the 14 or 15-year-old boy had matured overnight. Unbeknownst to him, the dealings between WXN and his master weighed heavily on his heart, and he lamented the difficulty of ever reuniting. Noticing the restoration of WXN's vision, a flicker of emotion crossed Muchng's eyes, yet he refrained from speaking further, offering only a gentle smile as a token of farewell. Though the boy remained silent, WXN could not. She smiled and waved her sleeve in gratitude for the care he had extended over the past month. The elder's aged voice then echoed, after leaving the small town. "Someone will escort you to El Ingu." El Ingu, located in JNGZHU, is the ancestral home of the ancient sword cultivators. As the elder's voice faded, WXN lowered her oil paper umbrella adorned with inked bamboo as she stepped forward, revealing her long hair cascading down her back, a graceful silhouette, and a waving hand. Once WXN's figure had vanished into the OT Ing Alley, the elder transformed as well, stepping out of the bookstore with his hands clasped behind his back. When his feet landed on the weathered stones of the alley, the rainwater before him abruptly stilled. In a neighboring alley, at the Meng residence in CHNGSH Ing Alley, the cold-faced girl, MUQ Englian, pushed the once revered young master of the Meng family. now looked down upon, out of the desolate courtyard toward the ancestral hall. Assisted by M.U.Q. Englien, the youth bowed before the Meng ancestors. A group of people from a Meng family rushed in. The head of the family and several younger members offered no words of comfort to the paralyzed youth kneeling on the ground. Instead, they unleashed a torrent of accusations. How could you, Meng Qiushui, choose to take an irrelevant person with you rather than care for your own brother? He is your flesh and blood. The voice belonged to the young man's father, while his mother had long since passed away. You are my brother, yet you would rather take that little wretch from Bot-ing Alley than rescue me from this prison? The 13 or 14-year-old boy's eyes blazed with fury. Behind him stood a beautiful young woman, only slightly older than the youth, her hand tightly clenched, blue veins visible against her pale skin. Yet she dared not utter a word. Ultimately, it was the true pillar of the Meng family, the so-called anchor of stability, who intervened, chastising the younger generation. He turned his gaze to the youth, reminding him not to forget his roots. After struggling to ascend into a wooden wheelchair, the young man merely smiled and gestured for M.U.Q. Englien to depart. As Meng Qiushui and M.U.Q. Englien crossed into D.Ngli Street from Ch.Ng.Ing Alley. In the pouring rain, their gazes locked from a distance of over 10 paces, a moment of silence enveloping them. Under the tempest, WXN smirked, pondering, is this the one sent to escort them? 6 pairs of eyes met. WXN's gaze first drifted to M.U.Q. Englien, who pushed the wooden wheelchair with one hand while holding an oil paper umbrella with the other. The girl bore a striking resemblance to the young man from the M.U. family, yet her features were softened by a feminine grace, clear and elegant, indicating her noble status. As her gaze shifted to the youth in the wheelchair, WXN's smile widened, yet her heart raced with caution. With her current perception, it was evident that the young man's legs were indeed crippled, and he appeared frail, vulnerable to the slightest confrontation. However, an instinctual intuition surged within her, a visceral awareness honed by surviving the blood-soaked trials of life. This individual posed a danger, rivaling that of F.Ing. The young man, though not particularly handsome or unattractive, wore a faded blue shirt, reminiscent of a humble scholar. Meanwhile, Meng Qiushui and M.U.Q. Englien exchanged glances with NWXN before turning to leave. Clearly, they were not the ones sent to assist NWXN and FL. NWXN felt no surprise. Her earlier conjecture about the escort being outside the town was merely a fleeting curiosity. After all, this youth was the arch-nemesis of the mastermind orchestrating events behind the scenes. A knowing smile graced her lips as she turned away. By the time NWXN shifted her gaze, M.U.Q. Englien had already pushed the wheelchair a considerable distance, her umbrella mostly shielding the young man from the rain. M.U.Q. Englien's back bore traces of rain, yet this pampered young lady remained indifferent. Once beyond the town, be it rain or blood, one must endure. It was a mere drizzle. As NWXN traversed Myn Lake and approached the archway marking Ch.Ng.Ing town, the young man and M.U.Q. Englien coincidentally brushed past FL. Both their eyes briefly flickered towards her. Clutching a tattered oil paper umbrella, FL never turned her head, seemingly oblivious. By the time NWXN arrived, FL's trousers were already drenched. The black cat perched above her head glared at NWXN with a hint of irritation before curling up and closing its eyes, showing no sign of surprise or concern for NWXN's healed right eye. To the untrained eye, it would seem that the black cat was merely drowsy. Yet NWXN sensed an indication of advancement. Perhaps constrained by the formation of the town, the black cat could only tremble in its curled position atop FL's head, afraid to move. It was uncertain what blessings the black cat had received in the past month. NWXN paid it no mind and did not engage in any disputes with the creature. She refrained from mentioning the black cat's ability to leave the town, instead handing FL the wooden plaque and the dusty storage bag. Without hesitation, FL accepted them, fully aware of their significance without further explanation from NWXN. Without a trace of longing, NWXN stepped onto the mountain path. After a moment of hesitation, FL finally opened her eyes. The small town, shrouded in heavy rain, was enveloped in a misty atmosphere. After a quiet glance, FL securely tucked the wooden plaque and small bag away before turning to leave. At this hour, it was still early. However, the journey from the town to beyond its borders stretched for 100 miles, with perilous mountain paths and relentless rain. If they did not hasten their pace, they could not predict what misfortunes may befall them along the way. The rain in the small town has always been rather peculiar. Sometimes, even the seasoned hunters who traverse mountains and rivers and the elderly farmers who toil for a meager meal in the mud cannot fathom the depths of life. What comes swiftly also departs just as quickly. Beyond the quaint town, amidst the muddy mountains, Fu Jingyan shed his worn garments and donned a scholar's robe, rejuvenating his aged figure. Remarkably, he left behind his longtime companion, an old smoking pipe, and instead carried a tattered wine jug, exuding an air of carefree elegance akin to that of a refined gentleman. After Ning Wuxin and Fu Li stepped into the mountains, the elder resumed his journey with his apprentice. As they ventured forward, upon reaching the pinnacle of the highest peak outside the town, the elder finally paused at the edge of a cliff. The vast expanse of the town's landscape lay before him, revealing the intricate tapestry of hills and rivers stretching for miles. In truth, the elder had no need to traverse such distance. Given his stature, he could summon the essence of nature within the town and behold the 100-mile landscape beyond at any moment. Yet, he refrained, for perhaps in his heart, such actions hardly constituted a genuine farewell. The elder and his apprentice's gazes fixated on the diminutive figures scattered among the lowly mountains below, their expressions tinged with melancholy. Each figure ventured in a different direction, reflecting the distinct shades of sorrow in their eyes. Unperturbed by the muddy grass beneath him, the elder seated himself upon the ground. Time slipped by, and after observing the two children traverse 7 or 8 mountain peaks, he finally uncorked the worn jug, took a sip of wine, and sighed heavily. The young Mu Changxing's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by this sigh. Just then, Mu Qinglian, pushing a wooden wheelchair, vanished into a thicket of dense forest, prompting Mu Changxing to rein in his sorrow and cast a lingering glance at Ning Wuxin, who was slowly being enveloped by the rain, clad in simple white linen. He inhaled deeply and settled beside the elder. As their group of 5 dispersed in various directions, Mu Changxing gradually buried the inexplicable emotions stirred by Ning Wuxin's presence deep within his heart. At last, he found the time and energy to reflect upon the questions that had arisen since her appearance before the bookseller, and the words he had left unspoken. After a brief silence, Mu Changxing gazed at the rain, curtained a mere foot away, and inquired, "I recall my master mentioning that you had considered many individuals, some possessing talents surpassing my own. Why then did you single me out? Was it truly solely due to a transaction with my family, as ancestor?" If only a month ago, he had not very believed. In just this month, his ancestor, who had taken up menial work at the tavern in Juku Alley, occasionally returned to the Mu family ancestral home, where they would occasionally cross paths, and his ancestor would sometimes divulge fragments of information regarding Fu Jingyan. He learned that his master, Fu Jingyan, was not as simple as he appeared. The individual behind Fu Jingyan was once a guide to the Mu family's ancestor. Regrettably, due to a lack of fortune, he never had the opportunity to apprentice under that esteemed figure. Instead, Fu Jingyan, who had been underestimated in his early years and even sent to the desolate battlefield, became the sole disciple of that illustrious master, who occasionally visited the town to select seeds. As for his master's status in the town, it was akin to that of a local sovereign, one whom even the esteemed families of the desolate area dared not provoke. It was evident just how formidable Fu Jingyan's backing was. 68, a comrade in the same path. The elder glanced at the young man, tossed the wine jug to him, and remarked, "A sip suffices. With your frail body, excessive drinking is more curse than blessing." However, the elder offered no response to the young man's query. Yet Mu Changxing persisted and, for the first time, solemnly addressed him, "Master." To his surprise, the elder rose abruptly and unleashed a torrent of scolding upon him. "Do you not see that your master is troubled by the departure of your little apprentice? Asking questions. Questioning, what business is it of yours as a disciple? Have you no respect? Were it not for the height of the cliff before them, you might have been tempted to kick this insolent boy down." Nevertheless, despite his tirade, the elder did not resort to violence. This was not his second son, with skin tough enough to withstand a kick without consequence. Concurrently, the elder's mind recalled the scene from months past, when Fu Li was bullied by a group of rascals in Baotong Alley. The elder had indeed intended to take Yuan Sheng as an apprentice. The Fu family owed much to the Yuan family, and even though the child was fated for an early demise, he still sought a glimmer of hope for the boy. However, after the child encountered Ning Wuxin, his destiny began to shift. It was not the peculiar changes attributed to the Ning family girl that were difficult to trace. The child's form remained in the river of time, yet his path ahead had become shrouded in uncertainty. The elder was unsure of what the future held, but if he could successfully leave the town, perhaps he could indeed alter his fate. Thus, he relinquished that thought. Regarding Huang Yuan, he had considered taking him as well. However, although the young man had acted during that trial, his demeanor of detached indifference had dissuaded any thoughts of mentorship. Another reason was that the elder had once witnessed that young man being encouraged by his family to bully Fu Li. Years prior, before a Ling's tragic misstep, the elder had favored this youth. Yet on a certain rainy night, when the boy unearthed his deceased brother from the ruins of a collapsed old house, an unforeseen event transpired. By a twist of fate, the brother's soul, not entirely extinguished, invaded his body, resulting in a dual-soul existence. This boy, possessing two souls overnight, was now no longer a companion of the same path. Mu Changsheng was indeed not the elder's most favored choice. His talents were not the greatest, his comprehension not the highest, and even his fortunes were somewhat lacking. Yet, over the years, he was the only one who had not disappointed him. Such a rarity in the town. Therefore, as Fu Jingyan turned to descend the mountain, an unseen facet of the elder's expression bore a faint smile, one that, though not as poignant as his feelings for Fu Li, surpassed the facade of joviality he wore when confronting the Ning family girl. Clutching the dilapidated wine jug, Mu Changsheng's fingers rubbed against the hemp rope securing the lid, his emotions a tumult of complexity. He understood that if his master chose not to speak, no amount of persuasion would be fruitful. So, taking a cue from the elder's earlier words, he took a gentle sip of wine, just a small taste. The clear liquor slid down his cheeks and into his throat, igniting a fiery spiciness that resonated within, causing his mind to erupt like a thunderclap. As the mountain wind swept through, the young man murmured the elder's earlier words, "A sip suffices, more brings misfortune." In the next moment, he slowly closed his eyes. The moment after, the young man's figure vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the elder abruptly turned, gazing at the torrential storm that concealed Fu Li amidst the wilderness. His eyes filled with remorse. After a prolonged silence, Fu Jingyan looked skyward and sighed heavily. Weariness etched across his features. "You may harbor hatred, but I hope you do not forget that your life was exchanged for that of your deceased brother. Once you untangle your heart's knots, you should strive to add glory to the Fu family's legacy. Those born in this town, who possess its innate blessings, bear no right to pursue the path of longevity without burden, especially those who carry the torch of inheritance." In the end, the elder conjured forth a talisman engraved with a soaring dragon, appearing in his aged palm. Should Ning Wuxin behold it, she would undoubtedly recognize it as the pinnacle of transmission symbols, a communication decree. This artifact could convey messages across vast distances, even transcending the realms of the celestial and the sacred. If Lu Qingshan were still alive, he would undoubtedly recognize the item given to him by his master, Ning Jia Lao Minsu, intended for communication with the person behind the scenes. As the guardian of the small town, despite the elderly man's occasional acts of betrayal over the decades, he wished to remain undiscovered, which was all too easy. This was the first time the old man had engaged in such behavior. It was uncertain whether it would be the last. There were numerous paths leading away from the small town, some directly to Tianxian, others toward the battlefield, and more besides. However, these routes would not be accessible to individuals until the day of amnesty arrived, and without a travel token or a summons token. Even the existence of a special pardon would not grant passage. Thus, the 5 travelers could only proceed on foot towards the outskirts of the town. The routes taken by 3 groups were almost entirely divergent, with vast differences between the east and west. Ning Wuxin led Fu Li, following the direction indicated by Fu Jingyan, to rendezvous with their contacts. Beyond the town lay the Chun kingdom of Yingzhou, a journey of hundreds of thousands of miles to the Jingzhou Lang kingdom. Even if they sought to utilize the teleportation of cities inhabited by cultivators, the nearest city was still 3 to 4,000 miles away. Even with their combined speed on foot and horseback, it would take several months, if not a year or two. Moreover, although Nanyan was not as perilous as Tianxian, it too was fraught with treacherous terrain, and the question remained how far a cultivator of qi refining at the third level could venture. Ning Wuxin had initially thought that the 100-mile journey from the town would pose several dangers, but apart from the arduous trekking and the relentless downpour soaking them, she anticipated some level of risk. Yet, after traversing 20 to 30 miles, the greatest danger they encountered was a stream that swelled due to the torrential rain, unleashing a flash flood that surged for 5 to 6 miles. In that instant, Ning Wuxin and Fu Li swiftly stowed their oiled paper umbrella and leapt onto a gnarled old tree, ensuring that while the flood was formidable, it would not reach them. Once the flood receded, the two resumed their journey. The subsequent 30 to 50 miles were eerily calm. Ning Wuxin could not help but recall the two members of the Fu family who had departed a month prior, pondering whether they were the ones sent to assist them. As expected, when they finally emerged from the 100-mile stretch of the small town, a familiar yet unfamiliar silhouette caught their attention, her strikingly beautiful eyes locking onto them. This was not Ning Wuxin's first encounter with Dao Fengyi, yet she nearly failed to recognize her. She was utterly different from the rough and unkempt woman from the town. Here stood a woman of striking beauty, her face exuding an aggressive allure, her figure exceptionally enchanting, yet her demeanor was cold and imposing. A glance from her eyes momentarily enveloped Ning Wuxin and Fu Li in a palpable aura of pressure, which dissipated just as quickly. Ning Wuxin's expression shifted slightly as she pondered the woman's cultivation level, momentarily unable to discern her true capabilities. Identifying her as Yuanying, she sensed the weight of a transformation stage. She mused to herself, could this be a perfected Yuanying? The black cat, upon sensing the pressure, transformed into a shadow and melded into Fu Li's being. Clearly, having left the confines of the town, it was now free to advance without the constraints imposed by the town's regulations. Fu Li felt somewhat at a loss upon seeing Dao Fengyi. The striking woman before her was the antithesis of the coarse, unrefined ant she had known. This might well be the second most beautiful woman she had ever seen. However, despite the drastic transformation, she knew without a doubt that this stunning woman was indeed her own aunt. Fu Li's mind was filled with questions, and she longed to speak. Yet, as she opened her mouth to address her aunt, she was interrupted. Dao Fengyi's expression remained aloof as she raised her hand, signaling Fu Li to refrain from asking anything. She would reveal nothing. Fu Li bit her lip, rendered speechless. Ning Wuxin observed this exchange without interjecting. The matters of the Fu family were not for her to comment on. You are the young lady of the Ning family that Fu Laojing spoke highly of? Dao Fengyi's eyes, filled with pride, glanced at Ning Wuxin. Ning Wuxin performed a respectful salute, offering a faint smile. I am Ning Yu. Honored to meet you. May I inquire how to address you? Did Fu Laojing not mention you? Dao Fengyi's brows furrowed, her eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. With a huff, she fell silent, concluding, if he did not mention you, then there is no need for introductions. Simply address me as senior. Very well, senior. Ning Wuxin's Millet. Unfazed, her past life had taught her to regard qi refining practitioners as beneath her notice. Dao Fengyi's demeanor was already quite gracious. She couldn't very well state that she had never inquired about Fu Laojing herself. Moreover, her other conjecture proved correct. The 100-mile expanse outside the town had indeed been tumultuous. After encountering Dao Fengyi, their gaze quickly fell upon a gnarled, ancient tree behind her. Suspended from its branches were dozens of individuals, both men and women of all ages, drenched in blood and appearing quite wretched. These individuals were formidable cultivators. Even in their grievous state, they exuded residual power that weighed heavily on Ning Wuxin and Fu Li. Ning Wuxin, adept at discerning the aura of cultivators, quickly noted that among them were several at the late Yuanying stage and perfected Yuanying cultivators. They were likely the minions sent ahead by forces aiming to capitalize on the town's amnesty. Regrettably, they had encountered a formidable opponent in Dao Fengyi, who had captured and severely injured them, leaving them dangling from the ancient tree. At this moment, Ning Wuxin confirmed that the beautiful woman before her had at least reached the initial stage of transformation. For this reason, she scrutinized Dao Fengyi with keen interest. The decision not to eliminate them outright also stemmed from another reason. Most of these minions bore soul lamps and markings. Any killings would surely alert the forces behind these death warriors. Thus, she was likely unable to wait peacefully for Ning Wuxin and Fu Li to arrive. Upon seeing Fu Li and Ning Wuxin, Dao Fengyi said nothing but swiftly lifted them into the air. In the same breath, she raised her hand, and dozens of cultivators were instantly reduced to ashes. Ning Wuxin did not overlook the malevolent energy that surged forth as she acted. Although her heart stirred with unease, she appeared entirely oblivious. What consequences would arise from their demise was clearly not a concern for the woman. As these individuals fell, Ning Wuxin remained indifferent. While Fu Li clenched her fists tightly, whether it was Dao Fengyi or Ning Wuxin, silence reigned. Embarking on the path of cultivation inevitably meant facing such realities. Additionally, Ning Wuxin had discerned Fu Li's cultivation level at the first stage of qi refining, as she had anticipated during the cleansing at the awakening spirit realm some time ago. Fu Li had not only further developed her unique talent, but had also embarked upon her own path. Thus, with Dao Fengyi as their protector, Ning Wuxin and Fu Li departed the small town, journeying towards the ancient sword cultivator's cave in Jingzhou, Lang Kingdom. The 16 continents of Nanyan sprawl across millions of miles, home to dozens, even hundreds, of kingdoms, yet only the Chun and Lang kingdoms possess dominion over a continent. Yingzhou's Chun kingdom lies at the easternmost edge of Nanyan, a staggering distance of over 400,000 miles from Jingzhou's Lang kingdom, separated by numerous continents and dozens of kingdoms, with countless mountains and rivers in between. Though this 400,000-mile journey may not rival the perilous southern wilderness of Tianxian, teeming with demonic beasts and dangers at every turn, is not devoid of treachery. The vast and ancient mountain ranges of Nanyan, stretching for thousands or even tens of thousands of miles, harbor their own hidden dangers. Throughout the millennia, countless Jin Dan and Yuanian cultivators have perished within their confines, their remains forever lost, let alone those at the qi refining stage. The numbers are beyond reckoning. To traverse the mountains and rivers of Nanyan's various continents, one must achieve at least the foundational stage of cultivation, possessing the ability to fly with a magical artifact to even qualify for the journey. To explore certain secret and perilous places, one must be prepared for the possibility of never returning. As for those who find themselves in danger, yet ultimately turn misfortune into fortune, aside from the legendary tales that circulate in the marketplace, only those favored by destiny, the sons and daughters of heaven, are granted such fortune. For ordinary individuals, merely surviving a perilous encounter is already a significant blessing. To aspire for more is akin to dreaming in broad daylight. Across the vast expanse of hundreds of thousands of miles, Dao Fengyi did not take the two individuals to a certain celestial city to use the teleportation array for departure. Instead, it appeared she intended to put them through trials, making extensive arrangements for their journey. During the day, she compelled them to walk, even deliberately leading them into suitable wilderness mountain ranges for practice, casting them into battle against a tier of demon beasts. Only at night, when the two were nearly exhausted, did she return them to the spirit boat, guiding it onward. This approach caused Ning Wuxin no discomfort. She had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, having undergone hundreds of years of life and death training, not merely a trivial matter spoken of lightly. While such training seemed sudden, with an elder to protect her, she found it rather pleasant. Through each successive trial, Ning Wuxin rapidly adapted to the changes brought about by her body's spiritual root transformation. Gradually, she smoothed over her psychological disparities, taking measured steps down from the peak of the mountain. She continually reassured herself, no longer a godlike figure wielding life and death. I am merely a trifling ant in the realm of qi refinement, barely navigating the path of cultivation. The psychological adjustment would require time, yet the application of her abilities adapted swiftly to her current cultivation level. The spells available to her at the third level of qi refinement were significantly limited, allowing her to only employ minor techniques such as the Binding Vine spell. Nevertheless, through her adept control of spiritual energy, she carved a bloody path. In contrast, Fu Li initially struggled to adapt. Being still a child, she had witnessed only a few bloody encounters, each heart-stopping. Nonetheless, when it came to the act of killing, she remained resistant. She often evaded combat, finding herself in perilous situations, only to be rescued by Ning Wuxin to catch her breath. It was not until 3 days later that Fu Li could independently confront sudden crises and actively engage in battle. The transformation in the child was unprecedented. During the training, due to her ease in handling situations, Ning Wuxin found herself with some mental bandwidth to observe Fu Li and offer assistance. After extending her aid for the third time, she sensed a whiff of danger. Looking up, she saw Dao Fengyi's gaze filled with a warning. In an instant, both were thrown into the heart of a small beast tide erupting in the wilderness mountains. This minor beast tide was not terrifying, but the impending crisis was something Ning Wuxin could not afford to ignore. They were thrust into the center of the tide. A moment's inattention could lead to their downfall. This beast tide was inescapable, and both Ning Wuxin and Fu Li nearly met their demise within it. Particularly for Fu Li, it was a harrowing experience. This time, Ning Wuxin refrained from offering assistance. After all, the Fu family regarded this as a life-and-death trial for Fu Li. Why should she unnecessarily meddle in their affairs? Moreover, she herself was not in a favorable position. While it could not be said she faced death, she encountered numerous crises. Confronted by the beast tide, had it not been for her instinctual awareness of danger in combat, she would have emerged neither unscathed nor alive. Regardless of how perilous Fu Li's situation became, Dao Fengyi remained aloof, watching from afar. Only after the beast tide subsided did they both emerge, bloodied and dragged onto the spirit boat. Yet Dao Fengyi's cold demeanor did not wane. In fact, it grew more grave. She had intended to temper Fu Li through this beast tide, but was surprised to find that even when thrown into the heart of the tide, Fu Li remained steadfast. While she engaged in battle, she mostly avoided excessive casualties, only repelling the demon beasts before swiftly departing, not straying from her principles to commit unnecessary slaughter. Ning Wuxin observed this restraint without interference. After all, each person has their own aspirations and paths to follow, and the road to immortality is not limited to a mere 3,000. No one has decreed that this path must be ascended by trampling over the corpses of others. Naturally, the survival of the fittest remains the prevailing norm. Watching Fu Li's petite form, bloodied and unconscious on the spirit boat, Dao Fengyi ultimately could not harden her heart. She tossed a bottle of healing elixirs to Ning Wuxin, impassively instructing her to administer it to Fu Li. Ning Wuxin opened the vial and, upon taking a gentle whiff, recognized it as a superb healing elixir. She fed Fu Li one pill, and seeing the girl offer no objection, nor even pay attention, she took one for herself, pocketing the remaining 8. With the body cultivation into spirit technique nourishing her physique, along with Dao Fengyi's healing elixir, Ning Wuxin's injuries healed overnight. And Fu Li also recovered significantly. As the days passed, under Dao Fengyi's escort, this intense training finally came to a close, and the two successfully entered Jingzhou, Langhua, Suian Mountain. Ning Wuxin had traversed through Nanyan in her past life, and had spent a considerable amount of time in Jingzhou. Due to a certain transaction, she had been unable to personally investigate the ancient sword cultivator's cave dwelling, which had long been ruined. However, she had some understanding of Suian Mountain. Jingzhou's Suian Mountain was originally a desolate land, perpetually shrouded in frost for unknown reasons. Many high-level cultivators had come to explore, yet all returned empty-handed. It was not until tens of thousands of years ago that a hidden natural formation revealed a high-grade ice attribute mineral vein, accidentally discovered by a small family. Followed closely by the emergence of the cold root stone vein hidden beneath it, this desolate land finally drew attention from various factions. While the high-grade ice attribute spiritual vein is noteworthy, it was the discovery and development of the cold root stone that truly incited the covetousness and conflict among the powers of different continents. Cold root stones, spiritual materials for refining, possess the ability to lower temperatures and enhance the success rate of forging. These materials are also graded from 1 to 9, with the highest grade 9 cold root stones capable of significantly improving the success rate of refining artifact for those on the path to enlightenment. The vastness of this cold root stone vein is rare in Nanyan, with this being the only significant vein available. Cold root stones are hard currency in the cultivation world, with immense demand. Coupled with a similarly rare ice attribute mineral vein, the benefits are far too great for any small family to swallow. News of this spread overnight, and Jingzhou's desolate land was soon abuzz with activity as cultivators from all continents flocked to it. The struggle for ownership of these two mineral veins ignited one bloody conflict after another. It was not until over 10,000 years ago that the three major families, Li Zhu and Shi, of the 26 families of Nanyan, united to establish Langhua, bringing unity to Jingzhou, which had been embroiled in warfare for millennia. Unfortunately, due to overexploitation, the high-grade ice attribute mineral veins quality diminished to mid-grade, and the cold root stone vein was largely divided among the various sects of Nanyan after numerous conflicts. It was precisely because the sects of Nanyan seized the majority of the cold root stones that the three families could ultimately unify Jingzhou. Over 8,000 years ago, the three families spent nearly 2,000 years negotiating with cultivators from various states and underwent several bloody battles before they could jointly govern these two spiritual mineral veins. As for the ice attribute spirit stones and cold root stones, due to the monopoly held by the three families, prices were ultimately negotiated among the cultivators of various states, preventing them from becoming outrageous. This led to a cessation of actions from various families, sects, and wandering cultivators. Following these conflicts, the flow of people to this area dwindled year by year. By the present day, a city, Han Mountain City, has been established, yet the transient population remains sparse. Apart from the numerous small and medium sects scattered within thousands of miles, only the Binglingen cultivators, alchemists, and artifact masters come to this place for their respective needs. Of course, this sparse population pales in comparison to the bustling activity of a great cultivation city like Jingzhou, which sees the movement of tens of millions of people each year. Suian Mountain is indeed a rarely seen cold and gloomy place in Nanyan, where the cold spiritual energy gives rise to various chilling spiritual items, as well as the fur and inner alchemy of demonic beasts, all of which remain highly sought after in Nanyan. Each year, countless cultivators embark on treasure-seeking adventures through the Suihan Mountain Range, stretching for thousands of miles. Entering from Hanshan City. This renders Hanshan City, though not as grand as Jingzhou, an undeniable hub of importance. Additionally, in recent years, the cold energy of Suihan Mountain has intensified, with several perilous areas shrouded in toxic cold miasma extending for dozens or even hundreds of miles. The emergence of this toxic miasma has once again cast a mysterious veil over Suihan Mountain, a place that has been forgotten multiple times, now revived once more. According to Ning Wuxin's investigations, approximately 50 years later, this toxic miasma could even expand over 1,000 miles, threatening the lives of those from the three prominent families involved in mining. The three great families of Jingzhou specifically dispatched their best personnel to investigate, turning everything upside down. Yet their efforts proved fruitless. Faced with this situation, the families could only join forces to set up a grand formation, confining the toxic miasma within a radius of several hundred miles. However, even with the grand formation in place, they only addressed the symptoms, not the root cause. It was not until 200 years later that a conflict arose, by which time the toxic miasma had spread over 2,000 miles. By the time Ning Wuxin learned of this matter, Suian Mountain had expanded to over 10,000 miles, stirring up another storm. In her previous life, had it not been for that transaction, Ning Wuxin would have hurried back to Tianxian to investigate this place. Whether she would have discovered anything remains uncertain, but failing to come would have rendered it impossible. The changes here are intriguing. For tens of thousands of years, the source of the cold energy in Suihan Mountain has eluded discovery, even by the eminent figures of the Lingtai realm. Before she made the decision to come here, Ning Wuxin had already formulated a plan. After resolving the matters of the ancient sword cultivator's legacy, she intended to linger a while longer. Wealth is always an alluring temptation. Over the course of 15 days, Ning Wuxin came to understand a bit about the character of Dao Fengyi. Both are similarly headstrong. However, compared to Fu Li's restraint, Dao Fengyi could be deemed proud and arrogant. The dynamic among the three is quite peculiar, with Ning Wuxin acting as a bridge for communication between the two. What Fu Li thinks, Ning Wuxin does not know, but she has observed Dao Fengyi stealing glances at Fu Li from time to time. Ning Wuxin couldn't help but chuckle to herself. It was evident that Dao Fengyi wished to draw closer to Fu Li, yet maintained an aloof demeanor. Quite the contradiction. Although she said nothing, she was quite perceptive. Though she is currently a guest of the Fu family, Dao Fengyi would not treat her with hostility, but it would be entirely within her capabilities to play tricks on her and create some mischief. Throughout the journey, she had witnessed the capriciousness of beautiful women. Ning Wuxin noted this with keen awareness. She could accept it. After all, she had been far more capricious in her previous life. One cannot mock another for their 50 steps when they themselves have taken 100. Dao Fengyi's character is cold and proud. Yet she ultimately ensured that the two arrived safely outside Hanzhan City. As the time to part ways approached, the beautiful woman hesitated, and Fu Li remained silent. After a moment of stillness, just as Ning Wuxin was about to break the silence, the beautiful woman spoke first, saying, "I shall take you no further. The remaining journey of tens of millions of miles is for you to traverse on your own." Before departing, she cast one last glance at Fu Li and said, "If fate allows, we shall meet again. Take care." With a swift motion, the beautiful woman transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the sky. Fu Li looked up at the fleeting rainbow, dazed for a moment, murmuring, "If fate permits, we shall meet again." Ning Wuxin was not in a rush, waiting for Fu Li to regain her composure. At this moment, Ning Wuxin squinted her eyes and playfully asked, "Fu Li, do you know your aunt's full name?" Fu Li looked at Ning Wuxin, fell silent for a moment, and then softly replied, "Dao Fengyi." Ning Wuxin maintained a calm expression, but her heart stirred. "Dao Fengyi? 71. Do not build a wall of danger." Dao Fengyi. Ning Wuxin had never heard this name in either her past or present life. The renowned Dao clan of the innate demonic sect is a name known far and wide. The 7 great clans of Tianxian, the 36 prominent sects, the 72 esteemed families, and the 108 renowned households, all recognize the Dao clan as the foremost among the 36 sects. To bear the name of the Dao clan and be associated with the small town's Fu family makes Dao Fengyi an extraordinary figure. The reason for this certainty lies in Fu Mingjing's escape into the innate demonic sect, where she became a saintess. It is not surprising that Ning Wuxin had not heard of Dao Fengyi's name. Indeed, before leaving the small town, Fu Er's couple had perished there. Moreover, as Fu Jingyan stated, the true pride of Tianxian had long been sent to the Tianwang battlefield for training, and those like them were not on the same level. The so-called prodigies spoken of in the 5 great sacred realms and the 10 top powers are not necessarily the entirety of the truth. Whether it be Yuan Yanluo from the Buddhist monastery or Fu Mingjing walking the world for the Dali celestial dynasty, they are but typical representatives among many. It is thus not surprising that Ning Wuxin had not heard of Dao Fengyi's deeds. As half a month slipped by, Ning Wuxin's stature had grown once more. Now over 5 feet tall, her features bore the delicate beauty of a young girl, complemented by an air of resolute strength. At the age of 12, she appeared as a graceful and striking young woman. The aura she radiated, though much subdued, commanded respect and attention from all who beheld her. Throughout the journey, Dao Fengyi couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. Once Dao Fengyi departed, Ning Wuxin swiftly removed her hair tie, replacing it with a hairpin, and styled her long hair into a Taoist bun. She then performed the Qianhuan Gui Mian incantation, transforming her visage with a simple silver mask that concealed her brow and eyes, leaving only her elegant nose, thin lips, and chiseled jawline visible. A cool and composed youth now stood before Fu Li. Upon witnessing this transformation, Fu Li felt perplexed. Her earlier sorrow at Dao Fengyi's departure momentarily overshadowed by her confusion as she gazed at Ning Wuxin. Ning Wuxin smiled. "Are you wondering why I changed my appearance?" Fu Li nodded yes. "Do you think I look good?" Ning Wuxin asked without a hint of shyness. Fu Li, still uncertain, hesitated before sincerely answering. "You're the most beautiful person I have ever seen." Ning Wuxin let out a soft snort, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she inquired, "Am I more attractive than your aunt?" Fu Li pursed her lips. "You're somewhat more beautiful." "Good taste." Ning Wuxin's lips curled into a smile. Even though she had lived for centuries and regarded her appearance as inconsequential, such pure praise inevitably lifted her spirits. Remembering that she had once imparted the wisdom of keeping wealth hidden and not flaunting one's status to Fu Li, she continued, "The world of cultivation differs from our small town. Cultivators come in all shapes and forms, and among them are those with nefarious intentions. For such individuals, possessing a beautiful exterior is akin to possessing a treasure." Fu Li, with a spark of understanding, quickly grasped the concept, exclaiming in a childlike voice, "Are you suggesting that being excessively beautiful may not always be a blessing?" Ning Wuxin regarded her with approval, noting that while Nan Yin was well off, the Tianxian Mo Dao was thriving. Without formidable cultivation or a powerful background, an overabundance of beauty could invite calamity. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. We never know whether we encounter a person or a ghost. Thus, it is prudent to take precautions before ensuring one's own safety. Upon hearing this, Fu Li nodded thoughtfully, expressing her gratitude. Ning Wuxin, observing her earnest yet naive demeanor, felt an urge to ruffle her hair but refrained. Not only did she dress herself as a youthful lad, but she also concealed her cultivation completely. Currently, she was merely at the third layer of qi refinement, while she could masquerade as a foundational cultivator with the Qianhuan Gui Mian. It could only last for a while, making it preferable to hide her true abilities. The characteristic of the Qianhuan Gui Mian was such that even a foundational cultivator or those at the golden core and nascent soul stages would find it difficult to detect flaws, serving instead to intimidate any petty villains. Let us proceed. With that, she stepped out of the illusionary formation set by Dao Feng Yi in the woods. At that moment, a chill wind swept through, causing even those at the third layer of qi refinement to shiver involuntarily. Indeed, within a mere half-month, Fu Li's cultivation had surged to the peak of the third layer, just a step away from the fourth, surpassing Ning Wuxin. It was undeniable that Fu Li possessed extraordinary talent, not only having the 9 Ding roots, but also inheriting the celestial level Dao scriptures from the Fu family, compounded by her Zh Ing Tiing. However, such a rapid pace of cultivation still left Ning Wuxin astonished. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? Moreover, the child had made significant strides in controlling her Zh Ing Tiing, able to conceal its brilliance. If one did not look closely, it was difficult to perceive her eyes' extraordinary nature. Yet, her habitual closure of eyes and reliance on her inner sight to observe everything was a habit that would take time to change. As they felt the pervasive chill, the two truly realized they had entered the Suihan mountain region. After a brief adjustment, they gazed ahead, spotting their destination, Hanshan City. Hanshan City was not much smaller than Jingzhou City, housing around 300,000 to 500,000 resident cultivators and millions of common folk. However, on this day, the influx of cultivators was unusually high, causing Ning Wuxin to sense something amiss. Many of the cultivators passing by were in the late stages of qi refinement, and several foundational cultivators descended from their flying instruments at the city gates, quickly making their way into the city. She called out to a fellow cultivator hurrying along. "Young friend, a moment please. I have been in seclusion and have not visited Hanshan City for quite some time. Could you enlighten me on the recent happenings that have drawn so many cultivators?" Ning Wuxin's thoughts shifted beneath the Qianhuan Gui Mian. Her voice took on a somewhat weathered tone, speaking in the dialect of South Yen. The cultivator initially displayed impatience, assuming her to be an ordinary person due to her lack of cultivation. Suddenly, upon turning to see Ning Wuxin's indifferent expression, he felt a tremor within. Realizing he could not discern her true power, recalling her earlier words, he was struck with a chill, thinking, did he just refer to me as young friend? Could he be an ancient being? His impatience vanished, and he clasped his hands in a bow. "My apologies, esteemed senior. You must have been in seclusion for quite a while. This year, the Wan Bao Pavilion auction will commence in half a month, hence the gathering of cultivators from all directions." "Ah, I see." Ning Wuxin smiled, acknowledging that she had indeed lost track of time during her seclusion. "Thank you for your insight, young friend. Please carry on. I shan't take more of your time." "It is my honor to provide clarity to a senior," the cultivator replied, stepping back cautiously before disappearing into the throng entering the city. Ning Wuxin's mind turned to the news of the Wan Bao Pavilion. The Wan Bao Pavilion, the largest trading house in Jingzhou, hosted small auction events in various major cities throughout the year, with a grand auction held every decade. Each year, the number of visiting cultivators exceeded 10 million. Half a month later marked the commencement of this year's Wan Bao Pavilion small auction. While the auction was not the main focus, the concurrent trading fair was of paramount importance. Upon receiving this information, Ning Wuxin couldn't help but smile, feeling fortuitous to have arrived at such an opportune moment. She noticed Fu Li's look of confusion and began explaining while following the crowd into Hanshan City. Hanshan City had once thrived, earning the title of the foremost immortal city in Jingzhou during its peak. Thus, even in its decline, its architecture and scenery remained among the finest in the region. The Grand Suihan Avenue was bustling with shops and throngs of people, creating a vibrant atmosphere that seemed endless. Ning Wuxin was accustomed to it, yet Fu Li, still a child at heart despite her maturity, felt a flicker of excitement at the sight of Hanshan City's splendor. With a smile, Ning Wuxin remarked, "This is merely a prelude. Once we reach Tianxian, you shall witness even more magnificent and ancient immortal cities." As they entered the city, they soon caught the attention of onlookers. Had Ning Wuxin still been at the third layer of qi refinement, her exquisite visage would have led to numerous attempts at exploitation. Her striking appearance, coupled with her wood element spirit root and substantial innate talent, could fetch a handsome price in some less than reputable auction venues. Meanwhile, Fu Li, possessing Zhing an outstanding potential, would be sought after at unimaginable prices by various clans and sections. However, as she entered the city with an air of an otherworldly being, the onlookers could not gauge her cultivation, prompting them to alter their approach. The strong would lead, while the weak would seek to ensnare. A scruffy young boy of around 13 or 14, at the second layer of qi refinement, approached them. Fu Li furrowed her brow, sensing his malice. The boy, observing Fu Li's closed eyes and ragged clothing, displayed a look of disdain and contempt before turning to them with a grin. "I am Wu Jiao. Is this your first visit to Hanshan City, esteemed senior? May I guide you? The three major markets here are well known, offering quality goods at reasonable prices, and I can show you around for just 1 spirit stone a day." In response to Fu Li's puzzled expression, Ning Wuxin tossed a spirit stone to Wu Jiao. "Are there inns or long-term rental courtyards in Hanshan City?" "You come to the right person," Wu Jiao exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the spirit stone. Ning Wuxin's expression remained indifferent. "Let's speak as we walk." "Absolutely." As they moved along, Wu Jiao hunched over, nodding eagerly, showcasing his cleverness. Yet, upon encountering Ning Wuxin, he found himself revealing the desired information through mere conversation. In 15 days, the Wanbao Pavilion will hold its auction. Hanshan City is home to numerous crafting and alchemy spots like Xinghua Mountain Villa. Wanbao Pavilion is located. Hanshan City has several clans, various small sects, and numerous factions. Eventually, the trio arrived at the Hanshan Mansion, established by the Shi family, one of the 3 major families of Jingzhou. After some bargaining, Ning Wuxin secured a fine courtyard for 100 spirit stones a month, paying a total of 600 spirit stones for half a year in one go. For Ning Wuxin, 600 inferior spirit stones represented a trifling sum. Yet to Wu Jiao, it was an immense fortune, causing his gaze to shimmer with greed as he looked at her. Upon exiting the rental hall of Hanshan Mansion, Wu Jiao's flattery reached new heights. Regrettably, Ning Wuxin did not afford him another opportunity. Upon arriving at the courtyard area of Hanshan Fu, she tossed him another spirit stone and remarked, "You have performed admirably today. For the time being, you are no longer needed here." Wu Jiao sighed in frustration, still attempting to plead for himself. "If the esteemed one requires anything further, you may seek me at Sanshanbang." However, Ning Wuxin had already turned away, leading Fu Li deeper into Anshanfu. A nearby servant, with a sycophantic smile, chimed in, "If the esteemed one has matters to attend to, there is no need to seek this Sanshanbang-s lackey. Simply summon me with the jade token, and I shall diligently serve you." To be able to offer 600 spirit stones for a half-year lease and generously reward the attendant, one would surely be considered a lucrative prize. Ning Wuxin was unaware that she had acquired a new moniker and nodded slightly, "Very well." As they walked, she inquired once more of the servant, receiving confirmation that the fellow named Wu Jiao had indeed spoken the truth. Moments later, they arrived at the leased courtyard. Once inside, after reactivating the formation, Ning Wuxin turned to Fu Li with a smile and asked, "Are you puzzled as to why I still employ that scoundrel Wu Jiao, despite his ill intentions?" After speaking, Ning Wuxin began to inspect the courtyard. Although modest in size, it was equipped with a medium-sized spirit-gathering array, ample for both qi refinement and even foundation establishment practitioners to cultivate therein. Fu Li nodded, then shook her head, initially bewildered, but now enlightened. "You shall reside in the larger training room, while I shall occupy the smaller one." Once Ning Wuxin had arranged their accommodations, she reclined in a wrought-tan chair in the courtyard, squinting at the sky, and cheerfully declared, "If you understand, there is no need for further elaboration." Fu Li found another rattan chair, sitting upright, somewhat anxious, and asked, "But I do not comprehend, do so many people in this world harbor malice?" Ning Wuxin's narrowed eyes remained still, yet the smile at her lips faded. Turning to meet Fu Li's gaze, she asked a question that had long lingered in her mind. "Is it because of your eyes that you can sense the goodwill or malice in us?" Fu Li nodded. "Indeed." Ning Wuxin suddenly understood. "This was the reason behind your unwavering trust in me?" Fu Li continued to nod. After acknowledging this, Ning Wuxin answered her initial question. She pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking her head. "Your question is indeed insightful, yet I find myself at a loss for a suitable response. Perhaps those filled with malice have grown up steeped in it, assimilated by their environment, or perhaps it is innate. Some individuals, like Yuan Cheng, are born understanding not to bully the weak, while others, like a Ling, are born with malice and, upon discerning right from wrong, refuse to relinquish any means of showcasing their strength, such as that Wu Jiao who looked down upon you for being blind. This is a profound question for which you may ponder. Yet, I suggest we focus our time on cultivation because, once you grow stronger, the malice you encounter shall diminish, although it may transform into a fear akin to a tidal wave." Fu Li appeared contemplative, while Ning Wuxin stepped into the training room first, in the Wanbao Pavilion, over a span of half a month, during their trials in the Wild Mountain Range. Both Ning Wuxin and Fu Li found their bond deepening amidst the trials of life and death. It is difficult to say that the influence of Dao Fengyi was absent in this. They often say that without shared blood, one does not enter the same door. What can Ning Wuxin say? A parent's love for their child leads to far-reaching plans? The crux is that she did not resent Dao Fengyi's actions. Were it anyone else, Ning Wuxin would never have believed, even if Fu Mingjing, with his ancient Confucian demeanor, was revered as the foremost female scholar for millennia. However, if she were not just Fu Mingjing, but also Fu Li, then Ning Wuxin would indeed be willing to entrust her back to her. Not only had Ning Wuxin placed her trust in Fu Li, but Fu Li too had begun to open her heart, which led to her multitude of questions. Still young, Fu Li had many curiosities about the world and numerous pursuits. Ning Wuxin shared this. Yet she was more acutely aware that their primary task at hand was to swiftly acquire the ancient sword cultivator's legacy. Within the training room, Ning Wuxin did not rest. Despite the fatigue from their trials over the past half-month, she had not forgotten the importance of today as cultivation. Sitting cross-legged on the Hanwu tea leaves, she activated the body to spirit technique for qi refinement, quickly entering a meditative state. Her meditation time had decreased from the initial 5 hours to now 4. After completing 5 cycles of the celestial orbits, she concluded her day as practice. Upon opening her eyes, she surveyed the training room, feeling the rich spiritual energy permeating the atmosphere. Even if she could not continue her cultivation, her entire body and mind had undergone a purifying baptism. The tension that had gripped Ning Wuxin's nerves slightly relaxed, and she smiled. "It seems I did not squander those 600 spirit stones truly. One gets what one pays for." During this month of life and death training, Fu Li had advanced 2 levels, reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Most of the spiritual energy Ning Wuxin cultivated with the body to spirit technique was redirected to her corporeal form, significantly slowing her own cultivation progress. After half a month, she remained at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, while not anxious about her cultivation. This shift had only intensified her curiosity and dedication towards the celestial level Dao scriptures. It appeared that they must expedite their journey to the ancient sword cultivator's cave. Upon arriving in Hanshan City, Ning Wuxin's plans to acquire the ancient sword cultivator's legacy could finally commence. An ancient body refinement technique, superior to the martial entry into the Dao, comparable to the celestial level Dao scriptures, emerged in Ning Wuxin's mind. This technique was titled the Huangjia. It served as the foundation for Ning Wuxin's venture into the ancient sword cultivator's cave. The Da Huangjia scroll was obtained by Ning Wuxin and Yuan Yinluo during their exploration of a deep abyssal tomb, which had also ensnared them in a mysterious goo poison. This poison, originating from antiquity, had no remedy, and only through the cultivation of Da Huangjia could they temporarily resist its effects. The two had exerted tremendous effort in their endeavor to master this scroll. The Da Huangjia scroll was the original text, requiring no translation. However, the cultivation methods for each realm were exceedingly rigorous, and the entrance itself had left both of them stymied. The first realm, Blood Transition Realm, necessitated the aid of 49 types of spiritual herbs for blood transformation. Yet, many of these spiritual herbs had long since vanished, and the majority were exceedingly difficult to procure. Not only Ning Wuxin, but even the Buddhist temple's disciple Yuan Yinluo found themselves at a loss. After much deliberation, they eventually sought out Xianhuanggu. Xianhuanggu, an underground trading association, claimed to sell and acquire anything, shrouded in mystery and fared all. Yet, in the hierarchy of the Tianxiandi, it stood as the foremost top-tier force beneath the 5 sacred realms. Once the Da Huang Zhenjie emerged, it garnered the attention of Xianhuanggu. After assessment by several experts of the Dongtian realm, it was confirmed that this body refinement technique indeed originated from antiquity, even though only the first 5 realms of the cultivation method remained. Several Dongtian realm experts still asserted, this is a body refinement technique that rivals any annotated celestial level Dao scripture, with a complete text available. It might surpass the celestial level Dao scriptures. The emergence of Da Huang Zhenjie stirred Xianhuanggu, as each realm surpassed the peak of martial arts. The master of Qing Tan, one of the 72 masters of Xianhuanggu, was eager to acquire this body refinement scroll, offering a price that Ning Wuxin and her companion found impossible to refuse. Yet they declined, presenting one request: to assist them in improving their cultivation method by replacing the formulas within. Should they succeed, they would accept no compensation. According to the records in Da Huang Zhenjie, the necessary medicinal materials for the first realm have long become extinct. If the two wish to cultivate, they must seek substitutes. This is also the reason they are willing to entrust Da Huang Zhenjie to Xianhuanggu for handling. Firstly, due to a relative trust, and secondly, because only the 5 great sacred realms and Xianhuanggu possess such strength. After several rounds of research and the expenditure of several years, Xianhuanggu finally provided a satisfactory solution for the two. Although the efficacy of the substitute elixir was diminished, it compensated for the inability to cultivate. Even though they could not achieve the first realm, the extreme realm, as recorded in the technique, the attainment of the first realm alone was sufficient to rival the current martial Dao's extreme realm, and they could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the second realm. Eventually, upon reaching the 4th realm, the artifact realm, they temporarily suppressed the poison, delaying its outbreak, just in time to seize the opportunity presented by the 60-yearly opening of Chang Sheng Xiao Zhen. Perhaps this was predestined? Ning Wu Xin gazed with a smile. She could finally commence the procurement of spiritual herbs, preparing for the cultivation of the first realm, blood-shifting realm, as described in Da Huang Zhenjie. The next day, Ning Wu Xin dispatched a servant from Hanshan Fu to guide her to Wanbaoge. Concealing her cultivation, she donned a mask, exhibiting an air of grace in her every gesture, accompanied by the servant from Hanshan Fu. Upon entering Wanbaoge, a blue-clad attendant approached with a beaming smile, inquiring, "Might I ask what the esteemed senior requires? Are you looking to purchase items or sell them?" Ning Wu Xin did not disappoint him, tossing a few spirit stones and coolly stating, both buying and selling. "Who holds authority in your shop? Fetch them for me." It was evident that this was a substantial order. "Esteemed senior, please wait in the private room on the 2nd floor for a moment. I will notify the manager immediately." Receiving a tip, the blue-clad attendant beamed with joy, willingly leading Ning Wu Xin. The servant from Hanshan Fu observed this and said, "I will wait here for the esteemed senior." Ning Wu Xin nodded. Good. The private room was elegant, filled with the fragrant scent of incense, exuding a profound Zen atmosphere. However, Ning Wu Xin merely cast a glance before lowering her gaze in silent anticipation. Moments later, the manager of Wanbaoge entered the private room, pausing in surprise upon arrival. Having achieved the position of manager in Wanbaoge, the middle-aged man was well-versed, yet he had never encountered someone like her. Initially, he assumed she was a youth, but upon meeting her gaze, he was abruptly taken aback. Beneath the silver mask, her pair of icy cold eyes met his, sending a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. He could not discern the cultivation of the youth clad in white, yet felt an oppressive force unlike anything he had experienced, even in the presence of a golden core real person. Instantly alert, he clasped his hands and said, Apologies for keeping you waiting, esteemed senior. I am Zhang Song, the manager of Wan Bao Ge. May I inquire how to address you? Xia. Ning Wu Xin casually fabricated a surname, not revealing her full name. She remained seated, exuding an air of nonchalance. Xia, esteemed senior. Zhang Song respectfully acknowledged. Just then, a servant entered with tea and snacks, only to be halted by Zhang Song, who gestured, "Go fetch a pot of second-grade spirit tea." Ning Wu Xin made no objection, having noticed the manager's cultivation at the mid-foundation stage, and smiled inwardly. Fortunately, this manager Zhang Song has not concealed his cultivation, otherwise I truly wouldn't dare to be so audacious. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the servant finally brought in the so-called second-grade spirit tea. The aroma of the tea wafted through the air, calming the mind. Ning Wukin Smilet Lichti, commenting, Spirit Mystère, 1,000 spirit stones per cup? Truly, as expected of Wan Bao Ge, indeed affluent. Upon hearing this, Zhang Song's smile grew even broader. He did not perceive the high price of the spirit tea as a loss, but rather saw it as a sign of a significant business opportunity. With a distinguished guest arriving, Wan Bao Ge naturally welcomed her with open arms. A mere pot of spirit tea was inconsequential. Is this your first visit to our Wan Bao Ge? May I inquire what you might need? We are the foremost commercial establishment in Jingzhou, and we shall not disappoint you. The middle-aged manager even hesitated to take a seat. Setting down her teacup, Ning Wu Xin leisurely inquired, "Does your Wan Bao Ge accept earth-grade techniques?" Holding over 100,000 spirit stones in hand, she knew that cultivating de Huang Zhanjie required only a small portion of it to gather the necessary spiritual herbs for the blood-shifting realm. She must sell techniques or artifacts. While she lacked the latter, she possessed nearly 80 techniques from her previous life. Merely presenting one would suffice to alleviate her current pressure. Having devised a strategy earlier during her expeditions, Ning Wu Xin had conveniently asked Dao Feng Yi to assist in duplicating several volumes of texts, including the list of spiritual herbs she required. Without Dao Feng Yi's help in duplicating, leaving a trace of pressure within the jade slips, she would not dare to brazenly present handwritten versions of the techniques at Wan Bao Ge for sale. Earth-grade techniques? Secret texts? Zhang Song's heart stirred. Indeed, Ning Wuqin replied coldly. Zhang Song's eyes widened in surprise. Earth-grade secret texts? The original version? Ning Wu Xin nodded, her expression calm. Can you accept it? Could you provide some content for me to submit for appraisal? The middle-aged manager rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Of course. Ning Wu Xin had already prepared the jade slip containing the earth-grade secret text, guiding Qi into foundation. She retrieved it from her storage ring and placed it on the table. Please wait, esteemed Xia. I will immediately take this to the appraisers for their review. Zhang Song stood up, bowing respectfully, and instructed the servant to ensure the tea was replenished before hastily leaving the private room. When Zhang Song returned, it was over half an hour later. He exhaled slowly, a broad smile on his face. Esteemed Xia, thank you for your patience. After the appraisal by the appraisers, this earth-grade secret text has been confirmed to be authentic. The middle-aged manager paused, eagerly asking, I wonder how many realms of cultivation chapters this secret text encompasses? Noticing Ning Wu Xin's indifferent demeanor, he quickly explained, please do not take offense. It pertains to the price I can negotiate for you. Different chapters command different prices. Understanding. Ning Wu Xin nodded and finally produced the jade slip containing the complete secret text, placing it on the table. From a chapter on guiding Qi into the body to the Ling Tai realm, what would be the price? At this point, Zhang Song could hardly contain his excitement. This business could last him 3 years. Please wait a moment, esteemed Xia. I will summon the appraisers immediately. His gaze was fervent, as if he were looking at a deity of wealth. Moments later, an elderly man clad in splendid robes and silver hair entered the private room. The silver-haired elder, with cultivation at the mid-golden core stage, could not help but feel a chill upon seeing Ning Wu Xin. He too was unable to discern her cultivation. Merely clasping his hands, Xia Dao Yu, Zhang Song introduced, this is our scripture appraisal expert at Wan Bao Ge, Elder One. He has reviewed countless cultivation texts, ranging from ordinary to earth grade, with profound insights into this field. Ning Wu Xin still did not rise, slightly nodding. It is already past midday. I am in a hurry. There is no need for pleasantries. Please expedite the appraisal. After all, from the chapter on guiding Qi into the body to the Ling Tai realm, Most cultivation techniques in Nan Yin only reached the Yuaning realm. This Earth-grade secret text was exceptionally rare. Understood. Please wait a moment. The appraisal process stretched from morning until afternoon, taking 3 hours to complete. This De Yin Mi Dian is indeed exceptional. It is confirmed as an Earth-grade secret text. However, is it a family heirloom or acquired from an ancient cultivation cave? Ning Wuxin gave a faint nod, and beneath the silver mask, a fleeting look of melancholy sparkled in her eyes. She spoke, "This is a family heirloom, never shown to the outside world. Given that Wan Beige holds a significant position in Nanyin, you ought to understand that the Dian Secret Classic has never appeared in Nanyin, nor has it ever been sold before. There is no need to worry about its origins. The reason for its sale now is simply that I require spiritual stones to advance my cultivation further. Otherwise, I would never part with it." The old man felt relieved at her words. After the appraisal was complete and confirmed without error, this esteemed guest from Wan Beige took his leave. Zhang Guanshi subsequently provided a detailed operational plan, stating, "Elder Xia should be aware that in just a few days, Wan Beige's auction will commence. If you're not in urgent need of funds, you may consign it to our auction, from which Wan Beige will take a corresponding share. Alternatively, should you need to sell it immediately, Wan Beige will purchase it at 90% of the market price. What do you think? If agreeable, I can settle the remaining amount for you right away. The current market price ranges from 530,000 to 570,000. I can secure a median value of 500,000 low-grade spiritual stones for you. How's that sound? The auction is too far off. We cannot wait. Can your Wan Beige provide such a substantial amount in cash?" After Ning Wuxin's words, Zhang Guanshi was elated, his voice trembling slightly as he replied, "Certainly." This transaction was completed in less than a quarter of an hour after the appraisal. A purple storage bag with golden edges was presented before Ning Wuxin. "Here are 50 high-grade spiritual stones. Please check them." Upon lightly touching the storage bag and glancing inside, Ning Wuxin nodded and said, "I must thank you, Zhang Guanshi." "Not at all. This is what I am obliged to do." The successful transaction left Zhang Guanshi unable to conceal his smile. He then inquired, "Elder, besides selling items, do you intend to purchase some goods from Wan Beige? I wonder if I can assist you in that regard?" At this moment, Ning Wuxin took out another jade slip and placed it on the table. "Can Wan Beige help me gather the spiritual herbs and plants listed within? I'm not concerned if the prices are slightly inflated. What matters is their age and quality." Zhang Guanshi, unable to contain his curiosity, examined the contents of the jade slip. His surprise and delight grew as he realized the magnitude of this task. If accomplished, it would be another significant order. After a moment of contemplation regarding Wan Beige's current inventory in Hanzhan City, he slightly furrowed his brow and said, "The 49 types of spiritual herbs you require are indeed extraordinary. While many are in stock, there are a few dozen that can only be obtained in Jingzhou City. If you trust me, I can mobilize resources to have these herbs delivered to Hanzhan City within half a month." Ning Wuxin had anticipated this scenario and nodded, "Very well. I will wait for half a month. Please inform me how many you can provide from your current stock, and I will purchase a portion now. I shall return for the rest after half a month." Zhang Guanshi let out a sigh of relief. He regarded Ning Wuxin as a veritable god of wealth, fearing to offend this fortuitous benefactor. Half an hour later, another storage bag was placed on the table. This time, Ning Wuxin did not merely glance at it, but meticulously inspected its contents. The age and integrity of the spiritual herbs were satisfactory, prompting her to nod in approval. These herbs were all at least 1,000 years old, with some reaching 1,500 years. The total cost for these 36 spiritual items amounted to nearly 300,000 spiritual stones. Unfortunately, spiritual herbs exceeding a millennium in age command high prices not only in Nanyin, but also in Tianxian, where prices tend to rise significantly with each additional century. With this transaction completed, the middle-aged manager's attitude toward Ning Wuxin became exceedingly respectful. He firmly believed she was at least a formidable figure in the late stage of the Golden Core realm, perhaps even a perfected Golden Core practitioner on the verge of breaking into the nascent Soul realm. Ning Wuxin noticed the manager's thoughts and realized her theatrical display was intended to achieve this effect. She had initially intended to purchase a medicinal cauldron for breakthrough purposes, but hesitated, not wanting to reveal her intentions. Acquiring a low-grade cauldron would raise suspicions. How could a perfected Golden Core cultivator desire such a rudimentary artifact? Conversely, Purchasing a high-grade cauldron would strain her finances, so she decided to postpone this acquisition. Lu Chongtai possessed a cauldron, but it was only of high-grade artifact quality, limiting its efficacy. Just then, the middle-aged manager presented a list of items for the Wanbage auction scheduled in 10 days. Ning Wuxin immediately spotted a mid-grade spiritual artifact, cauldron, among the offerings. She reflected on how quickly her initial 500,000 low-grade spiritual stones had vanished, with 13 types of spiritual herbs still awaiting payment. It was essential to allocate her funds wisely, especially as this was not the entirety of her expenses. She resolutely decided to purchase this mid-grade spiritual artifact cauldron. With these two substantial transactions, the middle-aged manager was thrilled beyond measure, his joy evident on his face. Just as he thought the dealings were concluded, he heard the benefactor speak once more. Might Wanbage possess any heart-guarding pills? 74. The Shout-Out Tavern. The Great Wilderness True Explanation is an ancient cultivation method, known for its fierce practice. The Xianwang Pavilion has innovated to allow the cultivation of the Great Wilderness True Explanation, yet significant drawbacks still exist. However, the ancient cultivation environment differed greatly from the present. Under the influence of ancient spiritual herbs, the practice of Great Wilderness True Explanation flourished. In this era, ancient spiritual herbs are nearly extinct. Although the Xianwang Pavilion has replaced the herbs for physical cultivation, many loyalists perished during the years of experimentation to derive suitable pill formulas. Ultimately, by chance, one loyalist, unable to withstand the agony of body collapse, consumed a 70% effective heart-guarding pill to maintain consciousness and absorbed 80% of the herb's efficacy, becoming the first to achieve the Great Wilderness True Explanation blood transformation realm after the fall of numerous loyalists. The synergistic use of the heart-guarding pill provided the Xianwang Pavilion with a fresh perspective on researching the Great Wilderness True Explanation. After numerous attempts, they devised the most suitable cultivation plan under the proposed herbal ratios. Consuming the heart-guarding pill can significantly enhance the success rate of achieving the first realm of the Great Wilderness True Explanation. The higher the quality of the heart-guarding pill, the greater the benefits gained during the transformative trial. Additionally, the stronger the cultivator's physical body while practicing the Great Wilderness True Explanation, the higher the success rate. As the Xianwang Pavilion states, Ning Wuxin's practice of the Great Wilderness True Explanation is fraught with peril. A failure would render all efforts futile, despite her unwavering resolve. She consumed a 9-fold heart-guarding pill to protect her heart meridian, maintaining clarity and absorbing 90% of the herbal efficacy, successfully entering the first realm of the Great Wilderness True Explanation. The Xianwang Pavilion's new interpretation of the Great Wilderness True Explanation differs significantly from the original at every realm. The new version approaches the old, but ultimately cannot be referred to as the blood transformation realm. Instead, the Xianwang Pavilion has designated it as the Golden Body realm. In her past life, Ning Wuxin reached the 4th realm of the new interpretation, the artifact realm. As the name implies, upon completing this realm, one's body rivals that of a top-tier artifact. However, Ning Wuxin harbored regrets for never witnessing the true 4th realm, the spirit transformation realm, of the Great Wilderness True Explanation. Although she could no longer cultivate, she continued to extrapolate from the Xianwang Pavilion's foundation in her daily life, hoping to someday remedy this shortcoming. How could one activate their bloodline's divine nature without allowing the body to decay, truly reaching the pinnacle of the first realm of the Great Wilderness True Explanation? This question had occupied her thoughts throughout her previous life. Upon her serendipitous return to the small town, Ning Wuxin became aware of the existence of extraordinary spiritual entities such as the Chongqing Muxin. She had previously analyzed and verified this with Yuan Yinluo, and the two ultimately concluded that acquiring a segment of Chongqing Muxin could potentially rectify the efficacy issues of the Da Huang Zhanjia elixir. If one were to say that Chongqing Muxin is among Ning Wuxin's aspirations in her rebirth, then the gift of local sake from Fujingyan was an unexpected delight. This sake not only neutralized myriad toxins, but also helped her endure the perils of skinning, cramping, and heart extraction. It played a crucial role in both her cultivation of the Da Huang Zhanjia and her subsequent journey into the path of swordsmanship. The third element was the book Ro Shun Chengling, an exceedingly mediocre earth-tier scripture. Ning Wuxin planned to use this scripture as an auxiliary tool for refining her physical body, while simultaneously absorbing its medicinal effects to ensure her corporeal form remained intact, thereby awakening the divinity within her blood and seizing the opportunity to step into the first realm of the Huangjun Jie, blood realm, extreme realm. With the preparations of Changsheng Muxin, local sake, and Roshan Chengling in place, only the elusive Jiujue, Huxin Dan remained. Having been reborn, how could one not be ambitious? How could one not strive to excel in every path undertaken? Even without an ancient sword cultivator's cave, Ning Wuxin would not cease her pursuits from her previous life. It is well known that elixirs are categorized into 9 grades, corresponding to the 9 realms of cultivation. Additionally, there exists a category of elixirs that, while lacking a designated grade, are nonetheless universally applicable across the 9 realms of cultivation. Beyond the 9 grades of elixirs, they are further classified based on the quality of their efficacy. There are waste elixirs, 10 efficacy, inferior elixirs, 20 to 30 efficacy, mid-grade elixirs, 40 to 50 efficacy, upper-grade elixirs, 60 to 70 efficacy, premium elixirs, 80 to 90 efficacy, and flawless elixirs, 100 efficacy. From 10 to 100, elixirs display a varying number of intricate patterns, with those below 80 being measured in bulk, while elixirs of 90 and 100 efficacy are referred to as Jiujue and Shijue Dan, respectively. Huxin Dan possesses a powerful effect in calming the mind and focusing the spirit, making it an exceptional elixir for breaking through to the Yuaning realm and even for confronting the illusions of the Huanjing in the Huashan realm. However, it requires a high quality, achieving at least 70 efficacy to exhibit miraculous effects. In contrast, Huxin Dan with 40 to 50 efficacy is relatively trivial. Previously, this was mere speculation. But now the middle-aged steward had determined that this senior Xia was preparing for a breakthrough to the Yuaning realm, and the idea of reaching the Huashan realm was beyond imagination. When discussing Huxin Dan, the middle-aged steward's demeanor shifted, his expression serious, yet tinged with regret, as he inquired, "I wonder how many efficacy grades of Huxin Dan Senior Xia wishes to purchase? If it is 30 or 40, Wanbao Pavilion has stock available. However, for 50 efficacy, it would need to be sourced from Jingzhou City. As for 60 to 70 efficacy, Wanbao Pavilion has not seen any for nearly a decade." Indeed, upon hearing this, Ning Wuxin furrowed her brow. She had hoped to take a chance on the Jiujue, Huxin Dan, but given the decline of the Nanyan Dandao lineage, it was unlikely to procure even a 70 efficacy elixir, let alone a 91. Such elixirs, devoid of boundary constraints and solely defined by their quality, have always been exceedingly difficult to obtain. Although the addition of Changsheng Muxin and local sake would undoubtedly enhance the effects far beyond her past life, the absence of even a 70 efficacy elixir posed a genuine dilemma for her. Noting her troubled expression, the middle-aged steward, recalling the substantial commission he had gained from her today and recognizing her as a distinguished figure, felt a surge of familiarity. After a moment's hesitation, he suggested, "I should not speak of this, but considering your urgent need, Wanbao Pavilion does have a few 70 Huxin Dan in stock, though they are reserved for training our disciples. However, there may be a way. If you agree to join Wanbao Pavilion as a disciple, you could obtain it without any cost." Upon hearing this, Ning Wuxin immediately understood his implication. If she truly possessed the cultivation level of a perfected golden core, this could indeed be a worthwhile endeavor. As the foremost trading association in Jingzhou, Wanbao Pavilion held significant influence throughout Nanyan, making the prospect of joining as a disciple appealing. Joining a faction, even as a mere disciple without undergoing rigorous identity checks, still necessitated a demonstration of strength. Ning Wuxin, still in her nascent stage, felt too cautious to agree. With no other recourse, Ning Wuxin shook her head and smiled. "I appreciate your good intentions, Steward Zhang, but Wanbao Pavilion is indeed splendid, though it may not be suitable for me. What is the price for a 50 Huxin Dan?" The middle-aged steward sighed with regret, aware that should this esteemed figure agree to join, he could not only gain a substantial recommendation, but also secure a formidable ally. However, he did not wish to press, and thus replied candidly, "Huxin Dan is exceedingly difficult to refine, with a success rate often at merely 30, and the required materials are quite expensive. Therefore, The price for a 50 efficacy Huxin Dan is set at 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. May I inquire how many you wish to purchase? Today, the fortune she brought to him was quite considerable, and emboldened, he offered to procure them on her behalf, potentially saving her 20 to 30 of the cost. 2. Ning Wuxin did not hesitate. Her desire to acquire two was not due to a lack of interest in purchasing more, but rather a reflection of her limited financial resources. She had initially intended to buy one, and the second was a prudent preparation. With the remaining 13 types of spiritual herbs and a deposit for the 2 Huxin Dan secured, she smiled cautiously as she stated, I may come to collect at an unspecified time. It could even be my disciple. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged steward promptly added, as long as you possess the token, you may retrieve it at your convenience. Very well. After securing the token, Ning Wuxin took her leave. As she descended the stairs, the servants of Han Mountain Manor awaited her outside. Upon exiting Wanbao Pavilion, she immediately spotted a youth named Wu Jiu lurking in the distance. She cast a glance but chose to remain silent, swiftly returning to her rented courtyard. Yet, this was not sufficient. Although Wanbao Pavilion had a commendable reputation for confidentiality, the allure of wealth could easily tempt even a golden core cultivator, let alone others. Adhering to the principle of caution, the following morning, Ning Wuxin donned a disguise as a burly man and left Han Mountain Manor with Fu Li. After meandering through the city, they took lodging at an inn. After some time, a seemingly unremarkable man in the 3rd layer of Qi refinement and a small boy in the 1st layer of Qi refinement emerged from a nearby tavern. This time, Ning Wuxin opted for a rental at a lower-tier courtyard in the Ji family's Hanju Xian, rather than Han Mountain Manor. 3 days later, Ning Wuxin entered an establishment named Xiao Dao, greeted the young attendant, and proceeded straight to the 2nd floor, selecting a discreet corner to sit. This Xiao Dao tavern, though not widely known within Han Mountain City, had taken her considerable effort to discover, serving as an excellent venue for exchanging clandestine information. The tavern acted as an intermediary, charging a fee for cultivators to trade information among themselves. Thus, most patrons, despite ordering an array of spiritual delicacies, barely touched their food, as their attention was focused on gathering intelligence. Some awaited news, while others provided updates, leading to a cacophony of discussions within the tavern. Topics range from the exploits within the cold mountain of the Lang Kingdom to the treasures anticipated at the upcoming Wanbao Pavilion auction, including rumors of a new prodigy emerging from the Ji family in Jingzhou, who had achieved foundation establishment in merely 3 years. As the chill of the mountains deepens and the cold tide surges once more, news has reached my ears of a particular laurel blossom, which has blossomed for 3 years and is now on the verge of bearing fruit. That singular laurel fruit is said to rival the famed foundation-building elixir. I wonder if any fellow cultivators would wish to embark on this journey together. I have recently received word that this auction will feature a volume of Earth-tier secret texts, capable of guiding one all the way to the Ling Tai realm. Is what you say true? My grandfather is set to participate in this grand auction at Wanbaogu and has just acquired the latest auction list today. This is absolutely no mistake. Alas, if only I had the means, I would certainly vie for it. An Earth-tier secret text, even if it cannot guarantee ascension to the Ling Tai realm, would significantly enhance the probability of foundation establishment and core formation, not to mention its power surpassing that of ordinary techniques. This is the highlight of the event. I can only wonder how many spirit stones it will ultimately fetch. And there is also the Han Jin stone. It is rumored that several sects from Jingzhou have specifically sent representatives. Ning Wu Exen listened intently, without a trace of impatience. No one knows how these seemingly trivial matters can accumulate to form a significant event. Her purpose for being here is singular. The Qi Cheng Hu Xian Dan. Had she not practiced the De Huang Zhen Jia, she might have charged forward with the reckless bravery of youth. Yet, having had that experience, she understands the terrifying tribulations that lie ahead, and thus remains all the more cautious. 2 days prior, Ning Wu Exan had released word of her quest for the Qi Cheng Hu Xian Dan, while she harbors no hopes for the Jiu Cheng Dan. 2 days have passed without a whisper of news. Ning Wu Xian feels no sense of disappointment, for this is the norm. Should there have been news, she would have had to ponder its authenticity. Until the afternoon, still no word arrived. With a twinge of regret, she finished her now-cold spirit meal and ordered another to take with her before departing. Upon returning to her rented courtyard, She placed the spirit meal in front of Fu Li's door, knocked on the door, and proceeded directly to her cultivation chamber. Fu Li had long entrusted Ning Wu Xin with the purchase of enough fasting pills for a 3-year retreat. Yet every time Ning Wu Xin returned from her outings, she would still bring a portion of spirit food back for Fu Li as a small offering. Having already invested considerably in Fu Li, a little more hardly seemed a burden, did it not? After 3 days, Ning Wu Xin thought Fu Li was on the verge of a breakthrough, but to her surprise, Fu Li's cultivation had not progressed an inch. Upon inquiry, she learned that Fu Li felt her recent rapid advancement in the past half-month had caused her some discomfort, leading her to slow her pace. Ning Wu Xin could not help but exclaim before Fu Li, "Is this the nature of that which took her a lifetime to comprehend?" Fu Li had grasped at the tender age of 7. Fu Li blinked her eyes. To this day, she has finally begun to master her talent, able to conceal it. If she does not utilize her abilities, her identity as it remains hidden. Ning Wu Xin felt no envy. With a gentle smile, she replied, "I do not know much and cannot say whether it is right or wrong. So I shall refrain from instructing you. You will come to understand in time." During these 3 days, Ning Wu Xin kept herself busy, while Fu Li also did not remain idle. At her age, in any great cultivation clan, she would be regarded as merely at the threshold of the path. With many studies to pursue, foremost among them language and script, the dialect of the small town is archaic, vastly differing from Nanyin and Tianxin's common tongue. And the written language diverges from both secular script and the runes of the Tao. Thus, Fu Li had asked Ning Wu Xin to bring her a few volumes for study, which Ning Wu Xin readily agreed to, even collecting the extra spirit stones the child had offered. This evidently relieved Fu Li, as she clearly wished to avoid incurring further debts of gratitude. Fu Li did not wish to owe Ning Wu Xin any favors. Yet Ning Wu Xin was unwilling to let this opportunity slip by and proactively proposed to tutor Fu Li. To prevent the child from declining, Ning Wu Xin smiled and said, "I am of the same generation as your grandfather. Of course, in the realm of the Tao, we need not be bound by such generational labels. Just remember this act of teaching. I shall not take advantage of you. We may consider ourselves equals in this regard, and you may simply refer to me as Shiji from now on. Does that sound agreeable?" Fu Li nodded, "All right." Thus, for the next couple of days, Ning Wu Xin would dedicate an hour to elucidating the intricacies of language, script, and the principles of runes to her. In that short hour, no matter how limited the innate talent, even a most gifted child would find it insufficient. Most children are inclined to play. However, for one like Fu Li, who possesses remarkable self-discipline and exceptional talent, the difference is substantial. Not only that, she often demonstrates the ability to extrapolate from what she learns, with an hour's worth of instruction able to equate to 10 or 15 days of laborious study for an unknowing child, not to mention her own time spent in contemplation. The hour passed swiftly. Immersed in the vast sea of runes, Ning Wu Xin quietly exited the small courtyard. In the following days, Ning Wu Xin remained at the tavern, awaiting news. Regrettably, until the day of the Wan Bao Gu auction commenced, she had not received any tidings regarding the Chi Chung Hu Xian Dan. On the day of the auction, torrential rain fell, yet it could not extinguish the fervent enthusiasm of the multitude of cultivators. The Wan Bao Gu trading conference was held in a tower-shaped square in the main city. Temporary stalls had been erected days in advance, with stall qualifications having sold out half a month prior. As the square's barriers lifted, cultivators from all walks of life surged into the venue, braving the downpour. The square was fortified with formations. No matter how torrential the rain, it would struggle to penetrate the protective barrier, instead flowing along the contours of the formation, creating a natural shield against prying eyes from the outside world. With 3 hours remaining before the auction commenced, Ning Wu Xin had no desire to enter early for tea. After several stalls opened, she and Fu Li wandered leisurely through the trading square. Having attended such trading conferences numerous times, Ning Wu Xin navigated with ease. Her discerning eye allowed her to glean a general understanding with just a glance, making the rounds without finding anything of interest to her. The first day of the trading conference brought forth the best selection in recent days, yet the items held little value for her, merely a chance to observe. For Fu Li, this was her first experience. Beneath her calm demeanor, curiosity shone in her eyes. Initially somewhat restrained, with Ning Wu Xin's occasional nudges, she gradually adapted. Ning Wu Xin felt no urgency and thus accompanied her, pausing now and then to share subtle observations within earshot. The stall owners, having secured a position, were of a slightly higher cultivation level than the two of them, whispering amongst themselves, but their attempts at secrecy were futile, easily overheard by others. Ning Wu Xen herself remained indifferent, proceeding with her own affairs, while the stall owners offered forced smiles. Their attempts at confrontation stymied by the polite nature of Ning Wu Xian's demeanor. After 2 hours, Ning Wu Xian found herself at a bustling intersection, where a stall stood out in stark contrast to the lively trading conference. The stall was unremarkable, and its owner equally unassuming, yet it drew Ning Wu Xian closer. Its excessive desolation and the inconspicuous demeanor of the owner piqued her curiosity. The key reason was Fu Li. Just moments ago, the child had written a single character on her palm. Stop, indicating for her to halt. The stall owner was a young man, somewhat below average in stature, with a cultivation level of merely the 6th layer of qi refining. For words could describe him, unremarkable in appearance. As Ning Wu Xian approached within 3 feet of the stall, the long silent suddenly exhibited several unusual pulses that resonated with Ning Wu Xian's own heartbeat. This disturbance ignited her curiosity from a mere 3 points to 6 or 7. This stall owner is indeed extraordinary. The two drew closer, yet the stall owner showed no inclination to greet them. Squinting, he glanced at the pair before resuming his engrossed study of a wooden carving. Ning Wuxin suppressed the fluttering of her ink cicada, revealing an expression of keen interest as she surveyed the items on the stall. Among the 10 or so objects displayed, 3 or 5 managed to capture her attention. Narrowing her eyes, she picked up a bronze hairpin that she deemed to possess considerable value and inquired, "How much is this bronze pin?" The stall owner, not even glancing at the item, coldly replied, 30,000 spirit stones, no bargaining. Before Ning Wuxin could respond, a passing cultivator could not help but cast a curious glance. What could this object be that warranted a price of 30,000 spirit stones? Upon seeing the bronze pin in Ning Wuxin's hand, the cultivator immediately lost interest, sneering as he walked away. Naturally, Ning Wuxin would not play the fool, setting the bronze pin back down. In the next moment, her hand landed on a wooden mechanism. The wood was of exceptional quality, so much so that this palm-sized piece was valued at a fortune. Suolingmu, the best material for crafting 5th-grade Suoling talismans, was often concealed as its true worth eluded the recognition of most. The 5th grade corresponded to the Yuan Ing realm, a level inaccessible to ordinary cultivators. A subtle yet profound intuition struck her. This wooden mechanism was destined for her, and she must acquire it. Just then, Fu Li drew a character on Ning Wuxin's hand. Sword. Utilizing her heavy pupils, Fu Li discerned something unusual within the Suolingmu. Seeing Fu Li's slightly pale complexion, Ning Wuxin lowered her gaze and casually asked, "How much for this small mechanism?" The stall owner's narrowed eyes darted between the two, and he replied with indifference, 50,000 spirit stones, no negotiations. A flicker of shrewdness, fleeting yet perceptible, was caught by Ning Wuxin. She raised an eyebrow, pondering whether he had sensed Fu Li's actions, prompting him to inflate the price. The moment the young stall owner announced his price, a passing cultivator shot him a look of disbelief. Not only did they believe this object to be worthless, but even if it were worth 50,000 spirit stones, what kind of cultivator would casually stroll into a trading fair with such a significant sum? Did he truly think them fools? Unexpectedly, the seemingly unremarkable woman smiled faintly and asked, "Stall owner, is there truly no room for discussion?" The stall owner shook his head. Declaring, "No negotiations." Ning Wuxin fell silent, her desire for the mechanism reaching its peak. She mused, Suolingmu is worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the opportunity within it could fetch 40,000 spirit stones. Hardly excessive. The dilemma lay in the fact that, as a 3rd-layer qi refining cultivator, presenting such a substantial wealth would surely attract attention, even from foundation-building cultivators. To buy or not to buy? Should she wait until the fair concludes? Engage in private transactions? After a moment's deliberation, she shook her head. The risk of encountering someone knowledgeable along the way was too great, and private deals were far less secure. It would be wiser to purchase it now. After all, an alchemy cauldron could be acquired at any time, but if she missed this opportunity, she would undoubtedly regret it. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Ning Wuxin's eyes. With a swift motion, She retrieved one of the storage bags she had prepared earlier from her sleeve and tossed it onto the stall. The bag contained 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones. The young stall owner, whose squinty eyes finally widened, picked up the storage bag and, after a brief mental scan, looked astonished but still proclaimed, "A deal is struck. This little item belongs to you, friend." Several cultivators who had noticed the antique stall stared in disbelief. Was this person in their right mind? Once they regained their composure, the first thought that crossed their minds was, this brother and sister duo must be hired actors for the stall owner. After all, both Ning Wuxin and Fu Li were embarrassingly low in cultivation, especially Ning Wuxin, who at her age had only reached the third layer of qi refining. With an unremarkable appearance and not a single item that would suggest she could afford to spend 50,000 spirit stones, these cultivators couldn't help but scoff internally. You three are putting on quite the show, thinking others are fools. The second thought was one of hesitation. Is this item truly worth 50,000 spirit stones? The third thought morphed into a darker contemplation. If these 50,000 spirit stones are genuine, then sinister intentions began to brew in the hearts of these cultivators, their gazes turning increasingly predatory. Just as Ning Wuxin was about to leave, a clear, flowing voice suddenly interrupted. "I am willing to offer 80,000 spirit stones. May I ask if the young friend would consider selling this item to me?" The crowd, still grappling with their earlier thoughts, was momentarily stunned by the melodious voice that echoed like a gentle stream, almost like a sudden tempest. Could the young friend part with it? Two men and a woman appeared at the trading fair's intersection, their presence exuding the formidable pressure of foundation-building cultivators, rippling through the air. Foundation-building cultivator. A shiver ran through the hearts of those present. When did such a young foundation-building cultivator appear in Hanshan City? It should be noted that the entirety of Hanshan City had only a handful of foundation-building cultivators. With the three great families and scattered cultivators combined, there were at most 40 or 50. In the next moment, realization dawned. The grand auction and trading fair had attracted cultivators from a radius of 5,000 to even 10,000 miles, transforming Hanshan City into a bustling hub beyond their previous comprehension. The cultivators stepped aside, aware that whether it was 30,000 or 50,000 spirit stones, they were now irrelevant. Any further nefarious thoughts must be suppressed, while a 6th, 7th, or 8th layer qi refining cultivator might appear formidable. The mere 2 steps to foundation building were enough to cost them their lives. The strength of a foundation building cultivator, even in the early stages, was beyond the reckoning of these individuals. In mere moments, the pressure had surged like a tidal wave, leaving them trembling in its wake. The cultivators eyed the scene with mockery, as if relishing the unfolding drama. This brother and sister duo have caught the attention of a foundation-building cultivator. They are surely doomed. They reveled in the misfortune. Ning Wuxin reflected on her predicament. She had intended to make a quick purchase in this less crowded corner, but trouble had unexpectedly arisen. Should she be relieved she hadn't waited for the fair to conclude, trust her instincts and buy immediately, or accept her bad luck just after making the purchase? To be targeted? A chill ran through Ning Wuxin. She truly hadn't anticipated such misfortune. If given another chance, would she still make the purchase? She instinctively asked herself. The answer was yes. The foundation-building youth was clearly after the Suolingma mechanism as well. If she hesitated, it would surely change hands. Raising her gaze to glance at the youth, Ning Wuxin lowered her eyes again. Fortunately, it was broad daylight, and they were still within the city. So long as they did not leave the city, Hanshan City's protection would provide them with some leeway. Ning Wuxin resolved firmly that this time, during her seclusion, she must cultivate to at least the second realm of the new chapter of Dahuang Jinjie, the realm of magical artifacts, or even the old chapter of the inscription realm, before emerging. The first realm of Dahuang Jinjie equated to qi refining, embodying both the spirit condensation and qi refining realms. The second realm slightly surpassed the foundation-building realm, while the third realm eclipsed the golden core realm, comparable to top-tier spiritual artifacts. By then, she would no longer need to live in fear. A cherished possession is priceless, and the younger generation has no intention of parting with it. My apologies, senior. She slightly raised her head to glance at the towering, foundation-building cultivator, her voice flat as she spoke. Without another word, she tossed the mechanism into her bag and stepped toward the exit of the square. However, Fu Li's gaze drifted past the youth, discreetly observing the enchanting female cultivator behind him before hastily following in Ning Wuxin's footsteps. As the brother and sister duo departed, the foundation-building cultivator made no move to pursue them. The slender young man behind him, who had attained the 8th level of qi refinement, appeared perplexed and furrowed his brow, saying, "Senior Brother Wen, we have journeyed thousands of miles to this Suihan mountain in search of clues. Now that we have encountered one, how could you let them escape?" Senior Brother Wen raised his hand, asserting, "I have my own considerations." He glanced at the antiques on the stall and appraised the stall owner, who was still engrossed in his wooden carving, before turning to leave. The exquisite female cultivator at the 9th level of qi refinement, who had remained silent, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and gracefully turned to follow. In that fleeting moment, the slender young man transmitted a message. "Go Hong Yu. Do not forget, you are but a servant of the Duan family." The beautiful female cultivator cast a disdainful glance at the slender young man and, through private communication, retorted, "Young Master Duan, do not forget that it was you who urged me to approach Senior Brother Wen back then. Why do you regret it now? It is too late." With a dismissive laugh, she elegantly departed. The slender young man remained rooted in place, watching the two disappear, his eyes fleetingly betraying an unusual emotion. The veins on his hand bulged beneath his long sleeves as he cursed under his breath, "Wretched woman." Once his fury subsided, he finally followed suit. After the group left, the once desolate stall suddenly became bustling with activity. Although this stall had previously sold an antique worth 80,000 spirit stones, the cultivators, harboring a glimmer of hope, did not believe another such treasure would appear. Yet, even without such a sky-high price, what about items of slightly lower value? Perhaps they could still turn a profit of 3 to 5,000 spirit stones, or even just 3 to 500 would suffice. However, when they inquired about the price, the cultivators were outraged. 30,000 spirit stones. Are you trying to rob us? Meanwhile, the storage bags still present at the stall caught the attention of those with ulterior motives. A middle-aged man at the 9th level of qi refinement could no longer contain his greed and extended his hand, smiling, "Little brother, I have never seen you in Hanzhan City before. I am from the Sanshan gang. Would you like me to introduce you? Our gang boasts 2 foundation-building experts. All I ask is for half of what you receive. How does that sound?" As the middle-aged man moved, the others began to entertain similar thoughts. Who wouldn't want a piece of the 50,000 spirit stones? Yet before the middle-aged man's hand could reach, the stall owner, squinting, suddenly opened his eyes. What awaited the cultivators was yet another tempest. The Wanbao Pavilion Trading Conference was teeming with people, while Hanzhan City appeared desolate. Heavy rain poured down, with only a few pedestrians on the streets. Having exited the trading conference, they walked 3 miles toward the Wanbao Pavilion auction. On the cold street, the number of people gradually dwindled, and as the two entered an alley, a long rainbow streaked through the sky, vanishing into the buildings over 10 miles away. This was the first time Ning Wuxin had seen a golden core cultivator in Hanzhan City. Unlike those at the qi refinement and foundation establishment levels, golden core cultivators could disregard the city's rules against flight. Ning Wuxin merely cast a glance before refocusing, continuing forward with Fu Li, as they were merely 10 miles away from Wanbao Pavilion. After traversing 2 more alleys, and just as they approached the vicinity of Wanbao Pavilion, a heavy downpour suddenly descended, as if swept down by a fierce wind. Then, a tall figure emerged from another alley, blocking their path. Amidst the curtain of rain, the newcomer's age and appearance were vaguely discernible. He bore a handsome countenance interlaced with a fierce intensity, even the corners of his eyes and brows radiating a sharpness. Ning Wuxin recognized him immediately. It was the foundation-building youth from the trading conference. In the midst of the storm, beneath the oil paper umbrella, the seemingly ordinary woman's expression darkened. At that moment, Fu Li abruptly turned, sensing a dangerous aura approaching from behind. 2 figures arrived in tandem, one in front and one behind the foundation-building youth, perfectly obstructing their path. "You two, do not underestimate the situation." A voice floated from behind, its tone bright and melodious, akin to a yellow aureole piercing through the rain. Yet this aureole carried a heavy undertone of menace. "That item is beyond your means. Hand it over, and the 3 of us will not trouble you any further." Fu Li's eyes filled with gravity as she sensed the intensifying malice from the 3 individuals. The child murmured, Is this what my senior sister referred to as the survival of the fittest on the path of cultivation? A storm was about to ensue. Fu Li glanced at the approaching pair, a man and a woman, then turned back to Ning Wuxin. After half a month of perilous training in the wild, their unspoken understanding had matured. With just a glance, they comprehended each other's thoughts. Fu Li noticed the subtle upward curve of Ning Wuxin's lips, the burgeoning cold smile, and a hint of imperceptible killing intent. As the brother and sister appeared unperturbed by their words, the beautiful female cultivator's eyes flashed with sharpness as she reiterated. Today marks the first day of the trading conference and auction. All the cultivators of Hantan City have gone to join the festivities, and the law enforcement hall is too occupied to patrol. Should you harbor any illusions and refuse to part with your wealth to avert calamity, do not blame us for being ruthless. Seeing the brother and sister remain unmoved, the female cultivator's voice sharpened like a solitary eagle. As her words concluded, her 9th level of chi refinement surged forth, and the oppressive aura swept through the area, causing the rain to momentarily still within a 10-zhang radius. Faced with the brother and sister at merely the 3rd level of chi refinement, she deemed it unnecessary to even employ her magical tools, her figure shifting like a wisp of water. Although 10-zhang seemed distant, she crossed it in an instant. When her delicate foot touched the ground, splashing water, her jade-like hands opened wide, and the flowing water patterns danced as though gliding upon the waves. Her left palm struck toward the girl's back, while her right palm aimed for the boy's head. Lethal intent laid bare, leaving no room for mercy. Hong Yu, your Lingbo palm has improved considerably. The foundation-building youth, standing 100 zhang away, smiled slightly in praise. He did not believe that the brother and sister at the 3rd level of chi refinement could escape under this assault. Yet the next moment, his expression drastically changed. Hong Yu, be careful. He sensed a perilous aura, but by the time he opened his mouth, it was too late. In the downpour, the child, clutching the tattered oil paper umbrella, suddenly turned. The beautiful female cultivator, akin to a swift arrow released from its bowstring, abruptly hesitated, as if an invisible wall had appeared before her. Simultaneously, an unseen hand restrained her. This is bad. She has been trapped. The foundation-building youth sensed something amiss, but was a beat too slow to act. In his eyes, the seemingly ordinary woman beneath the oil paper umbrella suddenly turned, revealing a long sword that had mysteriously appeared in her grasp. A mid-grade spiritual weapon? His eyelid twitched. Yet, the unexpected did not cease there. The ordinary woman's cultivation at the 3rd level of chi refinement suddenly vanished, reverting to that of an ordinary person. This should have been a good thing. Yet the foundation-building youth's internal sense of crisis did not dissipate. Instead, it surged. The ordinary woman thrust the long sword forward, abruptly shattering the Lingbo palm technique conjured by Go Hong Yu. With a sickening sound, the beautiful female cultivator's palm was pierced by the long sword, impaled through. Blood gushed forth, mingling with the torrential rain, and Go Hong Yu, unable to contain her pain, could not utter a single word. Cold sweat streamed down her face as the sword surged upward, pinning it against her fair neck, akin to jade sculpted into beauty. In the moment the sword tip pierced her skin, the 3 souls of the beautiful female cultivator fled. Her eyes filled with terror. The foundation-building youth's consciousness stirred, preparing to intervene. Taking a head from 100 zhang away was not a difficult task for a foundation-building cultivator. Yet, in that instant, his spiritual sense, which sought to pierce the rain curtain, faltered, and the sword energy he had gathered halted in the void. His eyes widened in astonishment. 100 zhang away, the cultivation of an ordinary woman, who had seemingly vanished, suddenly revived and surged at an astonishing pace. From the 3rd layer of chi refining to the 6th, then the 9th, and finally to the foundation establishment stage. The moment her cultivation broke through to foundation establishment, the young man's eyes narrowed. This rapid ascent did not cease at foundation establishment. Moreover, another shocking event unfolded. The constraints on the beautiful female cultivator suddenly loosened. The enchanting female cultivator, however, did not shed her shackles due to those fleeting moments of restraint. The swiftness with which an arrow leaves its bow is mirrored by the difficulty of halting its course. In the face of life and death, the beautiful female cultivator exhausted all her spiritual energy but could only watch helplessly as the sharp point of the sword. Intent on claiming her life, slowly pierced her throat, until she came to a complete stop. She was less than an inch from death. Go Hongyu was acutely aware that this abrupt change was the result of the girl before her. Far from being an accident, she desired her demise. Yet, she could utter not a single word, be it a curse or a plea for mercy. It was not that she did not wish to speak, but after narrowly escaping death, her mind was a blank slate. In this vast world, only the sound of torrential rain remained. The cold smile, curling the lips of the sword-wielding woman, was akin to a specter haunting the realm. The woman's cultivation rose from the early to late stages of Foundation establishment, ultimately reaching its pinnacle. A tremendous pressure enveloped those present, causing 3 individuals to waver in their resolve. None noticed the small child at the woman's side, whose eyes were tightly shut, a trickle of crimson escaping. A soft but chilling scoff broke the silence. The onlookers finally regained their senses, all regarding the woman with trepidation. The confrontation had come to a sudden halt. You truly know how to conceal your abilities. What a splendid guise of a pig playing the tiger. I concede. The young man named one acknowledged his miscalculation, admitting that he should not have aimed at his companion. But given the current circumstances, with the Wanbao Pavilion auction underway and the law enforcement hall preoccupied, should the companion insist on violence, although he might not prevail against her, he could defend himself quite adequately. If our conflict draws the attention of the law enforcement hall, neither of us shall emerge unscathed. How about we shake hands and settle this amicably? What say you? 100 zhang away. The young man of Foundation establishment spoke calmly and clearly, first acknowledging the conflict, taking responsibility for the mistake, and actively proposing a truce. One must admit, he was quite a character. The woman coldly snorted, responding, "A handshake to resolve matters? You speak as if it were simple. Were I truly at the 3rd layer of qi refining, I would be laid out like a fish on a chopping board, waiting for you to feast upon me. If our positions were reversed, would you be so willing?" "Naturally," the young man named one replied instinctively. He gazed at Go Hongyu with urgency. She was of great importance to him. Even as he realized he had dug himself a pit, he gritted his teeth and held firm. "Oh, I recall you were willing to pay 80,000 spirit stones for the mechanism in my possession. I now propose to exchange your friend for those 80,000 spirit stones. What do you think?" You, the beautiful female cultivator, and the slender young man widened their eyes. "How dare you? You have truly gone too far." The young man of Foundation establishment shot a cold glare, asking, "Do you truly believe she is worth 80,000 spirit stones? Or do you think you can really hold on to one?" A long sword materialized in the young man's hand, an array of flags swirling above his head. His expression conveyed utter indifference toward the beautiful female cultivator, ready to flee at the first sign of conflict. "Oh, is that so?" The sword in her hand remained poised against the beautiful female cultivator. After the young man's declaration, the beautiful female cultivator once again found herself on the brink of death. The sword's tip lunged forward, piercing her throat, and the woman smiled coldly, stating, "Engaging in battle with you may indeed attract the attention of the law enforcement hall, but if I were to slay them and then entangle with you, even if the law enforcement hall arrives, do you think they would blame me for killing a newly initiated Foundation establishment cultivator within the city?" One statement turned the tide against him. The early stage of Foundation establishment versus half-step golden core. This was a stark contrast. The young man of Foundation establishment found himself in a passive position, his gaze complex as he regarded Ning Wuxin. Just as he hesitated, Ning Wuxin's words crushed him completely. "Moreover, do you truly believe this woman named Hongyu holds no value in your eyes? Why not let us test that theory?" A sinister smile crept across her ordinary face. "If I kill her, then all the spirit stones on you will be mine. At that point, I'll share a portion with the law enforcement hall. Do you think they will be less than pleased? You win. 80,000 spirit stones. I will pay." The calm faade of the young man of Foundation establishment evaporated, his gaze darkening as he produced a storage pouch to toss to Ning Wuxin. "No." Ning Wuxin shook her head, her voice icy. 80,000 spirit stones were for earlier. Now, 100,000. No storage pouch. 10 pieces of high-grade spirit stones. Throw them over. You. The young man of Foundation establishment seethed with anger. Yet, under Ning Wuxin's icy gaze and the beautiful female cultivator's tearful, eager eyes, he gritted his teeth and hurled over 10 pieces of high-grade spirit stones. The moment the spirit stones reached 3 feet from Ning Wuxin, they froze in midair. and she gracefully swept her sleeve to collect them. With the spirit stone secured, she drew her sword, and the beautiful female cultivator collapsed beneath the downpour. Ning Wuxing chose not to flee hastily, but rather proceeded slowly with Fu Li. The oppressive aura of a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator occasionally spilled forth, stimulating and intimidating the onlookers. As she passed by the young man of Foundation establishment, a cold smile curved her lips beneath her unremarkable visage. The young man's eyes narrowed, retreating several steps. He failed to notice the pale hand gripping the oil paper umbrella, trembling unnaturally. Once the two were engulfed by the rain, the young man of Foundation establishment exhaled, casting a cold glance in their direction before hastily approaching the beautiful female cultivator. 100,000 spirit stones had been spent. He could not allow Go Hongyu to come harm. The fate of their journey to the Yuhan Mountains hinged on this woman. Should anything happen to her, all their efforts would be in vain. After ensuring that Go Hongyu merely needed to recover her strength, her spiritual energy depleted but her life intact, the young man of Foundation establishment breathed a sigh of relief. Yet his mind was plagued by the images of the previous confrontation. Every moment from when he intercepted the two women until their departure replayed vividly in his mind. As the two women brushed past him, his gaze fixed upon the pale and slightly trembling hand holding the oil paper umbrella. Furthermore, he recalled the woman's deliberate glance in his direction, causing his heart to constrict at the time, oblivious to the boy beside her. But now, in hindsight, that boy had kept his head bowed, and from his peripheral vision, a trickle of blood had fallen from his face into the rain. He had been too tense to notice anything amiss. Now, reflecting on it, he felt a sense of betrayal. Perhaps he had been deceived. That woman was not a Peak Foundation establishment master at all. If she were, there must have been some trickery involved. Perhaps she was gravely injured or harbored a hidden ailment, rendering her incapable of action. Otherwise, if he were in her position, let alone facing a newly initiated Foundation establishment cultivator, even against a mid-stage cultivator, he would have struck without hesitation, killing swiftly. How could he have let her go? 78. A feint to draw the sword. Damn it! The young swordsman's eyes flashed with ferocity, the gentleness of his demeanor barely concealed. This was the greatest loss the young man of Foundation establishment had ever experienced. He immediately turned to pursue, yet despite his relentless search, he could only detect a faint scent of blood, nearly washed away by the rain, which would soon vanish entirely. Indeed, it was as he suspected. No, I cannot accept this loss. A ruthless glint flickered in his eyes. He first commanded the gaunt young man to investigate the woman's information. The gaunt young man hesitated, stating, "There are dozens of inns in HNSHN City, primarily leased by the three prominent families. It may be difficult to find." The Foundation establishing youth shot him a cold glance, expressing his discontent. "You cannot manage this alone? Can't you enlist others? There are numerous factions in HNSHN City. Surely you can manage to find a few? Money can move mountains. As long as we can provide spirit stones, we should be able to uncover the whereabouts of those two living beings." He then addressed the beautiful female cultivator. "Chingy, I am aware that your injuries are severe. However, this matter concerns my path, and I shall honor the promise I made to you. I must trouble you to keep an eye on the auction. As soon as those two appear, notify me with a sound transmission talisman." All right. The beautiful female cultivator gritted her teeth, recalling the 10,000 spirit stones she had just been deceived out of, her gaze evasive. Hearing this, she sighed in relief, knowing that Xiaowen was currently in need of assistance and would not settle accounts after the autumn. If they could recover the 10,000 spirit stones in that mechanism, it would indeed be a significant achievement. She nodded. Ingy will give it her all. What are your plans, Xiaowen? The Foundation establishing youth took a deep breath and replied, "I will find someone to monitor the three main city gates. Currently, that female cultivator may be at her wit's end. The three prominent families are leasing cultivation caves, and at the auction, they must choose one of these paths. The likelihood of leasing a cultivation cave is the highest, followed by the auction, and leaving the city comes last." The beautiful female cultivator was puzzled as to why leaving the city was ranked third. Yet Xiaowen seemed most concerned about it. The Foundation establishing youth explained, "The teleportation array of HNSHN City is located 20 miles outside the city, within HNSHN Fengshe. No one would opt for that. is a poor choice. However, the female cultivator's thoughts are inscrutable. She will surely anticipate our assumptions, never suspecting that I would act contrary to them and wait directly at HNSH in Fengshe. After issuing his instructions, he rode off with great speed towards the city gate leading to HNSH in Fengshe. Once the foundation establishing youth departed, the gaunt young man and the beautiful girl exchanged glances before parting ways. Moments later, in another narrow alley connected to the first, an old large vat stirred with movement. The tattered raincoat was lifted, and two figures, one large and one small, emerged. One went to the auction, and the other sought someone to guard the lease cultivation cave, while the youth headed towards the city gate. FL's weak voice reached NWXN's ears. Upon receiving this information, NWXN took a deep breath and said, "Senior sister, you must focus on refining the healing elixir to quickly stabilize your injuries. Leave the rest to me." Crack! A slender finger moved, and a mid-grade spirit stone in her hand shattered, turning into a pile of gravel washed away by the rain. She fed FL a concentrated spirit pill, consumed several recovery pills and a healing elixir herself, then took out another mid-grade spirit stone, pressing it into her glove. The recovery pill entered her stomach, transforming into a massive surge of spiritual power, like several spiny fish darting through her veins, gradually calming down as they settled into her dantian. Earlier, the extraction of spiritual power by the Qianhuan Gumian was too harsh. She had revealed her cards. If the foundation establishing youth were to realize this, he would know that they could not have gone far. They could only feign retreat, laying a trap and then returning to have a chance at survival. There's a saying, the most dangerous place is the safest place. With the concealment of the Qianhuan Guimian's illusionary abilities, the two successfully evaded this crisis. The foundation establishing youth's considerations were not incorrect. Only he had failed to take into account that his adversary was not a true foundation cultivator, but merely a novice of the third layer of qi refining. Beneath that facade resided a divine transformation cultivator who had struggled for 500 years. Leaving the city, attending the auction and various leased caves, NWX shook her head. Since the moment the foundation establishing youth had set his sights on the Su-L-M mechanism, these three paths were ones she would never choose. The foundation establishing youth's interest in the Su-L-M mechanism was not sudden, being able to offer 80,000 spirit stones. It was clear that the trio was determined to acquire it. Additionally, NWX garnered another piece of information from FL that the woman possessed a spiritual object nearly identical to the mechanism in her possession. Does this imply that the foundation establishing youth group is somewhat aware of the truth behind the Su-L-M mechanism? Then they certainly would not miss the opportunity to seize the one in NWX's hands. I initially planned to obtain the remaining dozen types of spirit herbs and 250% heart guarding pills before heading to my retreat. Now it seems that returning to the leased cave is not an option. I can only proceed early. Fortunately, neither FL nor I left anything behind in the leased cave. Slightly stabilizing her injuries, NWX calmly analyzed the situation, and after a moment of contemplation, she found her direction. As for the small auction and that mid-grade spiritual artifact, the medicinal cauldron, with an additional 100,000 spirit stones, one could easily acquire not only a mid-grade, but even a top-grade spiritual artifact without difficulty. Why take the risk of bidding for that mid-grade spiritual artifact? I merely hoped to take a chance at the trading conference to see if I could glean information about the 70% heart guarding pill. But now I must temporarily give up that thought. It appears I cannot be overly fixated. If this method fails, must I believe there are no alternatives? Am I to abandon my cultivation of the D, who NG without the 70% heart guarding pill? NWX's eyes were resolute. She understood that without the 70% heart guarding pill, maintaining clarity during the cultivation of the D, who NG would indeed be challenging. Yet how could she know without trying? Let it be a trial. Slightly calming herself, she began to devise her escape. I must leave quickly. Just as she stood up, a wave of intense, tearing pain seized her dantian. Her brow furrowed, realizing it was the result of forcibly activating the incantation, placing immense strain on her dantian from the Qianhuan Guimian. The spiritual power of her third layer of qi refining had been nearly drained in an instant. Fortunately, she had swallowed a bottle of recovery pills in advance, supported by their potent effects, continuously replenishing her spiritual power. Otherwise, this time she would have had to fight with her life on the line. Her eyelid twitched as she suppressed the excruciating pain in her dantian, exhaling slightly. "Let us go." Gritting her teeth against the pain, ending WX and hoisted the bloodied FL onto her back, steadying her with one hand while grabbing the raincoat atop the vat with the other. In an instant, a stout man emerged from the alley. After discerning the direction, she steadied FL and made her way directly towards the predetermined location for her retreat. 79. Xngu SH Nzuing. HNSH in city may not currently be the most prosperous immortal city in JNGZHU, but is indeed the largest in terms of area. Built against the mountains, it is regrettable that aside from HNGNSH and the isotribute spiritual vein, this place severely lacks other resources. Otherwise, the main city of JNGZHU, L. Ngu, might very well have been supplanted by HNSHN city. Within HNSHN city, there is a mountain range that nurtures the only underground fire vein of the Su HNSHN system. This fire vein is amongst the top in all of JNGZHU, and HNSHN city was established based on this underground fire vein. The prosperity of HNSHN city over the ages is due to the indispensable symbiosis of HNGNSH and the fire vein. Above the fire vein, the three prominent families collectively established Xngu-SH Nzu Ing, a facility for alchemy and weapon forging for cultivators from all paths of Su HNSHN. Xingho Shanzhuang is the most suitable place selected by Ning Wuxin for her secluded cultivation of the Dahuang Jinjia. Carrying Fu Li on her back, Ning Wuxin, despite the slight tearing in her dantian meridians, relied on a swift wind talisman and arrived at Xingho Shanzhuang after a quarter of an hour. The mountains stretched endlessly, with black earth and dark trees, filled with flickering flames, and occasionally sparks would float into the air, both magnificent and spectacular. As Ning Wuxin approached, barely placing a foot on the edge of Xingho Shanzhuang, a wave of hot wind rushed towards her, enveloping her in a rich aura of fire spirit energy. It must be said that this is an exceptional place for cultivating fire attribute techniques, where one day's effort can equal several days elsewhere. The Wanbao Pavilion's trading conference had been underway for 3 days, causing significant disruption to various businesses in Hanzhan City. The only entity seemingly unaffected was Xingho Shanzhuang, being the only fire vein within thousands of miles of Suian Mountain. Numerous sects, families, and roaming cultivators depended on this fire vein for alchemy and artifact forging. Typically, it was bustling with activity. Recently, with the auction taking place, many cultivators flocked to acquire Han Zhenshi, making Xingho Shanzhuang even more sought after. Those who secured Han Zhenshi would often forge artifacts at Xingho Shanzhuang. A fortnight prior, Xingho Shanzhuang had already been booked extensively, and Ning Wuxin had reserved a courtyard at that time. The commercial district was quite distant from Xingho Shanzhuang, requiring half an hour for a one-way trip, which hindered her daily inquiries about the Qi Cheng Huxin Dan, prompting her to remain within the main city. Ning Wuxin, originally possessing a wood attribute spiritual root, had previously detested such fiery places, feeling a slight discomfort as though a piece of wood was being roasted on a fire when approaching. Yet now, apart from slight warmth, she felt no discomfort. Her eyes flickered as she realized this might be greatly related to the transformation of her spiritual root. After being tempered by the true Phoenix's nirvana bloodline, she no longer feared fire attribute elements. At that moment, all eyes in the city were focused on the Wanbao Pavilion's auction, and outside Xingho Shanzhuang, hardly any cultivators were entering or leaving. Even the gatekeeper at the mountain villa was struggling to stay awake. It was not until a burly figure, disguised by Ning Wuxin, approached that the drowsy guard suddenly awakened, his gaze filled with displeasure. Who is this? The figure towering half a head taller than him made the guard take a slight step back. He intended to glare, but found he could not see through the imposing figure's true nature, feeling an invisible pressure bearing down on him. With a cultivation level of Qi refining stage 7, the only presence that could elude his perception would be at least Qi refining stage 8 or even a foundation establishment master. Hiss! The guard inhaled slightly, cupping his hands as he inquired, "Do you have a reservation, fellow cultivator?" Ning Wuxin casually tossed over a dozen spirit stones, replying indifferently, "I have a reservation. Lead the way." The gatekeeper, taken aback by encountering such a significant client, stumbled to accept the small pile of spirit stones, his smile reminiscent of meeting an ancestor. Very well. The guard led the way. In a moment, Ning Wuxin arrived at the outer affairs hall of Xingho Shanzhuang. The person in charge was a middle-aged female cultivator with a few strands of silver hair, exuding a faint foundation establishment aura. Upon seeing the burly figure, she was momentarily stunned, quickly regaining her composure. I wonder if you are here to rent a cave dwelling? Have you made a reservation? Are you here for alchemy or artifact forging? If for alchemy, the villa has quite a few alchemy rooms. If for artifact forging, I must apologize. All the forging rooms are fully booked, and the soonest availability is half a month later. The fire vein area of Xingho Shanzhuang is divided into spaces for alchemy and artifact forging. The alchemy area has relatively mild fire, while the forging area has a more violent fire. Depending on the characteristics of the ground fire, the spiritual energy levels of the cave dwellings vary, and there are different classifications for renting them, with prices that can differ dramatically. A 9th-tier cave dwelling costs 5 spirit stones per day. A 6th-tier costs 50 spirit stones per day, and a 1st-tier dwelling can reach 200 spirit stones per day. The high prices are justified. The 1st-tier alchemy cave is set up by a master formation expert, containing a trace of the wood element's inherent principles, which maximally nourishes the spiritual essence of the herbs during alchemy, increasing the chances of success. Similarly, the 1st-tier artifact forging cave harbors a trace of the metal element's principles. Ning Wuxin, struggling to maintain her disguise, found each moment to be torturous and had no intention of engaging in idle conversation. She retrieved a token marked with 1 from her storage ring and handed it to the silver-haired manager. 1st-tier, the silver-haired manager was taken aback. Although she knew this fellow cultivator was extraordinary, she had not anticipated such extravagance. There were only a few 1st-tier cave dwellings in the entire Xingho Shanzhuang. Typically, these were reserved for the children of the 3 prominent families, and those willing to rent them seldom encountered one throughout the year. With only occasional requests from Golden Core masters, it is worth noting that as a foundation establishment cultivator in the early stages, her monthly salary was only 100 spirit stones, a sum envied by most foundation establishment cultivators in Hanzhan City. The thought of a cave dwelling costing 200 spirit stones per day was beyond her imagination. She recalled a recent piece of news. A tall, slender youth had rented a 1st-tier cave for 3 months at once. She had marveled at that time. In this day and age, there are still so many wealthy individuals spending 20,000 spirit stones in one go. Are they burning money? Her own annual income barely reached 1,200, which was equivalent to 20 years of her salary. But this is not that tall and slender youth, is it? Though she mused internally, her expression remained respectful as she accepted the token. A brief glance confirmed it was indeed the same person. But why had this tall and slender youth transformed into such a figure in just a few days? The silver-haired manager was curious, but would not press further. The world of cultivation is filled with the bizarre and extraordinary. Such changes could either be due to poisoning or a mishap in cultivation techniques. It was not uncommon for someone to transform from a robust young man to a frail old man within days. Fellow cultivator, are you renting for 3 months? Would you like to change the duration? Not necessary. Ning Wuxin waved her hand, placing 1,500 medium-grade spirit stones on the table. Money can do wonders. With a substantial amount of spirit stones, the entire process went swiftly. Thanks to her concealed level of cultivation, she evaded the manager's probing thoughts. Just as the manager arranged for a servant to escort Ning Wuxin to her rented cave dwelling, an uninvited guest arrived in the nearby alley where they had previously hidden. The foundation establishment youth returned, ultimately arriving at the dilapidated vat where Ning Wuxin and Fu Li had once concealed themselves. The tattered and filthy raincoat that had flashed through his mind was gone, and the vat was now completely empty. The scattered spirit stone remnants around the vat had been mostly washed away by the rain, leaving only a few scattered pieces. Upon witnessing the scene, the foundation establishment youth could no longer suppress his fury and howled to the heavens. Damn it. Ah! 80. Dismantle the mechanism. The so-called 1st-tier cave dwelling is, in fact, a small courtyard within a valley, equipped with a 5-element gathering formation that circulates and can automatically adjust to supply 1 or 2 types of spiritual energy. The air within the courtyard is thick with spiritual energy, featuring 3 cultivation rooms, 1 alchemy room, and a spirit beast room. This is considered quite high-end in Nanyan, but merely ordinary in Tianxian. Ning Wuxin, accustomed to luxury, found that one small alchemy room was insufficient for her and Fu Li, possessing ample wealth. She had no reason to deprive herself by squeezing into a cramped third-rate alchemy chamber. After the attendants had departed following the delivery of spiritual tea and fruits, Ning Wuxin swiftly released all the restrictions of the cave dwelling. The torrential rain was ultimately kept at bay outside the courtyard, beyond the confines of Xingho Villa. Only then did Ning Wuxin relax slightly, proactively severing her connection with Qianhuan Guimian. Her figure contorted, revealing a pale, ghostly visage with a single eye to the open air. She cradled Fu Li, a frail child who trembled all over from her back and her arms. Sensing the child's condition, Ning Wuxin hurriedly carried her to one of the cultivation rooms, placing her on a bed to inspect the injuries to her eyes. Fu Li attempted to master her smile, but the excruciating pain in her eyes forced her to tighten her lips, shaking her head with difficulty. "Yem fine. Just need to sleep it off." Although Ning Wuxin had endured several betrayals, her heart, though hardened, was not devoid of compassion. What troubled her most was this debt of human emotion. Did she still think this was a small town? In the realm of cultivation, even the slightest injury could lead to grave consequences. "Zhongtong, in short, do not act so foolishly in the future, do you understand?" she murmured. Yet her hands retrieved a small bottle of town-clear liquor gifted by Fu Jingyan, dispensing 2 drops onto Fu Li's eyes. Before Fu Li could utter a word, her eyes were pried open, and, as the droplets fell, she felt a refreshing and purifying energy cleanse the murkiness from her vision, alleviating the intense pain in her mind. Ning Wuxin scoffed, "It's not that I'm worried about you. If something were to happen to you, I would have no way to explain it to your grandfather. Moreover, this matter isn't over yet. There may still be a need for your assistance, so you must maintain your best condition." However, Fu Li was no ordinary child. She could clearly sense Ning Wuxin's genuine concern and kindness. Listening to Ning Wuxin's tough exterior, she opened her eyes to speak, but was stopped by Ning Wuxin. With a light snort, she said, "Enough of this childish behavior. This time, you help me fend off enemies and I will help you heal. You owe me nothing, nor do I owe you. Just focus on your recovery, and do not waste these 2 precious drops of liquor." After arranging for Fu Li, Ning Wuxin directly pushed open the stone door of the alchemy chamber and entered, activating the wooden spirit array before closing the door. With her spine straightened, she felt only a slight bend. Despite her extensive battle experience, she could not escape fatigue. The 3rd layer of qi refinement was ultimately too weak to sustain the long-term operation of Qianhuan Guimian. From the main city to Xingho Villa, relying on recovery pills and absorbing spirit stones had placed a tremendous burden on her dantian and meridians. Throughout her escape, most of her thoughts were devoted to strategizing, and although she was aware of the pain from her injuries, it remained within tolerable limits. With the immediate crisis averted, her mental state relaxed, and the discomfort in her damaged meridians became strikingly apparent. Drawing upon her past experiences, she assessed the situation and found it was not serious. Merely superficial injuries to her meridians, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. The previous concern over Fu Li's 2 drops of liquor had been akin to a thorn in her heart, fearing the impact on her Zhongtong. However, should this conflict compel her to consume a drop of liquor, it would indeed be an unwise trade. The town-clear liquor was worth far more than 100,000 spirit stones. After gauging the severity of her injuries, Ning Wuxin retrieved a bottle of medicinal pills, consuming a pulse-replenishing pill. As the effects of the pill began to manifest, she sat down and commenced meditation, nourishing her meridians and calming the internal flow of qi and blood. It was not until the latter part of the night that the pallor on her face finally faded, restoring some color, and her dantian's spiritual power returned to a state of fullness. Exhaling a breath of stale air after her cultivation, Ning Wuxin finally took out the Suo Lingmu mechanism. The mechanism was a product of the art of machinery, with very few lineages surviving. Most of what was passed down from Tianxian and Nanyan were remnants from tens of thousands to even hundreds of thousands of years ago. Few possessed knowledge of this art, and due to the peculiar nature of this craft, the Suo Lingmu mechanism before her was an example. Though palm-sized and seemingly ordinary, it concealed intricate mysteries within. Only by discovering the right method could one hope to dismantle it. Brute force would only backfire, triggering self-detonation of the mechanism. In her past life, in pursuit of a solution from Mo Chan, Ning Wuxin had extensively studied the art of machinery, thus allowing her to dismantle the Su Lingmu mechanism with ease. However, during the process of disassembly, an inexplicable glimmer appeared in her eyes as she observed the mechanism's form, prompting her to furrow her brow. This mechanism had it been previously dismantled by someone? It was not in its original state. As she continued to dismantle, she became increasingly aware of the impending danger. Weighing her options, she reluctantly activated the final piece. With a sharp crack, a small opening appeared in the palm-sized mechanism, and a beam of sword light shot through the gap. Ning Wuxin narrowed her eyes, switching her third-grade diamond talisman for a fourth-grade talisman, channeling spiritual energy to trigger it. An ancient bell illusion cloaked her in a shimmering golden light. With a whoosh, a miniature silver sword shot through the air, ultimately crashing against the ancient bell illusion with a clang, the golden light flashing to block it. The miniature silver sword, deprived of the mechanism's support, plummeted to the ground. As expected, someone had indeed tampered with it. Ning Wuxin pondered, not allowing herself to be angered by the sword. Such ghostly tricks felt more like a mischievous prank. Switching from a third-grade to a fourth-grade talisman was merely a precaution, given the attack power of that miniature silver sword. Even a first-grade talisman would likely suffice to withstand it. This led her to deduce that the individual who had previously disassembled the mechanism possessed some knowledge, yet during the replacement process had mishandled it, inflicting damage upon the mechanism, although it had been repaired afterward. The short span of time meant that ordinary cultivators might not notice, but this flaw could not be concealed from everyone. After a brief observation of the miniature silver sword, she refrained from immediate contact, confirming multiple times that it was neither poisoned nor dangerous before placing it in a wooden box, sealing it with a spirit-sealing talisman. She then toyed with the Suo Lingmu mechanism, confirming that the true opportunity within had already been extracted. Ning Wuxin's mind first recalled the stall owner with 5 heads, and the peculiar expression he displayed at a certain moment. A thought flickered in her mind. Was it him? Ning Wuxin initially assumed this was an unexpected spiritual object of fortune. However, as the day progressed with successive twists, she realized that the people and events she encountered today seemed to be intertwined with the ancient sword cultivator's cave dwelling. The self-proclaimed foundation-building youth echoed in her mind. When something, he even referred to that woman as Hongyu. A flash of insight struck Ning Wuxin as she recalled an incident that transpired 200 years later. The male protagonist seemed to be named Wen Yan, while the female protagonist appeared to be called Go Hongyu. Her lips twitched, momentarily rendered speechless. So these two were the key figures in that incident 200 years hence? How clichdy, Ning Wuxin mutteret. Fuli mentioned that the woman also possessed an object nearly identical to the Suo Lingmu mechanism. Her expression darkened, and her heart grew heavy. Did this imply that, even at this moment, the ancient sword cultivator's cave dwelling was already under scrutiny? She found herself at a loss, unsure whether to feel fortunate or unfortunate. She had thought she had arrived 200 years early, allowing her to enter unnoticed. But now it seemed fortuitous that she discovered this. Otherwise, had she truly encountered the situation, she could only wonder what might have transpired. Then, she furrowed her brow again. If those two were the protagonists, what of the young stall owner? Upon recalling the young stall owner, Ning Wuxin immediately thought of Mo Chan's unusual movements. This young stall owner harbored a bloodline that was undoubtedly extraordinary, even if it did not match the true Phoenix's rebirth bloodline. It was not far off. Clutching the mechanism in her hand, her gaze darkened momentarily. She had never been one to suffer losses easily. If there were truly some fortuitous circumstances, then so be it. However, not only had she been swindled out of 50,000 spirit stones, but she had also found herself pursued by 3 young foundation establishment cultivators. Although she had managed to recoup the 50,000 spirit stones, the 2 drops of Finetown liquor she wasted were irreplaceable. If you're not some ancient monster concealing your true strength and playing with mortals, then do not blame me for seeking interest when we meet again. A flicker of danger flashed in her calm eyes. In the following days, Ning Wuxin ceased to concern herself with the Sulingmu mechanism or the affairs of the ancient sword cultivator's cave. She only occasionally glanced at Fu Li to ensure she was unharmed. As for whether the young foundation establishment cultivators would turn Han's city upside down in their search for her, she remained indifferent, immersing herself wholly in the restoration of her meridians. By the time she had arranged to meet with the steward of Wanbage, her meridians had recovered to a significant extent, and she had made a slight breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of the third layer of qi refinement. Fu Li had even advanced to the fourth layer of qi refinement. Since leaving the small town and officially beginning her cultivation, the Fu family inheritance hidden within Fu Li had awakened. Over the past month, Fu Li had intentionally suppressed her cultivation, intending to perfect her qi refinement to its utmost limit before stepping in a foundation establishment, thereby laying a solid foundation for her future path. According to Fu Li's plan, there were still a few days until her breakthrough to the fourth layer of qi refinement. However, aided by the heavenly scriptures, after grinding through the wild mountains for over 10 days and enduring a life-and-death struggle, her cultivation could no longer be contained. The abundant and pure spiritual energy overflowed, manifesting naturally. Yet, in Ning Wuxin's eyes, the most crucial element remained talent, an unstoppable gift. After Fu Li emerged from her seclusion, filled with questions, the two exchanged thoughts for a while. It must be said that the child's extraordinary talent and remarkable understanding were rare in the world. In just a month, she had developed unique insights into various aspects of cultivation. Even Ning Wuxin, during their discussions, found herself enlightened on certain puzzling points. Ning Wuxin couldn't help but marvel. Fu Li had merely begun her journey in the way of the sword, yet she possessed such profound understanding. What might she achieve if she ventured into the path of Confucianism or even demonic cultivation? Surely, she would attract remarkable phenomena upon entering the path. Contemplating this, even though Ning Wuxin's resolve was steadfast, she could not help but feel a ripple of emotion. Fortunately, she was not a true young girl, and thus would not be burdened by such feelings. Yet, if a genuine adolescent, even a talented genius with some accomplishments, were to spend time with a prodigy like Fu Li, it would be akin to walking on the edge of a sword. For those with a resolute heart, perhaps they could rise by standing on Fu Li's shoulders. However, those with wavering hearts might find themselves plunged into self-doubt, teetering on the brink of despair, even giving rise to inner demons. But for Ning Wuxin, this was merely a tempering of her character. Even though the trial was minuscule, it could not be overlooked. After all, a 1,000-mile dam can collapse due to an anthole. After her rebirth, Ning Wuxin knew that her path would undergo earth-shattering transformations. She was already aware that encounters with such prodigious individuals would become increasingly frequent, more so than in her previous life. Cognizant of this, she understood that no matter how trivial this hurdle might seem, it must eventually be overcome. With these thoughts in mind, Ning Wuxin could not help but ponder. Must one possess extraordinary phenomena and unparalleled talent to reach the pinnacle of longevity? When did she begin to belittle herself so? After a moment of contemplation, she smiled, a radiant smile. With that smile, a shackle silently shattered, becoming formless. Even Fu Li, who could perceive the hearts of others, could not fathom that the girl before her had quietly traversed a path of self-reflection. That single smile, coupled with her unburdened thoughts, made Fu Li glance back in surprise. Out of caution, Ning Wuxin changed her appearance, presenting herself as a tall, slender man. Dressed in black robes and donning a hooded cap, she might have appeared peculiar. Yet the world of cultivation was never short of such oddities. As for her cultivation level, she disguised it at the fourth layer of qi refinement. Not because she did not wish to pose as a cultivator without any cultivation, but because it would be too conspicuous. After briefing Fu Li, Ning Wuxin exited the cave with a smile. By the time she walked through the Xingho Mountain Manor, the place was bustling with people. Ning Wuxin surmised this was likely due to the auction at Wanbage, where 100 pieces of Han gemstones had been sold. Leaving Xingho Mountain Manor, she ventured into a nearby, small commercial district. After several twists and turns, she reappeared in the sight of passers-by. Her cultivation now elevated to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Her visage, form, attire, and even her gait transformed into something enchanting. Ning Wuxin, now free of any reservations, made her way toward Wanbage. As she stepped into the commercial district housing Wanbage, a piercing gaze immediately fixated upon her. Accompanied by the oppressive aura of a foundation establishment cultivator, a figure swiftly approached and blocked her path. A tall and handsome young man appeared, forcibly removing the hood from her head. A Foundation establishment cultivator. After days of searching, this young Foundation establishment sword cultivator's patience had worn thin, and his facade of indifference was crumbling, revealing the prideful sharpness beneath. Beneath the hood, the middle-aged female cultivator bore an unsightly scar, her trembling voice sharp and grating. Realizing she was not the ordinary woman he sought, his stern face immediately darkened. Yet, he remained undeterred, scanning her with his spiritual sense, confirming she was indeed not the woman in disguise, before casting a cold glance her way and saying, "I do not mean to offend. I am merely pursuing a villain. If I have caused any offense, I hope you will forgive me." It seemed that in his quest to find Ning Wuxin, the young Foundation establishment cultivator had ruffled quite a few feathers, even having been summoned by the law enforcement hall for questioning. Otherwise, with the pride of a Foundation establishment cultivator, he would never deign to apologize to a Qi refinement cultivator. After the middle-aged female cultivator trembled away, a beautiful female cultivator arrived, seemingly having received a significant lead. After a brief exchange, the two quickly departed. Once they were gone, the black-clad middle-aged female cultivator concealed a faint smirk beneath her hood. The departure of the Foundation establishment cultivator and the beautiful female cultivator did not grant Ning Wuxin any sense of relief. Having chosen to head to Xinghe Mountain Manor, she anticipated this very scene. Hanzhan City was vast, yet the circles were small, as long as one could afford the price, with the help of various factions. It was only a matter of time before she became the target of the Foundation establishment cultivator's suspicions. A hidden cultivator accompanied by a child at the third layer of Qi refinement. There were only the two of them. The places where she had appeared as an ordinary woman were few, a small tavern and a trading conference. Most of the time, she remained concealed. Thus, locations like Hanzhan Mansion, Wanbeige, the small tavern, the Zhu family residence, and Xinghe Mountain Manor would undoubtedly be prime ambush sites for the Foundation establishment cultivator. While the Foundation establishment cultivator might not be able to reach the steward of Wanbeige, the attendants certainly could. The attendants, unaware of her true cultivation level, assumed she was merely a Foundation establishment cultivator due to the steward's misunderstanding that she was at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Hence, the Foundation establishment cultivator would most likely be ensnared by them, waiting for her to come and claim her goods. Now that the Foundation establishment cultivator had set an ambush near Wanbeige, it meant her suspicions were being confirmed one by one. Indeed, as she approached Wanbeige, eyes continued to track her. Although her current disguise was not uncommon in Hanzhan City, it remained sufficiently rare and conspicuous. Due to the prior scrutiny conducted by the youthful sword cultivator,